It happened at a regular school. While in class, the guy was sleeping peacefully at his desk. Suddenly he caught up and shouted in a serious tone that the emperor was rude. The disciples who were nearby laughed upon hearing such foolishness. Realizing where he was, the guy was confused. Someone declared that he was a bewildered idiot. He was probably trying to write a love letter to Lianlian. He wants to get a pretty girl. The hero listened to these conversations, but tried to look around to see where he was. All of these places were really familiar to him. It's high school. It was when he was in high school. It turns out he was reborn back when he was still in his second year of high school. Judging by the hanging clock, it's noon on April 3rd. In other words, a world-changing phenomenon will happen today, and it's happening in less than 3 hours. The guy was about to go somewhere, but he was stopped by a girl. He had already thrown the sheet he'd given her at his feet. Proudly, she told him to look at himself, for he was poor and had nothing to be proud of even. And he dares to write her a love letter. Does he think he is worthy of himself? Shuhan didn't expect this. He didn't remember what had happened back then. Only after thinking about it for a bit. Then he remembered Pan Lianlian's boyfriend, whose name was Shimen Chin. They had built a case with a fake love letter, and then used it to blackmail the guy for 2 whole years. The hero will advise the girl to look at herself first. He dumbfounded her by declaring that she was like a stinking fox. Did she laugh at him? How could he love her? The others couldn't believe what they heard. He had spoken to Lianlian like this, whether or not he's in his right mind. Now they would see what this girl's boyfriend would say when he came. Confused, Lianlian wondered what he was talking about. She didn't hear the answer to the question. Just then, her boyfriend entered the room. And immediately, she ran up to Meng Qing and asked him to hurry up and help her teach Shuhan a lesson. He dared to call her a stinking fox. The guy was ready for it, and asked the hero how dare he call his girlfriend that. It wouldn't end today, and he would regret it. He's going to give it a shot first, though. He must obey his orders. If he did, he would consider forgiving him. In response, the hero only called him an idiot. The interlocutor got angry and asked if he even knew who he was talking to. Shuhan immediately pushed him away and kicked him hard with his foot. With his skills, Meng Qing's body flew quite far away, and he immediately lost consciousness. Smiling, the hero noted that he was talking too much. Those present could not believe what had happened. How was it possible for Meng Qing himself to be defeated by him? Don't their eyes deceive them. Shuhan is very strong, too fierce and cruel. The protagonist was a weakling in his past life, but now he's going to be invulnerable. Now, of course, he is still glorious as well as poor. But the earth is about to change its aura, and the world is about to change. Guy must seize this opportunity to grab resources and become as strong as possible. Shuhan is waiting for enemies from his past life. He will rule the world no matter what, and he's going to destroy them all. Then as the main character was running out of the school, someone was watching him. It was a girl who noted that things were getting interesting. It turns out that there is such a strong student in her class. How come she didn't find it before? It was the head of the class, Lu Yanzi. Coming out of school, the hero used his cell phone. That's the number he remembers best. Hearing the familiar hello, the boy felt a warmth on his soul. On the other end was Lauer. At this time, she was in the library of Qingbei High School. But she didn't know the guy at that time, so she asked him who he was and how he knew her name. The hero noted that he wanted to tell her something important, even if it sounded rather silly, but let her believe him. He would never hurt her. In less than 2 hours, a huge change in this world is about to happen. At that time, the world will expand 100 times. The girl should leave the school immediately and go to the nearest mountain. Let her wait until the first phase of Reiki restoration is over. All she has to do is believe him, for he will never deceive her. He wanted to say something else but just hung up, reflecting on the fact that Lao is really a good person. In his past life, if it wasn't for her, he would have died during the first phase of recovery. She was the one who showed him the path of cultivation, but was unable to follow it with him to the end. And so she died saving him. But for now, let her wait for him. He will not let her suffer in this world. After the call, Lauer pondered who this person was and what big changes were coming. Some kind of extension, what did he mean? But somehow, when she heard his voice, she felt he was a good man. So can she trust him? Looks like Chibaoguang Mountain is an hour away from here. She should probably go to it. Shuhan had gotten a vehicle somewhere. He reflected that if he remembered correctly, the most intense awakening was at the edge of Hanshan City Park. This ancient structure experienced for the mountain itself. He can find the 9-leaf lotus there, and then he can upgrade Xuishan's skills. In his past life, he usually missed an opportunity to take possession of 7 treasures, something he regrets very much. What exactly he can't remember, of course, because at that moment, He was just an ordinary person who didn't have the qualifications to cultivate immortality either. He only remembered that many pillars of light appeared later, and so countless monks were dead. Now the kid was being scolded by old men for crossing the road on red, but he didn't care at all. That's how he got to where he needed to be. Someone was already there. They approached Liao Dashao and suggested that he stay here, because they didn't know whether the girl would succeed or not. He must have won. He said that this girl is quite good. Shu Han was glad that he had finally arrived. Those who were already near the park noticed someone walking. One of the guys stated that Hanshan Park is closed to visitors today. The character noted that as far as he knew, this park was a public place. Who is there, Liao Dashao? The interlocutor grabbed him and asked him angrily if he didn't know. He is the richest man in the neighborhood, and he dares to meddle in his affairs. Shu Han gave him a cold glance and told him to remove his hand if he still wanted to live. But the strange guy ignored him, and was soon surprised when the hero grabbed his arm, and seriously injured him in one fell swoop. The others immediately jumped to attention. They were ordered to kill him. Shu Han was confident even if his body wasn't that strong right now, he still remembers the best techniques from his past life, and that's good enough to deal with the kind of wimps who attacked him. Thus, he really dealt with them quickly, and lastly, he remarked that they were lucky. If he had his power, they'd be dead by now. And so the boy rejoiced, finding himself in the right place. The 9-lined lotus must be somewhere on these rocks. At this point in his past life, he still couldn't cultivate. He relentlessly searched the internet for information about this drug, and it took a long time. Looking at the time, it was clear that there were less than 10 minutes left. Suddenly he heard a crowd approaching him and finding him. Shu Han turned his attention to them. Among everyone, there was one special guy who was interested to see who it was. He dared to insult him, so don't let him think he can escape. Did he really dare Liang Shu to provoke him after all? He was an idiot. The protagonist realized that it was that arrogant brat. He remembered hearing about this man in his past life. The lotus that the guy is looking for in his past life was originally found by this very person. But then it was taken away by the guy himself. Lian Shu wondered if he was the one pestering him. The hero answered nothing, and so there was silence between them. After which, Shu Han grabbed his face and, examining it, made up that this guy had become a famous cultivator in this city. He has saved people from demonic monsters on numerous occasions. But when the city got into a conflict with another city, he fought a foreign cultivator and sacrificed himself for the good of the city. At that time, many people mourned his death. I remembered, this guy asked if he was really Liang Shu or just pretending. To him now, he didn't look like the hero he was. To the star, it seemed like an arrogant statement, and he said, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Does he laugh at him? The subordinate asked the master if they needed to finish him off, since he had just insulted him. While they were chatting, the main character paid attention to the time and realized that the hour had arrived. And then just as the lad thought, earlier something began to happen. The mountains shook, and the stone boulders shook and began to gradually tumble downward, and thus these falling stones destroyed the monasteries on the mountain. When they saw this present, they were frightened, for they did not understand what was happening. While trying to escape, they also asked the gentleman to hurry up and run with them. The protagonist, on the other hand, wasn't going to run away. He knew he needed to be here. And with him, Lian Shu was left behind. Shu Han felt that the aura recovery had finally begun after all. The first phase of recovery is designed to last approximately half a month. During this period, the earth will be consumed by chaos and an incredible number of people will die. At that time, the earth's aura will increase radically. Also, a couple of lucky ones will be trying out their cultivation. A lot of Linbao medicines will show up in some places, and some people will have a chance to get their hands on them. Lian Shu walked up to the protagonist and asked if he was an idiot. It is dangerous here and they need to leave immediately. The hero immediately pushed his hand away, after which he rushed towards the waterfall, jumping on the rocks. And further and in general, despite the danger of falling rocks, I will climb up. The guy who stayed with him didn't know what the hell he was doing. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on right now. Was the world really over? And while he was pondering, the protagonist made it to the top and rejoiced in it. If he remembered everything correctly, the aura started to recover right after the 9-leaved lotus appeared. Right now, the aura should be concentrated in the main Hanshan Park. After a guy got his hands on it, he would be able to start his cultivation journey. After that, he would go to the Jingshi Canyon on the outskirts of the city. This would be a good achievement for the first phase of cultivation. Suddenly, something began to happen to the lotus he took in his hand. Shu Han didn't understand what had happened, so why hadn't his cultivation awakened yet? But what was more strange was why he could feel his dantian. He even assumed it was some kind of internal force. Eventually something appeared right in front of him, and right away he didn't realize what it was. But looking closer, I could see it looked like someone's banner. Since the protagonist knew what it was, he realized it was his lucky day. He couldn't even guess that he could be reborn in this world and have a chance to break through the Emperor space. It almost notices his regret at his death. In any case, at the very end, he will be able to exact his revenge and destroy the 9 heavenly kings and then take the heavenly throne itself. Surprisingly, he was indeed fortunate. With the discovery of his dantian, his cultivation grew by itself. Thinks that he will be the first person to awaken his cultivation. In his past life, his awakened list showed that someone had awakened their cultivation within 3 days. Suddenly, some kind of energy approached the guy. Looking to the side, he realized that these fruits emitted a strong aura. So he approached these fruits and tried to pick one. If it wasn't for the knowledge from his past life, the guy wouldn't have even noticed it. He was almost deceived by the appearance of the fruit. Believe can't stand an incredibly rare life-giving fruit. These life-giving fruits were incredibly useful for improving cultivation. During the middle phase, they could be the cause for illumination and war. These 3 life-giving fruits will be of great benefit. A guy's cultivation will improve very quickly, in a much shorter time than it could have. He already can't wait to go to Jingshi Canyon to take out more sacred items. And he already has enough strength to keep those rascals away from Shushen's family. Suddenly, the hero heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be Lian Shu, who had climbed the mountain with him. He asked him to wait, and something strange happened to this world. He just saw a mountain that randomly appeared out of nowhere. Now he sees dragons flying in the sky, so he begged the guy to tell him what was even going on. Without answering anything, Shu Han gave him this lotus and ordered him to take it away. He should start cultivating as soon as possible. The guy realized that his dantian had already awakened, and he only needed the Tugyo fruit. Right now, this lotus is useless to him, and Lian Shu doesn't seem like a bad person. It would be better if the guy returned it to its original owner. After that, using a technique, he disappeared and said he would not be seen later. Thanks to this technique, the protagonist found himself in the air. The rising star wondered if he was really flying. It seemed to the world the truth had changed. Shu Han landed at the foot of the waterfall. It seemed to him that his jumps were still slow. Therefore, it was necessary to find a place where he would absorb the Tugyo fruit as quickly as possible. To do so, he went to the hotel and began to gradually cultivate. The fact that he was devouring these fruits really helped his cultivation. He had just started, but the aura of these 3 fetuses was already very strong. The guy would definitely be able to break through to the intermediate stage this way. And so 3 days have passed since then, and the energy has been released. The protagonist was actually glad that this fruit was finally depleted. It took him 3 whole days to consume these fruits. His cultivation had reached the last stage of the middle foundation layer. Thus, his body is now overflowing with power. And it felt quite pleasant from there. Great, that eliminates some problems at school. And now the guy will have time to go to Jingshi Canyon. In the end, the head character did go to school. Along the way, he heard talk of how the government was going to deal with this. It was said that such chaos had started all over the world. People started to cultivate and gained abilities, like something out of a comic book. Although some people didn't believe it, it was just fake news. Someone heard that actually some people in their school started eating strange fruits. Suddenly they could fly and change their bodies. In between these conversations, a guy he knew approached the protagonist at the meeting. He was surprised to see Shu Han. It had been a while since they met, and he thought the guy had run away. Didn't even realize he was dumb enough to come back here. The hero told him to back off. The others were surprised. Doesn't he know Shimin-chin ate that strange fruit? He himself felt that Shu Han was just as arrogant. Does he really think he's going to get lucky again? He's going to teach him a lesson. Because you can't mess around with cultivators. He'll still be begging for mercy. But that didn't happen thanks to his power. The hero sent him flying. And just coldly pointed out that I wasn't wasting his time on this one. Seeing what happened, Lianlian was confused. This is impossible after all. How could he do this? I mean, they ate those magical fruits. She can't accept what happened, so she's gonna kill him right now. The hero smiled and said she was an idiot. Then, thanks to a strong impact, he sent her flying as well, and reported that insects need to know their place. He reflected on the fact that these 2 were just the lucky ones. They managed to eat the fruit and awaken their own cultivation. In addition, they had all obtained different abilities. The most common ability just makes a person faster, but its growth potential is also limited. Even worse, the transformation ability is just garbage. There are also the lucky ones with exceptional abilities. In a past life, the protagonists met one such person. But unfortunately, he couldn't control the ability of his own power. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to the school. It was as if it was falling apart piece by piece. It turned out that some strange monster had appeared, and there was an explosion. The nearby students were doomed, for this monster was too fierce. The monster appeared suddenly and shocked all the students. He was now using a thunderous roar, which frightened the people even more. Once again, they could not understand what was going on. A crying little girl lost in these ruins trying to find her mom. This got the monster's attention, and it tried to attack her. Using his power, the hero didn't understand how this monster dared to harm the people around him. But suddenly he saw some girl rapidly approaching the child. Turns out she was pretty familiar to him, and thanks to her speed, she was able to save the baby. But only saved it for her last moment. After which, she informed the others that they should not be afraid. As long as she's around, no one can hurt them. Jimen Qin was delighted with Ms. Awesome looking in time with this chaos. She is so strong, so he asks to beat this giant monster. Lianlian pointed out that this is obviously the president is very strong. She is the queen of the school. Compared to her, Shu Han is a loser. The school president noted that the same kind of scumbags who stood by while the girl was in danger. Those two immediately apologized. They wouldn't do it again and wished her a good day. The president asked the hero to watch the baby while she dealt with the monster. They need to move farther away. It will be hard to protect them and fight the monster at the same time. She also doesn't mind giving the guy some cultivation tips. Shu Han simply couldn't believe it. Was she really going to protect him? He is the king of the gods and a mere wench is trying to protect him. She must be joking. It's a 2-star monster at the early stage of cultivation. Therefore, the girl was going to test how strong it was. So she attacked him, and those present said that she fights pretty well. The protagonist thought that she had a lot of potential. If he took her with him, it would make his path easier. The gun in her hand looks like a family heirloom. Unfortunately, the guy hasn't crossed paths with her family in a past life, and he has no information about her. I wonder if she has any other secrets. And then the hero turned to the child and suggested to go from here, because it is dangerous here. But the girl asked, what about her big sister? She's still fighting the monster. If she could even defeat it. The protagonist pointed out that she has no need to worry. Big sister is very strong and the monster will definitely lose. It seemed to him that there was a butterfly effect because of his actions. Lu Yanzi will really be able to protect the school. Struggling, the girl thought she needed to hurry, or it will turn out that there will be new victims. Though she still doesn't know how to use this weapon properly. But thanks to him, several of the monster's limbs were severed, causing it to roar. Seeing the main character with the girl and the president thought that taking the child away was a good idea. He'll probably help defeat the monster when he takes her away. From here, she should hold out until then. But she soon realized that it wasn't like that. He was really leaving. That selfish bastard just ran away, and the protagonist went, as he thought, to the canyon of Jinhe. This he managed rather hard, but finally he was here. But the guy couldn't understand what was going on here, or why there were so many people here. In his past life, only 2 families knew of the local treasure. Could it be any different now? Suddenly, he heard about the rumor that they say a fruit will appear here. The rumors are still different, so cultivators started to arrive. Although most people think that these rumors are true, someone hoped that they could still obtain the holy fruit and use it to become a strong cultivator and then marry a beautiful woman. But he was told not to even think about it, let them see what strong cultivators had come. What does he carry saying that most of them are unusual people? Suddenly, a man familiar to Shu Han burst through the crowd. He asked the guy why he was here. He is really grateful to God for this meeting, for he thought he would never see him again, and is very happy now. The hero didn't expect to see Lian Shu here. Had he already absorbed the 9 Lotus? The guy replied that right after he gave it to him. Now he can absorb aura, heaven, and earth. He is a very good man, and after that incident the guy realized the value of the sacred fruit. Sacred fruits that could awaken cultivation were worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and Shu Han gave it to him for nothing. He was very grateful to him. The protagonist asked him to wait. First, don't call him God, his name is Shu Han. And secondly, have him describe his surroundings. Lian Shu started calling him Brother Su. The problem is that someone published information as if there was a sacred treasure hidden in Jingshi Canyon, guarded by various monsters. That's what caught the attention of many people now. The hero wondered who it was. If he knew this was going to happen, why didn't he take advantage of it? Instead, he published such news. He wondered if this was just another confirmation that his assumption about the butterfly effect was correct. Suddenly there was a commotion around him. Of course, the guy couldn't help but take notice. Someone asked me to look at those people. This same woman looks like Lu Gisi of Lu's family. Isn't that Feng Gongzi and Feng Zhenyu from the Feng family? It is said that this goddess, who started cultivating even before the awakening of cultivation. Some embraced Ms. Lu and said they were big fans of her. Lianshu remarked to Big Brother that he now thinks he needs to explain that people say that the Feng family is very famous in Nandao City. They are so strong that people can't even imagine. Ms. Lu, on the other hand, is a genius cultivator. When only the aura began to awaken, his family hired many capable cultivators. His family, with Lu's family, has some business together. I wonder if the brother wants to join them. Shu Han coldly replied that he had no interest in such a thing. But the interlocutor tried to stop him. Suddenly they heard shouting. The girl shouted that time Miss Lu Ji only saw him as a classmate and she didn't care about him. And now that he had learned her identity, you were going to suck up to her. The guy replied that it's true he and Lianlian follow Miss. Even though she has classmates, Miss's personality is too different from their personalities. Let them all go and apologize to her quickly. The main character thought he was just being a jerk. Suddenly something strange happened, because someone's been poking around and laughing. It turned out to be Lian Shu, and his laughter echoed around the neighborhood. Soon he didn't apologize, for he really couldn't help himself. Brother Shu is really funny. When people start respecting Ms. Lu, he calls her followers idiots, and that's a respecter for his brother. Zhu Han informed that he didn't have that much time to waste it on the rascals. He would leave it to him. Lianlian wondered if Ms. Lu wouldn't teach him a lesson. The girl pointed out that War had just forgotten about it and left him behind. They'll wait until he knows his true power. He needs to know not to rely too much on his own luck. Though she was quite angry at this, for she had never been ignored in front of everyone. They were still fighting. Suddenly someone came up and told Yunzi that this guy was just a cockroach, not knowing his place. Entering the mountains, he would help them finish him off. This was the representative of Feng Zhenyu's family. The girl replied that it was none of their business. There was no need to interfere in their squabbles. She could take care of herself. The interlocutor smiled and looked indignant. Let her wait a little while until he finds the sacred treasure. And when that happens, she will bow before him. Next, the lad inquired from Uncle Li what the plan was concerning the sacred treasure. The old man reported that Goji and the whole family were already on it. That sacred treasure in Jingxi Canyon is just perfect for them. And so, after these conversations, 3 days passed. Shu Han cultivated among the slain monsters and thought that this canyon was the best place in Handao City. With little effort, he had already found many sacred fruit trees. Even though there are many wild beasts here, it only helps him improve his cultivation. These emu beasts are uneven. Although the aura of these fruits is much lower than Zhugu's, it doesn't still help him reach the peak of the final stage of the main level. And then the guy can correct his past mistakes. It'll be really perfect. Previously, it didn't matter how a hero couldn't reach the Emperor realm. It was because his foundation wasn't perfect. Thus, why again plays a huge role. The establishment of the foundation can influence what level the cultivator can achieve. A perfect foundation is the best condition for the formation phase. But to reach the realm in the corner, 2 levels were required. It was a mistake of the past, and now the hero is forming a perfect foundation. Moreover, it is very important to use the cultivation method, that is, the absorption of aura. This technique is only used on dead monsters. To use this technique on this red-eyed monster, it must be treated. This aura absorption technique is very good. It will collect aura from the skeleton and blood of monsters, gradually turning them into aura. But the higher the cultivation level of a person, the more aura one needs to absorb. Legendary beasts are necessary to clear the aura. Cultivators also absorb aura, and so another day passed. Finally, the main character was glad to have gotten a mystical spirit. Even if this 3rd level is weaker than the Tujio fruit, it's not that bad. Suddenly the hero felt what a danger it was from the outside. He wondered if someone had decided to attack him. With his strong skills, he is certainly easy to dodge. Afterward he asked who attacked him. The one who did this said his name was Long Baoan, and Shu Han was fast enough to avoid his attack. His sword just couldn't kill him, but let him give him his fruit. The guy might put him away if he begs on his knees. He's in a good mood now, so maybe he'll actually spare him. The main characters laughed at his name. Did his mother really give him such a stupid name? The interlocutor was indignant, but how would he speak now? This weapon is already loaded. Shu Han realized that he was killing with a simple weapon, and he wanted to test the results of the aura absorption. Some cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand a shot from this weapon. Long Baotian's men began to attack. The missiles fired by them flew straight towards the protagonist, and naturally after that there was a huge explosion. The subordinates informed the boss that that kid was so scared he couldn't even move. That's ridiculous. Now that fruit belongs to them. And that kid couldn't have survived. The protagonist in turn heard these conversations. To him, they seemed very self-righteous. Right now, he's in the early stages of the mystical iron body. And if they had come a couple days later, he would have just deflected the missile. Though now he was even a little ticked off. The enemies couldn't believe that he was alive, and this attack was really strong and very dazzling. Long Baoan asked you what was going on, and how did he survive his attack? This man has killed many cultivators, and how no one survived the shot from his cannon. But why is he still standing on his feet? Perhaps he was protected by a magic item. It was probably true. Of course it was just a magic item. In that case, there's no need to worry about it. And then he told Shu Han that he was holding an extraordinary sword. Let him give him his magic item and he would let him escape. The protagonist asked if he thought it should be the other way around. He should apologize for provoking him all this time. But sees that he didn't understand him at all. The interlocutor actually attacked. Is he really trying to threaten him? He'll cut him to pieces with that sword. The guy smiled with those weapons a little too easily. He will show him what a real flying sword in Feishan is. Baoan couldn't believe what he saw. It was impossible. He was able to stop his copper just by using an aura barrier. Unless he's in the final stages of development, he can't do it. The protagonist reported that he realized everything too late, and it was time for a counterattack. It seemed to the enemies that the guy had disappeared, but he just happened to be at their backs, and informed that he would give Baoan a gift see pure physical strength. Let him try to block it now. Thanks to this attack, the guards with grenade launchers were eliminated, and their boss was seriously injured, and he flew to the side, for he could not keep on his feet after such a blow. He soon reported that he recognized the guy as really strong. Next, he held out some kind of bag and said it contained treasure. It also contains the spirits he took from the monk. Let him take it and spare him. He asks for it. The main character picked it up and said it was perfect. This bag has everything he needs. Baoan noted that since he had taken it, he could now go. At that, he thought that this jerk dared to go against him. Just let him wait until after he's out of here, he'll ask someone to kill him. But Shu Han stopped him and asked him who said he could go. Does he think he's completely stupid? Does he think he'll let him get away with it after he found out about him? The interlocutor asked not to. He swears he won't say anything. He is from a rich family, and his brother's name is Long Baoan. At that moment, the protagonist's attack was already heading towards him. Baoan only had time to shout that his brother was an invincible genius he was being compared to Lu Jia, and he would avenge him. Those were his last words before the explosion happened. The hero wondered what the man would do to him. Does his family really want to die? It looks like there's a lot of treasure in that bag. His rich family turns out to be really good treasure hunters. Pouring out the contents, the protagonist saw many strange objects. Even he saw them and was surprised. I managed that there would be so much treasure here. You could see right away that he had killed many people for these things. He was unlucky to meet him. I wonder what it is. A strange vial caught the protagonist's attention. Is it really the family of one of the 5 elements? Opened up his energy, immediately poured over the guy. He laughed. This bottle really does contain the family of one of the elements. To build a perfect foundation, you need a spiritual stone. This time, Jingshi Canyon made an appearance. The guy is afraid that Long Baoan didn't even realize what treasures are in this bag. It is impossible to determine the price of the seeds of the 5 elements. These seeds are some of the rarest items in the entire world. All practitioners had heard of these seeds but thought that it was just a myth. Of course, this treasure was not as strong as the one that was to appear on the canyon. But according to some practitioners, Yang was running away from the villain, but left behind the seed of the 5 elements. But even after that, it would be difficult for a guy to practice the perfect foundation. Suddenly, he heard the phone ringing. The contact that disturbed him was signed by Lian Shu. The guy informed Su's brother that he hadn't seen him in a few days. I wonder where he is now. If he hadn't added him on WeChat, he wouldn't even be able to call him. Shu Han replied that he was practicing in the mountains. Does he need anything else? The interlocutor noted that he is at the top of the mountain where the manly weapons should appear. They must get it. He is now surrounded by cultivators, a very layer of whom have been standing there for at least 3 days. It's quite possible they could get that weapon, so wishes the guy good luck. Let him have it. The hero noted that he knew that and would try to do so. He was about to hang up, but Lian Shu asked him to wait a second. He has a list of people from the northern islands. It's a Qingyun list. Is there a hero will leave these people at the top? It's best to let him avoid them. They are all geniuses with superpowers. Lu Yanzi is rank 1. Also here is a long bastion of the abilities of these 2 beyond human comprehension. Upon seeing this list, the hero realized that there was no man who could defeat him. not unless he formed a base. Right now, he was completely unbeatable. Hopefully, these two won't let him break through the foundation and reach the Dan realm. Next, the boy will take the divine weapon, and someone is already waiting for him. Next, the events took place at Tai Hai Ding Mountain. There were people lined up around the center base. Someone inquired about some very overwhelming aura going on. Everyone needs to get ready. Get him. Shu Han noticed that the best position had already been taken, and it was occupied by a recent acquaintance of Lu Yanzi's, who was in first place. Following her was Feng Zhenyu with the 8th rank. Next was the guy with the nickname Silver Wings of the God of War, rank 3. And on the 5th rank was the mighty Bull King. Lian Shu was glad that big brother had finally come. Many cultivators after him were no problem for the guy. After all, he had practiced alone in the mountains. The hero inquired if this sacred monument was also a treasure. He didn't know about his own past life, but when he saw this stone, he felt that there was something wrong here. The interlocutor told me that this stone was glowing yesterday. He said that the treasure was inside it and it would appear soon. Only 3 people are as strong as Ms. Lu. They are lucky to occupy the best positions. All of them are of high rank, but no one will dare to cross them. Suddenly something happened to the sanctuary. Those present rejoiced. It had finally arrived. You need to pick it up quickly and not let others pick it up. Even if they're on the strongest list, no one can handle that many people. Let them kill them immediately. They were about to hit the Bull King, but suddenly felt a strong aura. The man informed that those who dared to approach the treasure would immediately die. Lian Shu asked his brother if they should hurry up. The hero ordered him to wait here, and he would take care of it. Thus, he was near the shrine in an instant, and I realized there was something really wrong with this rock. Lu Yanzi pointed out that she knows that Shu Han is strong. But this fight is on a completely different level she warns him about as a classmate. The protagonist smiled and said that he agreed with the president's words. He would be back soon. The girl couldn't understand why it was he was so happy. Was there something wrong there? Lian Shu also came over here, wondering if his brother was leaving. Shu Han replied to him that the real treasure was here, and this was just a decoy. Soon, the entire neighborhood would be completely destroyed. Comrade couldn't believe it. The hero thought of the greedy one, and the one who wasn't afraid to die. Although he advised him to leave, but as a cultivator, it took effort and courage to take such a risk. Ms. Lu couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Since Jisuan Miao's moon tree is here, where I wonder where she will appear. Everyone was gathered here and the guy just couldn't let it go. The Feng clan had also arrived. The old man pointed out that it was already time to start and suggested that he should go. Zhenyu got excited. He wants to see this bunch of idiots die. Suddenly the hero said he forgot something. Jisuan Miao is part of the sacred treasure. It seems like he had heard about it somewhere before. His birth requires a sacrifice, but could it have anything to do with this event? Suddenly he felt something strange, as if a dome had covered the entire surface. The rest of us didn't realize what it was, but it looks like something bad was going on. Someone tried to get out of that dome, but was unsuccessful. He reported that things are bad, they are trapped and will not be able to get out of here. Lu Yanzi thought that this was a pretty big magic weapon, and she had caught everyone here. And suddenly something else started happening, and the surface of the earth collapsed. Once again, those present did not understand what had happened. It turned out that a nuclear bomb came straight out of the ground. Shu Han knew that this would be the case. It was very predictable. First, he didn't lure everyone to one place using the statue. Then he activated the magic weapon to trap the cultivators. And after that, they used a nuclear bomb and decided to kill all the cultivators with an open attack. Jisuan Miao's tree needs the blood of cultivators in order for it to be conducted. It was immediately clear that this had all been planned in advance. Kill all the mind cultivators and take the sacred tree. These people have really planned this out very well. Ganzi started laughing and asked how they were feeling. Now their blood would help this tree to appear. After that, they will die, and no one will be able to take it. Some were outraged and reported that he would not get away with it. Is the family in Fen abnormal? How dare he do such a thing? Make him hurry up and let them all out now. The man only laughed. He had already used the family's magic weapon to carry out his plan. So, do they still think they can get out of there? This is ridiculous. This bomb will kill them all today. All these guys will die today. Just let them watch the Feng family gather blood. No one can defuse the bomb. Although Ganzi is going to give them a chance, if they don't swear on a blood oath to join his family, he will spare them. They have 5 minutes to think, or the bomb will blow them all up. Next he inquired how Ms. Lu was feeling. He had an excellent suggestion for her. If she marries him and becomes his wife, he will spare her. Lu Yanzi reported that wife was too arrogant. Does he really think he deserves her? He forced her to use a magic weapon. Otherwise, she doesn't want to die because of that nuke. Thus, the girl attacked the dome, then heaven restrained everyone. But no damage was done to him by it, and he only flung it away. The girl realized that the Feng family's barrier, if very, very strong. Ganzi noted that these attempts were futile. Let her better think more carefully about his suggestions. She only needed to spend the night with him, and then he would spare her too. The interviewer wasn't going to settle for that. She decided to try again, and this time she put all her power into that punch, thanks to which there really was a small gap. But it also took a toll on herself. Too bad this magic treasure regenerates and she can't break it. She has to attack it again before it regenerates. Soon, Ganzi said it's been 3 minutes. He gave her a chance, so don't let him blame her if anything happens. Suddenly, the main character turned to this man. He wanted to ask him something. The interlocutor inquired what he needed. Turns out that idiot was lucky he didn't get hit by the barrier. Now he can't leave here. Does he want to die? Shuhan said he misunderstood him. He just wanted to ask. How does his family know that Jishuan Miao's tree needs a blood sacrifice? Those present also heard that sacrifices are required. They resented that guy for being crazy. He really wants to kill them, and they don't want to die. The man shouted that no one asked them. Let them just die quickly. With that came the speculation of how this guy knows about the blood sacrifice. It is a great secret, and only a small part of his family knows it. There should be no other people who know this secret. The protagonist, judging from his facial expression, realized that he had guessed. The Feng family is not as simple as it may seem at first glance, but he doesn't care at all who it is. No one will stop him. Ganzi asked Uncle Li to kill him since he didn't like him. Lu Yanzi realized that it was an elder. Therefore, she shouted to the protagonist to run away immediately. This person from the Feng clan would easily kill him. This elder cannot be underestimated. He is at the final stage of the foundation. Shuhan asked the president, "Why pay attention to such a brat? Let him believe that he would not do anything to him." The girl informed him that he was overestimating himself. She just warned that he would teach him an easy lesson. The hero stopped denying it and realized he wasn't going to change her mind. At this time, the elder began to act and shortened the distance. He said that if the fellow was so eager to die, this old man would help him. But if he kills himself now, his body will be untouched. Of course, if that doesn't happen, it will disappear. Lian Shu was wary. This old man is very strong and he can sense it. Shuhan isn't afraid of him. The interlocutor noted that this was not the case. He would follow him even to the end of the world. The guy got excited about it, whereupon he threw his named brother a gun and told him to shoot him. The hero decided to just use Long Baoan's missiles. The old man wondered if they would use firearms against the cultivator. Let them at least have a conscience. He was an old man. Lian Shu shouted out that he would naturally shoot, especially at him, but the elder didn't understand. Did he really think he was afraid of this weapon? At that point, the missile had already been fired and there was a massive explosion. But Old Man Li stayed alive. He used his defense. At that moment, he was angry. How would he change to do such a thing? The cultivator uses firearms, and this old gentleman will kill him. Lian Shu didn't realize that he was such a city. They had used the nuclear bomb themselves. Then what claim could there be against them? He's going to kill him and fires another missile. Another powerful explosion ripped through the neighborhood. The old man was still alive and noted that he really dared to do that, attacking him with that weapon again. Those were the last words before he lost consciousness. The others wondered if it was impossible for him to make such a thing happen. This old man is in the final stages. He's very famous and has been killing since he was a little kid, but it turns out now he died from a simple missile attack. And it did happen. Lu Yanzi didn't think at all that Shuhan would use such a method. Ganzi was concerned for his own uncle. It turns out that Shuhan is challenging his family. He won't let him hurt them. Tell him to apologize now. But before he could finish the sentence, he saw a missile in front of him, which brought with it another massive explosion. She was let out by Lian Shu for being such an idiot interacting with Brother Su. This weapon in his hands is a very good one indeed. Let everyone watch him win. Ganzi survived, but his eye was not well. The rest of the family was worried about him and said they would help him. But at that moment, not one, but more than a dozen missiles flew. Thus, most of the family members were wiped out. Zhenyu was still alive. Lian Shu didn't like the tone with which he spoke to him, so he fired another shot. The guy pointed out that if he talked so much, he would get even more. The man then apologized to his brother and asked him not to shoot again. He wouldn't do that. Within 30 seconds, the nuke was about to detonate. Those trapped in the dome were screaming that they needed help, and have Zhenya let them out immediately. The protagonist just about walks up to him and says he'll give him 5 seconds to defuse the bomb. The interlocutor asked me to calm down and listen carefully. Once a nuclear bomb is activated, it cannot be disarmed. Shu Han kicked him and ordered him to shut up, let him speak, then how to turn off this magical weapon. He counts to 5, and if he doesn't do anything, he'll just kill him. Zhenyu realized it was bad and asked for a second. He would turn it off now. He immediately took out some sacred object from his pocket and released it into the sky, thanks to which the dome gradually began to melt. Those locked inside saw that it was opening and needed to run away quickly. But there were many who could not escape and asked for help. Those who could fly immediately took to the sky, and those who could not asked for help. The Bull King, due to his strength, also rushed to run away. But even he couldn't compare to those who had the ability to fly. Lu Yanzi's turn not only saved herself but helped some too. Though, of course, there are many left on Earth without the ability to save themselves. And the timer was rapidly leaking away and already approaching 0. So a moment later there was a huge explosion. Those who managed to escape landed without problems. But a great many people died from the nuclear blast. Li and Shu couldn't believe it. Did everyone there really die? Suddenly, someone said that they were too weak, were no competition to the people who came for the treasure. Coming here, they should not have been prepared to die. The boy wondered if there were too many details. Let them not forget that they had been saved because of him, what it would have been like if they hadn't made it in time. The interlocutor remarked, "Does he really think he's like those wimps? A nuclear bomb wouldn't even scratch him. He could remind him that he was going to retrieve the hidden weapons. However, if he gives it to him, he will not be merciful to him." While they were chatting, something started to happen. It was as if something strange had come out of the ground. The girl thought she should eventually see what treasure would appear here. And there was some strange monster that looked like a turtle. Along with it came the sacred treasure on his head. The protagonist was glad that Ji Sun Miao had finally appeared. In his past life, the emperor himself had fought to get him. No one can even imagine the real value of this treasure. Everyone wanted to get him in the Western and went head to head. Shu Han, on the other hand, stopped Lu Yanzi. The girl offered to go with her, or just let her go. The boy objected that it was useless to go there now. The giant had frightening power. These people will not harm him. While he was saying that, the monster just about started to defend itself. The guy with the wings said he never thought it would be a giant. They'd like to finish him off with one punch, but he had to retreat. The Bull King didn't discern his strength at first. Could it be that he was already at the stage of legendary purification? Lu Yanzi wondered if the legendary purification. This power is equal to the power of the gods. Only the first patriarch of the Lu family can match this power. He's not a hero. This giant is not a man. It is a creature guarding a sacred treasure. The guy thinks no one can get it. The power of this monster is hard to even imagine. Most likely no one on Earth will be able to defeat this giant. Shu Han knew from the beginning that Jisong Miao's tree could not be obtained by force. They must wait for the right moment. The girl was in agreement with him, but asked him to let go of her hand. The hero immediately let her go and noted that he had forgotten. At this time, the monster prepared for another attack. The people present didn't realize what kind of holy treasure looks like a small tree. No wonder everyone is behind it. A very strong giant was guarding it, and it was very unexpected. This must be a divine treasure. There was no other explanation for the fact that there were two great masters here. The main character's acquaintance was alive. He had been feeling unbearable pain all over his body for several days now. Although he would never want to be in a situation like Aotian, he wished the guy would just wait for him. Soon there was some commotion. It was announced that all present were to be dealt with, and Xuanwu's company would take everything. Anyone who tries to escape must be killed. You must also kill if necessary. The Bull King didn't understand why these people were here. Shouldn't they have sent only 2 to help? It turned out that the price of assets had risen sharply. This is what brought them here. Lian Shu pointed out to his brother that Xuanwu is a global biotech company. They are very strong, never thought they could come here. The Bull King and Silver Wings are working for them. The commander had just informed his men to aim at the creature and then fire. We need to attack him quickly. A lot of weapons and combat items were aimed at the monster. As a consequence, his body was attacked in several places at once. Lian Shu pointed out that these missiles were much stronger than what they had. The situation looks like their guns and worked perfectly. The protagonist reflected that it looked like he was going to have to play with them this time. Suddenly the commander appeared beside them. Didn't he say to stay put? The Bull King and Silver Wings should hurry up and kill everyone. Silver Wings told Miss Lu that Kung Shu has come and the treasure is almost at his place. Can she leave? The girl raised her blade and asked what it meant to leave. She would beat him. The guy said, "With you don't give them this girl, and then they won't touch the others." The Bull King was ready for a fight, so he used his power to show what they could do. People ran away in fear and asked Miss Lu to help this male master from the Qingping list. Lian Shu prepared to attack on the ranked list he was about to destroy, so he attacked the Bull King with his missile. But no damage could be done to him. The man asked, did he really think he could handle him with the same weapon as Feng Zhenyu? He doesn't seem to know yet that he has the strongest defense. The missiles won't even scratch him. The boy asked Brother Su what they should do. The Bull King has a really strong defense and missiles won't hurt him. Shohan told him to just run away. He won't be able to handle him, so just let him run. The interlocutor was surprised at first, but disagreed. The Bull King has stated that he looks happy. Won't be the first one he kills today, because this weapon of his won't hurt him in any way. Zhu Han said that everything would happen on the contrary, and so the fists came together in battle, due to which the strong arm of the Bull King was shattered. And the man himself just took flight. The character seemed to win because he did a lot of damage. Lian Shu kept running. He was worried. But suddenly he stopped and turned his attention back. There he saw the defeated Bull King and didn't understand how that could be. How come they overthrew the king? The man himself didn't understand what had happened. His defense, after all, was the strongest. How he had broken it with a simple push. At the same time, the fight with the silver wings was also almost over. The guy felt a strong pain in his arm. It turned out that Lu Yanzi had been hiding her power all this time. The girl noted that she wasn't hiding like a dog compared to him. He doesn't even deserve to see the full extent of her power. Suddenly the captain was right beside her. He noted that these two were actually Slovaks. But what about fighting him? The girl told Quan Shi that Sun Wu's first rule was to reach the peak of the foundation stage. Nevertheless, after that, the body is transformed. Its power has already reached the Dan Qi stage. It very much appeared that this girl knew quite a bit about them. If she doesn't want to die, then let her go along with him and not give him too much trouble. Lu said that he was quite strong compared to the people of Nandao City. She had probably never seen people stronger than him, but she still wants to fight him. The interlocutor noted that she doesn't even understand the basis. Lu's family wouldn't say anything to him now. He was giving her a chance. Speaking of which, he attacked. But his opponent managed to dodge easily. Quencher was a little surprised that she was able to do such a thing. The girl said that a transformed body uses up a huge amount of energy, and it is a bit of an inconvenience. At that moment, their attacks converged with each other. Everyone was ordered to attack. They must obtain this mystic-level tree. Thus, the missiles were once again fired at the huge monster. The protagonist realized that this was a bad idea. This way he would only make the creature angry. That monster was saving up energy to attack, and these people are really dumb for not noticing, and the monster did spew its flames from its mouth. Quan Shi was angry at this monster. 5 of their helicopters were destroyed instantly. How could he do it so quickly? He needs to deal with Lu Yanzi first, before taking all of your monster treasure. He can tell that Ms. Lu is really very talented. It would have been great if they had met a few years later. She could deal with him, but she's clearly no match for him right now. He's going to show him the transformed body. He merely used his skill to do so, and now the body was transformed. The girl realized that this person's cultivation level is great. She is afraid that after the transformation, he is already at the final stage of the foundation. That's bad. If it wasn't for his cultivation level, she would have been able to win. But right now, there was no way she wanted to die. And while she was pondering, Kung Shu decided to attack first. But the first one to attack wasn't even him, but a huge monster. Shu Han realized that things were bad, because it was time for the creature to attack. But if you think about it, this was the perfect chance to get the treasure. Though he felt strongly for the girl who had been attacked, the hero couldn't believe what he was doing right now. He was getting attacked by a man on himself. Lu Yanzi didn't expect him to protect her. Kuang She wondered if this kid was dumb. He attacked at full force to deal with Lu Yanzi. Despite all this guy is also attacked by a giant monster, who immediately pulled the guy into his mouth, and successfully ate it. Lian Shu was confused. He couldn't believe that this had happened. After the incident, the girl said that Shu Han had saved her, and for his sake, she would kill that monster. But she doesn't understand what he did it for. Kuang Shi didn't understand how such a thing was possible. His strength was comparable to the peak foundation stage. Why is this giant's defense so strong? His arm will just break if he hits him. Feng Zhenyu was glad that the Feng family would soon be in power. He didn't doubt for a second that soon the whole town would be the family's enemy. But that wouldn't be surprising. Suddenly, a subordinate entered his room and told the gentleman that he had received bad news. The young master had been attacked by someone and things had not gone according to plan. The gentleman inquired how this could have happened. Wasn't he with that person? The interlocutor remarked the one who defeated him was very strong. Zhen asked if it was a master stronger than him. In response, He heard that the young master had been defeated by a missile. Neither of the attackers were masters, they were just two kids. They used rockets to defend themselves against Ganfeng and Zhenya. The master told them to hurry up and send people there now. They cannot let the holy treasure fall into the hands of others. And also have them take care of those two immediately. The man didn't understand what he should do now. If he didn't get the treasure, the man would be angry with their family. It's been 3 days since it happened. The toad was sitting as usual. Suddenly, he spewed saliva out of his mouth along with the main character. Shuhan that really did it, although it's really disgusting. He had been in that thing for too long and had seen all of his food. While he was thinking about it, the monster jumped up. It became clear that the giant was gone, but he has the right to be called invincible. Ji Sun Miao cannot be taken away. There is a sure way. Become an appetizer for him. If the hero doesn't take this chance, the treasure can be taken by Lu Yanzi. But now he had finally taken the treasure given to him, and he was overjoyed. The protagonist suspected that Lu Yanzi was hiding his identity. According to his past life, he doesn't have much time. After all, that girl was killed and the 9-branched tree was stolen. Eventually, this tree fell into the hands of Emperor Zun. Otherwise, with this girl's talent and the tree, she wouldn't be able to keep her anonymity. But he had already saved her, and without the 9-leaf tree, her life would be in no danger. The 9-branched tree is magical, and only the Emperor knew about it. The protagonist also found a part of a broken stone pill it can defy the rules. So the guy just has to get his hands on it. But he must wait and let it grow and blossom, and only then pick the fruit. That you unlock her abilities, she requires a huge amount of aura. And that's not easy. Fortunately, the guy has already restored his aura to its original stage. He should pay special attention to it and do everything in order. One day, the 9-branched tree will blossom and bear fruit. A little time passed and he found himself at the university. The tree he needed has been found, and he must see Lao Er. And he must meet her at the university. That's where he met her in his past life. It is one of the best schools in all of China, Qingbei University. Only if he came as someone started whispering, was it really him? The hero ignored their conversations and simply walked inside, where a sudden silence also awaited him. Shuhan asked what had happened and why they were all heaping such praise on him. One of the guys immediately caught on. He started running with his mentor, shouting that Shuhan wasn't dead. He was still alive and was even able to return. After that, another 10 minutes passed and the guy met with the president. The girl told him that someone had taken a video of a giant toad eating him. Then he put it on the internet, and now it's all over the headlines. And now everyone in this big city thinks he's been eaten by a big toad. Lu Yanzi said that it wasn't just that. After he was eaten by the toad, it ran away and disappeared. And now everyone is looking for him as well as the toad. The hero himself was well aware of this. The girl wondered, but why on earth he had saved her that day. The guy replied that they were classmates. He couldn't just leave without helping her. The president then pointed out that if he wanted, she could recommend him to the Lu family. With such a great status, no one in this city would dare to go against him. Shuhan remarked that he understood all of this, but if she wanted to repay him, then let her just become stronger. He thought that strangely enough, this girl did not ask him about the toad or the 9-branched tree. It looks like the Lu family is not like the other shameless families. Lu Yanzi said that he should not be so willful. 9-branched tree, not a small treasure. Large families will definitely ask him where the treasure is. In that case, he'd better think about her offer again. The hero stopped and told him not to come. If 1 Talon came, he would easily kill him, and if 2 came, he would kill them as well. The girl resented this reaction. She doesn't have to take care of him. He will come to her on his own once he is in big trouble. She would just practice quietly, after avoiding perfection for a long time. And one day break through the natural base stage. After all, it must reach the 9th class base. Shuhan found himself in 1st class. The mentor assumed that all the students had noticed that the land had changed a lot. Most of the students had already taken part in this new world. In order to adapt to these changes, their school has taken special measures. Cultivation students will separate and get other lectures. These students are the backbone of the country in the cultivation era. They will all be tested within a month. Classes will be rearranged based on their cultivation level. Talented students will be sent to an advanced class. Especially outstanding students will be able to fall short even in high school, and in the future will immediately go to higher universities. The protagonist knew that Qingbei University had the right to become the best Chinese cultivation university. Very few students entered it from other provinces. Nandao already has masters like Lu Yanzi and Long Baoan. Looking at Chuzhou, The guy is afraid that there are many hidden families up and coming. To get into the Lao Air School, the hero must speed up his cultivation of it and finish the perfect foundation as fast as possible. The class omit ended, and the protagonist went outside. Suddenly, a car pulled up to the university, and people got out of it. It was a bandaged Feng Zhenyu who was looking for Shu Han and wanted him to come out to him. The hero inquired what was wrong. The interlocutor noted that it is nonsense why his subordinate died and the guy didn't. He is demanding compensation for this. At Jingshi Canyon, he and that little rascal Lian Shu were ruthless. Holding a rocket launcher in his hands is very suggestive. Shu Han said he would chop them into mincemeat and feed them to the dogs. He still hasn't apologized even for that. The hero inquired, but where Lian Shu himself was, if he had found him. The dangerous nature of this guy. He would have contacted him immediately. But he didn't even write. I wonder what he's gotten himself into. Zhenyu wondered if he thought he had time to take care of others. Let him take care of himself first. He used to dare to confront the Feng family, but now he doesn't have a rocket launcher. She won't be seen as the one who is about to beat him. Students knew who it was he had heard that the Feng family had cultivated before and change. The person surrounded by these people who looked like Shu Han, who was recently eaten by a toad. But this person has recently advanced on the candidate list, then Shu Han is in big trouble. Zhenyu stated for the guy not to develop the Feng family by bullies. He will give him a chance. The day he was eaten by a toad, let him be honest about what happened to him, and he would forget about the hand and not kill him. The protagonist replied that he was not his pawn, and the man talks too much. Suddenly a man arrived and inquired what was going on here. He demands an explanation. It was a faculty member. Don't they know that students are not allowed to fight within the school? The old man pointed out that this was just some teacher. Let him keep his nose out of other people's business or he'd hammer him. But the teacher replied that school discipline must be observed, and violators will be severely punished. It is written in the school rules. Judging by his age, he is not a student. So let him hurry up and get the hell out of here, or the man will call the guards right now. The elder was indignant at what guards he was going to call. He's stupid to say such a thing to him, because he's in charge here, so just let him die now. These words of the instructor made me angry, after which he kicked the old man hard, who was saying all sorts of nasty things to him. I kicked him for being too noisy. The already injured old man flew far away from that blow. The students were surprised. The teacher put him in his place with a simple kick. They heard that the new teacher was really very strong. Sei seems to have reached the master level. The protagonist was interested in this. It turns out that China has been hiding such strong people. Without a doubt, he is one of the strongest teachers. The teacher mentioned that the trainees did not take the example of disorganized and no discipline from him. May they be better positive as well as motivated students. You don't have to get there and you don't have to kill anyone. Students need to live as friends. And if they understand, then let them go. Zhenya, of course, didn't like it, so he asked to wait. The man inquired what he wanted from him. The guy pointed out, since students can't break the rules, he wants to challenge Shu Han to a fight in the arena. At that moment he was indignant and didn't know where this teacher came from. But even his elder was no opponent to him. He then asked what Shu Han himself had to say about it, if he would accept his challenge. If he admits that he is a coward, then he will simply let him go. Zhenyu wanted to make him suffer, and unfortunately he would die in this fight. Sui noted that if he followed the rules of the challenge, he could just reject it. No one can stop him from doing that. Zhenyu said that if Shu Han was afraid, let him fall to his knees and apologize in tears. He would allow him not to accept the challenge if that happens. The protagonist noted to challenge requires a bet. I wonder if he'll risk challenging him. The interlocutor noted that no one is against it if he wants to place a bet. But what is he going to bet? Shu Han said that his bet and would be the magic treasure that he had locked everyone up with recently. It's about the crystal staff. I wonder if he's going to bet it. I like it. If he wins, give him the English staff, and if the guy loses himself, give him the Feng family treasure. Zhenyu wondered how this brat knew about the family's treasure. Outsiders only know that the family has a strong treasure, but no details. So how could he know about everything in such detail? The main character called him a pisser. If he used to accept the bet, then let him fall on his knees and call him grandpa. And then he would allow him not to take that bet. The interlocutor resented who it was who didn't take the bet. He would regret his own words. His purple one on some magical staff. Shu Han turned to the teacher rather than agree with the talk amongst themselves and asked him to witness it. Sui pointed out that it was fine. He would witness the bet between them. Soon everyone moved to the sports stadium. The audience discussed that Feng Zhenyu is from a strong hidden family he has been cultivating since he was little. Shu Han is not even close to him. Someone was hoping that Zhenyu would beat that brat to death. Looking at his strength, they would advise his opponent to surrender. One of the attendees decided to start streaming this fight would make it popular. The protagonist tells young Master Fen that he is here. His bet is a magic staff, but he assumes he didn't bring it with him. The interlocutor resented this arrogance. Does he still think he will win it? Or does he think that the Feng family doesn't keep their promises? The boy notes that this is nonsense. Of course he thinks he won't keep his promise. Let him do it quickly before he sees the staff of carnage begin. Zhenyu got even angrier, but later he agreed and said he would send men after him right away. He'll beat him so fast he won't even blink. And also, the guy misreads his last name. The protagonist replied that let him do whatever he wanted, just let him stay out of the way. His opponent immediately attacked. He would beat that arrogance out of him. Suddenly, the mentor mentioned that at the start of the fight, he could remind them not to break school rules. Zhenyu immediately stopped and noted that the guy was lucky. He would live for a few more minutes. A full 20 minutes passed, and the school door swung open. This attracted the attention of everyone present. It turned out that the head of the Feng family had arrived, as well as the creator of the X-Biology Corporation. In addition to them, Lu Yanzi and her family had arrived. But no one could understand why the three strongest cultivator families had gathered here. No one has found out where it is yet. The location of the 9 Vista tree is still unknown. And it turns out that only Shu Han can know where it is. All the strongest families want information on him. The guy really is in danger. Soon Zhenyu said, now that the crystal staff is here, can they start? The protagonist noted that he had one final condition. The interlocutor resented him fattening up, wondering what he wanted. Shu Han asked to give the crystal staff to the teacher because he was afraid that they might do something weird. The opponent took umbrage, calling him a lowlife. How can the Feng family's magical treasure be handed over to another person for safekeeping? He refuses to do so. The head of the family said he was fine with it, because the treasure would be temporarily put into storage. His son, and also Shu Han is in the ring, let them not just beat him, but hurry up and win. This guy is still needed by their family, so we'll consider him a guest. The man knew that Zhenyu's level was almost at the last stage of building a base. His opponent, just a little brat that was held after the change compared to him. Either way, they're going to win and take the staff back. The most important thing is to send troops to the 9-branched tree after the victory. The teacher got the staff and said that if all the problem was settled, she would announce the start of the fight. Zhenyu immediately dropped the bandage from his arm, and he said he's going to break both the guy's legs and then slowly torture him. His hand was filled with a powerful energy that he cultivated within himself. Before the guy dies, he's going to show him the Feng family's secret technique. The people present marveled. Is this really the same Tienlu fist? This is a secret technique. Their family, they had heard that it was incredibly powerful. Lianzi was surprised that this guy had already learned the Tienlu fist. It was a sinister technique that could stealthily kill a person without leaving any damage on them. Normally, cultivators would only use this technique to kill. Shu Hanyu seemed to be the end of Shu Hanyu. The onlookers didn't understand why the guy wasn't moving. He seemed to be scared to death. What a loss to die right after waking up. The main character, for his part, stood still, not because of that. It's because the mystical iron body simply absorbs all the damage. He's not in any danger of being hit at all. The most frustrating part is that it only improves in actual battles. Zhenyu threw a punch at the guy, but his body withstood it with ease. He didn't understand how it was possible, why his body was so strong. Rather than Shu Han using a defense type, perhaps he couldn't withstand Master Feng's punch and was about to fall. Zhenyu got excited and said that even if he had strong armor, it didn't matter. He wouldn't be able to withstand the strength of his technique anyway. He would now see the secret of Tienlu's fist technique. That's how it works with those words. He continued to launch furious attacks, but they didn't do any damage to the protagonist. Shu Han thought it was an interesting way to harm a person. Obviously, it's a dirty technique. It's just right for the Feng family. Zhenyu laughed. Tienlu's secret fist attack destroys all meridians. Now this brat is a cripple. But it's not over yet. He's gonna break his legs too. He wants to bring him to his knees. The father noted that his son's plastic fist Tienlu. It is likely that this is the end of the duel. But suddenly the main character grabbed this guy's arm. He called him rather naive and immediately threw him to the ground. The head of the Feng family couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was impossible. Lu Yanzi was also surprised, as Tienlu's fist didn't even scratch him. A recent acquaintance realized that this guy obviously can't be judged by his cover. On the day his arm broke, it wasn't simple luck. The bewildered Zhenyu did not understand how this could have happened, this for impossible. Tienlu's fist should definitely have exploded in his body. The father shouted to his son that this brat's body looked very strong. Its strength didn't even change after he struck it. So let him not even hold back and use the Feng family's secret pill to stop him and put him in his place. The guy rejoiced and remarked that Shu Han had just forced him to do it. But now, he would regret being born. The audience started shouting, "Isn't the Feng family very rude? He had already lost." Someone heard that the Tienlu pill could increase skill for a short period of time, which meant that it was a forbidden level boosting pill. That is indeed a violation of the rules. Zhenyu pointed out that the Feng family pill was a hidden treasure. The pill has already taken effect, so let the guy think that he has already reached the peak of base building. This feeling of strength he's experiencing now is very satisfying. The father yelled for the son's ideal of time to let him score, and then they would drag him to their house for questioning. Zhenyu realized that he had to hurry because the Tienlu pill is strong, but it is not long-lasting. To top it all off, the side effect of running out of time is very unpleasant. A strong, ominous aura filled the space. The guy noted that Shu Han was just an ant to him right now. The people present realized that the power of the pill in Tienlu was simply incredible. Even the pressure from the aura is very strong. The strength of those bloody hands is very frightening. This power is incredibly now. Zhenyu's aura is too strong. This pill contains a huge amount of spiritual energy within itself. Of course, it would harm his body, but it contained evil energy inside his body. The protagonist wasn't worried about it. He had a present for him. One of the spectators stated that this was too much. Looking at this strength, one can immediately realize that Shu Han is going to break every bone. They hope that the guy can withstand it, and the last thing they want is for him to be beaten to death. Previously, the protagonist will not be able to resist this village, but now he has a 9-branch tree in his location, and it just absorbs energy to grow. That's what the protagonist has been doing for a while. The opponent realized something was wrong and asked what it was. He had just been at the peak of the base structures, then why was he getting weaker by the second? That he didn't want to believe it. So he attacked so that his opponent would die. Shu Han only smiled and said as he continued to feel the 9-branched tree devouring this energy. The strength obtained by the guy was indeed rapidly sucking himself into the sinister aura. Zhenyu couldn't understand why his attack didn't hurt him, and why Tienlu's pill didn't work. To top it all off, his energy quickly disappeared. He felt drained. What in the world were these tricks? The head of the family also couldn't believe the pill she saw was their family's hidden treasure. How could this energy disappear so quickly and without a trace? Suddenly, the guy felt a severe headache. It was that side effect of his technique. This guy's father realized that the effect came too quickly, and that's not a good thing. The protagonist approached his opponent and said that using the Tienlu evil energy pill should be useless. He's going to release him from that pain and hit him in the head, thanks to which his opponent immediately lost consciousness. Next, Shu Han announced what he had won. The audience was shown unbelievable that he injured himself so easily. It was amazing. Shu Han must be very strong. On Zhenyu's performance was quite strange. It must have been because of that very pill. The hero went up to the teacher and said that he had won the fight. According to the dispute, the crystal way should now belong to him. The man handed him the staff and said he had given it to him. Suddenly, the head of the family comes up and says that this staff is their family jewel. He asks the teacher to return it to him. The hero hoped that the man was not going to fool them. Mr. Feng called the guy a lowly puppy. The crystal staff is not some toy to him. He doesn't know how he managed to defeat Zhenya, but he clearly used something other than his own strength. They, as a family, do not agree with the result of this fight. The main character just laughed at this point. He pointed out to the teacher that this family wants to break a promise. I wonder how they should go about it. The instructor said that since both parties were in agreement on the terms, he officially declares the crystal staff now belongs to student Shu Han. This decision is not to be challenged. The head of the Feng family was indignant. Who was he to decide for their family? Let him bring the Yukosa back to him now. He's giving him one last chance to do so. Guangshi thought Shu Han was very naive, since he believed that he could obtain the Feng family's magical treasure through a duel. Could it be that he is still relying on teacher's support? How ridiculous. Another spectator said that silly boy. He thinks that since he won the match, he will be given this way. Feng's family did him the favor of not killing him at all. Lu Yanzi also thought that Shu Han originally shouldn't have hoped to obtain this staff. Now he had dragged the teacher into this dispute as well. Will they be able to solve this problem? Interestingly, the instructor is said to be a witness to this dispute. According to the terms and results of the fight, he has no way the Feng family has the right to regret and break promises. The man got angry with the attack. He shouted that they were scum. Don't understand human language, and at least from just dying. The teacher was not confused and used his own force, which swiftly rushed towards his opponent. The head of the Feng family could not hold back this onslaught and was stunned by her. The onlookers couldn't understand what happened. This was the head of the Feng family. Was he really defeated by this new teacher? It turns out that this person is so intimidating, and that the man didn't understand the man, and he didn't understand the man at all. There is simply no way that he is an ordinary teacher. The main character knew that this was an unusual teacher. He was the #1 teacher in the north. Previously, he was one of the driving forces behind the government. Li Kai-shan became their teacher for a purpose. He instills fear in anyone who is able to feel the power of his aura. He also made a huge contribution for the government, winning many fights. Feng Zhenyu didn't realize how powerful this person was. On the contrary, he mistook him for a mere teacher and got what he deserved. The teacher just so introduced himself, gave his name, and said that he was the Honorable Li Kai-shan. The representative of the technical company couldn't believe it. Is this really the one? This is the first master of the 5 southern provinces. He noted that since it was the Honorable Mr. Li, he welcomed him. He also introduced himself that he was the creator of Biology X Corporation, and they had met them before. The teacher simply nodded his head. Next, he asked the head of the Feng family if he had anything to say. Zhen apologized for not recognizing his strength and attacking him. He had nothing more to say. He decided that he would remember this Li Kai-shan. He shouldn't mess with the Feng family. Because of such a trifle, the crystal staff had fallen into the hands of this boy. The teacher stated, "At what time the head of the Feng family has nothing more to add, then he declares Shu Han as the winner of this match. The crystal bonfires now belong to him." Next, he turned to the boy and told him that this school had its own rules. If anyone dared to get him into trouble, he would be sure to let him know. Shu Han thanked him for that. This person is very famous, but why hasn't anyone recognized him before? It takes a lot of effort to retrieve this crystal staff. Mr. Li told the students that the duel was over, and now they were leaving. Let them better think about what she taught them from this match. If they have made a promise, let them not break it. In this way they will earn their trust, and their ancestors will be proud of them. After saying that, the man simply walked away. The head of the Feng family approached the protagonist in the school. He is not vulnerable, so advises him to stay here forever. The next thing he knew, they were leaving. The son pointed out to his father that this iron had been a jewel in their family for years. Then how could he give it to this brat? The man ordered him to cover his mouth. He had had enough and had just embarrassed their family, and he would deal with him at home. While they were chatting up the main character, another guy came up. He asked if he remembered him. The protagonist looked carefully, trying to remember. He asked if he knew Long Baoan. They looked a bit alike. The interlocutor stated that they are not just alike, but were born the same. The one he mentioned is his twin brother. Shu Han finally at last remembered. Baoqian had indeed mentioned the genius Aoqian. The guy told him not to dare say their big brother's name. He'd kill him with one finger. But while he's still alive, let him say why he killed his brother. The hero noted that the lousy guy suddenly attacked him with missiles. The interlocutor noted that what he had killed in one of their people was very brave. But how many lives does he think he has? Don't let him think that Li Kai-shan can protect him. Also, let him memorize his name well. Tomorrow he is going to transfer to this school, and that day will be the day he dies. Lu Yanzi came up next and asked if the hero had killed Long Baoan. The guy at that moment was pondering that he already had the Feng family's treasure, and his next target was the Long family. The girl said that among the 3 sons of the family, Long Baoan is the weakest. But Aotian and Lingtian are the real geniuses. The latter cultivated in the family's cultivation room even before the world changed. The girl had heard that because they had absorbed life-giving fruits, and their strength now was simply unfathomable. They aren't in the Qingyun rankings, but if he participated, he would definitely be on the list. The protagonist thanked her for reminding him. He is actually looking forward to the battle with the Long family. The boy turned his attention to the school uniform lying there. At that time, Kuang Shi came over and said that the guys were just lucky to survive the incident. His victory over the Feng family was great. The man hopes they'll get along. How about he brings him some fruit to cultivate, to try out? Shu Han declared that he didn't need it. He could completely destroy the man, leaving nothing of him behind. A guy would be afraid to enter his house with him. The interviewer called him funny, but he's not as dangerous as the situation he found himself in today. After all, he had already offended the Feng and Long families. They are considered one of the strongest cultivator families. If it wasn't for the school's defense, the man fears that he would be dead by now. But he certainly appreciated it at face value. Let Biology X join their organization, and they will ensure his safety. The protagonist said it's just nonsense. They are not doing this for his sake, but to figure out and get information about the 9-leaf lotus. He will only say 2 words that the man is trying in vain. Guangxi resented. Let him listen to him carefully, he alone can't do this. The guy replied that it was none of his business what he could or couldn't handle. His worthless sympathy, and the guy wasn't interested. The man reiterated that he had already insulted 2 families. Is he sure he wants to make another enemy? Advises him to think twice. No one would dare kill him at school. But they are like the White X Corporation. They know many ways to kill a person. The hero resented who he was to threaten him. The interlocutor was confused to hear such words, and told him to remember carefully, if he ever fell into his hands, he would break every bone in his body and burn him in a pit of fire, after which he will make him tell him everything he knows about the 9 leaves us lotus. Only these words were uttered as the man received a hard slap. Shuhan noted that he was talking too much. Just get him out of here. Guangxi became furious and said that he was going to die now. But he was stopped by Lu Yanzi. The girl asked him not to forget what Mr. Li Kaishan said, let him not break the rules of the school. The man realized there was nothing he could do here. So I told the guy to take it away. Lu Yanzi noted that she simply had no words. On this island, her family is the only one he hasn't pissed off yet. Guangxi smiled and turned back to the guy. He noted that he had forgotten to tell him something. Lian Shu is his friend after all. The hero inquired what it was that he had done to him. The man replied that he was fine for now, but he did not vouch for himself. He'll be waiting for the kid tomorrow at the entrance to Jingshi Canyon. If he doesn't show up, have him ready to take home his corpse. The girl noted that the man was unimaginably strong. His reinforcements are even stronger. If he goes there, things will be bad. He won't stand a chance against them. The guy told Old Age Cool to not worry about him. He's not confident enough to challenge Biology X alone. And let her not try to talk him out of it. He's going there anyway. If it was possible, however, he would like to ask her family for help. Lianzi said that if he needed her family's support, she would ask her father to listen to him. Whether he can save his comrade or not, it all depends on luck. Her family also had a disagreement with Biology X, so Lu's family was already at war with them. Shuhan remarked to the old lady that she misunderstood him. Not only does he want to ask her family for help, but he also wants to give Lu's family a big gift. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. Did he really have something so valuable? The guy almost forgot. He's got some business to take care of. He's coming over later to talk to her family. Also have him ask the head of the family to take him in, and he's grateful for that. Lu Yanzi shouted for him to stop. Could she explain in a human way what he was trying to accomplish? After all, she hadn't even agreed to help him yet. The main character went to the school studio. In his past life, he worked at this studio part-time until he graduated. Usually, no one comes into this room, and it's the perfect place to practice. He feels sorry, of course, for this marvelous treasure. But it will have to be broken to get one of the 5 crystals. The guy needs these crystals in order to create the perfect base. He doesn't know why or when this crystal was put in the bosses. Along with the crystal he took from Baochan, he now had 2 whole crystals. As far as he knows, the other 3 stones should be with the Lu, Long, and Biology X families. Now the hero must prepare to meet the Lu family. He inherited these items from Long Baoan. They are all ordinary trinkets, but they can be used to create something worthwhile. Shuhan can make a cauldron out of them. In his previous life, he was an alchemist second to none. No one before him has ever created such a masterpiece. It's a heavenly elixir. Because of this, people called him the master of medicine. Now he would begin to use the supreme technique art of battle forging to create the cauldron. The martial ecology art he used was melting, after all. These items need to be melted first. The second step in the process is forging. The art he uses is Zhenwu forging. And the final step is to complete his boiler. With the guy's current level of modern development, it's too difficult for him to use the weapon refinement skill. But fortunately the furnace is completed, and he can now make the elixir. A little time passed, Play was outside. He thought it was strange that someone had called, especially times like this, but he picked up the phone. There he saw that it was Lao Shi who had indeed called him. The girl was at Qingbei University. There she sat on a suitcase. The hero picked up the phone and the Ionians started talking. The guy wondered how she was doing. The interviewee noted that she was doing well, grateful that he had warned her to go to the mountain. She joined Qingbei University and is now studying here. Shuhan was surprised, glad that Lavrov had bought into the best magic academy already. Looks like she met someone quite interesting there. I'm sure she surprised the staff and the university supervisor and was immediately accepted. This girl is as graceful and gorgeous as ever. The guy should catch up with her as quickly as possible. Lauer wanted to know who he was, and why he was the one who called her that day. The hero realized that he couldn't tell her that he had been reborn, because it was too early for her to know that information. That's why he informed with you. She just knew that his name was Shu Han. He will also soon join Qingbei University, and then she will know everything. While they were talking to the girl, someone approached, so she said she would wait for him and disconnected. At this time, an old man approached her and was glad that they had finally met. He offers to go together. He will help her carry where her things are. Lauer remarked to the principal that she would be uncomfortable with him carrying her bags. The man asked her not to be embarrassed. She was the most talented freshman he had ever met. They were lucky to have such a talented student. She can't imagine how many old geezers are jealous of him right now. The rest of us assumed that the teacher didn't take those meds today. He's so polite to the freshmen. It's true, because he usually doesn't care about schoolwork. Still, he's changed that he decided to personally greet the first-year student. They have no idea, even if she's very good. The director shouldn't carry her suitcase. After all, the president is a very respected man. Unless maybe she's his illegitimate daughter. But the principal is already so old, although if you think about it, that's the only reasonable explanation for what's going on. Next, events shifted to Lu's family. Lu Yanzi was waiting for the main character. She couldn't figure out where he was being carried by the many cultivator families now following him. Maybe he was in some kind of trouble again. Suddenly, she saw the car and realized it was him. The girl said that she personally called her father and the other masters of the Lu family to this meeting. But I wonder what Rounds is really up to. This isn't some prank. Her father will kill her if that's the case. Shu Han asked calmly. He wasn't going to play a trick on her. After all, he had already said that he had come here to give him a gift. The members of the Lu family understood what this Yangzi girl was thinking. She was so excited. Is it really because of this student? The girl informed her father that Shu Han had arrived. The protagonist reported that his friend was kidnapped by Biology X Company. He came here to greet the Lu family's celestial master and ask him to help him rescue him. The girl thought that this guy didn't even say hello like he should. If he was asking someone for help, he should be more polite. One of the men claimed that they had only agreed to listen to him because he was a friend of Yanzi. But as soon as he stepped on the doorstep, he started talking about how he needed a heavenly master. Who the hell does he think he is to say such a thing? The head of the Lu family joined the conversation. He was informed that Biology X had hired many elite people. This was in order to capture Shu Han specifically. They even invited Xuantianzhao #1 of the Biology X Corporation. The Lu family has long been feuding with this corporation. So if he wants their help, they'll have to engage in mortal combat with Biology X. And even if they defeat them, the Lu family will suffer great losses from which they will never recover. Plus, he'd just send the Sky Master's pictures. But does he even know who the Celestial Master is? In the entire world, Celestial Masters are extremely rare. Let alone in the Lu family. The man fears that there is not a single Celestial Master in the entire southern island. The protagonist noted that he knows they have their own difficulties. But he wants to guarantee safety for his friend. Nothing should happen to him. That's why he needs the help of the Celestial Master. Only he will be able to resist Tianzhao. As far as he knows, the South Island's only Celestial Master belongs to their family specifically. And he would like to borrow it to save his friend. A recent interlocutor pointed out that this pattern, since when has the Lu family had a heavenly master? They even hear about it themselves for the first time. How can an outsider know it? Does their family have a celestial master? Then why have they been losing to X-biology for so many years? The answer is obvious. If they had one, they would destroy all their enemies in an instant. Jianzi noted that he was right to stop talking nonsense. Since when did her family have a heavenly master? She'd never even heard of such a thing. Shu Han suggested asking Mr. Lu about it. The head of the family didn't understand where this kid even came from. The others asked the gentleman what it all meant. This guy is talking nonsense. The man replied that this is not true. Shu Han is right. There really is a heavenly master in the Lu family. Someone inquired about what other celestial master was in their family. He even asked Yanzi if it couldn't be. It's impossible after all. Even if she were to advance to the next cultivation stage, they don't remember having a heavenly master, or they were kept out of sight on purpose. The new family noted that it was about the first head of the family, Lu Jaoong. He was the unknown master. Those present could not believe if the ancestor was still alive. After all, he was over 150 years old at this point. If he was still with them, why had they never seen him? In response, they heard that Lu Jaoong had cultivated, practicing hard, in order to reach the level of a celestial master long before recovering the earthly aura. He was recognized as the most talented genius of this time. But unfortunately, during the transition to the next level, he was unexpectedly attacked by an enemy family. Not only was he seriously injured, but he even lost his celestial master level. For decades he lived in isolation and treated his injuries. But regaining the strength of a celestial master is quite difficult. Very interesting how the main characters learned about this secret. I have to say that as of today, the Lu family doesn't have a celestial master. Shu Han pointed out that they were wrong. Before coming here, he said that he had a gift for the Lu family, and so as a gift, he can help Lu Jaoong recover his strength and regain the heavenly master level. The head of the family could not believe that he could cure this man. Therefore, he reported that it was simply impossible. Zhao Feng had been cultivating all this time and still couldn't regain his strength. The question then was, how could an ordinary student help him? The man must have been overexcited. You'd think this nonsense could be true. The hero remarked to the head of the family that he understands perfectly well they don't trust him. But they only need to take him to Lu Jaoong. The man stated to this young man that their ancestor was not the kind of person who could be so easily arranged to meet. After all, he is a heavenly master, and a deeply respected person at that. Does the guy think that because of a few words about not letting him interrupt his training? Shu Han asked them to think about it themselves. Their family could bring back an unknowing master. Then the Lu family would become the strongest in the southern island and would be unrivaled. The lad's long-lasting pills would definitely cure the master. He was asked what these other healing pills were. Was he sure they could cure Lu's ancestor? The guy said without hesitation that this was absolutely true. The head of the family shouted for the guards to arrange for her to meet with ancestor Lu right away. The man remembered what Lu Jaoong had said, that his injuries were very serious. Only a legendary healing pill would be able to completely restore his cultivation level. He didn't even expect such a pill to appear. Now the heavens had blessed his family. Soon everyone headed to the ancestor's house. The protagonist didn't suspect that the Lu family had this secret hideout. Perhaps one of the 5 crystals hidden here. As the crowd approached, Lu Jaoong ordered them to stop. Had they all forgotten? Sent that no one was allowed to disturb him. Let them leave now and he would forget about it. The ancestor was asked to temper his anger. They came to tell him some very good news. The wise man said he would give them 3 minutes. Let them state everything. So 3 minutes passed, and they told everything. They also apologized for the inconvenience. That was all they would say to him. The man sat thoughtfully after hearing this information. Next, he turned to the young man, who said he had a healing pill. Let him show it to him immediately. The protagonist objected to her not being there now. To the ancestor, it seemed impertinent. He laughed at lying to him. But does he know what awaits those who dare taunt him? Yanzi became the guy's defense. She asked not to be angry. She was sure he would have an explanation. The girl thought about the fact that Shu Han was up to something. But if he really lied to Mr. Lu Jaoong, she wouldn't be able to save him. The sage turned to the head of the family and asked if he was the head of this generation. His skills are good, even very good. He will not dishonor his family. Out of respect for him, he will give him another chance. Let this young man continue. The protagonist immediately summoned his own cauldrons, which immediately appeared in the place where they were. Shu Han explained that he didn't have this pill right now, but he could prepare it. The sage couldn't believe it. This was alchemy, if this was what the legendary wanted. Alchemy hasn't been practiced in 1,000 years. Only a few people can use it. Not a single alchemist had appeared in hundreds of years. He didn't think he would ever meet one. Zhao Feng asked the young man to let him ask who his teacher was. This person has tremendous talent at such a young age. I'm sure his martial skills are also excellent. The hero wondered if the gentleman now believed him. If so, they needed to hurry. They would be wasting more time. Have them prepare the ingredients so he could start preparing the pill. Thus the cooking process has begun. Yanzi didn't realize who Shu Han really was at all. Is it really just like Grandpa said? He used to be just an ordinary high school student. But why hadn't she noticed it before? The hero realized that this family really had a rich heritage. They did, after all, immediately bring what he asked for. All of these herbs contain many beneficial substances. Healing pills are different from ordinary medicinal pills, because the healing pill category of pills with outstanding strength. To prepare such a pill, Lu Jaoong would have to do it the hard way. In addition to rare medicinal plants, a proper method of preparation is necessary. Fire is the second most important component of alchemy. A celestial emperor has awakened in the guy. However, he can only use some magical abilities now. For example, he is currently using one of the 9 kinds of heavenly flames, the wandering northern fire. This fire burns everything it touches. For making pills, the northern fire is the best suited. Because this flame is very strong, Yanzi thought that Shu Hanyu needed to get this fire under control, or else there would be big trouble. What kind of fire is that? It gives off a very powerful heat. The girl's protective dome won't last long if this keeps happening. The northern wandering flame really lives up to its reputation. The guy's cultivation level is still too low, so this fire is only a small part of the northern wandering flame. Barely enough to make the pills we need. If the true northern wandering flame gets out of control, the entire South Island will burn to the ground. And so it was finally ready. So the guy ordered his cauldron to open. This time, he didn't just concoct a healing pill from the byproducts, he also made 3 cultivation pills. These pills are just able to quickly improve cultivation at the foundation stage. The hero can't use this pill himself, but he can give it to ordinary people to sell or for personal use. In addition to solving this problem, he will enter Qingbei University. It's time to meet his parents, and he will give the 3 pills to them. Soon, everyone moved into the living room of the Lu family. The ancestor was told that the pill was ready. Let him take it. The man looked her over and noted that this one was a definite healing pill. He hadn't even hoped that this day would ever come, so he hustled for his video in his mouth and ate it. The force was instantly awakened, and enveloped the entire room. The old man noted the incredible power. At last his strength has returned. He is invincible again. The people present couldn't believe it. What a strong aura. Ancestor Lu recovered his own strength very quickly. It seemed to Yanzi that Shu Han's healing pill had actually worked. The force emanating from the ancestor gradually subsided. The family representatives immediately asked the old man to take his poisoning. He laughed and cheered, all thanks to Shu Hanyu. He is a promising young man. The man didn't expect him to be able to cure him even. With such skills, he would have limitless possibilities in the future. The lad noted that the gentleman had only recovered 80 to 90%. Over a period of time, he will prepare medicine for him. He believes that he will make a full recovery very soon. Zhaofeng informed the young man that this old man never breaks his promise. Have them immediately inform everyone in the Lu clan that they are moving out right away. They will help Shu Han to save his friend and at the same time destroy Biology X. He was immediately obeyed. Next, events moved on to Jinxi Canyon. The Biology X Corporation was already waiting there, as well as its adherents. The Bull King asked if the chief was sure that Shu Han would come. It was said that he and Lian Shu weren't that close. Would he really walk into their trap and tell them about the 9-branch tree? Guangshi asked to relax. Judging from his behavior in school, he will definitely come here. After all, this guy is very cunning and also confident. Speaking of which, during this fight with the giant toad, King Baikov had a little duel with this guy. He defeated him with just 1 punch. The man was shocked at the terrifying strength. Does he think he was purposely hiding his strength? Had he already reached the final stage in cultivation? The creator of the corporation said that it was impossible. He had scrutinized his past. Shu Han had only started his cultivation after reviving his earth aura. Even if he was a true genius, there was no way he could reach the final stage in such a short time. That day, he must have ingested some special fruit that allowed him to temporarily become stronger. Nevertheless, they will assume that he has reached the final stage. So let them remember to strengthen their own defenses. The number 1 Biology X Xuan Tianzhao will also be with them today. Shu Hanyu is not going to avoid getting killed today. Another guy pointed out that after he talked about everything, what would they do with Lian Shu? He heard that the Lian family are very rich businessmen, but they are not a hidden family to a cultivator. Would they really just let him go, or would they kill him? The chief asked what he meant by let them go. They didn't kill Lian Shu just to have something to intimidate Shu Han with. When they find out all about the 9-branch tree, both of these guys, as well as their families, whoever they are, they will kill them all. To prevent any leaks about the 9 lotus leaves. Suddenly, someone said, "You all looked ahead. That kid really came through." Guangshi noted that he led here rather quickly. Putin follows his lead or he'll regret it. About the 9-branch tree. Now let him tell everything he knows. The protagonist asked where Lian Shu is to begin with. He wants to see him. If he is unharmed, the guy will consider standing out with this information. The creator of the corporation ordered it to be brought here. Lian Shu led the way. He knew that his brother would come to rescue him. Let him leave here immediately and don't worry about him. This is a trap, after all. They have set up an ambush. The Bull King immediately pushed this guy. This will be the first time he's seen such a chipper hostage. Shu Han asked the guy not to worry, he would be safe soon. Guangshu didn't understand what he was saying about security. The man immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the guy's leg. Lianshu told him to kill him quickly, for he was a cowardly rascal. The creator of the corporation stated that he was not wasting his time. Let him now tell everything he knows about the 9-branched tree, or he could just chop his buddy up into little pieces. The hero realized that if it came to that, they wouldn't start now. So waved a hand, and that marked the beginning of the plan. Immediately energy was released, and it rushed straight toward the enemies in a torrent. Members of the Biology X Corporation realized they were under attack. Old man Lu Jaoong has already arrived here. He used to have the highest rank in the demonic general's army. This army numbered thousands of cultivators. He is here today to save this man. Remarked to the master that he was very strong indeed. It only took him a second to save his friend. Soon the rest of the family showed up. Lu needs to destroy Biology X. Now is the time to prove yourself. The corporation was surrounded, let them surrender, and they would let them live. Guangshu couldn't believe it. Wasn't he from the Lu family? But what's going on here? How did Shu Han get so much influence? How did he convince the family to help him? And who is this old man anyway? He is afraid that he is as strong as Xuantian Zhao. So why is he submitting to this guy? Lian Shi was grateful to Brother Su for being his savior. The ancestor of the Lu family introduces himself. He gives them a chance to surrender peacefully. Guangxi didn't understand who this old man even was. He has a very strong aura, and he was able to take Lian Shu away so quickly. He alone, without help, could kill them all. So this person is a big threat to them, fearing that Basil he is not inferior to even Xuanbitian Zhao. But since when did this Lu family have such a strong master? After thinking for a moment, the man asked if he hadn't gone crazy, sending the entire Lu family here because of some kid who didn't pass the foundation period. They should think it over well. If they attack the Biology X, those will fight to the last man. Zhao Feng pointed out that he was not yet old enough to speak to him like this. Let him call Xuantian Zhao here. While he was in Unity, they dared to bully his family. So tonight, this old man is going to wipe them all out. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard from the mountain, asking who dared to defame his name. Is he really asking to die? It was Xuantian Zhao after all. Guangxi was glad that the great master had come to them. Now you have me very worried. With their great master, they can easily deal with the Lu family. Zhao Feng remarked to the protagonist that these would be left on him. It'll be over soon. Such a weakling dares to call himself a great master, and today he will die. The old man's full strength rolled over his new rival. At that time, Lian Shu was free of the ropes, and told Shu Han that he was the best brother in the world. If he was in trouble, he too would do anything to save him. The hero noted to stop better. They need to be dealt with first. In his past life, it was the suffering of his loved ones that hurt him the most, but then he was too weak and could not save those he cared for. Thus, he was still reeling, regretting. But now anyone who dares touch the people he holds dear, no matter who they are, he will wipe them off the face of the earth. So let the others leave Guangshi to him, and they'll deal with the others. Leave no one alive. Lu Yanzi arrived along with everyone else. She noted that Biology X years had delayed her family. It's time for their revenge, so let everyone rush after her. We should have killed everyone, and spared no one. It's time. Their family is once again the strongest. Before the members of the corporation even realized it, when they were already killed, the corporation members were confused and filed out one after another. Guangxi stated that the whole thing was despicable. They were all human and Biology X. Their deaths were only Shu Han's fault, and he would kill him. The protagonist said across the street that he dared to harm his loved one, and today, it is he who will die. To the interlocutor, these words seemed loud. His perfect form was comparable to the strength of a jade master. Right now, to him, he was just a pitiful ant in the foundation period. The man is going to break every bone that is in his body. That alone will calm his anger as well as his hatred. Shu Han also attacked, and the man didn't understand why he didn't dodge. It's a madman. If he's determined to go for it, let him take the hit. Thus, both opponents were hit hard and flew off to the side. The protagonist was pelted with rocks after he flew off into a mountain. Lian Shu was greatly worried about him. Guangxi called the guy a fool. His armor created from the strongest material of Biology X. Not even a jade master can penetrate it. What he's about to do will leave no stone unturned. The main character climaxes and asks if that's all he's capable of. Turns out he's weak. To deal with this man, it takes a lot of energy for a guy to heat up. It's not a problem. Guangxi shouted that it was impossible, but why didn't he die after such a blow? Shu Han rushed to attack and stated that he could try again if he wanted to. The opponent was plugging away, so he knew his place. As he attacked, he felt himself being attacked as well. The man wondered if he hadn't dodged it this time too. He agrees to beat him until his arm falls apart. Now he'll kill him for sure. The hero objected that he didn't have the strength. Does he think his body can't take a low blow like his? The creator of the corporation resented being able to stand up to him. He ended up getting another attack as well, but then he counterattacked the guy. I never thought he'd be so resilient. As time expired, he fell to his knees. His strength was running low. But this time he was sure that Shu Han was definitely dead. He wouldn't be able to survive several such strong attacks. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice suggesting she try again. Now they're going to see which one of them lives to see the end. The man cried, "Why is he still alive? Could he really be unbeatable? Why should he be punished like this?" While he wasn't fighting, Zhao Feng also sent Shuan Tianzhao to rest in peace. It was already finished. The man he fought is dead, and anyone who decides to fight him will end up like him. Jianzi stated for the Silver Wings to surrender. It's already over, so why do they keep fighting? Eventually her rival gave up. After all, he had only recently joined the organization. The Bull King has also surrendered. He asks for permission for them to join the Lu family. The other members of the corporation also surrendered. The girl noted that she knew they were only following orders. If they didn't bother them, Lu's family would let them go. Guang Shi also revealed that he admits his defeat. But Shu Han can't kill him because his daughter is studying at Shushan High School. Because he had no skills in conservation, she advised him to join Biology X. He did this in order to perfect his body. I wonder if the guy when you heard about the Shushan Sword School. It's a school for people beyond the kid's imagination. If he kills him, Lu's family and their friends will be in trouble. Everyone associated with him is going to be in big trouble. Those present could not believe that his daughter was studying there. They all didn't want to deal with a Shushan school. They didn't want him to kill him. They didn't want to fight with him. Zhao Feng told Shu Han that the Shushan school had been in existence for many years. Its students have become great masters. They are much stronger than cultivation masters. So let the guy think carefully before he acts. Guang Shi felt like he now understood everything. Compared to the Shushan Lu family was nothing. He continued to speak as the blade was near his head. A moment later his limb was severed. The main character said he hates those who dare to threaten those close to him the most. He is not even remorseful right now. The Shushan school is nothing more than dust to him. He doesn't care what kind of relationship he has with them. If his daughter is the reason he's close to them, she'll have to deal with him. Guang Shi began to cry out in pain at the loss of his own arm. The rest of those present were confused by what had happened. Zhao Feng didn't understand where he got such self-confidence from. If he is not afraid of the Shushan school, is he really hiding something? Guang Shi kept saying that his daughter is the fall of the sun. She won't leave the guy alone. She has the whole school on her side, and they will definitely finish him off. So he's in for a miserable end. His family and friends will be involved in all of this. The protagonist's blade soared once more, and another of the man's limbs flew off. The heroes did not understand how he dared threaten him. He was reborn, and would not repeat the mistakes of the past. The interlocutor confusedly asked what he was doing. If he killed him, he and Lu's family would die too. How about a truce? He'll never touch him again. Shu Han said that it was too late to ask for mercy. He shouldn't have harmed his friend. With those words, the boy's blade pierced the man's chest. He made those present even more surprised. The sage thought of Guang Shi's daughter studying in the Shushan school, but Shu Han killed him without hesitation. He's decided to challenge the school, and Lu's family will definitely get involved. Lian Shu asked, wondering if he was dead. But he understands. Brother Su is really great. He learned a lot from him. At this time, the protagonist thrust his hand into the enemy's chest and got what he needed out of there. Just as he thought, it was one of the crystals, and it was a chest. They had embedded his body to serve as a power source. Given his skill with this crystal, his daughter could not be underestimated. The main thing is that the guy has that crystal now. He doesn't care who his daughter is. If she dares to contact him, he won't be lost in the sidelines. And now the heroes has 3 crystals. It remains to collect 2 more, and then he will be able to create a perfect base. Zhao Feng said that thanks to the guy, they had solved the dispute between Biology X and Lu's family that had lasted for many years. If he has any request, the family will always help you. The hero thanked for it, but he didn't need anything. They had fulfilled their part of the bargain, and there's no need to feel indebted. He has to go, and he's got a lot to do right now. Lian Shu only asked Brother Su to wait for him. It seemed to the rest of Lu's family that this child really wasn't afraid of anything. Jianzi noted that this was the kind of man he was. Please let him be understood. Zhao Feng ordered that Guangshu's body be taken care of and buried with all honors. There is something strange about this child. The old man wants to know more about his origins. 3 days have passed since then. Once at school, the protagonist heard various rumors about how Long Lingtian was looking for him, and if he were Long Lingtian, the children would hide now. Lianshu remarked to his brother that he never thought they were in the same school. He hadn't seen him here before, and that's for sure because he rarely attends classes. The hero asked if it wasn't time for him to head off to class. Why is he the one who keeps following him around? The interviewee replied that he adores him. He will definitely ask his father to move him to his class. He really is a hero, so he will follow him wherever he goes. Shu Han, pointing at the guards, asked, "What are they doing here?" Lianshu replied that they were hired by his father. After that kidnapping, his father told them to keep an eye on him. Let everyone remember that Shu Han is his older brother, which means he is also the boss. Henceforth, let them respect him as much as they respect him. The guards greeted Brother Su. At this time, a conversation happened in the Feng family. The son asked his father if he had heard the news. Oh, it turns out that the Lu family not only helped Shu Han, but also destroyed the Biology X organization. So now everyone in the South Island is discussing it. It was said that the Lu family's elder former genius cultivator Lu Jaoong was also there. He destroyed Biology X with just one blow. Somehow we got his old powers back. I wonder if father thinks Shu Han has something to do with this. Although I find that hard to believe. The head of the family noted, somehow the Feng family staff is still in his possession. And they can't just leave it like this. Shu Han must be lured out of the school grounds. Even the Long family is after him. He won't be able to rely on the Lu family's support forever. And the Long family should not be underestimated from now on. Zhenyu announced that she would make sure Shu Han was kicked out of school. But my father remarked that there was something to be done before dealing with him. He needs to improve his own cultivation and overcome the foundation stage. The guy needs to prepare for the martial arts exam. The first exam will be in 3 months, and now is the time to start preparing. And by then, all martial arts schools will have already started enrolling students. Each of these schools is supported by the government as well as other major sponsors. The son pointed out that he had heard about this exam before, but is it really that important? Does it mean that children of other influential families will also take part in it? In response, he heard that so-and-so will enter a martial arts school. Cannot everyone, especially schools like Qingbei or Tianjin. If a guy enters one of the top 7 martial arts schools, there will be great opportunities for him in the future. And this Shu Han will be just an ordinary insect to him. Zhenyu noted that he understood everything, which meant he would start training now. And soon, he would crush this guy like an ant. Worry said for him to go to practice and let Shu Han be left to him. He could use any Feng family resources that would help him practice. The protagonist walked out into the classroom. Lianshu noted that the place was quite lively. Everyone encircled Lu Yanzi. They asked to accept congratulations from the headman. At last the Lu family was able to destroy the Biology X. Now their family is unrivaled in the national South Island. As long as the elder is with them, no one will even dare to bother them. Into this chatter, the hero did not engage and simply walked on by. Lianlian didn't just let it go. She told the guy he was rude. Old age saved his friend from Biology X, and he walks by without even saying hello to her. Still, he should learn to speak up, thank you. Realizing she was annoying, the guys just ignored her. The girl freaked out and said, "You those two weren't that arrogant. She's gonna teach them a lesson." Suddenly, the front door to their classroom was smashed open, and Zhu Han was looking for someone. Turns out it was Long Lingtian. He says he transferred to this school to take revenge on Shu Han. So there's a big problem waiting for him. He's not safe at school now. Lingtian approached the protagonist and said that they would now see how he would hide from him now. He came here specifically to take revenge on him. So challenges him and let him fight him today. Shu Han simply ignored him, because he doesn't have time for idiots like him. The interlocutor, indignant he dared insult him, so let him die with the living. Lianshu immediately shouted to teacher Li Kaishan that a person was being killed here. Lingtian immediately stopped. He didn't understand what this guy was doing. Did he really want him to kill him too? Lianshu pointed out that in the fight is prohibited on the school grounds by the rules, and he will not be able to kill him. The interlocutor was indignant, but was this really what the newspapers said about him? The boy pointed out that this was how he was called, Liana Shu. Lingtian was happy to have this kind of information. He would memorize it well. Lianshu stated, his name memorized. Does he know who his brother is? But the interlocutor didn't care who he was. No one was safe in front of him. The guy revealed that his brother was Shu Han, and he would easily beat him. Lingtian suggested to get to the point without too much chatter. Let them attack first, and he'd take them both down. The interlocutor laughed. Is he really that dumb? For what a brother not even to see him as an adversary. Also, the others also supported this laughter and scoffed. Ling Tian was indignant because they were making fun of him. The hero remarked to a comrade that he didn't remember getting it to humiliate people. The latter replied that he was just letting him know that he shouldn't bother Brother Su. Ling Tian was persistent and shouted at the protagonist to stop hiding his head in the sand. Let him fight him at last. Shu Han stated to stop saying that. Let him have a conscience. Suddenly the teacher entered the room, noting that the lesson had already started. Let's hurry up and get to our seats. It became clear that Li Kai-shan had indeed come. The guy remarked to Shu Han that he was lucky today, but just let him wait a bit. The instructor asked who broke down the door. Of course, they pointed to the culprit, who resented it. The teacher informed him that his parents would have to pay for damaging school property. As punishment, he would listen to the lesson standing up. Ling Tian stated that he would pay for the door, but why the hell should he get up? The teacher did not tolerate such rudeness. Using his power, he directed a stream of energy towards the guy, and in answer to a question, said it's because he's a teacher here. Now he has to pay for this table as well. The interlocutor was indignant, but eventually agreed. Realizing that this man cannot be provoked, Li Kai-shan is too strong and he can't fight him. The master has asked for attention. He has important news for them, and it concerns everyone present here. Lin Shu wondered what the news was. The protagonist was pondering from his past life. He's afraid that Li Kai-shan will announce a martial arts exam. The martial arts exam was a test that existed before the recovery of the Earth's spiritual energy. But the scale of it was small. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate at all. After recovering spiritual energy from the country, he immediately promoted the martial arts examination to the most important strategic position. He raised countless strong people and heroes for future generations. Li Kai-shan reported how they know the current conditions are ideal for spiritual practice. To keep up with the times, their government has established many martial arts schools. Notable among them are 9 major schools, 2 prestigious schools, and 7 top-notch martial arts schools. These are 9 key schools in China. In addition, general martial arts schools will open in each province. In other words, the world is now dominated by martial arts. The man hopes that none of the students will pass up the opportunity. In fact, many of these schools have been around for a very long time. However, at that time, only children from famous families could go there. And it was because only the richest families could afford the resources needed for cultivation. The future is the stage for the strongest. For the next 5 months, let them train hard. In order to improve their cultivation and get good results in the martial arts exam, they need to leave their mark in this new era. Someone mentioned that they had heard that once they passed the exam, the government provided free resources and covered all living expenses. But they weren't sure if they could pass this exam. Some had not even done their cultivation until now. I wonder if they could participate. Ling Tian called them all a bunch of losers. There was no way they would be allowed to take the martial arts exam. The mentor said that if there were any questions about can't ask him, the guy raised his hand and said that he ate the awakening fruit. Is he allowed to participate in this exam? The man replied that those who had been practicing cultivation for a long time had an advantage against those who had only recently started. The abilities of an ordinary person and a cultivator are completely different, but both are in pursuit of strength as well as power. Lianlian asked the next question, what are the basic requirements from the disciples? And also, what level of cultivation is required to pass this exam? Ling Tian asked if she seriously hoped to participate with her skills. She had no chance. This exam consists of 2 parts, a cultivation test as well as a martial ability test. Tests are graded according to the previous year's cultivation standards. Wu University has the lowest eligibility criteria. About the 2 prestigious schools, he is even better off keeping silent. But this year, the minimum eligibility criteria should be raised. They have hardly practiced or even formed a foundation. But hopefully a cover-up exam let them better forget about it. The students didn't even know what a foundation was. As far as they understood, this exam is very difficult. Li Kai-shan ordered everyone to calm down. He will now explain everything. Cultivation, in turn, is divided into many different stages. Once a person has overcome the first period of foundation, he or she continues to form higher levels of foundation. Of course, depending on each person's individual qualifications. The foundation comes from the 1st to the 9th level. It is almost impossible to achieve perfect foundation. Most people are unable to progress beyond the 1st level. And in general, they can pass the exam if they have a level 3 foundation or higher. If they have level 6 foundation, it's consider them a genius level 9, almost no one can pass. In short, let them concentrate on improving their cultivation. In the martial arts exam, everyone strives to demonstrate their high level of cultivation in order to be accepted into prestigious schools. Shu Han pondered that the foundation was divided into earthly, heavenly, and divine levels. And of course, the perfect foundation. After Rebirth, his goal was to form exactly the ideal foundation. The girl asked the teacher if they couldn't get through the basics by the time they took the exam, then what? Li Kai-shan replied that it was a problem even before the earth aura was restored. But now it was no longer a problem at all. Now the aura of the ground is stronger than ever before. If they work hard, they will definitely overcome the foundation before the exam. They can also buy life-giving fruits to help them practice. Each cultivator has their own methods as well as their own capabilities. If they had money, they could buy various fruits to improve cultivation. But as some have heard, the best fruits cost hundreds of millions. It costs too much to educate the whole Zhuyan, and their families don't have the money. So what can they do? There's no hope. It turns out that even if they train hard, the rich will always be ahead of them. After the lesson, the main character was approached by a friend. He offered to go with him because he wanted to show him something. The guy was curious about it, if there was something important in there. The interlocutor noted that he would find out soon. That's how they ended up in the schoolyard. Lian Shu told his brother that this was one of several villas on the school grounds. His father had bought it for Shu Han as a thank you for saving him. Brother is probably planning to participate in the exam. And here he can have a good quiet practice. The protagonist mentioned that he was really looking for a place to practice, and he was very grateful for that. He realized that he needed to get stronger quickly now. Having a private place to practice would allow him to focus on his own training. Since then, 3 months had passed in the villa. The boy continued to cultivate. Lian Shu asked to see how much fruit his father had bought him. Thanks to this fruit, he's come into his own in just 3 months. He has so much of it now. Does he want him to share it with him? The hero asked in that case if he wanted to test their strength. Now they are both on the same level, so we are offered to spar. The comrade remarked to his brother that, to be honest, he had recently fought with Heman Chin and knocked out his teeth. Is he sure he wants to fight with him? Shu Han informed him to stop talking and attack first. The comrade was fine with it and noted to defend himself. Hero dodges the punch easily. The guy hadn't expected such a quick reaction. He needed to watch his feet. After all, he got a kick out of Brother Su. Lian Shu pointed out that he is very strong. When he is really serious, he is no match for him. The guy already trains every day and has beaten several people of his own level. But why can't he even hit him? The main character said that with the resources he had, he was bound to break through to the next level. Generally, skilled cultivators could easily break through the 3rd level of cultivation. However, instead of reaching a high cultivation level, they strive to improve the quality, as long as they have enough resources and do not strive for major breakthroughs. However, in addition to striving for breakthroughs in cultivation, cultivators still strive for breakthroughs in cultivation quality. For example, there is a huge difference between a level 1 base as well as a level 9 base. A high-level foundation not only improves one's martial skills, but also plays a big role in the following cultivation periods. He might not realize it now, but he must memorize it. With a cultivator, it is not only important to increase the cultivation level quickly, but also to improve the cultivation quality. A strong foundation is especially important. Without it, it will be very difficult to break through to high cultivation levels. Unless he is very lucky. Lian Shu understood everything. He was going to start training right away. Brother, let him also improve his foundation and pass the martial arts exam. Shu Han asked to remember that Yudan Ti tier is necessary to take your time. This is a Yuan Dan pill. It strengthens and consolidates cultivation. In the future, when the guy reached the next stage of cultivation, she would be of great use to him. The comrade took it in his hands and was delighted. This is the same pill? He had heard of them but had never seen them. It was said that only genius students of the Damen school could obtain these pills. The protagonist objected in the state pills are not for him. He wants to ask him a favor. Let him take the 2 pills to the spouse of Jian who lives in Jujiangsai village. Have him say that Shu Han handed them over and that he will visit them after the exam. Lian Shu said that he could have no doubt in him. He would do everything perfectly. Shu Han pointed out. To get to the right point, he needs to cross the river. There is no cell phone service. Let him be careful on the way there. Next, events moved to the grounds in front of the school. People saw many cultivators and didn't understand why they were here. They seemed to be masters of the southern island. There was even a number 5 on the list of the strongest among them. Yanzi noted that the martial arts exam was well known. Anyone under the age of 30 can register for the exam at the nearest high school. This year, however, there are a lot of applicants. Shu Han realized that the recovery of the aura would soon be completed. The government hired many cultivators to overcome the crisis caused by the sudden recovery of the Earth's aura. This marked the beginning of a brutal time. A huge number of cultivators sacrificed themselves. Many heroic deeds were performed, and many heroes would be born. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. The girl's grandfather is very interested in him. It was Yanzi. If he joined their Lu family, they would supply him with the resources he needed to pass the exam successfully. It seems to her that his cultivation hasn't progressed for a long time. I wonder what he would say about it. The guy didn't say anything back, so she lowered what he was staring at. The hero noted that this wasn't the first time this lady had asked him to join the family. Does she have a crush on him, and using the head of the family as an excuse? He has big plans. At this point, he's not interested in who's in a relationship. The girl was embarrassed. But don't let him talk nonsense about why the hell he was bothering her. If he didn't come, it would be worse for him. Suddenly noted that so many people had come. They are students of the Qingcheng school. Even the representatives of the mountain communities came to take part in the exam. Lian Shu asked to see brother Su's Qingyun list updated, and this time the changes are significant. The list has really changed a lot. Most of the spots are now occupied by Zuxian school. The protagonist saw that Long Lingtian and Lu Yanzi were ranked first, and their cultivation level was still unknown. Based on previous fights, the girl is very strong. Is she really the same as he was in his past life? Or maybe Lu's family is using the seed of the 5 elements to change her body. Lian Shu pointed out that the top 10 strongest had too high a level. He thought that he was developing fast. He didn't even expect others to be faster, and this shocked him. The protagonist inquired of the headmistress what she had done. Why is it that her level is not known to anyone? The girl has noticed that his skills are good, but he only relies on life-giving fruits. There are so many things in the world that he doesn't know about. What he sees is only a small part of it. The world is indeed much wider, but he doesn't have access to it. Hopes that he will be fine. Let him not let the Zuxian school disciples bypass him. The hero wondered if there was really something he didn't know about. As far as he knows and has realized, Yanzi relies on the 5-element family of the Lu family. It should be her goal to surpass all limits and reach the peak of base perfection. However, it is very difficult to achieve a foundation above the first level, such as celestial or divine. Next, she turned to her comrade and said, "With you he went to Long Lingtian," and conveyed that he was accepting his challenge to fight. That man wants revenge for his brother, and he's going to give him a chance. The guy thought that the man dared to provoke him. He shouldn't let it go unnoticed. Big events were about to take place, and he should prepare for them properly. Lian Shu wondered if his brother really wanted to fight Long Lingtian. They say that he is strong in the past 2 months. He has conquered many strong cultivators. Zhu Han said that there was nothing to worry about. Let her just tell him that he would accept the challenge if he agreed to his terms. Does he really have to think about every aspect of cultivation? This is just nonsense. He had already built an invincible foundation. If it wasn't for perfecting the foundation, he wouldn't have reached this level. Soon a meeting happened and Lingtian was outraged. He challenged him to avenge his brother's death. Why the hell is he demanding 10 million in cash? A starflower, 100 life-giving fruits, and D-level weapons. What kind of stupid terms he can't even demand from him? Lian Shu pointed out that if he did not agree to these conditions, the guy would not accept his challenge. He will never leave the school again in his life. It seemed to the interlocutor that he was demanding too much, but he asked to stop. Lian Shu stopped and pointed out that he just wanted to find out everything. The others present asked if Lingtian was going to indulge him, because it turns out that this is simply unacceptable. The guy shouted out to both of them, "Shut up, let them send Shu Han whatever he wants." He thought this guy was already desperate, just a little more and he was going to kill him. Next, events shifted to the villa. It turned out that this fool Long Lingtian had actually brought everything. The protagonist said that this sword is good. It is only a low level, but it is worth at least 10 million. And these life-giving fruits, although ordinary, can be used in the future to replenish energy. On top of all that, this star flower is worth at least a few million. So the Long family's money is tight. Lian Shu told his brother that his father would never buy so much. It turns out that his opponent went to such lengths to fight him. But what is he going to do with it? Shu Han informed him that there was no rush. They would milk this family to the last. Let him just wait and see for himself. He thought that if he remembered correctly, the Jingshi Cave would open soon. It will be the first spiritual space in China. Li Kai-shan came to the South Island to observe the opening of the caves. In the early stage of aura recovery, these particular caves are very small and the risks are low. When this cave opened, the teacher gathered a group of students to study it. That's why so many young cultivators came to their school. It was all to train strong warriors for their country. Another day has passed. The students were going for a verification test. They didn't know why the school decided to have it. Someone had heard that they were going to send the students out to look for some treasure. Some were in the starting lineup, and some were in the middle of the base period, and had no doubt they would be picked. Lianshu pointed out that the school wants to check the level of every cultivator student. I wonder how many of them have already become masters, many back at the beginning of the foundation period. He wants to ask his father to buy him more cultivation fruits. The protagonist realized that there was no need to worry. It would be a very easy test. In the early period of the Earth's aura recovery, life-giving fruits can be found everywhere, which means this exam will be over very quickly. We have to go forward to the school auditorium. Li Kai-shan reported that he had some important announcements to make. Everyone needs to gather in the school auditorium. It's time for the protagonist to take a verification test. Turns out he's in the latter stages of the foundation period. The instructor realized that this young man had indeed laid a strong foundation for his future. He had already seen him fighting in the ring. I wonder if the man had made a mistake back then, or if his cultivation was even better now. And so everyone found themselves in the school auditorium. The instructor stated, as they all see the students who have gathered here are the closest to surpassing the average cultivation level. They are exactly the ones who are worthy of this school. They are the students with the best qualifications in that school. In other words, he is not the ones who can pass the martial arts exam. Today, they are here to train and become stronger. After restoring the Earth's aura, the first cave opens in Jingshi Canyon. This is a rare opportunity. It's only open to their students. The man would also do well to remind them that while the risk in this cave is relatively small, that doesn't mean there is no risk at all. However, he wants to warn them all that this cave will be very dangerous. For safety reasons, he will not gather in the school hall tomorrow and go there all together. After a while, Lianshu asked if Brother Su had heard what the teacher had said about going to the cave. The hero replied that they would go. If they didn't, it would all be in vain. Suddenly, someone approached them and stopped them, interrupting their conversation. They were strange guys who reported that they needed to give up this life-giving fruit. The main character called them idiots. They're not going to rob on school grounds. They don't know the rules or something. The interlocutor asked what their rule is, this Bull Temple rule. Shu Han asked his comrade if he had heard of such a thing. The one replied that it all sounded familiar. The boy had been practicing in isolation for 3 months, and during that time the school had changed a lot. The weaker students joined the stronger ones and formed many new groups. Of course, there is no one stronger than Lu Yanzi in the neighborhood. No one would dare to touch her. But now that there are many members of separate sects in the school, it's not easy to tell who has the most influence. They are introduced, stated that they have had enough talk. Let them pay to get protection from their temple. Their boss is the mighty Bull King. He is among the 50 masters of the South Island. The hero said they would pay, of course. They had always admired the Bull King. But right now, he didn't have any of the life-giving fruit with him. They would have to follow him to get them. The interlocutor already liked it. It's a different conversation and needs to go faster. After a while, Shu Han had in his possession a few fruits. In his hands, do not understand. Is this really all? The battered boys were telling their older brother that this is all they have. Temple howling, not just handy. They've had these 2 fruits for a whole months now. The really good stuff is found at their bosses. Hero pointed out to these guys to just forget the whole thing. He's not too poor next time. Let them bring out something better. Also, don't let them say a word to the Bull King about what happened. Now the guy is on the last stage of the foundation, and their king is no match for him. And he will, I think, begin to realize this life-giving fruit. If they dare to complain to the Bull King, let them expect no mercy. The guys told him not to worry. He won't say anything. Lianshu didn't understand what kind of game his brother was playing. Hero remarked, let him tell his father to buy more life-giving fruit. They should prepare thoroughly before going into the cave. There are many treasures in this cave, but there is one serious problem. The cave absorbs the aura of cultivators who enter it. One should not go there immediately after a fight. When aura is exhausted, being in a cave can be deadly dangerous. First of all, they need to stock up on cultivation fruits. The guys ran away and thought it was better to rob than to be robbed. They didn't realize that this could happen. It's too much. Those 2 just humiliated them. From what that man said, He doesn't want to deal with their boss. So we need to go to him and ask him to kill them. Soon they went to see their boss on the school roof. There they told the man in charge how it all happened. The Bull King was outraged. Did he mention him? And they were beaten and robbed. It's true. That arrogant asshole robbed them and he's still there. Said if the boss came there too, he'd rob him too. The interlocutor became even more indignant. How dare he say that? He, the mighty Bull King, had trained hard and reached the peak of the foundation period. Even the silver wings of the god of war are not much stronger than him. Let his subordinates show him now the one who dared to insult him. He will kill him with one blow. Thus, they headed for the schoolyard. That's where they met this guy. This guy robbed them. Everyone was ordered to go with the boss for the proceedings. What if the main man stopped? He saw a familiar face. It was Shu Han. But what on earth was he doing here? Hero heard he was doing well, even built his own temple. He ran away, tucked his tail, and also decided to start from scratch, I guess. The man didn't realize that he and Mrs. Lu went to the same school. Now he's part of Lu's family too, and should be respected by his boyfriend. He despises that he used to be strong, but now he is no match for him. He is too weak to be spoken to in such an arrogant manner. Shu Han reported that he had no connection with Lu Yanzi. But where did he get the idea that he was being patronized at all? The girl keeps presenting herself to him, but he's not interested in her. The interlocutor was indignant. How dare he insult Miss? For such talk today, he was not going to let him go alive. She's not a hero, said it's a great opportunity. He'll kill him and take everything he has. The Bull King immediately used his own force. Today he would recognize his wrath. The guy was interested in this fight and dodged the attack. His eyesight is good, but his skills leave a lot to be desired. And he is a little too slow. After only 3 minutes, the life-giving fruit was right at Shu Han's feet. The guy wondered if this was really serious. His temple had been robbed by people for a month, so he had nothing else. The Bull King said it was those bullies who did it. All this he had gathered through hard work. This was too little for the protagonist. He needs much more than this. Well, at least it would be enough to enter a period of spiritual perfection. Suddenly Lu Yanzi came over and asked what Shu Han was doing here. The Bull King was glad the lady showed up here. He asked for help. This guy took all his fruit away from him. Not only that, he said she was hitting on him. Even Lian Shu pointed out that it was like this. Brother constantly saying bad things about people behind their backs. The hero inquired as to how he wasn't ashamed of the fact that she follows him everywhere. It's true. For this, the girl called him a scoundrel and said she would rip out his tongue. Shu Han stated that she can't beat him no matter how angry she is at him. Therefore, he advises her to concentrate on self-cultivation. This infuriated her interlocutor even more. She swung her blade and called him a scumbag. After which, a stream of energy cut through the space ahead. And that cut was heading straight for the guy, though the hero easily dodged it and helped his comrade. He called her a fool. If she acts like that, she will never find a boyfriend. Yanzi saw that it was teleportation. It's an advanced technique, and it can't be learned without careful training. Even she, being strong enough and not having practiced this technique. But Shu Han had moved literally in an instant. I wondered when he had managed to become so strong. He succeeded thanks to 3 months of hard training. It's a special method of speed training for Feng Zhenyu. But he shouldn't get involved in any fights right now. There's a reason he's been training so hard. Lian Shu inquired as to why they were leaving. Couldn't even he be able to defeat Lu Yanzi? She seems to be very angry, so let him be careful. The guy objected, responding that she wasn't on the level to fight him. Have him go prepare to go to Jinshi's Cave. They'll find a lot of valuable resources there. He'll see if he can make it quick. It turns out that the teacher asked Louise to find out who Shu Han really is. It seems he really does have a lot of secrets. That kind of speed, not something the average person can have in the base period. A little time passed, and a lot of students were gathering near the buses. Mr. Lee was told that according to the latest information, besides their guys, students from 5 other cities had also gathered here, including even those from Zulu and Baoan. Furthermore, the man had heard that several sects and hidden families were actively involved. But will everything be all right since it's like this? The teacher noted that the rumor that there was a fruit in the Jinxi Cave that could be used to reach the 9th level of basics bothered him greatly. They couldn't know everything for sure after all. The interlocutor asked, "But is this possible? Does this fruit really exist?" Even if it didn't, it would be almost impossible to find. Even high-level yellow fruits are extremely rare. Li Kaishan didn't know this. According to the predictions, fruits of this level should not appear in the early stage of Earth Aura recovery. After all, it was a blessing. But that's not all. The foundation consists of 9 levels. Starting at level 3 and up, each level has a significant impact on training and subsequent progress. This time, however, the parties have joined forces and are targeting not the 9th level of the base but something much greater. The man fears that their main target is the legendary Perfect Foundation. The interlocutor noted that it is the foundation of the earth and the foundation of the sky. But are these rumors true? Is it possible to acquire a perfect foundation? Then Li Kaishan, he said that perfect foundation is related to mysterious ancient forces. It is quite possible that there is not a single master capable of attaining the perfect foundation. It's a pity. But only those who are still in the foundation period can enter this cave. Otherwise, they could scout out the situation there. The man hoped that their students would be able to fend for themselves. After all, it was unlikely that high-level fruits would be found there. But if something very valuable were to be found in the cave, he feared it would cause chaos. Injury and even death would be inevitable. The Earth's aura has been restored and the world has fallen into great chaos. He is not now living in troubled times. These guys will face many challenges in the future to be born in this era destined by fate. Li Kaishan hopes that each of them will have the opportunity to become stronger and stay out of trouble. After all, if something bad happens, they won't be able to help them. And so events soon unfolded in Jingshi Canyon. You could expect anything from this place. Someone said to let the students strengthen their core and become the best of the best. Let them go and fight for their chance. Lian Shu pointed out to Brother Su that there was something wrong here. There seemed to be a lot of students from other schools here. Shuhan reported that this was how it should be. How could such a great opportunity not attract people's attention? Not only disciples from different schools, but also independent cultivators came here to try their luck. The interviewer asked Mr. Li how many people in total are involved. He replied that there were quite a few. Several of the participants had a level reading that was at a critical level. He thinks they suppressed their aura on purpose to pass this test. The man asked if he meant to say that they had been tricked into entering the cave. That could have terrible consequences. They must stop them immediately. Li Kaishan reported that it was too late. Most are already inside. All they can do is wait and hope for the best. The area of the cave itself is huge, and it will be very difficult to find them. Have them tell the students that you didn't stay in the cave too long, and that you haven't clashed with students from other schools. The rest is up to them. In this era, man is either the best or he will be crushed like a worm. The risk simply cannot be avoided. The students are the elite of the city of Nandao, and this is their first mission. They must leave the cave as soon as they find what they are looking for without further ado. Just have them come out. Someone heard that there are a lot of different life-giving fruits there. It's very exciting. There's also the fruits of rapid improvement. So if they find them, they won't have to take the martial arts exam. There's a fruit you eat that makes you invincible. But stop dreaming. There are many students from neighboring cities here, and the competition is very serious. No matter how much treasure there is, everyone should be careful. Janzi has informed the Silver Wings of the God of War to tell their allies to stick together and work together. Their goal is to find as much life-giving fruit for the family as possible. The boy noted that he had a bad feeling about it. There are several members of hidden families in their school. Of course, they usually act quietly, but who knows what they are capable of. They're hoping to find a lot of life-giving fruit too. Not to mention the influential schools from other cities. If a conflict breaks out, they could get in a lot of trouble for it. The Bull King has established his temple, and now has many followers. Perhaps we should call them to increase their combat power as well. Yanzi told him to take his time. Let them study their opponents first. Right now her biggest concern was Long Baoan. Silver Wings realized that it was Lingtian's brother. This guy is quite famous, but is he really here too? The girl replied that he is not allowed to leave. Aoshin is number 1 on the Qingyun list, and he is extremely unrestrained. If confronted with him, there would be no avoiding conflict. Lian Shu suggested that Brother Su go to the very center of the cave. They would definitely find a lot of treasures there. Of course, it would be wonderful to find that legendary fruit. The hero inquired if he had brought what he had asked him for. The guy replied that of course he had brought it and showed it. Father spent too much money. He bought a whole 100 life-giving fruits for them. I wonder if it will be enough. Shuhan says that will be quite enough. He suggests going to see what is inside. Also let the comrade remember that if they lose sight of each other, let him hide these fruits and not show them to anyone. The guy thought that they had spent so much money on fruit, but it was impossible to buy a normal bag to store it in. Although such a bag was quite rare, a good one was expensive, and some were not for sale at all. After all, this thing hasn't gone into mass production yet. A couple of these will need to be made for sale when they get back. This would really be a great idea for a business. One faculty member noted that all participants are now inside. From now on, they cannot know what is going on in there. Suddenly, something started to happen. I mean, that's a pretty strong aura that descended from the heavens. Bad seems from the cave, releasing a huge amount of aura. If this continues, it won't be long before the aura in the cave runs out. And so the entrance to the cave was completely closed. Some didn't understand how this could happen. So why did the aura start coming out? Is nothing threatening the students? It doesn't look good. The exit is blocked. The man asked Mr. Lee what was going on. What was this sudden phenomenon? Thoth replied, if his guess was correct, then something must have happened to the cave defense team. In an instant, Oka's aura was all gone from the cave, and the entrance was instantly closed. The thing he had feared the most had happened. All the exits and entrances were blocked. The interlocutor asked if it turns out they are stuck there forever. Li Kaishan objected, it's not that bad. Even if the cave closed, it was only temporary. In 3 days it will reopen. The fact is that the aura of the cave is badly damaged. The students faced a serious threat. Because of the situation, it will be difficult for them to find even the simplest of life-giving fruits. Therefore, in order to get out of the cave without harm, they must overcome the most difficult test for themselves. The man is afraid that this time without sacrifices simply will not do without. This is their life. Everything depends only on themselves. He hopes that the group of people that mingled with the students won't get into trouble, and they will all come back safe and sound. Otherwise, he will force these creatures to incarnate. Kaijan wondered if it was an accident or someone's malicious intent. The 3 days would not be boring. He had to find out who was behind this. Whoever this man is, he's in trouble, and so events shifted to Jinshi's cave. Those who got inside began to look around. Silver Wings asked Mistress if this was really that praised cave. Everything around them looks like they are in a fairy tale. It is different from how he imagined it to be. Parts of equipment as well as weapons were scattered everywhere. Janzi notes that something is not right here. She senses something strange. So she offers to go and let them keep up with her. Everyone needs to remember to conserve their strength and not waste aura on meaningless things. A rather large group of people changed their clothes immediately upon arrival. Lin Jianxin noted that the Shushan school was so strong. But why should they pretend to be poor and weak students? This is clearly overkill. People might think they're hiding because they're afraid. Lin Chuyuan replied that they were students of Shushan Sword School when they weren't afraid of that. Shushan is the #1 school in China and they are not afraid of anyone. It's just that today they were told to avoid Li Kaishan. This man has a murky past. No one knows who he is or where he came from. That's why it's best not to mess with him. Their priority is to find and capture the treasure. Kuang Rui, who is Kuangshi's daughter, said she doesn't know how the others are, but she is only here to kill someone. Biology X was destroyed, and her father was brutally murdered, so she will definitely find Shuhan, that scumbag. She will kill him the way he unceremoniously killed her father. She was informed that there was no need to hurry, for there were those who had been training for far more than 2 or 3 days. Let them hunt for treasure, rob and kill, but remembering that the aura here is extremely weak, they need to be careful not to become exhausted. This time they have a large supply of life-giving fruit with them. Somewhere in the cave, Lianshu told his brother Su that he didn't expect this cave to be so huge. It really impresses him. The main character told a legend that says that in addition to the ancient continent, there were 36 large worlds and 3,000 small worlds. This cave must be one of those little worlds. In fact, this place is completely cut off from the outside world. That's why almost nothing is known about him. A small group of people were on the ancient battlefield. They were ordered to disperse and search for Shu Han. And when they find him, have them signal the others. Damn guy. He only came to this school to challenge him. And that rascal treated him with such disrespect, how he wants to kill him. Ling Tian objected. The teacher had told them to stay focused on the treasure hunt. So his revenge could wait. In response to those words, this guy was immediately slapped. The guy was outraged. It meant that his brother was not listening to him about his words, no matter what he said. If he said such a stupid thing to him again, he would just kill him. The interlocutor asked the young master to brave father and calm down. He suggests looking for Shu Han. They will find him even if they have to turn this place upside down. The protagonist, together with his comrade, were moving forward at this time. The latter noted that it was quite quiet. There isn't a living soul around, and he doesn't like it. Is it normal that they still haven't met anyone on their way? Shu Han said that there is something unclean here. Let the comrade stay close and get up from him. He believes that it is possible to move around this world using a network of teleports. The guy felt something like an energy field inside. He even seems to have found something. Lianshu wondered what else it was, why the world had changed again. The two of them ended up in some strange room and saw a strange creature. The comrade kept asking how they got here. They had just entered an old abandoned house. The hero explained that Jinshi's cave was one of many small worlds, as he had said earlier. But he had no idea that there would be others inside this small world. There's also a rather strange monster sleeping here. This world is open to humans. They're very strange. Normally, such spaces were only designed to store unintentional items. Even Emperor Zun himself couldn't create something like this. It is pointed out that this cave is not as simple as it seems at first glance. This place holds many ancient secrets. The hero knows little about the ancient. Only that part of the ancient world was inherited by Emperor Zun. Lianshu panicked. He informed his brother that there was a barrier everywhere. He couldn't break through it. They're locked, and he wants out now. Shuhan declared to be quiet. If he made any noise, he would wake up that strange beast. Let them not worry. This is just a test. They will be released once they pass it. A comrade inquired, what kind of test is this? Is it related to that cat-like creature? He offered to attack him and see what would happen. Lianshu asked to be allowed to do so for him. He knows very well how easy it is to handle a cat, so he'll talk to him. The cat in turn turned his attention to the meat and thought how long it had been since he had eaten it. It was so long ago he'd forgotten what it tasted like. The guy found himself near the creature and was telling the silly coil it was time to get up. Let him tell him what this place is and how to get out of it. The creature booed at such insolence. The force and his spiritual energy immediately ignited. As a consequence, the monster ended up on the ground. Lianshu panicked. He's leaving right now. The cat-like creature roared. He wanted meat. And the main character was immediately there. He told the guy to move, and it would retreat faster. At that moment, he had already confronted the monster. Their strengths were different from each other. The cat's strength was much higher. Soon, thanks to this power, the boys were thrown far aside. Shuhan was surprised that it was a spiritual attack. The monsters there are at the purification stage, and now it's unpleasant. The monster didn't stop. It decided to keep going after its victims. The hero this time had no idea that this seemingly ordinary cat could change. What if something happened to the creature? The boy saw his limb begin to shake. Lianshu pointed out to his brother that this monster seemed to be attached to something. And so indeed, it turned out to be. The beast could move no further, for it was restrained by the chain, causing it to growl. But there was nothing I could do about it. The comrade recognized that this monster was strong. For a moment he felt his soul freeze. Shuhan was afraid that this monster had reached the god purification period, which was even better than the guy's family head. Fortunately, the roar didn't attack mentally, otherwise the guy would have already died. To all this, for goodness sake, he is also locked in chains, otherwise the consequences could have been catastrophic. Lianshu said he is coming. This cat can stop but can't fight. But what about Brother Shu? They will really be stuck here. The hero approached and thought that although this monster, very strong, looking at the current situation, it seems that he was a mixture of locked up, the iron chain that binds him on his hind leg. This should crush the monster's cultivation. Who sharpened it, and there is already a stage of cultivation pressure purification. If this chain of monsters is released, I wonder what he will do. I also wonder what the inscription on the Kongshan testing plaque means. Maybe it's a place that used to test people. But even if it is for a testing place, how can it be bypassed? The lad's interesting musings were interrupted by his comrade, who got close to the monster and started giving it life-giving fruit. The hero noted that it was human food, and he was feeding it that way. Lianshu asked, "Aren't all animals the same? If the guy gives him something tasty, it will drown out his emotions." The protagonist wasn't sure if it would work. This monster, after all, has more power than the purification stages, knowing that the purification stage is a great barrier for monks. When they cultivate, their spiritual strength grows, and there is a qualitative change. Martial power is also a big step, explosive growth. Comrade said he is an expert on cats. Let the brother not worry. The creature himself thought the man was very foolish. He led him to the door to prepare food for the king. But this man is too skinny, so first he wants to eat the spiritual fruit of his hands. There won't be enough food if he eats those two idiots. The guy said he had quite a lot of fruit, since the cat could eat it. It would belong to him. Next, he turned to his brother. He thought he should take a picture of it. He even took a cat that was in the purification stage, and this is by far the first person to catch a cat in China. The hero said it's going to be okay. He's going to go, and this guy really isn't driven to die. Let him not be angry anymore and just take care of that greedy, stupid cat. It is urgent to find a way to get out of here. The creature thought that he was actually the stupid cat, and his whole family was stupid. After the king finished eating the spiritual fruit, he would eat it first. Still, devil's meat is better than this baby. Shu Han felt that something was wrong. That monster was staring at him. He must have realized what he was saying. When he leaves, there is always a very dangerous feeling. Had he really become a target? Next, he noticed this iron that has bound this monster for 1,000 years. It is full of energy and remains hidden. The boy tried to touch him, and so when his hand let go, a touch of energy immediately enveloped him. The hero realized that this is bad, this is unusual energy. On the contrary, it has been compressed at least 10 times and is almost liquid. This makes him panic. Mustn't think of another way or else he's afraid he'll explode soon. Lian Shu inquired what had happened, if he was all right. The cat pondered the fact that this man was very stupid. He took the initiative to touch the iron. Even if he wasn't blasted with energy, he would be trapped like this king. Shu Han realized that he couldn't move at all right now, and that was very bad. He started to see this aura. This compressed aura mixed with a little spiritual power, and was a key energy that could dispatch the body. It's scary to imagine that only Emperor Zun could make such a smart decision. The problem now is that even if the guy doesn't die, he's stuck here. The life-giving fruits immediately tumbled out of the bag. Lian Shu begged the former cat to help save Brother Su. If he could save him, all the fruits of this spirit would belong to him. The king thought he was an idiot. This ban was set by an old master from Kangshan. The wicked old man was not kind, but his power was very strong. If he could help him, he would eat everything from the beginning. Shu Han didn't realize what he should do. His body abruptly became weakened. He should think faster, or he would really die here. Suddenly, an interesting idea occurred to him. I mean, he has 9 mystery trees. How could he forget this treasure? This treasure of the 9 mysterious trees requires a large amount of energy to bear fruit. This is an opportunity to absorb all the clean energy in the world and help growth. Soon the hero began to feel much better. To catch this monster, just how much energy was gathered in it. It turned out that the mysterious Jinshuan tree was growing leaves. People know that 9 mystery trees have leaves growing on them. Ordinary means can no longer be used there. The large amount of energy needed is not something the monks can contribute. The big cat immediately sensed it. This is the first fruit flavor in the world that tastes delicious. Unfortunately, it still hasn't bloomed yet. Only one leaf that had just started to grow. This king thought that the first delicious fruit in the world had long since died out. He didn't know what was in store for him now with this little rascal. Apparently the first tree in the world was the wicked old man's. And now this mortal has come here with it. Could the bad old man have something to do with this mortal? This very guy used the world's first delicious fruit tree to absorb and trap the king's spiritual power. In other words, I wonder if this king will just stand there. A few moments passed. The hero thought, although this contained a lot of spiritual energy. It was able to make the Juxian tree only grow a leaf. The tree in question was only a mere beast swallowing gold. There was no telling how much amazing energy the tree would have to absorb to make itself blossom and bear fruit. So it looks like we'll have to think ahead. However, it was too dangerous. If it wasn't for this mysterious tree, they would already be dead. The design of this place was unusually exquisite, and after a not unknown amount of time, the design still looks immaculate. The owner of this little world is definitely unusual and a monk. It must be a great power comparable to an emperor or an ancient immortal cultivator, who, by the way, seemed to be even more mysterious than the emperor himself. Suddenly something started to happen. A strong energy was surging out. Also, the pedestal the cat was sitting on was shaken halfway down. Lian Shu inquired about the earthquake. The hero objected. It wasn't the aura that sustained. The work of this small world had been completely absorbed. Thus, this small world would soon disappear, and they should get out of here quickly. The chain that held the big cat down fell to the ground, and he swiftly, together with the bag of life-giving deposits, fled in an unknown direction. The king was glad that he was free at last. He must go and take revenge on the old villain and take all the food with him. Shu Han ordered to move forward, need to follow the demon cat. After all, by all appearances, he must know where the exit is. The comrade shouted that it was his spiritual fruits. Let the creature not dare to run away from him. How dare he steal his fruit in the first place? The hero also pointed for Lian Shu to take the demon cat's leash. He, in turn, will endeavor to collect this stone tablet. His energy began to gradually absorb her, until this plaque was completely absorbed. The guy realized that he was absolutely right. This stone tablet is actually a token. They just don't know at the moment what it's for. The comrade pointed out to his brother that it appears to be a regular cat leash. I wonder what he wants him to do with it. The hero immediately hit him. This leash can bind a demon cat of supreme power and resist a tenfold spiritual ban. And he dares to say that it is an ordinary iron leash. The guy is afraid to become even ordinary magical weapons, much to his chagrin. Lianshu realized that he was very powerful. When he goes out, he will tie up that big cat that stole the young master's fruit. The guys followed the creature. This cat sure knows how to get out of here. And it looks like it knows a lot of secret things about this place. The hero was worried that this little world was about to collapse, so he needed to get out of here quickly before the demon cat broke through the border. And so following through space, they found themselves in a cave. That was how they managed to land on solid ground, but they knew where they were. The first thing the guy saw was that there were a lot of people here. The hero turned his attention to the Silver Wings. Why isn't he here? And why are there people wounded? Silver Wings wondered if it was Shu Han, but where did he come from? The guy didn't answer and asked what they were doing here. There must have been a fight between them. Silver Wings was glad he was here, even though they had some grudges before, but now they were in Jingshi's cave. They are considered teachers after all, and they are both with Ms. Lu. Shu Han ordered him to stop. Let him just tell him what's going on and why they, as gods of the Silver War, have become so verbose. The interlocutor noted that these people were from Julu High School. They tried to deprive them of spiritual fruit and injured several of them. Lianshu immediately thought that this was his spiritual fruit. So he approached the silver-winged warlord and asked if he had seen a cat that looked like a lion. He also carries a backpack with him. The guy realized that the whole situation was very bad. It was half of his father's savings. He needs to find it soon, or he needs to find it. That stupid cat stole all his fruit. The interlocutor noted that he had not seen such a thing. He didn't see why this battle was necessary. They were from the same school anyway. He's so ruthless, and that's what could get him killed. Suddenly a guy from Julu's school asked if they were done talking. Let them hurry up and give them all the fruits, and do not blame them for their cruelty. They have no spiritual energy here, and they all specialize in physical strength. In the absence of spiritual energy, their bodies are invincible, so they are no match for them. Which means he advises them to be smart. Otherwise, they'll just die. Silver Wings shouted that an invincible body is nothing. He offers to fight one-on-one if he has the courage. Even if they die today, he won't get a single fruit. If he dares to hit someone from Lu Yun's society, he will pay with his blood. The enemy leader ordered his subordinates to bring his life-giving fruit now. They need to replenish their spiritual energy to take the 9-colored Linji. If they hold them back again, they will have to kill them all here. Even if they kill someone here, nothing will change. Lianshu pointed out to his brother that that cat had stolen all the fruit. Their aura wouldn't last long, so what should they do now? Shu Han offered the silver wings of the god of war and made a deal. He would kill them for him, and then take all the loot. The interlocutor said he would promise it to him. But is he sure he can beat them? They just had a fight. These guys are violent. This group of people specializes in cultivating their body. Therefore, he is afraid that this big guy's body is as strong as King Hercules, with a lack of spiritual energy and destructive power. Their body can be increased several times. Silver Wings didn't know what Shu Han thought of this, but this was no joke. He might die here. The hero replies that they won't know if they will fail until they fight. He asks to be allowed to ask if he hasn't been together with Lu Yanzi before, so why isn't he together now? The interlocutor noted that Mrs. Lu went to get the spiritual herbs of the 9-colored Linji they were talking about. Many people began to rush when they heard that they could upgrade to the 9th grade of foundation formation. In addition, there are many herbs that can enhance a person's skills in building a foundation. The reason why they are divided is to find as fast as possible whatever is needed and expand the search area to find more spiritual herbs. The enemy leader wouldn't listen to them and shouted to the brothers that these people were still talking and dared them to ignore them. He used his power applied to the hammer. Today he would kill him with the hammer of the thunder god. He shouted to his brothers that their waters and their weapons and their treasures would now belong to them. All encouraged, we need to beat them to death and take their fruit. And someone shouted out that they wanted that person, pointing at Lianshu. The hero remarked to him that someone out there seemed to want him. Lianshu shouted out that they were a bunch of psychopaths. It's disgusting. He can't take it anymore, and now he's going to punch them. The bald guy was outraged. How dare he come so close to him? He'd get the thunder god's hammer for this. Indeed, Lianshu had received a heavy blow. As a consequence, it flew far off to the side and was damaged from just one hit. Getting up, he remarked to his brother to be careful, for this big guy was very strong. He has a feeling that this person is much stronger than the Quan Shi he faced before. He didn't directly hit a living body, but his sternum was shattered several times from the blows. The enemy pointed out that, truth be told, this environment was perfect for them. It was as if everything that was going on was made especially for them. Even though they will use up all their aura and the fruits they bear, they will still be invincible. They are the group of the Thunder God. The main characters said they're a bunch of guys with non-traditional sexual orientation who play tough guys. Let him ask just one question. What is their relationship with Basilisk? The interlocutor asked what he was talking about, what kind of creature the Basilisk was. He didn't know what he was talking about. Shu Han explained that if that tough guy let him not act like him, does he really think that they are all idiots? As usual, and Monk at the Foundation stage muzzle drive the power of mere flesh and to such a powerful level. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the main character's technique, sacred body penetration. But these people can't have a legendary technique like the sacred body penetration technique. There's something rather suspicious about these big guys. The bully asked if he got his name right, Shu Han. He knows that Kwang Shi was framed by him when he used the Lu family to kill him. But what else does he know? The guy noted that this person was different from Kwang Shi. Roughly speaking, he couldn't be considered a monk. He was just a kind of robot that had been transformed. The cultivation power he could mobilize was limited, and he struggled more with mechanical strength. On the other hand, they can be considered monks, since they can all mobilize the full power of their cultivation. Furthermore, that bald guy has another advantage. It's his physical body. At this level of training, they could be considered physically invincible on a small scale, but their body is different from the usually monks who work so hard to cultivate, because their physical strength was obtained by external transformation as it was done. If one can assume, he would say it's genetic modification. The interlocutor immediately laughed in surprise at how much information he could glean from mere speculation. The guy used to think that Kwang Shi died in vain, but now it seems that that man doesn't blame him for his death. He made him a little nervous. It is true that they are indeed genetically modified by the basilisk. That's why the flesh has become so powerful, invincible in its class. What's the point of guessing? It was supposed to be a secret. But now that he knows everything, he should definitely die. Shu Hanyu found it funny he doesn't even come close to understanding what it means to be invincible. Biology X is a very mysterious technology company with branches all over the world. The basilisk creature that the Lu family destroyed earlier was a branch of South Island City. The hero didn't fully understand them in his previous life. It was said that they were manipulated by ancient immortal cultivators, and their goal was to destroy the world. It looks like they are going to take these guys today and see if they can't squeeze some more useful information out of them. The thug kept shouting that it was all classified information. They can't spare anyone here today. Silver Wings said that these people have murderous intentions. There is only one way out. Let him go after Miss Lu and they will hold them off for a while. If he succeeds in finding Ms. Lu, have him return as soon as possible. There may be a chance of survival. Shu Han objected. He was going to fight this chief and these minions. The Silver War God let him go first, knowing that the situation was dangerous. It seems that Lu Yanzi really knows how to train people. A few months ago, he and Daily Nuwan were common bullies. Now he's pretty brave. The enemy attacked, shouting that he had seen men with courage beaten to a pulp before. But he's really being a jerk right now, because he doesn't even dare to dodge it, even though he won't be able to escape from his Thunder God's hammer anyway. The hero knew that this was the ultimate body contouring technique. It should grow into 1,000 hammers. How could he dodge? Besides, how could a guy like this deserve how he could dodge? The enemy offered to see which would be stronger than his young or this guy's head. The enemy got into a fight with each other. The enemy couldn't believe what had happened. How come he wasn't dead? He wondered what was going on with this Thunder God hammer hanging 1,000 kilograms. With the addition of its power, even an ordinary monk at the peak of Foundation creation would surely be dead. But how in the world could this guy take it all? The protagonist smiled, wondering if this was his physical invincibility. She's not even close to him. The thug attacked again. He must be using his aura to defend himself. Now they'll see how long he can use his aura when it runs out. Sooner or later he would die, and he would attack again and again. Shu Han was indignant. Did he really think he was that stupid to just stand there and let him beat him? Recently, he was just testing his full strength, and now jumped up towards the weapon and said that it now knew what a truly invincible cultivator meant. Silver Wing's god of war was surprised. Shu Han turns out to be really very fast indeed. He is the speedy type with dual wings on his back. At the same time, he can't even feel Shu Han's speed, and what can compare to him. And also, this guy is also only at the end of his fundamental building. Lian Shu wondered if he couldn't see who his brother was, he would tell him the truth now. Even if Lu Yanzi admired Brother Su's strength and yet was in love with him, her brother just ignored her. Silver Wings, resenting why he was so satisfied, as if he was talking about himself. No matter how cool he is, what does that have to do with him? He thought that this person really underestimated Sister Lu. If Shu Han is tough, then Sister Lu is just beyond words. She is not as simple as she seems at first glance, because she has long surpassed many people. It's unclear why, but even he and Nuan obey her. At this time, the head of the enemy gang continued to act. He noted that the guy wanted to fight him, but he didn't mind. Tonight he would communicate with his body, and they would fight. At that moment, the protagonist used the art of a great emperor on him. This caused his opponent to fly off rapidly, hitting the nearest building. Shu Hanyu didn't like it. His communication with his body would end here, because he was already sickened by his enemy's words. The bald guy pointed out that it was absolutely impossible, even though his spiritual energy had dried up. But he had just felt that he was only using the power of his body, even the spiritless power. How is that possible? It turns out that he's even stronger than his body. Was he also subjected to basilisk modifications? No, that can't be true. The hero replied that he told him that his invincibility sounds ridiculous. A real invincible body can't be burned by fire, and his body is a shortcut to pediatrics. But now that they've taken care of the fat guy, it's time to take care of these guys. It's pretty quiet here in Jingxi. Thinking about what dangerous events await them, one must act quickly. The outside of the cave was lively. Someone suggested looking behind the green dots that were changing color. It turns out they changed the color from green to red. Not 4 hours later, 5 people have just died. The man hopes that their students from the southern islands are not among them. Li Kaishan reported that the Genes was a very powerful place, and they should have known. The fact that the green dots changed to red meant that 5 people died there. And this is very unusual. He has already reported the matter, and hopefully they can send warrior monks to them to overcome the onslaught of enemies. Otherwise, there could be even more chaos than there is now. After defeating the enemies, the hero walked around and noted that the place was full of garbage, and there were not even good things. It turns out that only the leader had some skills. The rest are just very weak. We used these hammers to fight today. The guy told Lian Shu to take all the weapons from these people and have him take off all their belongings. There is no need to leave absolutely nothing behind. He thought that the basilisk must have a lot of money to provide them with such equipment. Even though it was inferior to spiritual power or staff, this weapon was still in short supply. Are the current students really that rich? Last time they robbed Long Baoan, they found many different weapons, but there were none like these among them. Assembled, everything was quite fast. Silver Wings noted that all of these friends now belong to Shu Hanyu. There are a total of 15 pieces of weapons here. Among them a hammer, the fat man's. He is the most valuable of them all. In addition to that, they had 80 fruits, and in addition, the fruits they had agreed to give him. 280 fruits in total, and they all belong to him now. They are grateful to him for saving their lives, no matter how he did it. The protagonist remarked that it's all nothing. By the way, he asked to wait, and they will go together to look for Commander Lu. The more so, he is very curious about Lindsay, which he is not going to rob. At the same time, does not mind helping her. Suddenly, some strange sound was heard. On the other hand, some strange dark creatures began to approach them. These creatures turned out to be werewolves, and there were an awful lot of them. The first thing these monsters did was attack a bald guy who was completely unarmed and naked. He didn't want to die, so he begged for someone to help him, but was killed in a matter of moments by these werewolves. The protagonist shouted, "With you all running away from here immediately. It's awful, such trouble." And he said it was suspiciously quiet, but it's really loud in here now. These ferocious creatures are none other than the infamous red-eyed thunder wolves. Even low-level wolves can mutate. They, in turn, have killed quite a few people, which means their business is bad. But isn't this place safe? Damn it, if he'd known it was going to go away, he would have stayed out of Jingxi. He'd have waited and gone somewhere else. Everyone began to run away rapidly along with the protagonist. He was ahead, pondering the fact that these thunder wolves were fierce. That fat man was genetically modified. But he didn't even expect to just get chewed out. Silver Wings shouted for his men to run with all their might and not try to carry off the fruit, but more importantly, to save themselves. These wolves are too violent, and they will simply not be able to handle them. Someone shouted that they had run out of strength and asked for help. Just like that, the girl was attacked. She didn't have time to escape. Silver Wings helped her let those bastards on werewolves not even think about crippling his people. He took off, but the wolves had their own plans for him. They jumped up pretty high too and grabbed him by the wing. The guy didn't expect this to happen. This creature had to die. Terrifyingly, this animal bites very hard. Its strong wing is like alloy, but for some damn reason this wolf chewed it off. Shu Han realized that their situation was not good. It seemed like someone had been grabbed from behind. He shouted to his comrade that this one had grabbed everything he could and ran. There is no need to be afraid to leave them behind. They have no strength now. They should eat a couple of fruits, and then they will run much faster. The Thunder Wolf has a bad reputation, used to have an average level of strength. The guy doesn't even know how many villages and towns have been destroyed. It's all like a bad dream. These ferocious animals are not afraid to die, and they're damn fast. If it gets to a man, you have to fight to the last man. You can't just get rid of it. This was confirmed by the fact that these wolves were trying to kill Silver Wings. They soon even managed to plow him to the ground, after which they immediately attacked. Silver Wings thought that this was the end. He hadn't expected that these Volgas were much stronger than him. But will he die here today, in the jaws of this dog? Suddenly, a steel chain appeared from nowhere, which swiftly approached the Thunder Wolf and struck it. It was the main character coming to the rescue. He noted to Silver Wings that he owed him again, so he'd have to think of a way to thank him later. The wolves shifted all their attention to the guy. The shackles attracted the energy that these creatures emitted. Silver Wings wondered, had the guy really come back to save him? Shu Han shouted, "Why is he frozen? Let him escape faster. He can't hold these creatures for long." The Thunder Wolves seem to be wary of the werewolf cat rim he has in his hand. Does that rim have the cat's scent left on it? But what is wrong with that cat? And who is he anyway? Silver Wings, running away, asked, "Where did you get those terrible wolves from? How to be?" He feels that even one wolf will bring him a lot of trouble. And now there are at least a few hundred of them, and he's scared because of it. Shu Han said that Thunder Wolves are also Lingji. They are inferior creatures that rely only on the killer instinct. They also feed on flesh and blood. An ordinary wolf can mutate. It seems that those who bit through his wings were already at the stage of forming strength. But luckily, they didn't have it yet, so he was still alive. Silver Wings soon noticed that the wolves were catching up with them. They can't stop here. Sister Lu's men were very slow, and his wing had been bitten through. Except for Shu Han, the others are moving very slowly. So sooner or later they'll all be captured and we'll have to think of something. The hero wondered if he was correct in saying that Lu and his team were mining 9-colored Lingji. We should bring the wolves straight to them. Her team is good fighters. They might be able to save them. The interviewee noted that they need to get all those wolves in there. He doesn't know if they can pull that off. Shu Han was indignant. He noticed that he had started to act like a woman himself after he had fallen for Lu. The girl is hiding her strength. Don't let him think he doesn't know it. If something happens to someone else, it's not going to be her. Why is he nervous? Does he really like him? Silver Wings became embarrassed and shouted for everyone to immediately run after him. The team, along with Lu Yanzi, was heading towards their goal at this time. The Bull King pointed out to his sister that there were more and more people, and masters he had never met before were arriving here. There are several young men with swords behind their backs. He has a feeling that this place is extremely dangerous. Perhaps they should prepare in advance. Yanzi said that the 9-colored Lingji belly is about to ripen. We need to wait a little longer. At this time, it is impossible to take action because it will cause conflict. If she's not mistaken, those people are the swordsmen of the Shushan school. Only she can't figure out what purpose they came here for. Ling Jianxin remarked to her brother that she hated waiting. It was better to chase them away, and Lindsay would still belong to them. Lin Chuyuan pointed out that if one were to accept the lenses, the natural skills would reach a new level. This kind of thing could be found in Shushan once in 100 years. Therefore, they didn't come here for nothing. Kuangrui confirmed it was better to kill them without further ado. Take the 9-colored Lingji, then find that little brute Shu Han and avenge her father. They had only explored a small area of this cave. Standing still is not the answer either. Energy is wasted, and also they will eventually run out. Chuyuan remarked to the girls that he understood them. One of them is eager to profit, and the other is eager to take revenge, but there is no need to think so rashly. The head of the Southern Islands School, Lu Yanzi, is standing there. And it's not that easy. There are others they have not met. There is some disrespectful one. They should be wary of him too. Rui swept up that he was treating them with such respect. She is a unique sword master of the Shushan school. Are these village bastards anything to stand up to them? Jianshin also confirmed this. He is still showing softness towards Lu Yanzi. Brother is the head of Shushan after all. How dare this girl still dare to ignore him? What kind of fool is she? Ling Tian beat his subordinates. Did they really come here to shit themselves? We've been looking for this Shu Han for so long, and in the end, we can't find the bastard. The guy asked the young master not to get angry. This is a big area, and there are many monks here. Many people have started a mass beating and want to appropriate the fruits of themselves. It was true that this Shu Han was just a common rascal, and probably someone had already beaten him to death. The young master said that if they really died, he got off easy. But is there any news from the Celestial? The Lingzi is ripe. Won't he come to take it away? It can increase his strength, can it? Even if he wasn't going to take it himself, wasn't he going to get it for him? He has never seen Lu Yanzi and so many people fighting for something. He doesn't know what they're thinking at all. The subordinates shouted that the Lord's whereabouts were changing frequently. For that he would read more people on his search. Lingtian told him to forget about it. Relying on scum like them was useless. He would never find it that way. Father kind of said that he would look for what kind of powerful magic medicine it was. Tentatively, he went to the very center of Jingshi. The crowd continued to run away from the Thunderwolves. The protagonist said that the situation was critical. How far away is Lu Yanzi? Silverwing said there was about 3 more kilometers to go. Shu Han then notices that they won't make it in time. Considering the speed at which they were running, he was afraid that the wolves would seat them before they reached the girl. He decided to speed up and jumped up. He announced that he was leaving for a reconnaissance mission, and let them speed up for the time being. It is indeed easier to change rivers and mountains than human nature. He's worked all his life, but he still can't deal with stinking problems. He was framed by the Emperor in his past life, but he won't make any missteps this time. Silverwings shouted to the others to all move faster. No way, don't let them get caught by the wolves, or they'll all die here. We need to pick up the pace and use all our strength for this. Commander Zhang was informed that Lizzie would soon mature, whether they should kill the people in front of them or let them live. Zhang Xiao's basilisk creature ordered Zhang Xiao not to make a fuss. Let them think that this flower is already in their pocket. These pups want to snatch the food out of the mouths of these game. How naive they are. We should wait a little while and kill them all. The subordinate also told the commander that those genetically modified students of theirs hadn't shown up yet. They had agreed with them to help them here. Maybe something had happened to them. The man didn't understand what could have happened. There wasn't a drop of energy in that cave. They should feel at home there. Anyone who challenges them will be in trouble. The basilisk has invested so many resources in them for a reason. All treasures from this cave belong to basilisk creatures. A little more time passed, and the cherished flower began to bloom. The commander noted that Lingji was almost ripe, needing to start his own plan. At this time, the main character was running with all his legs. Zhang Xiao immediately ordered everyone to stop. Someone paid them a visit. This man is pretty quick. Shu Han greeted everyone, unsure if everyone was gathered. A lot of people is what it takes to think there are enough people to save Silver Wings and the company. And the company. And the company. Jianzi inquired as to where he had come from. Lingtian called him brave. He looked everywhere for him and could not find him, and here he delivered himself. But it was seeing Rui that grabbed the boy the most. That's the man who killed her father. And dare to show up here so cocky, she'll slaughter him right away. Recently, on that day, he had brutally massacred her father Quan Shi. Today, she will chop him to pieces in front of everyone and avenge her father. Guy noted that her old man had said he had a daughter in Shushan. I think she was it. The girl noted that her name is Rui. She is Princess Shushan's outstanding student follower. Before she dies, she will let him know why he will be killed. The protagonist in turn asked her to wait. Her companion was embarrassed. Was he afraid of her? Let him not even ask for mercy. He would die today. Shu Han that there is no problem, but he has many enemies. She is not the only one like this. He means to wait a while. Let them all gather, and then let them all attack together. Either way, one less, one more makes no difference. A subordinate informed Mr. Zhang that this guy united the southern islands of the Lu family. His name is Shu Han. This guy is a total nutcase. Sir pointed out, despite the circumstances, this guy is acting arrogant. Someone like him can easily cause trouble and become a target, so he is not a survivor. He used to rely on Lu's family, and the man had a high opinion of him. But that's just another thing, this guy's not a hindrance to them. They'll take the flower and swat him at the same time. Feng Zhenyu also arrived on the scene. He pointed out that earlier in the military exam, he wanted to stomp on Shu Han. If he continues to provoke him, he will finish him off on the spot and take the family heirloom himself. The main character laughed. He told this guy he was a wimp. He hadn't seen him before, and somehow he'd slipped in here. Shu Hanyu seems to have enough enemies. Did he really want to seize the opportunity? Zhenyu noted that he understood, and that was good. So many people wanted to kill him. They'll see how he gets out of here alive. While he was chatting, the protagonist turned to the creatures of Vasilik. From them, he asked that they were huddled together like turtles, perhaps declaring themselves as well. They secretly raised some dumb fat guy, but he's already done him in. Mr. Jaoong couldn't believe it. This guy also knows that they are here, but from where? A subordinate told me that those genetically modified basilisk students were killed by this guy. It turns out he wants the council. He'll kill him for it. Master asked me to wait first. We must get Lingji. It must not fall into the wrong hands. The future of the basilisk creatures depends on it. Shu Han has enough problems as it is. They won't worry about him right now. Therefore, by all means, it is necessary to obtain the flower. At that moment, the main characters, and realized that almost begins the most interesting thing. Rui rushed after him. Does he really want to escape? Let him leave his life to her first. Jaoong ordered his men to start. He wants to take Lingji, let them stop him. The Bull King remarked to his sister that he would take this flower for her. But she asked him not to hurry because she couldn't understand what Shu Han was going to do. Maybe he's using Lingji to divert attention from then escape. He is their guy after all, and they should help him. The others also faltered, but it's a mighty strength and unrivaled natural attributes. With it, they will become the sons of heaven. And those who dare to take this flower away from them will be killed immediately. Qing Cheng's team also announced their arrival. Let no one accompany them on their way. Otherwise they will kill everyone. No one will be spared. The hero realized that he had spent 3 months to develop the Celestial Emperor's art to perfection. How could people like this? How could they stand up to his speed? Picking up the flower, the guy noted, if anyone wanted to take revenge or take Lingji away from him, let them approach and don't hesitate. He's not underestimating them. They are just factually garbage. If there are any skills, let them approach and try to get him. Ling Tian resented this one. He's a rascal. We should hurry up and catch him. This time he won't let him get away with it. Rui also had to kill that bastard. Mr. Jiang was pushing for the guy not to take Lingji back. The others need to take him back at any cost. Jinshin pointed out to his brother that Quang Rui had followed him. What will they do? He immediately rushed forward and said that as long as he had the flower on him, it was necessary to stop him. The Bull King was confused. Shu Han only made a couple of movements, and immediately the people who wanted to kill him gathered. Not even a minute later, a crowd of people had already chased after him. Lu Yanzi was indignant. This fool is just hoping for luck. It can be considered that he just died. No one will be able to save him, but how he pisses her off. At this time, the crowd continued to run away. Silver Wings realized that he was doing badly. He's afraid that they have a minute at most, and then the wolves will catch up with them for sure. They won't be able to escape this time. The guy hopes that Shu Han has found Lu's sister. At least they will get revenge on those things if they are killed. And then he stopped. After which he shouted to the students that he would cover them, and let them save whoever they could, and said goodbye to them. He hopes that next life he won't be able to train, learn and fight shoulder to shoulder together. Some started to panic. They wanted to stay. But some didn't even have a girlfriend yet. And some had a mom waiting for them at home. And I should have explored this road earlier, but who knew? Some realized they couldn't save themselves, but what a shame. They were afraid to die. Everyone was afraid to die, but some were going to stay and fight alongside the Silver Wings. If they don't run away, they're a freak, so it's better to die in battle. They don't believe they can lose to those things. Even those cannons said she was afraid, but then she too would stay to the last, wouldn't leave them. Thus, everyone decided that they would not run away. They would fight together and die together. Lian Shu wondered if they were really going to sacrifice themselves. His brother had told them to save themselves just a short while ago, but now they were putting him in a predicament. Silverwing smiled. It was good that the students of the southern regions of their truth were not cowards. Teacher Li Kai-shan said that this was an important era. Before the awakening of the Force, they were ordinary, and no one even knew about them. But today, they will show their courage and strength in the final battle. The Thunder Wolves are aggressively on the offensive, but it is better to die in battle and never retreat. Lian Shu felt like they were completely burnt out. They were about to be killed. They were also shouting something. He asked them not to yell so much. There are some fruits here. Let them eat them and replenish their own strength. If they hold out, perhaps their brother will be able to come to their aid in time. The others wondered if he was coming. There are wolves all over the place. They would kill him anyway. Even though he is kind, they hoped he wouldn't come back to die. Lianshu called them fools. Do they really think that brother would do such a thing? Let them make up meaningless conversations and prepare for battle. Soon the boy began to hope that his dear brother would come quickly. Otherwise he would soon be left with nothing to eat. No wonder Shu Han told him to run and do not stop. These wolves are very fierce. The battle hasn't even started yet and he can already sense the evil, and it makes him shake with fear. An ordinary monk would never engage in battle with this monster. After a few more moments, he was beginning to regret stopping, but suddenly, a steel chain appeared from nowhere and attacked the monster. The guy immediately turned his attention sideways, to whom he saw his brother, who came to his aid. Lianshu was very happy for him to finally get to them after all. The hero asked him to save himself. These wolves will overpower the stupid roe deer that chase him. The students didn't expect Shu Han to find so many people in a matter of minutes. They underestimated him and take it back. Silverwings picked up on the strong momentum coming from these people. They all seem to have already spent power. He has no idea where the guy found so many top-notch warriors from. Rui shouted that he was a bastard. Let him fight like a man. She's going to avenge her father. Zhenyu was screaming for him to give him back the family treasure. He would chase him for the rest of his life until he finished him off. Ling Tian wasn't going to leave him behind either. There was no turning around here. It was unclear where he was running to. Jaoong also kept up with the guy. Need to leave the lenses, otherwise the fight inevitable. The students realized that something was going wrong here, that they were all following him. And it's a pretty awkward situation. Silverwings stated that there was no significance to it, and the main thing was that it drew people in. They need to clean up while he holds them all back. At this time, the hero swiftly raced toward the wolves. Zhenyu also started the battle, but his blade was quickly destroyed by the Thunder Wolf. The boy resented it. These wolves are not simple. They are very strong. Mr. Jaoong ordered everyone to be on guard. Even the lowest level of wolves could use force. Everyone needs to form a formation. Rui realized that Shu Han had purposely brought them to these wolves she resented. Ling Tian also swept up that the guy had circled them around to them, not living under the same sky with him. The hero, in turn, thanked everyone who came to save people. They're going to have to kill a lot of wolves, and he likes it so much that they're freaking out that he's still alive. He realized that that cat really wasn't easy. Those wolves fear the scent of the cat that was left on the rim. It's impossible for that image to still be in Jingshi. If there is a chance, we should tie it back on the leash. Outside the cave, in turn, it was turbulent. The screen showed that more than 10 dots had already changed color to red. Subordinates noted to Li's superior that more than 10 people have died there. He fears that there is a big unforeseen event going on there. I wonder what's up with the reinforcements. Where are their top-notch Qinbei and Tianjin school students? Have they already been able to reach that place? Kaijian told them that they were now in their fastest helicopter tentatively to fly in an hour. The situation is changing extremely fast. This is a good sign. He fears that the force is about to be spent. According to the records, after the awakening of the force, humanity will face a natural cataclysm. The interlocutor realized this was a bad thing. The boss would be better off taking refuge in the southern islands to run the dungeon operation from there. After all, what was his purpose? Wasn't he just letting their students try their luck? The man said that was true, but he also had his own goals. More specifically, he wanted to find out some information from Jingshi. This information sort of ancient him and a more realistic picture of this very power. This information is no less important than the future of all mankind. The interlocutor asked if he could be more specific about what this information was. Maybe they could have a student from there look into it. Li Kaishen said he didn't know how to find out the information himself. So he sent everyone there to try their luck and see if anyone would get lucky. He only underestimated the danger that was going on out there on all sides, people who are so eager to kill. But let these guys practice. It'll be good for them. Especially at this point in time. If these students achieve the desired result, they will definitely be at the top of the list, gradually improving step by step. Eventually, they will be able to show themselves in all their glory. Meanwhile, in the cave, something began to happen. Someone asked what happened. He doesn't hear any movement. Could this be an earthquake? Although it doesn't quite seem that way, something appeared there. The hero noted that this king of the red-eyed thunderwolves is a wolf of the highest level. Everyone saw how scary he was, and now they'll never live. Mr. Jaoong couldn't believe it. Where did this come from? We need to eliminate him now. The subordinate asked what he meant first. After all, Lingji was needed. The man immediately slapped the subordinate and said that it was a wolf of the highest degree of Thunder Wolf. It would be good to get out of here alive if he didn't find one. Then they would already think of how to steal. At this time, the creature that appeared was preparing to attack. It was a bombardment on students and everyone was horrified by it. Those who were really scared started to run away from here. School head Shushang pointed out to Sister Rui not to step on it. They need to escape first. If Shu Han was going to run away from the Elder Wolf, they should just go after him and kill him at the same time. He is now in the epicenter of danger, surrounded by Thunder Wolves. Especially since he's standing right next to the Older Wolf. He probably won't get out of there alive. The girl, however, hoped he would survive, and not deny her the opportunity to personally massacre him. Silver Wings was glad that Sister Lu had finally gotten to them. Shu Han had literally just saved them all. The girl noted that they would talk, then the older werewolf could kill them all. That's why it's necessary to go back. It's the only way to stay alive. She thought the guy had been missed here. She hoped he would continue to live on. The protagonist realized that the cat headband is effective against regular wolves, but it definitely won't help him against this guy. He doesn't know if he should improvise now or save himself. The wolf has a large and clumsy body. At this point, the guy doesn't have much of a chance, and it's easy to run away. The monster just attacked the guy running away. He failed to escape and was attacked by the creature. Shu Han at this time met up with Feng again. Even though it's a wolf out of step, it also has natural thunder skills, and it's like that from birth. Even though they are strong, they definitely won't run away from him. Then offers to chat with him about the value of humanity, and there he might let them go. Zhenyu saw that another guy had died. This Thunder Wolf was definitely not their level. So he indignantly yelled at the guy. If he wanted to chat, let him go chat himself and don't interfere with his rescue. Shu Han laughed due to his interlocutor being extremely nervous. Suddenly he tripped him, which caused Zhenyu to immediately fall to the ground. But he didn't get confused and loaded up and continued forward. He grabbed the nearest man who was running right in front of him. It was Ling Tian who didn't understand what the hell was going on. Zhenyu noted that he was the one who didn't have to worry. But the interlocutor was indignant. Save him or why he had hugged his leg in the first place. Zhenyu replied that he was tripped. He didn't prepare enough and used all his fruits, so he's asking to give him some. In response, Ling Tian shouted for him to roll out of here and kicked him. Next, and while everyone was running away, Lian Shu ran to meet them. He was glad to finally meet his brother. The protagonist wondered why he had come back here. A comrade noted that everyone was running away. He was afraid he was going to run out of deposits, so he brought him more. Suddenly, there was a lightning strike that was created by the head wolf. Shu Han felt its power and realized that this power was very bad. So grabbed my comrade and shouted with you. He immediately dodged. They managed to escape, and in the house of a moment, the group with whom they were fleeing was struck by a lightning strike. The protagonist told his comrade not to say anything to him and just run as hard as he could. He pondered about the first cave of Huaxia. Li Kaishan had been hiding in the southern islands for a very long time. He didn't send them here simply to gain experience. Does he know what is even going on here, and is he going to take appropriate action? If this continues, there won't be a single person left alive. Lian Shu pointed out to his brother that in front of them now, Sister Lu and company and those she was helping were very slow. If she has silver wings, so-and-so will help the others. Sooner or later the Wolf King will catch up with them. The protagonist noted that Silver Wings and Nuan are both top-notch warriors. Lu, in turn, is also very strong. However, the other guys they have are very mediocre. They will probably get caught. If this keeps up, they'll all be killed for sure. He threw the headband to a comrade and told him to take it and escape with Lu Yanzi. This loss has the scent of a cat left on it, and the wolves are afraid of him. It can help him in times of danger. Lian Shu inquired about him. The guy replied that he would go steal something about those types, and at the same time find out their dirty plan. He's going to get rid of the hassle. Mr. Zhang saw all of Khan. He dares to come. They don't think he won't kill him. Tell him to get Lingji out now. The guy called out his name and asked, what did he have to do with that donkey Zhang Yuanyin? The interlocutor shouted that he was getting insolent. He dared to insult his grandfather. The man sees that he is completely fed up with his life. A subordinate shouted to the captain that this kid with last-stage strength wasn't worth one punch from him. He was going to deal with him personally, but his attack failed to come to fruition. The hero hit him and told him to disappear immediately. That subordinate's body flew off to the side. He begged for help, but it was too late. The wolves had killed him. Zhang pointed out that he couldn't possibly be a last-stage warrior. Who was he really? His subordinates have last-stage strength, but they couldn't even handle one of his moves. He's also fast as hell, which is rare. The hero asked if he would believe him if he said he had divine power. In fewer words, he suggests that all weapons, fruits, and supplies be given here. Let them pull everything out. He did not expect that this guy was a descendant of Qiang Yuanyin. That man was a first-class basilisk fighter. The Lu family had killed his disciple Xuan Tianzhao. Zhang Yuanyin had a middle-stage strength. He experimented on ancient animals. This led to the destruction of many cities as well. Many people died for nothing, and many houses were destroyed. In the end, he joined the ranks of the villagers. Another subordinate told the commander that this guy is absolute, ignorant, he insults honor, grandfather needs to kill him. But the man replied that it was not yet time to wait in this one. This guy gets so cocky he won't do anything. Their true opponent is definitely not him. Let them not forget that besides them, there are people in 3 other cities, and they haven't shown up yet. There's no need to rush first to get away from the wolf, and then he'll straighten it out with his own hands. The sack immediately fell to the ground. Zhang reported that these were all the fruits they had taken with them. They all belonged to the guy now. But the hero also said to give the sword here as well. The man asked him not to be greedy. Does he really think he won't kill him even though the Wolf King is here? Not for life, he still wants to know who the Wolf King will kill first. The hero remarked that so it would not be for life, but for death. After which he immediately attacked. The interlocutor called him a true psycho. He ended up throwing his weapon to him after all, and the blade landed right next to Suhan's feet. Running away, the man yelled out that he remembered him. It seemed to the protagonist that this prey is quite good, we need to move on. Which of course he did. At this time, 2 of his acquaintances continued to run away. One of them shouted that he had run out of fruit and asked for some to share. He promises he'll pay back 10 times as much, maybe even 100 times. Lingtian shouted for him to get off his back. Is he really his uncle, how he got so much fruit? Once again, if he went after him, he would kill him. Suddenly, he saw Shu Han, who noted that his brother had shared cool things with him before he died. That seed of the 5 elements. He gave him very little last time. Didn't he learn from Baotian and maybe give him a couple more? Lingtian was indignant. Taking out his weapon, he prepared to fight. He had never met a more insolent person. Hasn't she made any mistakes at all? He's the main villain here. He's like a cowardly turtle. Today he's using all his power to kill him. His attack was unsuccessful and the hero attacked him. With his speed and strength, he easily slew the enemy. After which he wondered if this was the full extent of his boasted power. He's as much of a jackass as his little brother was. Since he's a negative character, why does he talk so much? To Lingtian's aid, immediately came running, with the others asking if he was all right. He stepped back a bit and ordered everyone to head after him. He wasn't fighting to the last man and was going to hack him to death. The guys immediately turned attack. He dared to attack their comrades and he would not live. And while they were attacking, Lingtian slowly withdrew. After which he all ran away. Even for the protagonist, this came as a surprise. Running away, the guy shouted for Shu Han to wait for his brother and he would definitely chop him to pieces. He didn't understand why this guy was so tough, only used 1 punch and sent him to knockdown. Either way, he has a brother with a higher degree. Is he like his brother? Although it's impossible, because his brother is unmatched in this world. Even his father said that his brother would definitely become the hero of their time, and would definitely slay Shu Han. The others also began to run away from her, and so the hero met up with Zhenya. The interlocutor was confused and said he made a mistake. He begs for mercy. If he spared him, it would be the whole Feng family who would work for him. It's his family's last treasure. To show the sincerity of his own thoughts, he bestows it upon him. Shu Han smiled because of this attitude. He realized that every single person in this family is not the best people. Zhenya wants to strangle him anyway, but he's very naive. That's what happened. The guy soon shouted out that Shu Hanyu was finished. The hero knew that the one used the special poison of the Shigasan monks. The interlocutor did not expect to recognize this poison. He had prepared it especially for him. Next, he turned to the 9 big men by their Shu Han had already fallen for. The masked arrival noted that it wouldn't take a minute for Shigusan to eat away at the monk's body. In half an hour, he would be nothing but a bloody stain. Let Shu Han take out the 9 ancient treasure here, and then they might agree and give him the antidote. Or maybe not. Zhenyu also shouted for him to give the Feng family's greatest treasures here. He must realize that he would die when he took their family's treasures for himself. The hero asked if they were monks from the camp of the ancient celestials. The masked strangers didn't expect how he knew that. Shu Han noted that they were a gang of sneaky snake rats who acted stealthily. It seems that the energy of the cave in question has run out because of these devils. Let them say what their real purpose is. He didn't think they'd show up this early, especially knowing he had 9 ancients. It seems that someone serious is behind them, not just an ordinary monk. Perhaps they had even met him before. Suddenly, one of those monks laughed. Originally, they could just take the 9 ancient trees and spare him. And now he's figured it out. There's nothing he can do about it. He's gonna die. Shu Han finished the life-giving fruit at this time, his energy lowering replenished. So, rushing to the attack, he motioned for them to approach him. Together, the new enemies faced off against each other. The hero had quite skillfully slew one of them. He then remarked that he was pretty fast. Everyone should be careful with him. This monk is lightning fast. They need to kill him quickly. The Wolf King will appear soon and they need to speed up. If they return unfulfilled, the master will not forgive them. Let them fight hard and eliminate him. Strange life-giving fruits appeared in the monk's hands. The energy of these fruits began to be gradually absorbed into things. And so absolutely all the monks did. And after they finished absorbing energy, an attack was ordered. The protagonist realized that they were attacking right before their strength replenished. Even if they break through, it wouldn't be a big deal. Earlier they were talking about some kind of master. What kind of demonic master was it? The guy had no idea. Actually, in his past life, there were some overly powerful demonic masters in Polar Night City. One of the enemies shrieked to the guy that the 3 of them had already spent power. They were now very strong compared to him, like heaven and earth. Let him just obey them and get on his knees. Otherwise he will experience much more before his death. That is how let them ask for mercy. They can either make him feel good or give him a good thrashing. Their bodies are even more advanced. Crushing him will be easier than a valve. The hero noted that they are just regular trash. 3 enhanced scum acting like complete insolence. And he's about to ask what kind of demon master sent them here. And what is his purpose? The enemy called him a denuded lad, somehow canceling out you otherwise master in such a manner. Now he will let him see their power. He won't be able to stand up to them. It's a giant hand. Let him get on his knees now and die. The protagonist was not going to retreat. He threw his spear. His weapon swiftly pierced the giant arm. The opponent shouted that it was impossible. How did he deal with his giant arm so easily? This is a special technique after all. Could the human body really be strong enough to resist sorcery? And this kid is clearly unusual. Everyone's mind should attack him. We'd better deal with him quickly so we don't get into too much trouble. Shu Han said to have them actually attack together, knocking them out one by one, takes a long time. Attacking the masked enemy said he didn't have much strength. How did he even have so much confidence to fight them? He underestimates them, and he won't be tearing it up in packages today. Though they soon realized that this guy was very strong in close combat. Soon another problem presented itself. Being gram rolls were close, and they were starting to get in the way. Fortunately for the monk, he dodged. It seems these wolves have awakened a power. This power is so great that it is even greater than theirs. Suddenly the hero was at his back. Whether he was seriously able to come back, the others shouted to a comrade to run behind him. The one immediately turned around, not realizing what was going on. But it was too late, and the protagonist's spear pierced his body. The rest of us realized the situation was bad. The wolves are also attacking unexpectedly. We should use the technique together to kill him. Now they are using the law of thunder, this wolf territory. The thunder technique will be even more deadly here. Thus, they had accumulated their strength using lightning thunderbolts and lightning techniques. Together, they fused their energy together and attacked the guy, who didn't duck, and the lightning bolt immediately pierced his body, which caused his enemies to call him a dumb kid. After all, he had just recently heard that they were using a technique and didn't even dodge. The thundercloud strike is not something even a monk with a strong higher level can handle. This guy must have never encountered such a strong technique. They're afraid he's shitting his pants in fear. But it's great that he's dead. I don't think he's done. By the way, this guy was a survivor. It's rare to find one. The 3 of them with their awakened powers stood up to him, even lost one. Some people are really hard to kill. The man thought that the 9 ancients were in their pocket and didn't expect Shu Han to take possession of it. But he overestimated his own strength. He can't stand up to his master. He asked for it, and that's what he should do. Suddenly the main character appeared out of nowhere. He asked, "Who's that asking for it?" His enemies couldn't believe how this was possible. Why was he still breathing? That was a thundercloud strike, a very strong technique. How was he able to withstand it? Shu Han thought that this was just the so-called thunder law. The Heavenly Emperor technique also gives him a divine body. This body could resist various techniques. Their cloud strike not only didn't get him, but it instead hardened his flesh. The enemy said that he was being arrogant. The thundercloud technique, The master's secret ancient technique. What does he even understand? As a wild-eyed kid. He didn't do well with this technique though, which surprised them a good bit. However, he's not sure that's his maximum. He's definitely dead from here. Using his power, the guy said that even though they didn't agree with him, he was giving them a chance to end on that note. Now he would show them the true law of thunder. The boy realized that the Wolf King was a great threat, and he needed to decide the outcome of the battle quickly. Thus, his power was released and simulated some sort of sinister figure. The enemies didn't realize what this technique was. Is it the Thunder Law technique? But that's just impossible. The Thunder Law technique can't have that kind of energy. They could no longer tolerate this onslaught. The kid just used spiritual power, but what kind of magic is that? It's definitely illegal thunder. How could such a strong technique even exist? Shu Han called them ignorant. They must have heard the heavenly thunder. He was asked, is this really the original law of thunder? It is the mythical heavenly thunder. At that moment they realized everything and started begging him for help. But it was already dangerous, as the protagonist's technique collapsed on top of them. Afterward, he reflected that in his past life, the technique he had best mastered was precisely the law of rum. This lost heavenly beat, he took it and changed it a little. So he used to call it the divine law of thunder. Unfortunately, this technique wasn't perfect right now. He could only utilize the mystical heavenly chaos and his body and squeeze out something similar to heavenly thunder. If he was in his prime, he would be able to show real heavenly thunder. The sky would collapse and the earth would split. Zhenyu, who was watching the battle, shouted that it was simply impossible. All the people the master had sent out were defeated. Is it really a dream? He's probably asleep, none of this is true, and now his clan is going to show up here. In the last moment, the guy wished Shu Hanyu to die when the Wolf King was already beside him. A moment later, the man was already dead. The hero confirmed the information he thought someone was behind the Feng family. He didn't expect them to make an agreement with the sneaky demon masters. It seems that when they destroyed the monks to take the 9 ancients, it was done by one of the masters. No account of the atrocity can't even be called dead. The Wolf King continued to run rampant after the kill, and with his subordinates, something was happening. These creatures that moved on the ground grew wings and were able to fly. The people were terrified. Could the Thunderwolf really fly as well? This was even worse. Now it would be even more difficult to escape. The crowd of these monsters was driving a large gathering of people. Shu Han realized that the red-eyed Wolf King was getting into action, and they were taking them in a circle. We should hurry up and nail the people who are in their way. It's not like these werewolves have any intelligence. Red-eyed thunderwolves have low intelligence compared to other sorcerers. That means they definitely won't use any clever attack tactics. Could it be that someone is controlling them? A strange ship was cutting through the celestial space, and on it sat a group of first-class fighters. Qing Luoyi was also approached by someone. He pointed out that it was hot in Jingshi now. Principal Hua sent here to get the students in trouble out of there. It's not a problem for them after all. The person who talked to her is called Long Wu. He continued that it was better to finish this task while he had the chance, and then take off to the East Sea to Long's home and have a good rest there. The head of his family has wanted to see this director Hua for a long time. He respects him a lot. Sis has a good reputation on the East Sea. While he was off, Thalius Johnson continued his training. Louis pointed out to his brother that he must be joking. No one on the East Sea had ever heard of an ordinary monk from Huaxia. We should go there when we get a chance. The guy replied that it could be done with no problem. But he was actually outraged. This girl thinks she's the principal's top student. In fact, he doesn't care at all when he is also honored. And when yours is also bowed down, let her only wait, and she too will be reached. At this time, the wolves that had grown wings continued to attack. Lu Yanzi, along with her men, fought back. She shouted for the others to keep fighting and not to retreat. Otherwise, the students behind them will just die. The Bull King faced a strong monster, which caused him to be pushed to the edge. It won't work. He can't hold on any longer. The wolves are becoming very numerous. Especially since the Wolf King sent those flying creatures, they are much stronger. Lu Yanzi concentrated her energy, and since things were going this way, that's all that's left then. Suddenly someone ran up to her and informed her that she didn't need to do that. If used, however, it could derail years of family plans. Even if it happens itself, it won't succeed. It turned out that the man was a fake. He disguised himself and infiltrated the cave under orders to avoid unforeseen difficulties, which will affect the girl's strength. In no way can be allowed to use the secret technique. The protagonist in turn smelled it was already the seed of the 5 elements. Even though the 4th family is Lu Yanzi's, He guessed the Lu family always used the seed on the 5 elements to increase their strength. Only by using all the seed of Lu Yanzi could the 5th seed of the Long family be found, and so one can attain the perfect spiritual power for oneself. The girl objected. "Uncle, if she doesn't use her power, a lot of students there will just die." The man noted that he was a descendant of the family. She should use the powers for more important purposes. The family's master had only regained his powers. He would not approve of her decision. Even though they're her students, they're only students. They just might get revenge for their guys' deaths later. Now a girl has to realize what's more important. Suddenly someone approached her. It was the head of Shushan. He said that their people could protect the people. His 5 swordsmen would protect a whole crowd. He wants to be friends with Sister Lu and hopes as they walk out of here to chat and have tea. Let him tell his stories, and he will be very interested. The girl objected. She didn't need it. Their powers weren't strong enough to protect everyone. Jiang Xin was indignant. She is brave, but how dare she underestimate Shushan's swordsman? Not many people know, but to them, he is an unusual fish. Brother Ling Chuyuan should be happy that she's attracted to her. How dare she refuse him? The others also confirmed that she knew nothing. If they were exposed to such a possibility, they would be very unlucky by now. Why did they bury the heads? And of course, you can't say they'll take down the wolves. But they can save a couple of ants, and that's more than enough. Jianzi asked. Really want her to get her hopes up? Uncle shouted that she didn't need to talk like that. Shushan's swordsman can help Lu's family know better. Upon his return, he would notify the head of the family, and he would thank them. The man pondered that it was impossible to let Yanzi's power be used. Therefore, one should just ask for the help of these swordsmen. It's been 20 minutes. The battle was in full swing. One of the guys told Brother Lin that their situation was not good. More and more wolves are gathering here. If this keeps up, it won't be easy to keep up with their onslaught. Chuyuan asked to be patient for a little longer. He responded to the request to help the Lu family. If you just leave, he is afraid that irreparable things will happen. His sister asked to approach her alone, Lu Yanzi. It is not worth it. As the head of Shushan's swordsman, he's looking for help from some wench. Tell him to stop thinking such things. While she was chatting, another creature attacked her, which caused the girls to have to drop their weapons and step back. But the monster didn't stop and followed her again. Undeterred, the girl grabbed the guy who was standing next to her, and immediately threw it towards the monster to save herself. Silverwing saw that their comrades were using it. Outraged, Thunderwolf was about to kill that guy, but the Silver Wings managed to save him. Lu Yanzi also came to the scene of the battle. Thanks to her skills, she easily chopped off the monster's head, after which she turned her attention to the girl. She asked, why did she do it? She'd better get the whole situation straight right now. Zhongxin indignantly asked, what was there to explain to her? It's some ordinary monk and there's no need to worry. She's willing to risk herself for the people of Shushan, not them. And what happens if they die? Chuyuan pointed out to Lu that his sister did it out of desperation. Otherwise, she might have gotten hurt. You have to sacrifice cannon fodder and conserve strength, for them monks are just regular dummies. The situation is escalating. He asks them to step into the situation. The girl asked if that was their explanation. To save his own skin, he doesn't sacrifice others. A very good sword team. Let them just get the hell out of here. Zhang Xin became indignant again. Is it normal for her to talk like this? How dare she still say something to cross them? Uncle asked Janzi to stop talking like that, but the girl didn't listen to him, she said. So you don't have to be forced to repeat it. Let them clean up. Otherwise, the wolves will eat them, or she can help decapitate them too. The rest of us resented it, and the head remarked to his sister that she herself had seized to make them leave. Sacrificed a couple of warriors, they could keep the rest alive. Thus, she does not care about the overall situation. Let her be patient for a while, and the wolves will chew them up without even leaving a bone. He hopes she will not regret what she has done. And now they're leaving. However, if she suddenly regretted her choice, she could look them up. After all, he wouldn't mind sitting with her and drinking tea and chatting. He thought the girl wanted it for herself. The wolves are attacking in a great flood. The human forces can't withstand such an onslaught. He was sure that no one would be able to withstand it for a couple of minutes, except for the swordsman from Shushan. The guy will wait until she comes to ask for his help, and he'll wait for her to come running to serve him. The Thunderwolves naturally didn't go anywhere. The Bull King pointed out to Sister Lu that these despicable people from the Shushan sword sect had attracted many Thunderwolves here in the beginning. Now that they are all gone, it's impossible for him, unable to fight off these creatures. Lu Yanzi realized that the situation was bad, so she decided to go back to her previous method. Uncle still didn't want her to use him, but the girl declared that whatever he told her so no more she had decided, and it had nothing to do with him. If the master decides to punish her, she will bear it all. The man called her silly. The Earth base is too hard to get. After completing her, future achievements will easily happen the level of the host. Let her lead the Lu family to glory. Yanzi was confident that she could, even if it wasn't a prefecture-level foundation or a 9th-level foundation. She was sure that she could do anything and her spiritual path was invincible. So I asked the treasure to open up. The protagonist was just waiting for this. He jumped towards the treasure. Immediately, he grabbed it in his hand. The girl didn't understand what was going on. She asked what he wanted to do. The guy offered to make a deal. She would give him this seed of the 5 elements. In exchange, he would get her to safety. Yanzi wondered. She certainly believes in his determination, but she doesn't believe in his strength. It just creates an end of strength, not enough, even if he gives it his best effort. Silver Wings took a moment to notice that this really wasn't a joke. The Thunder Wolves had become much stronger than they were before. Although the people from Shushan are disgusting, but they are still strong. Even they were scared. Zhu Han interrupted them and said that he would come rain or shine. After pulling him out of the Thunder Wolf chase, this seed of the 5 elements belonged to him. Next, he turned to his comrade and asked for the Ring of the Beast. The guy immediately tossed it aside. The hero said it was a true martial art. He directed his battle energy at the chain that was in the air. As a consequence, the wolf-repellent ring expanded tenfold. Those present did not realize what was happening. But the storm wolves gradually started to leave. It's amazing. He was able to scare the storm wolves. That's already a great achievement. The hero shouted for them not to be surprised and to follow him. They need to get out of here fast. The guy was pondering about a true battle artifact aimed to become the strongest imperial artifact in heaven. To practice to the limit and be able to control the emperor and purify the world. He just set it too low, merely making the beast's iron ring bigger. If it doesn't work, he won't be able to handle them. The Bull King asked where Lian Shu came from. Those Thunder Wolves look very scared, so they wouldn't dare to attack. The lad remarked that he had never seen such a treasure as his brother's iron chain to bind beasts. His brother will always have fun here. He hopes he'll live a long life. Lu Yanzi suggested to hurry up and catch up with Zhu Han. I wonder if he can really get everyone out of here. The Silver Wings were asked to push the core of Jingxi Canyon up front. They can save themselves, get to the core. At this time, the code was pondering the food of the Tianshan Lotus God and the drink of Tsongyu Yulu. Everyone needs to calm down. This code is newborn. Suddenly he heard some noise. It's a beast ring. It was summoned by that little villain, I guess. Good is good enough. What little villain or old Kanshan villain is not good. It is not good to summon a beast ring. Another group of people continued to be attacked by wolves. They could no longer cope with the onslaught, and some even died. A subordinate asked President Zhang what they should do. He doesn't want to die yet. The monsters kept coming at them. The captain immediately grabbed his subordinate. He threw him forward to be torn apart by the creature. Let him rest in peace, and he will take care of his family. But the guy didn't want to die at all. It was too late, though. The man turned his attention in the other direction. For the sake of today, he can only hide here for now. Zhu Han is a little bastard. Where did he get such a treasure? It was even able to repel the attack of the Thunder Wolves. Ling Tian also sacrificed his subordinates. He needed someone to cover him from the monsters. They are here to protect the young master, so they shouldn't retreat even if he dies. One of them pointed out to the second young master that then it didn't matter how many subordinates he gave to the wolf to eat, he still wouldn't have enough. Why don't they just join Ms. Lu? Their protective magical weapons can block the attacks of the storm wolves. If they go to them, they will save their own lives. Representatives from Shushan School also fought. The leader didn't understand why they were so lucky. They had even acquired weapons against the Gram Wolves. If things continued like this, Lu Yanzi wouldn't be able to turn to him for help. One of the boys turned to Mentor Lin. It looks like the Thunder Wolves are attacking them on purpose. They might not be in any danger, but it's very difficult to move through them. Someone else suggested going back to the Yanzi with their defensive Jaeger weapons would be many times easier. Rui ordered them to shut up immediately. They despise those student monks. Does he really want to get punched in the face by going back to them? The girl asked, how can a sister mentor say such a thing? They will come back to raise their reputation. They only have her to try to earn Shushan's generosity. The guy assumed their defensive weapons were pretty good. Why not present it to the factions, after all? They will make a huge contribution to development. And there's no such thing as a trade. Compared to spiritual fruits, their team is much more popular and better. You can't loot, of course, but if it refuses to have an exchange, it will be bad. Rui disagrees. If they do, the demons will attack them. Captain Lin ordered them to stop talking. They will go to Lu Yanzi first and then think of a plan. Let them listen to his orders and act according to the situation. The crowd of students continued to flee as the ring surrounded them. Silverwings noted that the spiritual fruits are almost over. He couldn't run any faster. Even though the red-eyed thunderwolf is chasing them, it doesn't attack them. But their king, who stands behind them, is worth watching more closely. Shu Han asked to take their time. They would find spiritual fruits and regain their strength. Someone would definitely come along. The interlocutor was surprised at this answer. Suddenly right in front of them, and they didn't see the crowd that wanted to join them. The Bull King ordered them to stop. What are they going to do? The people shouted for them to get away. They want to enter the magic circle area. If they don't let them through, they can take it out on themselves. Some guy decided to try and set them up. Are they really sick of living? They may not believe it, but they're going to capture them and give them to the Thunderwolves. Lian Shu called them scoundrels. When they were in danger, they didn't think of helping, even chasing Brother Su to kill him, and now come to seek patronage from them. The Beck King announced that if she dared to enter this place, let them not blame Grandpa Nu. What shamelessness! First they reached the same level as Grandfather and then let them attack. The basilisk creature called them ungrateful animals. If they don't get out of here, he's gonna kill them all right now. The man saw that this guy was in his fruiting period. Lian Shu pointed out that Nuance could only dodge with his full strength. They wouldn't be able to resist this person's cultivation level. The attacker says it's too late now. He asks to let his uncle show him what a brutal beating is like. Suddenly there's a protagonist. He immediately threw his spear towards the enemy, thanks to which I was able to penetrate his body. The others realized that he had used a ruse to change the fruiting period. But what kind of power and speed does he have? What kind of martial art is this? The cultivation level is low on martial arts and the speed is simply astounding. Is it possible? The enemy's body immediately fell to the ground. Shu Han reported that he needed to break through, he just had to try. The man from Shushan School asked if he really wanted to stop them relying only on his own strength. Their cultivation level is much higher. They advise him to get into the situation and walk away and away. Ling Tian also confirmed it to him that he couldn't kill them. What would happen if they started fighting to the death? The hero asked what it meant to die, if they were worthy of it. Jiang Xin reported that the people from her team came here to see Sister Lu. They want to help him fight the Rumwolves, so let them know their place and give way. The guy noted what it means to help. He doesn't want to win by relying on their team's ability. The girl said he's savvy. Their sword team is the best in all of China. Doesn't he know that? She thinks that the opportunity to fight them was sent to them by fate. Shu Han confirmed that she was right. Such shameless people had yet to be found. He understands and takes it into consideration. Jiang Xin didn't resent him. She called him a daredevil. Then Lin Red-Eyed Thunderwolf joined the conversation soon reached them. If they delayed, they would fall under its attack. But the hero kept saying that they would not enter the range of the magic weapon. They must realize that he never acts at a loss to himself. The rest of us didn't understand what it all meant. What they should do. Let him speak. Mr. Zhang resented him so he'd die. And he dares to warm his hands on someone else's sight. Judging from the situation, the best option would be to attack him. But they have abandoned their sackcloth. It's the last spiritual fruit and weapons they have left. It is clear they will give him all of them, if he will only let them go. The hero remarked that he was a real businessman and offered to come in. Some people thought that he had lost his mind. Let them not let themselves be led astray. Lao Ji came for treasure, not to throw money around. They didn't understand why anything should be given to him. But there seemed to be no choice for them now, so they should obey. Ling Tian had also thrown his sack to him, and he couldn't remember how many times he had cheated him. But Lao Ji is no longer afraid. The time will come, and he will pay for everything. Some were giving away 10 spiritual fruits, and some were giving away an alloy weapon worth 3 million. They would buy it all back as soon as they left the barrier. Genshin asked, what should they do? The leader said that in the current situation, it was better not to create conflict, or else no one would be left in the lurch. When they entered the safe zone, they would immediately contact Shu Han. At the same time, the sisters will help Kuang Rui's mentor avenge her father's murder. That's how they gradually started to leave, giving up their resources. The main character asked what about the spiritual fruits? Would they be enough to get into the Immortals Grotto area? Silverwings noted that this was so. It was the very first thing that South Island School had prepared them for. But there are a lot more people because of the merger. Thanks to Guy and Mrs. Lu, the losses were minimized. However, there are still wounded, and they are very much in their way. Now they are moving even more slowly than before. Shu Han asked not to worry about it. Spiritual fruits would help them. He addressed Jiang Xiao to several people from Shushan and Lingtian. Those with the highest level of cultivation should help the wounded to make it easier to move around. The guys asked what he didn't want. The girl even called him a scoundrel. He's trying to get them to put their backs into it for other legitimate takes. It's horrible. First he insults them and then he uses them as a rumor. How dare he command them? The protagonist said that if they don't like something, they can leave if they don't agree. However, the fruits of her weapon would remain as collateral, so they couldn't get them back. Lingtian greatly resented him. Wipe him into powder for this. The subordinates asked the master to calm down. They just have to be patient for a while. The young master is waiting for them, and they can't stop halfway. Shuhan had already started counting down to 3. If they didn't carry the injured, they would fly out of the magic circle. At that time, Lingtian took one wounded man on himself. He called the interlocutor ruthless, but he's going to bitch about it. The head of Shushan school also took one. He said that you brothers and sisters did it too. The master trains them, let them take it as training. Sooner or later they will avenge all that has happened. The more anger they have, the more power they will be able to exert. They absolutely have to pay for all of this. The others who had high cultivation levels also took injuries. The hero remarked to his interlocutor that this was what he meant by strength. It did show up after all. Silver Wings wished there was a pen and paper. That way they would have made a sign that said service. Shuhan after a while pondered, as far as he knew in Jingshi province. The Grotto Immortals had passed 5 academies. He defeated several muzzle loaders in the city. But an attack by red-eyed thunderwolves left many dead. Most of the students here are from the South Island. Then where did the people from Baiyuan City go, and why are none of them in sight? It seems they're threatened by more than just red-eyed and thunderwolves. But the main enemy hasn't even shown up yet. At this time, there were people in the center of Jingshi province in the Grotto of Immortals. There was a man sitting on the steps in the very center. There he continued to cultivate. It was just as Long Baoan he pondered that these guys were starting. For what purpose do the masked men keep so many monks imprisoned? Some of the students begged for help. They asked to just be let go. But help was nowhere to be found. Someone pointed out that too few people died in Jingshi province. Didn't those who came from outside kill each other for the sake of spiritual fruits? Not only were the red-eyed thunderwolves sent there, but their king as well. So why have so few people left? What the hell is going on there? The man noted that several demons had been sent there as well. But they're running out of time and there's no word from them. It's all too suspicious. To carry out the plan, they only have to wait for the monks. Supernatural power alone is not enough. He hopes the red-eyed thunderwolves will deal with them. We can't wait any longer. These students were only able to survive because of Shuhan's protection. But he doesn't know where exactly he got the rare defense treasure. The red-eyed thunderwolves must be afraid of him for that reason, and take no action. But why does the name seem familiar to them? 3 demons were sent to Shuhan to find the 9 profound trees from him. They were rumored to be in his possession. In that case, this guy not only ruined their plan to kill the monks, but also killed the demons. Bastard, they need to kill him. Someone informed them that they couldn't carry out their plan if people didn't die. They need to deal with these first, and then they'll deal with the rest. But are we sure that monks other than those protecting Shuhan are here? Someone said it was accurate. After leaving the dungeon, he had eaten the demon spiritual fruit given by the demon lord. Now his cultivation level had reached the middle stage of immortality pill formation. These chickens can't resist, so it was quite easy to catch them. By the way, they seem to have forgotten about one. What about the guy named Aotian who was on the heavenly staircase? When they would perform their ritual, he would definitely get in the way. This person is really very strong. The highest point of groundwork has been reached, so let him just try to stop them. This guy will get out of anything. He ran to the other rung of the heavenly ladder to escape. Celestial staircases turn out to be quite mysterious indeed. It turns out that the pressure will increase with each step. It is the heavenly ladder that is different for everyone and depends on their cultivation level. Therefore, the pressure is clearly not perceived in the same way. At this moment, they were currently going through the immortality pill formation stage. Even though the cultivation level appeared on the pressure, it was still too strong. The one who said this was only able to reach the 5th step. It was a terrible experience. They didn't expect Aochin to rush as high as the 8th step. Even in the Eternal City, he was only comparable to a holy demon. Someone said not to worry about this man. He had been watching him for a long time. Aodian must be aiming for the 10th step. He wants to get the treasure and save the monks, but he was literally vomiting blood as he tried to climb the 9th step. He thinks he's done for now, if that's the case. There was no need for them to waste time. In vain need to send a signal to the Demon King, the red-eyed thunderwolves. They will order him to attack the monks outside, have him finish them all off. All of them need to prepare for a relationship ceremony. The people on the outside will realize that something is going on inside, and will send a person to reconnoiter. Therefore, it is necessary to sacrifice these people in order to keep ourselves safe. Aotian heard this and felt helpless. After all, he wanted to reach the 10th step and save these people. I didn't even expect her pressure to be so intense. All he's got now are some serious wounds. Suddenly, the demon informed him that it was a magic bell given to him by the demon lord. To control the king of the red-eyed rum wolves, it was perfect. The man is going to break it to make him angry, and then they're all definitely finished. The sooner he does, the better off he'll be. The 3 demons must take as many people with them as possible. The destruction of the bellbird gradually began, and soon he disappeared altogether. Thanks to that, the signal sounded. The demonic bell of 1,000 illusions has fulfilled its purpose. Now nothing would save the people outside, and they would return to the sacrifice. All the demons raised their hands up and turned to the great devil. Their followers obey whatever orders the Lord commands. Something began to happen to the victims. They begged for his help. Let him let them go, for they were in great pain. But the demons continued to create in the name of their Lord, and soon there was a spiritual sacrifice. It became clear that it had worked out when a lot of students dropped dead. We just have to wait for the king of the red-eyed thunderwolves to deal with the people outside. And then he fails to fulfill the mission given to him by the lords themselves. Aotian was horrified. Was it really neither his nor the demons? It turns out they sacrificed so many people. But why do such a cruel thing? The protagonist watched what was happening. Lin pointed out to Ms. Lu that what happened now was just a misunderstanding. They had seen the thunderwolves attacking them, and so they could not return. They also helped the affected students. Yanzi felt that Shuhan had forced them to do this. If it wasn't for Shuhan's appointment, they from Shushan would hardly have taken care of their lives. The boy wondered what the lady was talking about. He told her that he knew old Master Lu from Shushan. He would help her no matter what, and may she not allow Shuhan to deceive him, for he is a terrible person. The girl shouted for him not to call her, that way she knew him too badly. The interlocutor noted that she wanted to say that this man, a practicing doctor, but he is very greedy when it comes to money. She does not know how much from the monks who came here he robbed to spend the group and move on. This is not the act of a great man. He is a villain, stripping them of their weapons and spiritual fruits one by one. She must stay away from him because of this in order to stay out of trouble. Yangzi was indignant. That's enough. Even if that account says, greedy and a true villain, that her current interlocutor is a hypocrite. He's in no position to talk about him, right? After saying that, the girl immediately rushed forward. It seemed to the protagonist that this babe was complimenting him. Lin took his turn to be indignant. How dare she look down on him? Let her only wait a little while. He will make her kneel and praise her. The red-eyed wolves continued to attack. Some of them crashed into the barrier, which caused them to die immediately. Lian Shu inquired of his brother, what happened? Students also asked if the red-eyed thunder wolves have gone crazy. If it continues like this, the protective magic treasury will be shattered by the attacks. But what should they do? It was now clear to the protagonist that there was someone behind those red stormwolf eyes. But who could it be? Thunderwolf can go completely insane and turn into a killing machine, and that's too bad. Yanzi pointed out to Shuhan that if this continued, the Thunderwolves would break through his protective magic treasury. Is there any way to save everyone? The guy reported that it was difficult. Why didn't he just remove the protection spells, and they would all run to save themselves? If the Gram Wolf King and his disciples reached them later, no one would be able to survive. The girl objected that such a thing could not be allowed to happen. He can't just let it go. Let her not forget that he took her seed of the 5 elements and promised to get everyone to safety. Now that he has the seed, he won't even let him try to escape on his own. The hero asked if she was sure it was the seeds of the 5 elements. Jianzi was pretty sure. She didn't understand why they were given to him, but she knew how valuable they were. Now that he has it, he has to keep his word. She thought that although he hadn't done much for everyone, not so many people's lives were at stake, that she should take him with her to fight. Though it might hurt him in the long run, but she really has no choice right now. Let him just forgive her. At this time, outside the Jingshi Cave, they continued to watch. The red dots were rapidly becoming more and more numerous. The faculty saw that. They didn't realize what was happening. So many green dots turned red and many people inside instantly died. It's really terrible. Too many people have died. Li Kaishan blamed himself. It was because of his carelessness. The students died. If he had known, he would never have launched this. He was very sorry. The instructor asked to see if everyone inside could have been destroyed. None of them would have gotten out alive. He's the head of the city's Department of Education. What's his wife going to tell the parents of these students? And while they were chatting, a flying ship appeared. And he landed right next to the faculty. The director noted that the support from Qingbei College had finally just arrived. The only way out now is to ask them to come in quickly. We need to save as many people as possible. The girl greeted the teacher when she received his letter. The teacher told her to come as soon as possible. The man pointed out to Lo that he wouldn't say anything else. Now there's a crisis situation with half the students dead. When they go in, they must do everything they can to save the lives of the remaining people. He is the cause of death for all those students on the South Island. Uncle Lee is counting on her. The girl asked not to say that. Let him not worry. They would do everything they could to save people. Before leaving, the master gave her a tiso, which just might be able to overcome some secret boundaries. She's offering to come in now, no problem. Following those words, Lo launched her spear, and it went straight into the mountain. As a consequence, a small gap opened up that would launch them inside. The girl told the others to follow her and entered the cave with her. Li Kaishan said that Lo should be careful, because there might be many dangers inside. The guy laughed. Mister is obviously underestimating them, it's just an ordinary cave. The period of their heavenly talents from Qingbei will sweep everything away in an instant. It won't save the fragile, frightened little siblings. The man really hoped so. After wishing him luck, those present fled. The protagonist, in turn, used the hammer he had taken from the bald, bulky man. Lian Shu remarked to his brother to watch 3 flying wolves rushed in from the northwest. They headed toward the crowd of students. Shu Han immediately threw his hammer in their direction. He's going to show a true martial art. And it was a blast. And that resounded in the air from the hammer he threw. Thanks to this unexpected blow, the wolves were wiped out. The guy reflected on the fact that a large amount of spiritual weapons and magical treasures had been collected before. Now they were finally coming in handy. The weapon-bursting technique from his dual true battle royal weapon, once executed, requires complete concentration and no physical movements. That's why he needs the silver wings of the god of war and Lian Shu to defend himself. The comrade said his brother was amazing. He didn't expect this weapon to explode so powerfully comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Even if it bombed all sorts of monsters, the hero explained that now was not the time for complacency. The silver wings of the god of war could leave him ahead so he could put his weapons to good use. Lian Shu is in charge of guards and escorts, have him get people to speed up their march. I wonder if everyone survives in the end. It's all about success or failure. A combat weapon duel is a top-level duel. No weapon can be powerful when it opens on its own. And if it blows them up, it will destroy the earth with it. Of course, to make divine weapons explode requires high skill and considerable means. Combat weapons were now prepared and thrown forward. The main character was on the back of silver wings. The true martial art lies in the making of weapons. Pointing the weapon towards the monsters, he ordered it to explode. Consequently, a series of powerful explosions went off where the monsters should have been torn apart. After what happened, the girl pointed out to Brother Lin that the weapon control technique used by Shu Han was similar to Shu Shan's sword control technique. I wonder where he could have learned this. The guy replied, although his Shu Shan sword skill also had a great reputation, but it was definitely not as good as Shu Han's weapon skills. At least, he'd never heard of anyone here who could make a spirit weapon go off. Especially when he doesn't know how to use it. Let him ask him how he did it when they were safe. The girl wondered how it was to ask him what she could tell them. Lin explained that he knows some techniques, but it doesn't affect the big picture. Lin Chuyuan is the pride and joy of the entire world. But Shu Han has stolen all of his attention this time. And it's disgusting. Janzi thanked the guy again. He was the first person she looked at differently, and so a few more moments passed. The guy sitting on Ling Tian's back rested his head on his back, and he did so because, overjoyed, he shouted that they had arrived. They are almost in the heart of the Royal West Cave, so they will be saved. The others rejoiced. They would be saved. They must run faster until they reached them. Hope is close at hand. The boy wondered why Ling Tian was silent. Let him see, they've already been saved. The guy was outraged. Could he be beaten over the head like that? How dare he disrespect him like that? If it was okay, he would have thrown him to the wolves. Lian Shu shouted to his brother that they were already safe, but the hero replied, so they wouldn't take it so lightly. The red-eyed king of the Thunderwolves won't let them go so easily. He was just as fast approaching their defense barrier. Jumping up a moment later, he had covered a distance of several kilometers and was very close by. The people present are confused. The king of the red-eyed thunderbows attacks them. Shu Han shouted to the silver-winged war god to move forward. With the guy on their backs, they didn't get any further. It was necessary to get close to the king of the red-eyed wolves. When that distance was covered, the guy immediately released all of his weapons. He wanted to attack with all the supplies he had. Mass explosions began. the Imperials dueling on true combat weapons in a continuous blast. King had a hard time dealing with these attacks, because of which he gradually began to pull back. The students rejoiced the stinky king was repelled and the mighty Shu Han won, so they are saved. The guy on Ling Tian's back cheered again and punched him in the neck. The silver wings along with the main character landed. Guy ordered the others to go to the center, or else the king of the red-eyed thunderwolves would not rest. And so they were overjoyed that they had finally made it. Someone had heard that there were some wonderful treasures inside. It seems like there's someone up ahead. They also saw dead people. How could this happen? So many people had died. The red-eyed wolf king still didn't back down. The protagonist hoped there was a way out of the cave somewhere. Kroll is constantly guarding the entrance to the cave, so they definitely won't be able to leave now either. Suddenly, Lian Shu came running in and told his brother that things were bad ahead. Something had happened. There were a lot of dead people, Shu Han said, needing to take a look. The students saw that these people came separately from them. They must be students from 4 cities. They hadn't seen them since they got in, and they didn't think everyone here was going to die. There were several masked men there. Could they have done it? One of the demons said that the Thunder Wolf King was defeated again, although he is very cruel. Needless attacks. The terrorists couldn't kill these people in front of their eyes. This piqued his interest. Maybe they had been saved again by that master named Shu Han. The other demon reported that it didn't matter who saved them. Since they had come here, they would take care of them. They need to do their job. That's right. There's no way in hell he can get in. Today they can slaughter them and kill them. They're all young, so it's a fine crop. Somebody wondered if they killed all these people. But who the hell are they? Let them take off the mask and not be ghosts. The man shouted that they were looking for death. Then he killed the guy who asked him that. The others saw that one blow was too strong. Terrible. Are these evil people really killing people when they say they will kill people? This is the average cultivation level of Ji Dan. The girl told her brother that those 5 masked people were very strong. They have all reached the middle stage of Ji Dan. They are much stronger than all 5 Shushan members. If they make enemies of them, the girl fears everyone in the room will be easily killed. Lin asked to wait. They might not mind them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lu Yanzi appeared. She was determined to fight these masked men, where he assumed that this girl is much stronger and has quite a bit of courage. He is going to kill the girl who knows of their power and dares to make herself known. He is going to drink her blood. But a moment later, 2 subordinates appeared behind the girl's back. The Bull King said that if he wanted to kill someone, he had to go through this Grampanu first. The man noted as he brought it up to his mouth and felt the meat of the 2 creatures into the good stuff. The other demon said he would take care of this guy with wings then. But the man at their backs told them not to worry. These 3 were the strongest of all. But to kill them, they would have to work very hard. Now he suddenly wanted to play with these people. Let them listen carefully. The 5 of them are demon apprentices under the demon lord. The purpose of entering the cave is to kill all of them and complete the tasks given by the demon lord. But they killed a lot of other people. They'll probably kill half of them again, and they'll be done with them. And so he's now giving them the choice of giving them a chance to serve the demon lords. From now on, those who want to join them can come over to their side. Let them help them kill half of the remaining people, and then he will keep them alive. Those who do not cross or who do not make the choice should be killed. The people did not realize what to do. These demons are very strong. They had literally just escaped from the jaws of the wolves, but now they were in the tiger's den. Someone said that there was no need to listen, and they were students of South Island and would never kill each other. It is necessary to unite in the place of dying and defeat everyone together. The students at South Island Middle School are awesome. Even if they get killed, they have to take a bite out of the enemy's flesh. Thus, the small crowd of people immediately jumped towards the demons. They bowed beside the demon and reported that they were from the Feng family. The young master used to help the demon lord's disciple before, but was killed by Shu Han. They asked to avenge their master. Following them, the basilisk creatures arrived there as well. Zhang Yang introduced himself. He was from the biology department of Xuanwu. His father Zhang Yuanying had once told him about unpredictable demon lords. They are willing to work with them to kill Shu Han's little beast, and the man that the little beast has taken in. Also, the 5 from Mount Shu would like to meet them. They would like to make good karma for themselves. Lin saw that not all of his comrades had arrived with him. He asked Sister Rui why she was still standing there. "Why don't you go over to them?" The girl noted that she was here to kill Shu Han and she would not kill others. Ling Tian's subordinate wondered what they should do. Everyone left to join those few masked demons. Did the master tell him to shut his mouth? Doesn't he see his older brother meditating on that platform? He doesn't know what the man is up to. But why doesn't he come down when he sees the man coming? Demon thought it was funny. Many of them want to kill Shu Han. He would like to know who this guy was who could make so many people hold a grudge against him. But where he is himself is interesting. The main character just showed up and said he was here. He noted that they meant they wanted to kill him. In that case, he'll kill them all. He further inquired as to why Ling Tian was still standing there. Doesn't he really want to kill him? Why doesn't he walk over and join those things? The interlocutor, outraged, he's going to kill him. But he is also a disciple of the South Island. He wants to kill him himself. He doesn't need anyone to do it. Shu Han realized that things were complicated. He sensed the last of the 5 element seeds of Ling Tian's body. So he's not going to kill it, but how does he get the seeds? The guy inquired, how about killing him for a bit? Ling Tian sent him to hell. He's also looking down on him. He's definitely going to kill him. Suddenly, Aotian appeared. The consisted saw that he was the strongest person who had always ranked first in the South Island rankings. A genius mastermind as famous as Ms. Lu, but more mysterious and unpredictable than her. They finally got to meet him in person today. The hero greeted him. He can ask him to spare Ling Tian if he wants. Let him just give up all the seeds of the 5 elements he has of his own. And Wu Tian asked not to be misunderstood. First of all, his name is not Aotian, but Xinsheng. Aotian is the name of the person who organized their school. Secondly, he can give these seeds of the 5 elements to him. But for him not to leave, but to stay, did one thing. If he gets a chance with you, he'll climb the stairs there. He can only reach the 9th rung, and there are 2 treasures at the top of the 10th rung. He'll be able to get it. If it is a practical way, have him entrust it to him first. The protagonist got curious. Let her give him those seeds. So it wasn't to save Ling Tian, but to get the treasure at the top. After so long, the 5 seeds of the 5 elements had finally been collected by the protagonist. But this last one was not so easy for him. Xinsheng reported as he walked up the stairs. He heard those demons talking about the guy. Incredibly, with one blow, he was able to save so many people. That's something neither Yangzi nor him has ever done. That's why he thinks the boy is the only one who can get to the 10th step. Besides, since he wants to protect everyone, I bet he can't kill Ling Tian. Even though his little brother is being a jerk, there's a limit to what he can do. Whether he kills him or not doesn't really matter to him. What's important is that what's needed in the Long family are bear children. Ling Tian felt like a small child. The protagonist noted that they had an agreement. So now it's time for his payback. Those who grind their teeth against him and those who consider him a failure to those who betrayed him and wish to kill him, let them go ahead. The base of the peak's foundation was broken. The comrade rejoiced that the hero had finally broken through the base of the peak's foundation. Some people also rejoiced at Shu Han being so strong, and yet he had saved so many people. And his previous cultivation level was only at the end of the foundation formation stage. No one could even imagine how strong he would become when he reached the peak of the foundation stage. The demon reported that the madness was already beginning. It was time to show your loyalty to the demon lord. Let those who have gone over to his side give in and kill as many people as possible. Lin informed him that they would go first. Shu Han had insulted him in front of all of Shushan, and his transgression was unforgivable. Today, He Chuyuan will kill him for the honor of his school. The protagonist said he's not going to deal with everyone. There's a girl attacking him all around him. How dare he, a commoner, look down on her school? She doesn't want anything. She'll just kill him and that's it. Suddenly, she saw a guy rushing toward her. It was so impetuous that he hit her immediately, and the girl was already unconscious from just one blow. The people present thought it was too cruel. But some even praised the guy. This girl should have been taught a lesson a long time ago. The others and Shushan's school were ordered to attack all together. Lin couldn't even imagine that this guy was stronger than he thought. No matter what, he was going to kill him today. A few guys attacked in twos. Lin said that Shu Han could die happily if he asked them to kill him. The protagonist noted that it was just a blowout. A moment later, he found himself behind the back of one of the enemies. He destroyed it in just one hit and started counting down from 1. The head was not expected. He had just reached the peak of the base, but why so terrifyingly fast? Why is he so strong? The guy is the pride of the outer Shuashan clan after all. He can't handle this lowly cultivator. Shu Han continued to attack at this time. The guy he attacked didn't expect him to be so fast. And here he was the second person the protagonist was able to defeat with ease. The guy then turned to Lin and noted that he was the only one left. The interlocutor thought that it couldn't be his Shushan brothers were invincible. He believes that their sword school is the best in the world. It could not lose. He's definitely not going to beat him. So the guy rushed in and said he'd kill him. Shu Han stood still. It was only when the enemy got close to him that he attacked him. And it was the third he destroyed. This situation seemed absurd to him. He shouldn't overestimate himself because he was at rock bottom. Lin Shuyuan laughed. He is known as the genius of the Shushan sword school of the early era stage. What arrogance towards the Shushan generation. How do you even lose to garbage like that? The guy used the skill on his weapon and told him to see what the sword could do. The technique he used was called ejection. This energy rushed towards the protagonist, and after that, there was a pretty big explosion. Rui was worried about what had happened to her brother. In principle, it makes no difference whether you lose or win. It's okay. Dust gradually began to develop. He's not a hero, stood his ground and called the guy an idiot, and the guy he fought was lying unconscious on the ground. Soon, Shu Han inquired who would be next. Basilisk creatures volunteered to respond. They told the guy that by destroying the basalt creatures, he was enhancing the spiritual fruit. Getting his head is his mission for the day, so let him scare the world. They'll get even with him. He ordered his men to get through the Tandon period and kill that puppy. The power rapidly began to spread through the bodies of these men. It turned out to them that this guy looks like he's just going to die because of it. He wasn't laughing. All of it. Now he was all alone. He could do nothing against them. Suddenly the hero was approached by Janzi. She didn't understand who said he was alone. Silver Wings also under time, and the Bull King noted that they would rely on him as well. Of course, Lian Shu couldn't help but join them as well, since they dared to mess with his brother. Shinshin noted that since they were all assembled, it was time to get started. The basilisk creature did not retreat, but the main ones ordered the kill. After all, it was just a group of puppies. They swiftly headed towards the main character. He was their most important target. Shu Han didn't retreat. He only took out his spear. After that, I attacked the first enemy. He's so brave, he's willing to die. Zhang joined the attack, he said, fighting one-on-one. The rest of them would kill Shu Han along with him. This kid did prove to be problematic, so dressed up, but could lose it all today. Suddenly, the guy saw his enemies appear behind him. Thanks to his new powers and skills from his past life, he dodged. At this time, Janzi was fighting the enemy, who noted that he was being fought by Miss Lu herself. I'm sure there's something she can do to counteract him. It's a pity that she's facing a Tandon period cultivation, so she'll die. Equal forces clashed with each other, so the Bull King and his enemy pushed each other away. Grandpa Nu said to let his enemy come to him and fight. Let him be ruthless like his grandfather. While everyone was fighting, some had already even been killed. Well done, Shen, who pointed out that the words said recently are true. They are very weak. Suddenly, he heard one of their comrades being pinned down. It went to Lian Shu. Who asked the bar for him? After all, it's so easy to kill a person. Is he some kind of special? That one confirmed it. He was just helpless. He thought it would be a lot harder on him. The boy resented it. Let him not look down on him. He doesn't need to get cocky. Talk that kind of talk. Then let him go ahead and kill him. While the comrade was fighting, the guys had to attack the protagonist together. They piled on top of him, using their own weapons. The protagonist stayed put. He knew how to defend himself. With his strength and technique, he did it easily. Still, the number of enemies was stressing him out. It was going to be a bit difficult, and they had fruit on top of that. They must have prepared well for a battle with him. Zhang stared at Lian Shu and wondered if he was going to shake things up. It's not time to die, he animal can't handle it. Then the hero asked Qinsheng to save the guy, and he agreed without question. Suddenly, the thought came to him that this was unfair. Why should he listen to Shu Han? They are strangers, roughly speaking, and still enemies. But he soon decided that it was more important to forget about it than to overcome the coming difficulties. It was not for him to worry about, not yet. At the moment, they don't have enough strength, and breaking through the nodal period is also a cure. He told Lian Shu to stop, and then the power exuded by the guy began to gradually develop. The guy noted that he had just scared him. He has a martial arts exam to pass, and he has an obligation to be helpful. Zhang informed Shu Han that he recognizes he is a genius, but how about this? I don't need to hide until that one is finally formed. I wonder if he realizes all this. Right now he's too cocky a guy, so he's destined to die. The character noted that since these guys wanted to play, he was going to play with them. This star flower, harvested back in high school, finally came in handy for him. Upon seeing it, Ling Tian assumed it was a star flower. When the guy was still in school, the king and the bastard said that it played against him and outsmarted him. The boys asked the second son to be quieter. Shu Han is in the middle of something right now, and even the young master is listening to him. They can't afford to do this. The protagonist took advantage of the star flower. He ordered the others to get ready. Using up the last dozen fruits was a shame for the guy, but there was nothing left to do. The enemy saw that it was a magic circle. Is he still a magician? If he cultivates so slowly, what level of formation will he be able to achieve? He probably wants to use an array to deal with them. But doesn't he think that's just ridiculous? Shu Han asked him not to laugh, just let him wait until he cried. The skill the guy used was called Star Imprisonment. The hero suggested that everyone fight him one by one. The subordinate told Mr. Jiang that he had done badly. This wall seems very strange. He can't see anything behind it. And also they can't move freely. It's as if the body was submerged in a swamp. While they were confused, the hero began to create something, and what he created swiftly pierced one of the enemies. The captain shouted to his men to put all their strength into evicting the cultivation. Let them try their best to break through this wall. Shu Han is not tall, so his wall is not strong breaking, it won't be any trouble. A subordinate asked to save him, but it was too late. After the main character's attack, his body fell dead to the ground. This is a star prison, was created from star colors. Although it looks simple, it's an entry-level xenon. She had cost Shu Hanyu a dozen ghost fruits. It wasn't enough for them idiots to break her, so let them not even dream of it. The disadvantage of a star prison is just the range, which makes it harder to lure people into it. And now those same people are surrounding him to kill him. How stupid is that? Mr. Jiang shouted to his men after hearing what he had heard, telling them all to listen to him. Let them not let this brat break them. And while he was chatting, the protagonist created 3 more of these weapons. Thanks to them, he contentedly killed the 3 men behind his own captain. When that happened, the star wall began to gradually dissipate. For further battle, he was left with only the protagonist and 1 enemy. Near the guy at that moment, a lot of blades were already circling, ready to kill at any moment. The man was confused, not understanding how this was possible. The demons noticed that this guy was quite interesting. He killed everyone during Jidan, stripped them of their helmet and armor. Even though he killed a bunch of scum, there is power in it. The man is going to add some materials to make the game more fun. He directed the country's life-giving fruit toward his man, ordered him to eat, that is the magic pills. It will allow him to briefly gain the magical power given by the devil himself. And from that day forward, he will be the devil's most loyal supporter. Zhang was not at all opposed to obtaining the given power. He wanted Shu Han to die, so unhesitatingly swallowed that life-giving fruit given to him. Something began to happen with his whole body. He was enlarging and transforming. The man began to laugh. A tremendous force swept through his body. Although Shu Han is strong, but right now, he is like a weak ant in front of them. He could crush him to death, so he tried to attack. No doubt, his punch became many times stronger and the hero had to come back. The guy realized that the magic pill is a kind of mutual poison that destroys vitality. Now President Zhang's power was comparable to the courageous peak of Jundan, but his life force is quickly draining away in the process. While something interesting was going on there, a man was killed. Jianzi did a great job and defeated her enemy. The others also did well against their enemies. Silver Wings swept up. After that, they should go to support Shu Han. Yanzi has noticed that Zhang Xiao's cultivation level is terrifying. She proposes to attack him altogether. It made the man laugh. What good would that do? They were literally ants to him. Would they be able to stand up to him? If they think they are, they think too highly of themselves. At least they realize who they're pissing off. In that case, their funeral might be today. The protagonist wondered if maybe he shouldn't. Now even stronger, has under-action pills to increase strength. The girl confirmed that he is tough, but speed is his disadvantage. You have to try not to get caught in his blows. While they were chatting, the enemy attacked them. But his attack hit the ground as everyone managed to dodge his blow, and so it was 15 minutes after their battle. Zhang was very indignant. How long are they going to run away from him? Shu Han wondered, what would he do to him? Let him just hit him, should not hesitate. The man took umbrage. If he was looking for his own death, he would help him. He talks too much for a mere ant. Just as he was about to attack once again, as he felt something strange. What happened to his body? The power he had in his hands was gone, and his body began to crack. The man was confused. How did this happen? He begged the demons who had granted him this power to help. But they weren't going to do anything. There was little to lose for them. Instead, they were being turned toward what they wanted. What's the point of saving someone like him? Let him just accept his death. Jing cried. He didn't want to die, and he cried about it until the day he died, until his body spread into small particles. It seemed to Demon that their plan, where one group should kill the other, had failed. In that case, they would have to do everything themselves, which he did not expect. Lian Shu, angered he would dare to approach him, and this young master would beat him to death. He'll bloody him. The demons prepared to fight, but they don't act recklessly when they say that. Shen asked the lady if she was sure she didn't want to run away and wanted to fight them. They were no match for them after all. These so-called demons are at the stage of forming a true middle core, so they don't even have a chance of winning. The girl did not hesitate to rush to the attack and said they would kill them. Her subordinates also followed the mistress. The guy noted that they were pretty boldly raring to go even before he finished his conversation. But in that case, okay, he'll join them today, they can't die so they'll just destroy them. The demon resented because of Lianshu as an impertinent child. He can kill him with one left hand, so B will just die. After saying that, he attacked, and the guy was subjected to a strong onslaught. The second demon decided to take care of this girl with good powers. Exactly so, that he attacked her using his own powers. Yanzi realized that it was bad. Their cultivation level was really much higher than hers. They're just too strong. The Bull King has also come under fire. He's been called a stupid cow, but he's pretty capable. They're going to cut a piece of it off for themselves to try. His comrade was also struck. Those demons were going to cut off his wings so he wouldn't fly. Now they'll see how he can fly without them. Shen, for his part, fought his enemy quite skillfully. The demon assumed it was the same one who had run up the stairs so fast. But now they'll see how far he'll run away from it. And while the comrades fought, the protagonist fought quite skillfully. He said that this man's allies would be tortured to death. The enemy inquired if he would still fight. Let it be given, and he would let him die with his body intact. As they chatted, the guy took a breath and noticed that his friends were nearly defeated. The situation was indeed critical, so he decided to use his artifact. Since their guys are unwaveringly unpredictable, he'll give them a future. He asked Old Man Qianshan to come out now was just the right time for him. And the artifacts began to gradually release energy, and soon there was a male voice calling the guy a sucker. He guessed that this old man was depicted on the token he had gotten earlier. It was quite entertaining. Shuhan told him to stop this talk. He needs help here, and he could use it. But the old man objected that he had messed with the wrong person. This old man, a mere shadow, has no strength. He is unable to help him. The protagonist explained that he doesn't need it. He knows very well that he can control the mechanism of this heavenly place. Now he needs him to bring all the supreme treasures stored in this heavenly place here. Let him help them overcome the foundation stage. It seemed to the interlocutor that this little fellow really had ambition. This old man is amazed. While he was chatting, the main character used a true martial art. He ordered the artifact to improve. Let the old man not even think about it. Now he will improve everything and make it the way it should be, and may his remaining soul be wiped from the face of the earth. Qianshan is delighted. He is so determined. That's it, there's no point in keeping the medicine he's laid out for countless years. If that's the case, he'll just give it to these guys. His own power must be channeled towards the artifact. He took advantage of the great array to draw forth life-giving fruit. At that point, the hero declared just to try and trick him. And then he would be in trouble. He wants the best of what he has to offer. The man even assumed that he was from the He family. Nothing could be hidden from him. He asked for just a second and channeled the flow of power again. Despite everything, he's quite pleased to see them like this. I guess they're worth living. The life-giving fruits throughout the cave began to gradually draw in. The demonic cat was just enjoying one of them. Suddenly, the fruit she loved so much slipped from her clutches, and the creature couldn't hold it back. The cat didn't understand what was going on here, how the spiritual fruit could even fly. To top it all off, the fruit was also being ripped out of the ground with its roots. The demonic cat realized that these were the same matters of the old villain Qianshan. He is outraged because all this is definitely his doing. This fruit is the best in heaven. Still, the old man won't just let it go. He won't let the fetus out of his sight. He's going to see who steals it and just why he wants the fruit. While everyone was fighting inside the cave, the rescue team fought the king of the red-eyed wolves. The guys pointed out that Loey is very strong. Even the Wolf King can't stand up to her. The guy even wondered if she could get some help by working together. They'd get through it faster. But the girl objected. She could handle him on her own, and there were plenty of other wolves here. It takes some time to mop them up. Just then, she sensed the sky array activating. More likely something happened, they don't have much time, so they need to hurry. Old man, Qianshan prepared to distribute life-giving fruits to everyone. The first one he pointed straight towards Lianshu. This golden immortal vessel with dripping blood was for him. The life-giving fruit was gradually absorbed into the guy's body, because of which his spiritual power increased. The next blood shadow divine raft was for the silver wings and the god of war. The boy thanked the older man for his help. This same golden fruit of the Archant was meant for the Bull King. The man started mooing heavily because of this. The next fruit turned out to be the fruit with the 9 heavens. And it was meant for Lu Yanzi, of course. The life-giving and the fruit began to interact with the girl's body. She felt the spiritual energy was too strong, so she thought it was intensifying. The next plant was given by the old man to restore the dragon blood to the Long family's child. The fruit headed to its new owner, and also started interacting with the kid. Shen sensed what the dragon blood was like after all. The demons didn't understand what they should do. Now this old man could activate the array in the heavenly place. Someone pointed out that it was fine, he was only being a spirit. And there are no powers in him, which means he can't activate the array. Now they're just gonna kill these people. The protagonist was outraged. Why did everyone get their powers and he didn't? The interlocutor explained that he can't see him, so he can't give him anything either. Perhaps he is trying to reach a realm that is not even mentioned in the legends. Therefore he would not detain him. Shu Han realized that this old man understood something. I wonder if he is an ancient cultivator. The Bull King's enemy didn't understand. Why waste his strength on something like this? He was already on the verge of death. Let him just die for his master. But the man himself continued to cultivate his energy. His essence formation stage had arrived. Therefore, he immediately prepared to fight and wanted to show his strength in battle. With his new abilities, he easily defeated his opponent. He flew off to the side and didn't understand where such strength came from. Another demon decided to attack Lu Yanzi. He noted that she had been handed a ticket to the other world, and he would fulfill it. The girl, however, continued to cultivate her new energy Lotus pose. Soon the enemy's blade was right at her head, and thanks to her new power, the girl immediately killed him. She pondered, grafting into the 9th grade and even reaching the legendary level of foundation creation at the level limit was too much power. It felt like she could kill them just thinking about it. But did she really become that strong? Lian Shu admired the strength. He is at the 8th grade foundation creation level. In the future, he will be a person from the Heavenly Pride generation. The Silver Wings of the God of War's Silver Wings has also received an enhancement. He was currently at the same level as Lian Shu. Still, getting such a mighty power was very pleasing to him. Shen gained even more strength at this time. He had the mouth of a dragon god. A foundation creation level at the limit level. He ordered his new creature to destroy the enemies. The demon couldn't believe it. Is it really the power of the foundation bloodline? One could just go crazy from this power. And while he marveled at this power, he was killed by the creature. The guy realized that he has become so powerful that he is not even comfortable with it himself. He feels that these demons are nothing compared to him who is now. The other demons realized that these humans had become too strong. Therefore they decided to use their demonic pills, because otherwise they won't be able to leave here alive. The power from these demonic pills gradually began to spread through their bodies, and something strange began to happen to them. There was literally a whirlpool sucking them all in. Lian Shu looked on in surprise. What were they doing? The hero noted that the blood-melting technique allowed their bodies to merge with each other. After absorbing the demonic pill, their strength would reach a terrifying limit. The comrade asked not to worry. They were now at too high a cultivation level, and he could be considered a genius among his peers now, too. After all, his brother hadn't reached the level of core creation, so now he will protect him instead. Shu Han smiled and said that it was still very easy for him to reach the guinea level. Next time, let him better run away. Comrade didn't understand why this one would see him flogging these guys later. Shen asked Shu Han, is there something wrong? Just as Yanzi came up, she too ate the fruit and her strength increased greatly. This faint sensation was even more terrifying than the red-eyed Graham Wolf King outside. Some strange creature began to appear from the descending smoke. A demonic voice said that this technique was very powerful. It was a monster with multiple heads. It was talking to itself, agreeing that if it wasn't for this strength, they wouldn't have reached this level of cultivation in their lives. But it felt so good to be invulnerable. They are already becoming obsessed with it. Lian Shu couldn't believe it. What other kind of monster was this? Hearing that scream, the demons used the death-pleasing skill. Their attack was rapidly approaching the guy. The one realized that it was so fast that he couldn't even move a finger. Then the protagonist came to the rescue. He pushed him away and asked him not to interfere. After that, with the help of his weapon, collided with the weapons of the enemies. It became clear that the enemy weapons are very powerful, so much so that it easily destroyed Shu Han's spear, with which he could easily cope with his enemies. Because of this, the protagonist even had to retreat. The comrade asked if he was all right. He didn't even have time to realize what had just happened. Why did he have such a persistent feeling that his body was restrained? Shu Han explained that these demons had merged into one, and their strength had increased manifold because of it. They are all below their cultivation level, so this creature is now beyond them. No one will be able to stop him now. Only death would await everyone in a battle with them. The enemies said that this guy is too smart. Then, well, kill him first, and then deal with the rest as well. To keep away from evil, constant vigilance is necessary. These boys in front of a huge style gap turned out any resistance from them will be completely useless. The old man noted that these people were unlucky. Their strength is many times greater than them. Because of that, half of them could be killed with just a single blow. He could, of course, open an array that would carry them from here, but he still won't be able to save everyone no matter how hard he tries. This time, in another part of the cave, the battle continued. Lo used the armor of war, and her body was enveloped in an ironclad uniform. The girl was able to deal with the Thunderwolves quite easily using the Phoenix Moonwheel skill. Her comrades saw that she easily dealt with the Thunderwolf King with just one strike. This was the same secret treasure that Qin's younger sister had obtained from the treasure family's temple in Funyu City. It turned out to be so given road armor not only protects, but also enhances attack. After all, the girl was already too strong, and now she was even stronger. The monsters immediately began to scatter when their king was destroyed. Lo and noted that with the war armor, and her 5 senses instantly went up as well, feeling that the core of the heavenly place was ahead. Some horrible creature at the divine enhancement stage had appeared, and it was already very strong. The guys inquired, if it's such a high level of cultivation, perhaps she's wrong. But the girl objected, it's not so necessary to reach there now as soon as possible. She hoped that there were still some living disciples there. If they are alive, they will be able to save them. Otherwise, she just won't be able to explain it to Uncle Li Kai-shan. The protagonist told the old man that there was no need for that. No one would die as long as he was alive here. Even 12 such demons won't be able to defeat him. Therefore, let the old man ban him into the array along with this demon. Qinbei was surprised he has a high cultivation level after all. And the guy is not an immortal to defeat him. Shu Han was still persistent. Let him hurry up and do what he said. He was already tired of waiting for him. The interlocutor had no choice but to obey him. He will do as he said. But let him blame himself. Its consequences would be in his hands alone. The artifact after that gradually began to suck the monster into itself. Lian Shu was worried about his comrade, but there was nothing he could do anymore. Silverwing's god of war, noting that just a little more, and he would have become even stronger. His skills would put much better. But they still need help. But they still need Shu Han's help. He feels useless and so pathetic. The girl also pointed out that if it wasn't for him, things would be worse. He is a very kind person, and that's why she has faith in him. The demon pointed out to the kid that if he wanted to die so badly, he shouldn't have been so absurd. Those people he is supposedly saving will not help him in any way. The array is indeed powerful, but not here for no more than half an hour. And after they are free again, then all those students will die. The protagonist has estimated that half an hour is just enough time. In that time, the creature in question will be defeated and die. Let him show him the perfect foundation that wasn't even mentioned in the legends. The guy even felt sorry for this demon, and what would happen to him. The demon shouted for this guy to stop doing nonsense. Based on the 9th level, there is a legendary cultivation at the beginning level and a cultivation at the heaven level. There's nothing better than that already, and everyone knows that. He might want to buy time, but nothing can save him from death anymore. While they were chatting, the main characters used the seeds of the 5 elements. He realized that Feng Tiandi's mysterious anomaly could only yield 5. It was known that the seeds of the 5 elements were the foundation of the heaven and earth, as well as the foundation of the original formation of the heaven and earth. Therefore, only it could create the most perfect foundation. Suddenly, the creature felt some tension in the atmosphere. Could it be that a mere foundation could reach the Ji-Dan stage? Why do they feel so much pressure when they are waiting for the purification period? It seems like the power of the heavens surpasses their power on such a matter than it can't be and shouldn't be. The first step, perfect foundation, requires the integration of the 5 seeds. It requires a very high level of skill to pass this stage. The guy is holding the most powerful weapon right now. It is a true ferocious tool. Complete calmness. The second stage is after the full integration of the 5 elements into the body in 3 lines to lay the foundation of the body. The so-called perfect foundation has an important role to change the shape of the body itself. In the Lotus posture, protagonists practice the heavenly Eucharist only in pursuit of the statute. Ancient martial arts from the heavenly Eucharistic techniques are the movements of the body itself. The guy had been successfully refined, and it was now possible to catch a dragon with his bare hands. This was what he decided to do using the sea flow skill. The effect of the 5 elements of the seed is clear guy feels his Eucharist. He managed to go from the initial stage to the 3rd stage and then went straight through the 5th stage. One should know that the Eucharist is more difficult to learn, and many demons need to be immersed. In the guy's past life from the beginning of the 3rd of the 5 stages, he needed to practice for at least a year. Still, the seeds, the elements, are very powerful, and it is true. The demons laughed at his acting skills. I wonder if he even believes himself. It would be time to finish with this circus, and they decided to attack the guy. But this attack was not destined to happen. He didn't even move. But the head of the creature that tried to attack him was destroyed. It turned out that he was really strong, but how could he be stronger than them? He didn't use his forbidden technique. This guy is really surprising, but this time they will kill him with a single blow. No matter how physically strong he is, he will definitely not be able to repel their mental attack. Of course, the Force are under the spiritual period of their purification, there can be no doubt about it. Shu Han in turn rejoiced at having strengthened almost twice this excellent feeling. He suggested starting from the original perfect foundation and adding Jiedan. The skill he used afterward was called Thunderous Tribulation. The people present didn't understand what had happened here. It wasn't like Shu Han was at a high cultivation level. Then how did he summon this skill? Didn't thunderclaps only appear during the transitional period? Janzi reported that she didn't know this guy was always doing inexplicable things. Although a lesser wave was not expected from him, the protagonist's strength continued to grow and his body was covered in a spiritual aura. He realized that it was too much to create a perfect foundation. Therefore, the thunder and calamity that only comes during the transition period came early. If one wants to build a perfect foundation, there's no way to avoid death by thunder. Because even if he has passed the second stage of physical transformation, through the seed of the 5 elements, it is impossible to fight the thunder. But what it particulates is the strongest technique of the body in heaven, with the heavenly Eucharistic techniques. Now even the 5th stage has become an easy stage that can completely resist this thunder. There are a total of 9 renditions of the guy's Eucharist is constantly increasing. But this is not the most important thing, because much more important is the thunderclap, which is an exercise to strengthen the soul. The strength increases many times over. If the guy gets intense suffering, the spirit will get supreme transformation and perfection at that. This is a spiritual power that must arise and practice during the purification period will soon begin. The demonic being didn't understand, did this guy really hold back the thunder? At first they thought that it was a thunder ability, but in no way the rolling of thunder. They couldn't understand at all how this all happened. He definitely wouldn't survive what was happening. But despite the thunder lightning, the guy's body continued to stand still even though his clothes were destroyed. Soon the 5th stage was passed, spiritual power growing at lightning speed. Bridges decided that it was necessary to use a spiritual attack to destroy his primal spirit. But despite the powerful mental weapon, it simply fought off the guy's battle defense aura. The demon didn't understand how this could happen. It's a spiritual defense. Let it not be said that this guy was still preparing to raise another level. Even at the grooming stage, it's impossible to possess spiritual power. But is it possible to make a spiritual defense that only exists at the purification period? The monsters have decided that they can't delay any longer. He won't attack altogether. The power of thunder and chaos is enormous, and the pressure they feel is even greater. So it is necessary to end it. She will definitely have him killed this time. But the protagonist at that moment used his power. He went to the 7th level. After the Eucharist, that worthless electric shock wouldn't do anything to him. The monsters said he couldn't survive the next attack. There won't even be a wet spot left of him. Let him go to hell that moment. They began to concentrate their energy. Satan would really be pleased with him. This attack was also meant to deal mental damage to the guy. Shu Han wondered, did they really think they were only but not capable of such a thing? He also used his mental weapon and aimed towards the enemy's stream. The others could not withstand such an onslaught, their heads were literally crushed. Silverwing's god of war noted that this attack was very powerful. He can't even understand the principle of its technique. Lian Shu in turn said that it was fine. As they had said earlier, let them just trust Brother Su. It seemed to the old man that he was stronger than even he thought. He couldn't even remember the last time he had seen such people. The demonic creature shouted that it was simply impossible. He could still use a successful mental attack. But who is this warrior anyway? They couldn't believe their eyes. The hero stated that too many words of impossible had already been said. It was time to be done with this pathetic cockroach. He was the one who said something like a magical creature, which was outraged and stated not to let him jump above his head. They really can't kill him, but he can't kill them either. The guy reported that he really couldn't do it. But the thunder could. He used an attack of 9 thunderclaps. With these powerful weapons, he wanted to kill the enemy creatures. The attack was indeed very destructive to them. They found this house too strong. The creatures didn't understand if Shu Han could withstand this thunder, and they couldn't. In the end, the monster really couldn't withstand these thunderclaps and was destroyed. Lian Shu rejoiced as he didn't say anything. Victory was Brother Su's after all. The deadly end that no one expected was completed by Shu Han. But how he managed to do it, no one understood. For some reason, it seemed so unreal to many people. Meanwhile, the guy was observing the 9-limbed tree. It was Uzu Xuan Miaoshu's 2nd and 3rd level leaves. The guy's guesses were indeed correct. The 9-mysterious tree with infinite uses is the most mysterious magic weapon. Ancient modern emperor technology. Great power is gathering resources all the time. The 9 mysterious trees are cultivated, but at most let it grow a few more leaves. As for the flowering, no one has seen it. Because of this, the guy had already thought that if Ju Waxlian Miao Shu only depended on resources to cultivate at a later time, even if the energy of the entire land was exhausted, it might not be enough. Shu Han had always thought that he had another way from the moment Jingshi Dong had cooled into the sky until today. He had turned the tide and saved almost all the students of Nandao Middle School. It's always better to protect people. Now it seems that his hunch actually turned out to be correct. Another way to grow the Ju Xuan Miao tree is through merit. At this time, the rescue team was rapidly advancing. The guy pointed out to his sister that before entering, they should mentally prepare themselves. This group of disciples is weak. He thinks that everyone has long since died, but it's not their fault. After all, they also killed many red-haired disciples and pink wolves outside. It would be dignified of them to wait to retrieve the bodies of those disciples. Suddenly, he stopped right in the cave and didn't expect to see this. It wasn't clear to him how so many disciples had survived. He didn't understand how they survived these aids. It was mind-boggling to the guy. Lu Yanzi immediately approached him and asked who they were. The protagonist pulled his outfit out of the pouch. He saw Lo. The girl also turned her attention to him. She couldn't figure out who he was or why he was looking at her so intensely. It's the first time she sees him, but for some reason he looks quite familiar. The protagonist was glad that the girl had finally arrived. He looked at her admiringly. The girl, on the other hand, is a bit confused, wondering who he is. She would not help in any way, but she should approach him. Suddenly, a guy appeared in her way. He ordered Shu Han to stop. Let him move away now. How can Qin's little sister be near him? The protagonist became indignant over this. Loi told Lunwu not to bother her. It was none of his business. She walked closer to the protagonist and asked who he was. The guy immediately replied that his name is Shu Han and she is Qin Laoi. He knows her name perfectly well. Shu Han reflected on the fact that before entering college, Qing Yue didn't want to find out the relationship with Luoyi. To avoid hurting her, he didn't need to meet her. Lunwu said that Qin's sister is a Qing Yue college genius. If a guy uses such a clumsy performance to attack her, then, is he really looking for death? He pointed out to his sister that there was clearly something wrong here. This guy hasn't grown to their level yet. Let them ignore him and he'd rather kill him. The girl, on the other hand, wondered if he would give his phone number to her. She remembered that voice as the guy who called her. So if their phone numbers were the same, then he had called her before restoring Qi. And she had waited so long to meet him. Lunwu couldn't believe what he heard. Sister was the first to ask for a number from someone. What came over her, it is said that a proud son of the sky should not approach a stranger. He called the protagonist a scoundrel. Sister Qin must not be defiled. He is about to die at his hands. Suddenly, Shen appeared from nowhere. He remarked that Lunwu should not play with Shu Han, or else he would have to kill him. The interlocutor wondered, is he really here too? He is also a member of the dragon family after all. So why dare to take care of the main line of his dragon family? Isn't this all strange? Shen revealed that it was Shu Han who saved everyone here. Therefore, he is their savior and does not need to be killed. Moreover, he is afraid that he will just be killed by Shu Han if he attacks him. As a member of the dragon bloodline, he cannot escape death. Lunwu resented, no need to intimidate him. They haven't passed the martial arts exam yet. Their abilities are at a low level. So let them get out of his health right now. He was going to attack. Shen realized that talking wouldn't help here and decided to use his skill, thanks to which his golden dragon appeared. Lunwu was surprised. Was it really dragon blood? So he was channeling dragon blood. This was unbelievable. No wonder some people in the main family lineage said that they were villains. It seems like they do have some skills. How can he give him a chance to be loyal to him? Let him be his follower, and one day he can take him to the main line of the dragon family. Here, he has the opportunity to conduct the true Qinglun bloodline. The interlocutor only smiled and said that he didn't care about it. Lunwu was confused. How is it that he refuses? While they weren't chatting, there was suddenly some strange noise that came straight from the center of the cave. The old man noted that Jingshi Dongtian was about to collapse. He was going to help them. To do so, he opened a portal to the outside and told everyone to leave. The protagonist in turn headed towards the steps. He's going to go first and take the baby with him. Lungwu was interested in this. That's why he also followed the guy. He informed them that they were being compared to him, so they were about to see who would go first. Qin Yi was indignant. He does what he wants. And he hasn't even given her his phone number yet. Lu Yanzi also approached here. She realized that this girl was acquainted with Shu Han. I wonder what kind of relationship they really are. Silver Wing's god of war and Bull King also wanted to pass through this staircase. Lian Shu along with them also joined. Therefore, everyone was soon ready to climb the first rung. Without thinking long, they set off all together to assure them. Legend has it that Tongtian Stairs is the place where dragons, Kirin, and other animal gods cultivate. The pressure rises with each step and intensifies dozens of times. It's not a real staircase. That pressure a person just can't handle. And so everyone climbed up to the very first step. At that time, Lian Shu already felt like it was getting heavy. He was about to fall. The Bull King shouted that they needed to keep going. While he wasn't trying to deal with the pressure of the first step, the main game went to the second step. But he was not the first, for he was overtaken by Lun Wu, who was already on the third step. He pointed out to the guy that he was far behind him, and the protagonist continued on his way, and said that if these words were spoken by Long Tian, he would probably believe it. But he wasn't at the level to say such a thing. Following those words, the guy was on the fourth step. The interlocutor asked how he knew the person he was talking about. He understood that Long Tian was a clan hero who stood out among thousands. Even the clan's ancient progenitor had said that in the future, his successes would restore the ancient spiritual power. His potential simply had no limits. For the protagonist, Long Tian was one of the real rivals and enemies in his past life. He is definitely a true talent of his dragon clan. In the past life, Never Guy took the place of one of the 7 immortals. He laid a trap for him, which caused the Beast Emperor to no longer fear him. Eventually, the guy was caught by the death trap and killed using the trap crossing killing. Lian Shu actually fell down and couldn't even stand up anymore. He only reached the 5th step and couldn't stand. His comrades were ahead on the 6th step. The guy asked them, if they went up, let them remember to make a copy for him. But both guys were having a pretty hard time too. They couldn't handle it anymore. The Bull King noted that the one who came out of that stairway could not get up anymore. Lo, on the other hand, calmly climbed up to the 6th step. She felt that the pressure on her now was more than 100 times. But who is Shu Han? He is already on the 8th step. Standing there with such ease, even though the pressure is several times higher still. Lunwu couldn't believe that he couldn't reach the 7th step. He can't lose to some boy, otherwise Sister Qin will look down on him. Therefore, he wasn't going to give up and tried to walk forward. But his leg was immediately cramped from the intense pressure, and he fell down, squirming in pain. Lian Shu wondered why he wanted to compete with his brother. Did he really want to die? Let him therefore be thankful that his leg was broken. Yanzi at this time got close to the 7th step. The disciples from their school are above the 5th step. If one were to consider their qualifications before reaching the foundation stage, it would be absolutely impossible. It seems that what they ate during their chi formation stage had greatly improved their abilities. What great luck that old man had brought them. Shu Han at this time was already at the 9th stage, and there was still one more stage left. He reflected on the fact that this was just an imitation of the Tongtian Stairs, and his completely lacking foundation ability felt such a strong pressure on the 9th step. In the future, if one wanted to climb the real ladder, one would need to perfect his stage again, namely the core hardening stage and the deity rejection stage to the maximum, strong, and perfect level. This is something that a guy has to achieve throughout his life. And so, he had finally reached the 10th stage after pondering about it. Yanzi soon found out for herself that her limit was the 9th step. And Shu Han, who was recently an ordinary student, had so easily reached the 10th step. I wonder if he's the real one. While the girl was pondering right above her, a Loi flew over. Using armor, had-on thought she could reach the 10th step. And that was how she managed to do it? She didn't expect to be called Tian Zhao from Qingbei College. The qualifications were not as high as a middle school student. The tech cat was just near this place, and what was happening pissed her off. Because that bad old man had given away all his fruit. This guy went up the stairs, and there's a treasure trove. But it's a shame you need human handprints to open it. His paw won't do for that, or they would have belonged to him long ago. But he's not going to color them, he's just going to take them. Because he is a good cat, and good cats can't steal. The protagonist is just about to approach the sacred artifacts. He realized that in order to open this stone box, you have to bring your aura into these handprints. It seems that one must have one's own will of fate to obtain these treasures. And so, he fulfilled what was needed and touched one of the imprints. The stone box immediately opened, and in it appeared an illuminated artifact. The protagonist picked up what was inside and realized that this technique, But it wasn't Lunjue's. This technique was suitable for Xinsheng's cultivation. He had also traded the seeds of the 5 elements with him before, should he gain cultivation. From here, one wonders if he should give it to him. The blood in his body seemed to have sensed it. There were other cultivation techniques. The hero threw this technique to the person he was talking about. He told the person to take it and they would be even. Although this technique is not the one he thought he had, it is a very good technique. But compared to the best technique he cultivated, this is only a little more performing. But that doesn't matter to Xinsheng. Next, the hero headed towards the next stone box. But no matter how many times he tried to open it, it didn't react in any way. Suddenly, Luoyi came over and asked if he would let her try too. Shu Han turned around and saw the war armor on the girl. He had once guided Luoyi to Zibaogun to Fenyu Mountain, but he didn't know what she would find there. But it turned out that she had obtained a protective armor war cuirass, and it was an incredible treasure. In a past life during a war, the war armor was captured by the hostile forces of humanity, and it showed itself on the battlefield. You can tell from the name that it's a pretty powerful artifact. When this armor entered the wallpaper, mountains and rivers would change their color, and a bloody rain would envelop the entire land. This armor was the cause of countless deaths and more, leaving behind only a mass of bodies of fallen warriors and mages. It is in this lifetime already a fortune for mankind that they can possess a military ceremonial armor. However, this armor that Luoyi received is still in its original form and does not yet possess such immense power. When it reaches its final form, Guy is confident that the girl will show her true potential in this life. The girl wondered, does he really know what kind of armor is on her? All the same, she realized she knew it pretty well. Knew her. The guy thought it was true he knows her pretty well. And she also knows him better than anyone else. While they were chatting with the cave, something was happening. It was gradually already collapsing. Zhu Han therefore said that time was already running out. It was necessary to hurry up and open this particular casket. The girl understood what to do, and immediately ran over to it. She did everything she needed to do, infused her aura and touched the imprint. After that, this box gradually began to open. A bright light immediately began to radiate out, spreading through the space. It turned out that there was a heavenly pill inside. The protagonist finally saw it. It was a perpetual pill that could form a god-level pill during the transformation period. He needs this pill, but it went to Luoyi. The guy informed that he didn't need it, so let him take it for himself. And just as the girl was about to do that, a demonic cat appeared. She was ahead of Lo and grabbed the sacred pill. The creature rejoiced, for it had not eaten something like this for a long time, and today it would finally eat. But trouble awaited him, because the protagonist knew that this would happen and prepared a chain that restrained Ko-Tarani. The collar fit perfectly on the head of the cat, who didn't expect this to happen. Shu Han said that he had been waiting for him all this time. Where was he going now? This cat has an unknown origin, and it has strange behavior. Just as the legendary spirit beast captured him first, now they will find out who he is. It wouldn't run away from him so easily. The guy immediately pulled him into himself. The creature couldn't resist, so it gave in, because of which it soon found itself in the hands of the protagonist. Lo watched in amazement. The demonic cat was indignant. Let him let her go. He is worse than the old rascal. So, the cat hates him. Shu Han noted that this code is too naughty. Let him give him the pill now. Soon, it was in the girl's hands. After which, she took the cat away and said that it was very cute. In this way, a few minutes passed. The hero headed towards the last sealed relic. There was only one box left, wondering what was inside it. He touched the box in question and it began to interact with him. Guys, that's really good, because the previous box wouldn't budge. I wonder what it could be. Soon the heroes saw that there was some kind of weapon. Quite quickly it became clear that this is a tomahawk. The only weapon that could endlessly evolve, and it was right in front of him. Soon, he announced to the girl that it was time for them to depart. Jinxi Cave Sky is indeed worthy of the first cave sky opened after the discovery of the aura. There was no time wasted. Outside the cave, the teachers continued to be outside. The man pointed out to Principal Li that the people from Jingyi Academy had been there for a long time. He did not understand why nothing was happening, and no one was returning. It seemed to Li Kai-shan that it was much more dangerous there than they thought. But they shouldn't worry. He would take full responsibility for what happened. All the students were there because of him after all, and therefore he must take it all on himself. Suddenly, someone saw the portal and shouted that students were starting to come out. And indeed a group appeared, only it was a group of rescuers. The girl immediately ran up to the master and noted that they were alive. The principal was confused. Was it really only the ones who didn't come here? Where are the others? Did every last one of them die? Suddenly the inspector rejoiced and thanked God for these students' purpose. He saw that much had returned. He was so glad that they came out of there alive. Some were glad to be back and that they could run to taste their own mom's food. The principal wondered if he thought that was what he was seeing. Did so many students really survive? The interviewee noted that he is indeed correct. Their students have returned. He was going to count them now. Another moment passed, and the protagonist appeared along with his companion. The only thing he regretted was not asking some of Jingshi Dongtian's secrets. The old man in the cave should be an ancient immortal cultivator, and because of that, he should know about the origin of immortals. The inspector swept up that it was indeed a miracle. Only 20 disciples were injured. The most amazing thing was that absolutely no one had died. One couldn't even believe that it was real. The principal immediately thanked Loey they had kept these children alive. If not for their intervention, all of them would have died. The girl interrupted him and related that he had misunderstood everything. He needs to listen carefully. It wasn't them who saved them. They were already safe when you were walked in. The interlocutor was confused. But who saved them if not them? The girl immediately pointed at Shu Han. He is the person who saved everyone here. The headmaster simply couldn't believe it. Deep down, he knew that this guy was clearly not easy. But to be so much so, it was simply amazing. At that moment, the man admired that person. Soon he said that the enrichment phase turned out to be the enrichment phase. The inspector, on the other hand, noted that the guys not only survived, but also increased their cultivation level. Li Kaishan thanked Shu Han. He is a great man. I wonder what he wants for himself as a reward. The guy said that he won't be modest. He wants to get the recommended quota to Qinbei Academy. The man asked if he was sure he didn't want something else. Shu Han did not understand why he asked this. Is this activity difficult to accomplish? Li Kaishan explained that it was just the opposite. It was too easy. Although Qinbei is the best martial arts academy with his current strength, he doesn't think that he will have trouble getting in. But he feels like the reward could have been chosen better than this. The hero's objection is all wrong. He doesn't fully understand what he really wants. There is simply no better than this for him. He would have been accepted there anyway, but he doesn't want to waste time on some exams. It would be better if he got there without any fuss, especially if he has more important things to do. Soon the principal agreed to this. He gives his word that he will get this recommendation from him. Lun Wu was indignant. This guy is just scheming. To think that he would get a spot in their academy so easily. Loey soon informed the master that it was time for him to go. The man noted that he understood that. Have the girl say hello to her master for him. Once he's done with his work, he'll fly to Kyoto right away. The students who came to the rescue should have already flown away. But just before they left, Loey turned to Shu Hanyu. She noted that she would look forward to seeing him at their place. She hoped that he would tell her something soon. The guy only confirmed that he would tell her everything. Lian Shu also said goodbye to her. He called her fiancée. The girl was confused. This was something she clearly didn't expect to hear. Lun Wu even stronger, indignant, he shouted to keep quiet. They better not mess with their academy or they will regret it. The boy asked his comrade about his performance. Shu Han remarked that it was super. Yanzi didn't understand what was going on between Shu Han and Qin Luo and from Qingbei Academy. It seems like they know each other, but when did they have time to do that? Although, what was she even thinking about? Why did she suddenly think of them, and even blushed at that moment, embarrassed? Time passed, and the protagonist and his comrade found themselves on the street of South Island City. Lian Shu mentioned to his brother that he had asked him to give the Dan's pill to an elderly couple surnamed Jian in Zhejiang Sai. He was told that the pill had reached them. I wonder who they are living in such a strange place. They don't even have a telephone and can only be reached by water. The delivery was satisfactory, not easy. To top it all off, these people also said they didn't know the guy. Then I wonder why he handed them that pill. Shu Han explained that he did it for good relations. In a world of great contradictions, everyone has a chance. Countless cultivators rose into the sky. And this elderly couple surnamed Zhang is the second of them. They are true, noble hermits, devoting their entire lives to reading and educating people, developing a noble quality in themselves, eventually retiring to the mountains to rest, restoring spiritual energy and the middle stage. They achieved enlightenment together by soaring in the bright white sun, and their spiritual abilities rose to the heavens in just one. It was unknown how many people who were exhausted from training envied them. Shu Han understood that the reason why he grabbed in advance to establish a good relationship with them was because this elderly couple had unique abilities that might prove to be important in the future. Their young daughter is exactly the one that the 12 demon lords were looking for. She is the legendary demon seed, which would later trigger devastating events. In a past life, these elderly spouses sacrificed themselves to protect their daughter, and 12 magnified demons took her with them. Their fate was truly tragic. A moment later, the boys were walking down the street, and someone was watching him. It was Rui, a recent acquaintance of the protagonist, and so who wanted revenge. Lian Shu noted that someone seemed to be following them. He sensed her. Shu Han said that he had noticed it a long time ago too. Let her just keep moving straight and be quiet. 5 minutes later, the girl lost them. Looking around, she didn't understand where this person had disappeared to. The guys immediately showed themselves, so it turns out it was Rui. Lian Shu pointed out to the young lady that they had already surpassed this furnished base. Because of that, it would be difficult for her to defeat them, so let her leave while she could. The young lady was persistent. She can't just forgive her father's death. If she can't defeat him now, she will follow him until she can avenge him. The boy wondered what the hell this was all about. It wasn't his brother's fault after all. Following him like this could lead to misunderstandings. Those misunderstandings would remain. It would be hard to explain them. The girl was indignant. What kind of nonsense is he even talking? If he said such a thing again, she would be the one to cut off his tongue right now. Shuhan asked his comrade to calm down. If she wanted to follow them, then let her go. During their stay in the western capital cave. Although Kwang Rui was very angry with the fellow, she hadn't lost her sense of justice. She, as well as the people from Shushan, joined the demons to kill the guy. He has no need to completely destroy her. After a little while, the girl turned to the guy. The guy looked at her in surprise. It turns out that he killed Chu Yun, as well as the other Shushan disciples. So their school wouldn't forgive him that easily. She doesn't want to get with you. He died at the hands of others. And that's why she said that. Lian Shu remarked to his brother that this girl is very strange. He feels like she wants to be his sister-in-law too. That's why they are starting to think about their safety. Even Chu Hanyu found this assumption strange. He certainly gave it away. At this time, there was a conversation in the Lu family's mansion. Yanzi told everything, and noted that the above was her way into Jingshi Dongtian. The Shu Han they were asking about was alive and well. She had personally seen him. The elder reported, as he had told her before, he might be a descendant of the large ancient Shuxian family. His actions in the cave only solidified this thought, but so far he hadn't found anything about his family. It's quite a difficult task. Someone inquired about his plans for him. The old man pointed out that the boy and Yanzi are in the same class. They had overcome difficulties together and retreated together. Wouldn't they accidentally want to play a favorable wedding? The man said that it's possible that there are no talented people in his family except for Yanzi. She is a girl. If she marries him, everything will be fine. They will then not only get a strong and handsome young man, but they will also learn about his family. And then their family will blossom again, as in the old days. The interlocutor said that this was certainly a good thing, but Shu Han had massacred Dongtian. Because of that, many people would want to take revenge on him. The elder said that it was true to accept such a choice would not be easy. It's about Yangzi's wedding, so it's up to her to decide. The girl was immediately embarrassed. She didn't even know what to say. The old man reiterated that it was up to her to make the choice, so she should not let it get in the way. Then she noted that she relied on the master. Then she turned around and said that she had to go because she had to train. The man noted that it's hard to understand girls, but it seems that she doesn't mind it. The head of the family said that his family has 3 strong enemies, but in the current situation, they are just nothing. The Feng family is not in the best shape right now. Xuanwu originally harbored hatred towards his family. That leaves only Shuhan, but now they had established a relationship with him. Therefore, it is necessary to resolve the matter with this guy, and then Xuanwu as soon as possible, and it must be done by all means. Let these guys go to Shuhan's place together. He is relying on them. She needs him. His family needs him, and Yanzi likes him. They'll settle their issues with their enemies and get the girl married at last. His interlocutors immediately obeyed him. Lian Shu asked his brother if there was anything wrong with the quota left at the villa. After all, they had brought it from that very cave, and it was really very strong there. The hero said it was all right. He has an iron ring on him that suppresses his power, so if he wants to escape, even through his strength, he won't be able to do anything interesting. He might note that this creature is kind of strange. When they met him, he was in the guise of an adult, but now he is very small. Apparently, its strength as well as form depends on external circumstances, and thus it is no longer as strong. Lian Shu observed that although he was no longer in the best form, he was still very brave. He's always following around and needs to get rid of him as soon as possible. He's probably relaxing right now, and he's not going anywhere even if you try to do something to him. The cat was really relaxed. That's what living is all about. After spending so many years in the cave, he had already forgotten the beauty of being. There are so many different goodies and programs on TV now. It's like he's in heaven right now. He swears like a cat that he won't leave here until he's eaten and played with everything. At this time, the guy's ware-headed Lianshu asked his brother why they need a shelter. The hero replied that they needed to find files here, but the interlocutor did not understand what kind of files they were. Zhuhan explained that they concerned him. It turns out that he grew up in an orphanage, but he has parents, and his parents left him for some strange reason. It was because of this incident that he began to rely only on himself. After he left the orphanage, he lived an independent life. In his previous life, he had only gained a certain level of strength when his spiritual energy was in the middle stage of recovery. When he tried to find out the whereabouts of his parents, the orphanage had been destroyed during the war. Even when he reached the immortal realm, the overlord he still hadn't received any news of her own parents. It was a lingering pain from his past life that he just couldn't get rid of. Despite everything in this life, he was determined to find out the whereabouts of his own parents. The boys finally did make it to the orphanage, and there they saw a terrible sight. Some drunk had kicked a little boy, talking about how useless the other kids were. He asked them for money, and they brought such a ridiculous amount. In that case, why did he need them at all? Speaking to the boy he beat up, he said that this one was pathetic enough. Because of that, he would experience real pain today. Maybe he'll make more money because of it. And the man tried to hit him over the head with the bottle. But he didn't have time to do that, because the protagonist grabbed the bottle. The man immediately turned his attention to him. Who the hell is he? Does he think he's a hero? Zhuhan was indignant. This is how he treats orphans. So he's bullying them and using them to make money. The man pointed out that he is the director of this orphanage. He already does enough to provide food and shelter for these brats. But who the hell is he anyway that he's meddling in their affairs? Let him get his hands off him. The guy wouldn't listen to him. He immediately snatched up a bottle and smashed it over the man's head. The orphanage director was outraged. He dared then to hit him. His body immediately transformed as he realizes he is not aware that he has superpowers. For mortals, for the sake of him, he is a god and tried to tear the guy off. Zhuhan used his spiritual power to fight. He attacked from a distance without touching this filthy man. They're typing him into the wall, which was quite far away. The opponent didn't understand how this was even possible, how he could defeat him. He advises him to fall on his knees and pitifully beg for mercy. Otherwise, the consequences for him would be critical. While he was talking, Lianshu came up to him. He called him an arrogant idiot. He was only at the second level of Qi and dared to talk like that. At that moment, he started hitting him on the head with his hands. Right now, he doesn't even realize who he's messing with, so now he's going to show them who's boss. The orphanage director ended up getting hit pretty hard by him. The protagonist wondered where the past director of the orphanage was. He knew that the former director was a very good man. He treated the children properly, not like this man. They were like a family. The interviewee noted that this person died 3 years ago due to a heart attack. Zhuhan was taken aback by this information, because he knew that this man's health had always been at its best, and he had never had any heart problems. Next, the guy immediately grabbed the new director of the orphanage and told him to take him to his archive. Thus, after a few minutes, they were already in the archives looking for the files they needed. Lianshu told his brother that all the archives were dated last year. The most surprising thing was that they were absolutely all dated that way. Then the hero asked the director of the orphanage, "Where are all the archives from last year?" After hesitating for a moment, the man replied that they had all been burned. Zhuhan wondered who had started the fire and why. The interlocutor said that if he knew that he had told everything, when he became the director, all the archives already had been burned. He just knows that the fire was very serious, and the past director died in it precisely because of a heart attack. Guy noted that the heart attack, in time to shake by a strange coincidence. Have him take him to the place where the past principal was. Soon they arrived there. There were empty bottles of alcohol and cigarettes. The new director said that the place was here. After the previous director died, he started living here. And nothing special. He never found here for all the time. But the hero decided to search by other methods. He used his power of the immortal's supreme eye. This technique is not meant for combat, but with it, you can see things that ordinary people would never be able to notice. As he scrutinized the room, he saw a secret door. Lianshu immediately pointed out to his brother that there was clearly something behind this door. The new headmaster didn't understand where he was even getting himself into, how such a common technique could be. He had lived here for several years and had never noticed that there was some kind of door. And while he was confused, the guys decided to explore it and went inside. It seemed to the comrade that there was clearly something here. There was a table in the middle of the room, and a strange envelope lying lonely on it. The ability to create some sort of hidden barrier here indicated that the past headmaster was undoubtedly a cultivator. And since he was a cultivator, it was unlikely that he had simply died of a heart disease. Thus, there's a strong possibility that the past director of the orphanage was killed by someone. And his death could have been to protect this letter. The hero thought, did she have something to do with him? After getting to know the possessed man, he realized it was true. It's about the Jaoong family from Kyoto. The guy's parents' information surprisingly points to the Jaoong family. This family in his then was a powerful clan comparable to the Dragon Clan in the guy's past life. At that time he wondered how he was related to it. It seemed like there was still a lot he didn't know. After entering the Qingbei Academy in Kyoto, it looks like he will have to pay a visit to the Jaoong family. A little time passed. The children looked on in surprise at what was happening. Lian Shu held the new orphanage director in his hands and asked his brother what to do with him. The protagonists used his strength again, and the same one hit him. At that moment, the man's soul vessel was destroyed. Zhu Han said that in a world where spiritual energy was being restored and a great conflict was unfolding, he never expected that one would use the cultivation capabilities available for evil purposes. Because of this, today he was canceling his cultivation absolutely completely. He received a large sum of money from Long Tian, so asked the comrade to help him formalize these children and keep it for these orphans. Lian Shu said that he shouldn't worry about the financial matters. He will simply call his father and ask him to take care of it, so that these orphans will be well taken care of. In addition, it is necessary to see to it that this scumbag is sent to jail. The representatives of the Lu family were waiting outside Nandao Middle School. The head inquired if they had not found Shu Han yet. The interlocutor noted that they had gone around all the places where he is often mistaken, but had not seen him anywhere. I wonder if perhaps something had happened to him. Suddenly a phone call rang. The man immediately picked it up and started talking. After listening to his interlocutor, he agreed. He understood everything. After which he informed the head that they had found the guy they were looking for. He had been in the orphanage all this time and was now on his way back to school. The interlocutor was surprised. What does it mean in the orphanage? Wondered what he was doing there. The man did not know that. There was no time to even find out about it. The head noted that in that case, let the subordinates find out about it later. And now they would wait for his arrival here. And here he soon arrived here. The man greeted him and finally he arrived. They had waited for him for half a day already. Shu Han was a bit confused and asked why they needed him so much. And while they were chatting nearby, Yanzi walked by with her men. Silverwing's god of war noted madam that during their training, it seemed like she was hovering in the clouds. Was there really something bothering her right now? The girl saw that her father as well as her uncle were already here. He was not discussing what business it was with Shu Han. The Bull King remarked, "What a coincidence that he ran into the guy. After all, he still owes him an image. Did not thank him for what happened in the cave." And the head of the Lu family said that he had personally come here today because there was important news for Shu Han. The guy was already curious about what this news was. The interlocutor said that his family greatly appreciated him, including the patriarch himself, who admired him very much. It was because of this that they decided that Yanzi would marry him and make him the son-in-law of the Lu family. Hearing this, the girl could not believe it. She was very embarrassed. This news stunned her. The protagonist, in turn, hesitated. Then Lian Shu remarked to his brother that he was really lucky. All these people are competing with his kin. The head of the family asked what he would say about it. Better not miss this opportunity. Their family will organize a wedding for him and Yanzi in a very short time. The Bull King remarked to Mrs. Lu that it was no wonder that she seemed to know about it earlier during their sparring. Was that really the reason why she was distracted today? When the time came, he old knew would definitely come to their wedding and raise a toast. The girl, on the other hand, resented it. She informed that she had had enough of this. Uncle inquired Shu Han, "Why are you frozen here? We need to act already." He will make sure that their wedding with Yanzi is organized in a grand manner. After thinking about it for a bit, the protagonist said that the master was overestimating him. He really isn't worthy of being their son-in-law. This son-in-law of a rising dragon should find someone more suitable. The girl was confused after hearing this. Yes, and her interlocutors couldn't believe such words. They asked if he understood what he was talking about. His daughter Janzi has exceptional talent and looks. She is 1 in a million, and yet he still refuses. The guy thanked again for the kind offer. She is really good, but he is not interested in the offer. That was the end of the matter with them, and he leaves. The man wasn't going to leave it that easy. He rushed forward. This upstart dared to insult his family, so let him stand where he stands. The protagonist was defended by his comrade Lian Shu. He asked him what's wrong. He just doesn't want to get married. Does he really think that force towards him will fix anything? Uncle shouted that you're giving him another chance if he marries Yanzi. The boy himself didn't understand why they were so insistent. The head of the family, Lu, is graceful and will easily find a suitable husband in the future. There's no need to focus on him alone, and let them not even think of attacking him. Otherwise, their family will be worse off. The interlocutor was outraged at such insolence. How dare he say such a thing, her deny his family repeatedly. He won't just get away with it. Suddenly someone shouted. They stopped. The man immediately stopped. The guys also turned their attention there. It turned out that it was Yanzi along with her men. The father was a bit confused and wondered why he was here. The girls, on the other hand, told their dad as well as their uncle to stop this whole farce. There was no need for them to force him to do this. Immediately tears appeared in her eyes, after which she turned to Shu Han and said that she hated him. After that she turned around and left. Lian Shu thought that his brother seemed to have broken her heart. Shu Han thought about the fact that he owed a lot to this girl in his past life. Back then, she had even died to save him. Therefore, in this life, there was no way he could let Lo Yi down. The Bull King understood what they should do, how situations could have gotten to this point, and what Shu Han was thinking. And how could he turn away a beauty like Ms. Lu? Silver Wings of the God of War suggested that he might have his reasons, and forcing one to act any other way in such matters is really difficult. He'd better go check on her now. The head of the family turned to the second brother. Let him return to the family for now. He will report to the head of their family to make a decision. The man resented, thinking about the guy. This isn't over. He will regret treating his family like this. As time expired, the patriarch was told what had happened. He was furious. Had the boys so rejected their proposal? The men confirmed this and stood confused. One of them told the Lord that with his level of cultivation on the table, and nascent souls laying down their family, numerous cultivation families within a radius of hundreds of miles would recognize the superiority of their family. This Shu Han, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, dares to attack Revolve with their family. Even regardless of his background, they cannot leave him unpunished for this. And while they were chatting, the subordinates burst into the room. He reports to the head of the family that they have found out the identity of Shu Han himself. The man inquired as to who he was. It turns out that according to their investigation, this guy is not from a cultivator family. He is an orphan from the Southern Mountain Orphanage. The patriarch immediately wondered if this information was accurate. The ward confirmed it. This information is pure truth. Shu Han had just recently visited the South Mountain Orphanage, and they were looking into it. The second brother is clear, so he's from the orphanage. It turned out that he had convincingly played his part in making them believe that he was from a famous cultivator family. The patriarch remarked that since that was the case, they hadn't lost anything. It was even good that the wedding didn't take place. Otherwise, it would have been very unpleasant. How could such an ordinary cultivator be worthy of their prestigious Lu family? Second brother, and said that since that was the case, he would bring him here right away. Let him kneel before the gate of their family and repent for 3 days as well as 3 nights. Patriarch Chief asked him to take his time. He had already sent a letter to Mount Shu and their men should arrive tomorrow. At first, he invited the representatives of Mount Shu to talk to him, but it seemed like the goals needed to be changed. Zhu Han was in the villa and continued to cultivate. After reaching the creation stage, the base of spiritual energy needs increased tenfold. Relying only on these spiritual fruits, it is difficult to quickly advance in cultivation. Therefore, one must find a way to obtain more resources for cultivation itself. Of course, it would be better if the fellow acquired a few spiritual stones for himself. The demonic cat at this time was thinking about how hedgehog this loss. These delicious fruits should have been eaten, not used for cultivation. However, spirit stones were extremely rare, usually kept by large cultivation families as well as sects. In this, the guy understood that at the middle stage of spiritual energy recovery, the world could also create spiritual stones. But there was still time to reach the later stage of spiritual energy recovery. And while he was thinking about it, his comrade burst into the room and invited him to a concert. The demonic cat wondered, what kind of concert is this? It's the type of musical performance that is shown on TV. The protagonist replied that he wasn't interested, but the comrade was persistent. He begged to go with him. He spent so much effort to get these tickets. The main character of the concert is a hot and popular superstar named Meng Kier. She is extraordinary in herself. Not only is she very beautiful, but her music is also unique. The cultivation of this girl has reached the foundation stage, and she is dominating the popularity charts both at home and abroad. She is also still called the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Zhu Han reiterated that he also had other things to do. Let him go by himself if he wanted to. At that moment, the demonic cat snuck in and grabbed one of the tickets. Lian Shuan became indignant. This stupid cat must stop or it will nail him. After that, he told the comrade that he should go there. Otherwise, this code will definitely cause trouble at the concert. Thus, they went to the sports centers of the southern islands, where the event itself was to be held. Lian Shu explained that the concert would start any minute now, so it was urgent to find that stupid cat. The protagonist informed that there was no need for that. Pointing to the door, he said something creature was inside. Hence, that's where they went. The guy could already feel the aura of the chaos clasp, and it's right there. At this time, Meng Ke'er was inside that room along with Li Xiaoyun. There was also a cheeky cat there. The girl noted that this cat came out of nowhere. He is amazing and keeps his eyes on their superstar. Ke'er noted that he's cute, so she lets him. Demon Cat, on the other hand, didn't understand what these two silly women were doing. He has such a delicious bun, and for some reason they won't take it away. Xiaoyun noted that it was indeed dangerous for Ke'er to go out for this performance. They think they are invincible, and after a few days of training and want her big star to offer herself to them. Especially the guy who calls himself the Black Dragon King. He's really arrogant and overly assertive, relying only on his talent in awakening, and it's too much. The interlocutor asked her not to worry. This is an inland region after all. It's not the Black Dragon King's territory at all, so he won't do anything to them. Besides, did she forget her strength is also nothing? She is at the foundation stage. As he approached the door, the protagonist felt bloodlust. He noted that someone broke in here. Let the comrade stay outside and guard. And he is going to go inside and get that cat. Lian Shu agreed to this suggestion. The girls at this time continued to chat. Ke'er was already even tired of it. Suddenly, someone entered the room. It turned out to be the main character. He was surprised to see what was going on, and didn't realize what was going on here. Ke'er was almost naked. She resented how he got here. Xiaoyun immediately ran up to him and shouted that he was a pervert. But the guy, she objected, simply misunderstood everything. He came here for this cat. This cat belongs to him. The interlocutor noted that if she said the creature belonged to him, how would he prove it? The hero simply approached the pet and offered to go along with him. Then the demonic cat just turned around. She did not want to leave. After all, the concert had not even started yet. Seeing this, the girl thought that he was a liar and decided to teach him a lesson right now. Zhu Han easily dodged her attack. She didn't even realize how it happened. After which, he grabbed her from behind and informed her not to cause her unnecessary trouble. He said that he came here simply to get the cat. Xiaoyun asked to let go, let him not expect mercy from her. Ke'er came back to the room. She said that she shouldn't be so angry. She also asked the guy to let her go. To him, she has two questions. How did he get here, and where is the security? Zhu Han let the girl go and said that there were no bodyguards. That's why he left here without any problems. Moreover, he asks to be allowed to remind them that there are at least 5 assassins lurking nearby. This girl is very smart and perceptive. She figured out the situation at a glance. Ke'er was surprised that he was saying such a thing. It couldn't be any more. To clarify what had happened, they went to the next room, and there they saw the dead bodies of the bodyguards who were supposed to be guarding them. Xiaoyun said that it was dangerous here, so they should leave. Suddenly, unknown people jumped into the room through the window. They were all wearing dark clothes with hoods on their heads. They only surrounded the girls and literally ignored the guys. The chief among them noted that they could no longer escape from this place no matter how much they wanted to. To Xiaoyun, these people seemed familiar. They are the Black Dragon King's men. The bald-headed man suggested that Miss Meng Ke'er obediently go along with them. Let her become the wife of their great king and rule over the brigands. Or else, let them not be accused of being ruthless. It became clear to the protagonist that they were demons. People once and demons appeared here so quickly. It's amazing. Xiaoyun shouted for them not to even dream. This is an inner land, not a place where they can cause trouble. She had already informed the dragon guards. If they value their lives, let them scram immediately. Following those words, the man immediately attacked her. Ke'er stepped up to her defense. She converged with the blow along with their enemy. Due to the strong onslaught, both of them were thrown aside. That's when the protagonist came to the rescue. Because of this attack, the star was injured. It became clear that the man was at the golden base of the middle stage. The man noted the fact that the Black Dragon King was interested in her. It was an honor. They, like ordinary people, are shameless and always look for faces without merit. If she doesn't comply, he will have to take her corpse with him. He is sure that even the kings and black dragons will like the corpse of the great beauty. Xiaoyun asked the protagonist to help them. He is also a cultivator after all. Care told the girl that life and death is destined by fate, so let her not attract others to do it. Then the demon turned his attention to the guys. If she hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed here two more useless. He's in a good enough mood today, so let them just kneel before him and worship. It's the only way they can get out of here alive. Zhu Han told them that they were just leaving. The girl didn't understand what he was doing. Isn't he a man? If he doesn't help save them, then let him just forget about it. Doesn't he just want to worship these beasts? The guy explained that he came here to just find a cat. Now he had found the cat, he was ready to leave. Approaching the demon leader, he informed him to move away. The interlocutor became indignant. Had he gone deaf? Let him kneel before leaving. What did he mean by telling him to step aside? Zhu Han remarked that if he didn't understand what he was saying, then repeat it again to him. Let him get the hell out of here immediately. The demon was angry. How dare he, lowly man, show such disrespect to him? This little creature would be torn to pieces by him today. Just as he was about to attack, the hero simply punched him and threw him back a few meters. The man was outraged, meaning he dared to hit him. Why are his men just standing there? Let them kill all these people immediately. The subordinates obeyed his order and immediately attacked. The first to fight them rushed Lian Shu, let them die immediately. Shu Han also did not stand idle. He attacked the other enemies, and in a matter of minutes, he managed to deal with several of them. The leaders of these people resented this guy daring to kill the followers and the Black Dragon King. He is an ignorant person. He will make him pay for it with his own life. After saying those words, the man immediately transformed and became more like the mythical creature Kraken. Consequently, he had tentacles and attacked the girl, who didn't realize what it was. Since Xiaoyun was attacked, Care immediately rushed to her defense. But this was just what the enemy was waiting for. He grabbed the star with his tentacles as well. Lian Shu was also caught in the act. He was captured as well. The guy was outraged. These rascals are so disgusting. Let them get away from him. The demon said that they are members of the Yao clan, a noble race, and these people are just some group of worthless ants. So he will now show the guy his invincible power from his own clan. The main character's given words only made him smile. Xiaoyun didn't understand why he was frozen in place. Let him run and call for help now. The enemy also assumed that he simply couldn't move from his seat out of fear. So he wrapped his tentacles around him from head to toe. The others did not understand why he did not escape. Now, they were all trapped. Xiaoyun said that even with the base cultivation level of her star would not be able to escape from this monster's grip. Kair said that the Yao clan members with the same cultivation level are much stronger than them, and the monster itself is at the middle stage of formation. Thus, it turns out that they won't be able to do anything to it. That is, if the Dragon Guardian fails to present in time, they won't just die. Suddenly the girl sensed something and wondered what that smell was. Kia reported that it was the smell of fried squid. The girls turned their attention to where the odor was coming from. It turned out that it was Lian Shu using the flame to free his hands. The demonic cat liked this smell. He could sense that the food was cooking. Xiaoyun inquired, what was he doing? The guy explained that he was roasting meat. He wasn't just idling, so why not do it then? The female interlocutor became indignant. What do you mean, idle? He doesn't seem to understand the situation they are in. They had been captured, and his comrade was about to die. Lian Shu asked her not to worry about him. Nothing will happen. This big guy clearly has his fill on that person. After saying that, Xiaoyun thought that they encountered two crazy people today. One standing still when he was attacked by a monster, while the other had the urge to roast meat when he was attacked. He didn't have a tantrum, so why did they have so much bad luck? This made Care laugh. She thought these guys were really funny. They could remain calm and carefree, even in the face of such danger. Such people with seldom seen. She noted that they weren't. They were just out of their minds. Star, on the other hand, wanted to also taste the meat of a monster that was in the foundation stage. The demon cat resented it. That's not going to happen. It all belongs to her. Then the demon shouted to these pitiful people that they have long been the prey of this old monster, and now they still dare to roast and eat the meat of this monster. This is an insult to him. For that matter, then he will just eat this guy's comrade first. He will witness this bloody scene. Only the creature tried to do so, as the protagonist immediately broke free from the sealed cocoon. And he did so very easily. Zhu Han revealed that he had originally wanted to use his brute strength to practice the technique, Holy Body through him. But he didn't even expect him to have so much strength. He was just a waste of time. The enemy resented it. This was simply impossible. The 10,000 Jin lock made from his tentacles is very solid and cannot be entangled. So much so that even a spiritual refinement realm cultivator would not be able to break free easily. and he was able to get out of it so easily, but it's impossible how he was able to do it. But to the protagonist, it all seemed ridiculous compared to those major demon races with absolute physique. He is very far away from that level. In his past life, the guy had encountered really powerful races of demons, each of which possessed swift momentum, limitless strength, as well as supernatural extreme physiques. Only by relying on the body could a piece of the sky be shattered. The enemy shouted that he dared to interfere in the affairs of the Black Dragon King, so let him go to hell. Then he attacked with his tentacles along with Care. Xiaoyun was greatly worried about this girl. Care couldn't do anything. She was preparing to hit. Shuhan said that it wouldn't happen today. After that, he cut off the tentacles that were holding the girl. And for him to hire a fall, he immediately grabbed her and rescued her. Care opened her eyes, not realizing what had happened. She soon realized what had happened and was confused. It turns out that he had saved her. And while there was this cute Xiaoyun Jun yelled out to not be careful, they took the time to get close, and when they are attacked again, it is necessary to be more careful. The protagonist was not confused at all. He easily chopped off the tentacle that attacked again. But the enemy said that they will now see if he can chop all the tentacles he attacks with, or just die. Although he already knows the answer, the guy will just die. Shuhan said, his enemy didn't jump above his head. After that, thanks to his abilities, he would chop off the limbs attacking himself. The guy wanted to kill this creature because of its great audacity. The girl was surprised that he was chopping tentacles with his bare hands. The protagonist also helped to free his comrades as well. In the end, all the monster's tentacles were destroyed. He didn't understand how this happened. This old man was so defeated. He felt so unwanted. Because of this, he started to drink it and fell dead on the ground. Shuhan let go of the girl he was holding, this time in his arms. She nice and bent and thanked him for his help. But the hero paid no attention to her and simply ignored her. After that, he approached the demon and pulled the state from his chest. It was the nascent soul of the demon beast stage, Jiaidan. It turned out to be a valuable treasure. A car pulled up to the Lu family's mansion, and it had long been expected. Several men got out from there. The patriarch of the family greeted Lin. It has been many years, and he looks more awake than ever. The head of the Shushan sword sect, Lin Daoran, also greeted him. Elder Landlord is still strong and vigorous, happy to see his old wounds healing. On the 5th day of the month, have them come to meet Elder Landlord. He, even before the revival of spiritual energy, reached the foundation stage, and during the time, he was extraordinarily talented. Lin Wufu, a disciple of the Shushan sword sect, greeted the elder. After which, he asked if he could inform him of Shuhan's whereabouts, because he wanted to avenge his brother Lin Wuyun already. The elder realized that this fellow, being at the middle foundation stage, emitted a faint aura of breaking through to the late foundation stage. At the same time, he is so young. Therefore, he informed his dear friend that he had a good disciple. Daoran said that his disciple's talent is indeed undoubtedly good. In their Shushan sect, and there are only a few people who can surpass him. To be honest, this time, the man brought Wu from the mountain to dye his ardor. The first thing they must do is to kill Shuhan together. The landlord noted that this in excellent with such ambitious young disciples, he would remain satisfied. He turned to the man behind him and asked him to summon Yanzi. Let the young ones exchange their experiences. Time passed, and everyone gathered in the Lu family hall. The girl came as her name was called. She greeted everyone. Wufu noticed that she was a beautiful girl, and her cultivation had already reached the foundation stage. It's unexpected for a mundane family to have outstanding girls like her. She is no less amazing than even more talented than the daughter of their Shushan sect. The patriarch asked Yanzi to meet Wufiwu, the master of the Shushan sword sect. The girl welcomed him as instructed. Next, the man asked to be allowed to introduce someone to her. But the guy immediately stood up and said that it was better to introduce himself. He gave his name and said what sect he was from. Really pleased to meet such a beautiful girl. The patriarch smiled. This person is a prodigy from the Shushan school. His cultivation has reached the last stage of foundation, and his sword skill is of an outstanding level, making him a talented figure among the younger generation. Because of this, he is much better than even Shuhan. Therefore, the two of them should become closer and no formalities are needed. Wu Fiwu noted about hearing that this Shuhan dared to publicly refuse Madame's marriage proposal. He is going to take revenge on him for that. Yanzi suddenly told him not to jump above his head. The interlocutor didn't understand what she was saying. The elder asked her not to be so rude and stop saying various stupid things. That guy who is the cause of all their troubles is just relying on luck. How can he compare to Wufiv? Wufiu said that she is clearly overestimating him. He feels like he would kill him with one finger in his. But the girl objected. Lin Chuyuan also said, but ended up getting killed himself. So she repeats it again so he doesn't overestimate himself. He is not Shu Han's equal, and the latter will easily defeat him. The guy then said that if she has such an opinion of him, he doesn't even know what to do. Perhaps he should challenge him to a duel. It was inquired of him, but how would it be conducted? Wu Fu informed him that this time he had come here for revenge, and it was quite appropriate to have a fight to the death rather than life. He is going to kill him in front of everyone to avenge Lin Chuyuan, and at the same time, he will let Madame Lu know that Shu Han is just an ordinary clown. Nothing more, nothing less. The second brother reported that this idea sounds good. The guy they are talking about is a simple person from a humble family, but he acts arrogant and dismissive. Therefore, it would be very nice to humiliate him in front of everyone. The patriarch listened attentively to all of this, then turned to Mr. Lin to ask what he thought about it. The latter said that killing Shu Han for Lin Chuyuan would not be difficult and there was no need to say anything more about it. However, Miss Lulu looks like she would highly appreciate him, and thus looks down on the elite of their Shu Mountain sect. In that case, how about this? He brought Wu Fiwa to the mortal world, intending to find a suitable wife for him. So if he kills the Radiance, then Yanzi will become his bride. I wonder what they think of that. The girl instantly objected. She was against it. But the patriarch thought it was a good idea. This old man also had the same thought. A talented disciple and the daughter of the Lu family were a perfect match in heaven. After that, Shushan and the Lu family can cooperate more, and this old man agrees to this marriage. Yanzi resented she is not a tool that the Lu family can use for their own gain. The girl decides that she will cultivate in this life and illegally never marry. The patriarch informs her that she is still young. Let Mr. Lin be assured that she will understand everything later. After all, compared to Shu Han, Wu Fiwu clearly stands out. The guy himself was thinking about the fact that he liked Yanzi, and there was no turning back now. When he kills this guy, he will realize that he is not worthy of even being his shoe shine. And he himself is worthy of her admiration. Mr. Lin noted that a plan had been made, so why don't they put it into action right today? Let their fighter go and deal with that ignorant Shu Han. The patriarch told the Lord that his determination was admirable, so he suggested that they settle the matter today. And while he wasn't chatting, the superstar performed on stage. This song was dedicated to the audience. At this time, the main character and the others were in the VIP room. Lian Shu admired this girl. She has such a beautiful figure and her presence is simply divine. She is an incomparable goddess. The demonic cat, on the other hand, did not like this performance, and did not like it. It was boring, and would have been better off eating steamed buns. Xiaoyun said that Shu Han really saved Kair and helped her a lot. She was from the Jingdu Meng family, and they would surely thank him generously. With the help of the Meng family, his future cultivation path will be smoother. This is the dream of many people. The protagonist objected. There was no need for that. All of this just happened simply after the fallout. He has another matter to attend to, so he will return right away. Xiaoyun seemed overly confident. It angered her. While they were chatting on the stage, there was an explosion and someone appeared there. Kair was confused. She didn't realize what was happening. The audience also didn't know who it was, or what was going on. And the guy who arrived asked if Shu Han was here. Wu Fiu introduced himself. He is a sword cultivator from Shushan. He wants to have a fair duel with Shu Han and take his life. The protagonist listened to his suggestions, and was a little surprised. The members of the Lu family and the rest of their guests also entered the hall. The audience was once again confused. They didn't know what was going on. The second brother shouted out that his family was occupying the place today. So let the people who were irrelevant, let them leave the room. Everyone immediately started to run out, no need to crowd. If the fight starts, everyone can get hurt. Xiaoyun did not understand what was going on, so she asked about it. Are all these strong cultivators really here to massacre him? The hero saw that the Lu family had finally made the first move against him. In his past life, Lu Jaoong, the previous patriarch of the Lu family, had caused their downfall with his despicable actions. It seems that people's nature is hard to change, and now he was acting the same way. Wu Fiu asked the guy to come out. If he was a real man, he would have shown himself long ago. He is a genius from Mount Shu, and will definitely kill him today. Kair was outraged. He disrupted her concert. She tried to attack him. The guy wondered if it was really Mrs. Keir. How lucky he was to have met her today after all. He returned from the girl's blow easily. After which he bowed and said that it was a misunderstanding. He had come to find Shu Han. And once he killed him, he would personally apologize to her. The guy thought that the heavens favored him. If he could get the famous star Meng Kair together with Yanzi, then he would enjoy a life of bliss. And while he was off guard, Lian Shu attacked him with his boot. Who does he think he is? Let him have some respect. He still dares to disrespect his goddess. The guy is going to kick his ass for this. Wu Fu resented who he even was, and how he could treat the people of Mount Shu so meanly. Lian Shu explained that the Mount Shu meant nothing to Jingshi Dongtian. They had killed countless of them. This made the interlocutor angry. Let him prepare to face his sword when. Mr. Jian immediately ordered him to stop. His task is to kill Shu Han after all. Let him not waste his sword energy here and weaken his attack. As for this disrespectful young cultivator, is he really going to kneel down and repent? Or is he going to have his legs broken? The boy resented. Let this old man not think he could intimidate him. The Lord found this interesting. It seemed like their Mount Shu had been silent for too long, allowing these newly recovered cultivators to become arrogant. Liang Ye will show him about how they have forgotten about the might of Mount Shu. They can't even imagine the glorious reputation their mountain once possessed. After saying that, he immediately attacked the guy with his sword. To defend himself, the guy threw his blade towards the enemy's blade, but his weapon was immediately destroyed by him. Mr. Lin informed the young men that his mountain is a 1,000-year-old sword sect. All the swords used in it are divine weapons, and this divine weapon cannot be resisted by ordinary objects. Today, he will break his oath and use this purple azure sword to take their lives. Let this guy think that this is a warning to everyone to show reverence to his Mount Shu. While the man was chatting, the protagonist decided to help. Lian Shu that I can't assure is such a fast-flying sword. Liang Ye didn't realize how his weapon was broken. The guy laughed. He talked so much, calling it a divine weapon purple sword. And in reality, it turns out to be mere trash. The man was indignant. How did this happen, and who did it? Shu Han approached them. He heard about them wanting to kill him. Mr. Lin asked who he was and how dare he touch his sword. The elder of the Lu family said that it was Shu Han. Wu Fiwu immediately approached, so he is the one he was looking for. And he thought that he would be a coward. But since he is here, let his challenge begin. The hero did not realize that she dared to challenge him to a fight. The interlocutor wondered. They are a bunch of lowly mere humans, but don't know where their arrogance comes from. They act so arrogant in front of him, disciple of Mount Shu. Don't they know how to spell the word death? So he will show them. Zhao Yuan informed the guy, it will be death to you. I wonder if he is not afraid of death. Shu Han remembered that he had helped him recently, so that means this is how they are going to thank him. Teaming up with Mount Shu to kill him. The second brother was indignant. How arrogant is he? He even addresses the head without respect. The old man pointed out that he had given him a chance for him to marry Yanzi, but since he doesn't know his own worth, he cut off all ties with his family and is to blame for his own problems. The protagonist said, that means that this is how it turns out that they are now at enmity. But this is only Lu Jaoong's personal opinion. Or perhaps it is the decision of the whole family. The head of the family said that this person represents his entire family. What he says is what his entire family will do. Shu Hanyu was now clear. But this guy is no match for him. I wonder what about this old man? Although it was a stretch, he could still be his rival. Liang Ye resented how much he was taking on. He had been cultivating on Mount Shu for decades, and never expected that he would encounter an arrogant brat like him when he came down the mountain. If he didn't kill him, however, he would lose all respect on his own mountain. Suddenly Kair shouted for him to stop. All of them seemed to have forgotten something. It's her concert. They can disrupt it if they want, but they also want to kill someone in front of her. So why are they letting themselves get away with so much? The patriarch of Lu's family says that she turns out to be from the Dreamer family, which means it's not surprising that she reached her foundation stage at such a young age. I wonder if Mrs. Dreamer will be able to put a face to his Lu family in Shu Mountain. After resolving this matter, his family would definitely apologize to Miss Dreamer. The girl didn't care at all who stood in front of her. After all, Shu Han is her savior. Therefore, if they wanted to kill him, she would definitely not be left out. The protagonist objected. It wasn't her business after all, and he would handle it himself. Kier pointed out that there were so many of them. Lian Shu then asked Shu Hanyu to have faith. Everything will be fine. They don't realize who they messed with. Wu Fiu wondered what this Shu Han thinks of himself, that he deserves his master's intervention. He would just kill him for that now. The hero said that in Jingshi Cave, Dongtian Chuyuan and others joined the Devil Lord and attacked him. He killed them because they were the ones who made the first move, and he has to explain it to them from Mount Shu. So, is it really true that even after his words, they still want to kill him? The opponent pointed out that he dared to slander his fellow mountain companions, so this was unforgivable. Even if Lin Chuyuan wanted to kill him, he had his own reasons for doing so. He, on the other hand, was a lowly commoner who dared to resist. His crime already deserved to die. Shu Han now realized who he really was, so let him attack. The enemy immediately attacked, declaring that today was his last day. The hero didn't stand still and also attacked with his axe. As a consequence, the two opponents came together. The hero smiled and asked if the enemy was ready to die, after which he immediately destroyed his sword and delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's body. Wufu didn't realize how it happened. He didn't even realize what had happened. After that, his body fell to the ground. The blow hit right on the heart, and so the guy died. The people present couldn't believe what had happened. Mr. Lin immediately ran over to his disciple. After picking him up, he realized that he had died and was horrified. The patriarch immediately ordered the family members to surround the place and prevent the entire Han from escaping. He killed Lin Wufiwu. Liang Ye shouted that the guy is a ruthless monster who only wants to kill. The hero then called him an old fool. He doesn't understand anything at all. This guy, who he's holding by himself, said the fight will be to the death. Today he is going to show them how to be decent people. The man was really pissed off when he said that. He's gonna crush this brat to pieces. To do so, he used his martial prowess and created some strange blades. Shu Han had to defend himself against them with his hatchet, but he didn't have much trouble with them and repelled all the weapons. Then the master said to this little guy that he was at the top of the foundation stage. He is nothing but a minnow to him. At that moment, he began to form something around his core. It turned out to be a great sword technique. The patriarch ordered his men to be careful after all. This is the famous Lin Tianzhu great sword technique. It was said that he had accidentally acquired it from a sword sect more ancient than even Shushan. After performing it, the power concentrates on the sword island like a mountain peak. Even he will be harmed if he doesn't dodge it. The second brother pointed out that Shu Han was too young and arrogant. He would definitely die today because of that. Tianzhu said that the guy was lucky because he would die at his hands. After saying that, he immediately aimed his technique directly at the guy. But the hero wasn't confused. He knew how to defend himself and told the enemy not to jump above his head. To defend himself, he used his axe again, only infused it with combat concentrated energy. Although the onslaught of the enemy's attack was quite strong on him, the man noted that this brat was overestimating himself. Because of this, he suspects that his internal organs have already been blown to pieces. Xiaoyun asked if this was the end and he would die. Li and Shu objected to him not taking it so easily. How many times can he tell them not to think like that already? K.R. was also surprised. His opponent is much stronger than him after all. Shu Han, while they were chatting gradually, began to destroy the enemy's blade, which was cracking more and more with every onslaught of amplified energy. Lin Tianzhu simply couldn't believe what had happened. How could this even happen? His blade had shattered to pieces. The recoil from this technique was also strong, and the man was injured. He soon wondered how his sword could have broken. Shu Han thought to himself that it was indeed a strong strike. This kind of strength was most suitable for cultivating the bridal body's saint art. Soon, he said that it was now his turn. The man was indignant. This brat had certainly shattered his sword. He admits that he had underestimated him. But the difference in cultivation levels between them was too great. Shu Han was just attacking. He was already tired of hearing this, so it was time for him to die. Lin Tianzhu wasn't going to give up so easily. He used a skill from Mount Shu called Profound Sword Qi. Together with this technique, he rushed out to meet his opponent. A huge stream of martial energy spread across the room. Meng Ke knew this deep sword Qi technique was a unique skill of Mount Shu. Because of this, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the strongest sword technique of the mountain. It is an incredible technique. Even the scattered sword Qi on the outskirts makes these people put all their efforts into simply resisting it. Xiaoyun asked Lian Shu if he still had faith in his Shu Han. He would have to try really hard this time in order to survive, and maybe he would be lucky if he did. But the guy said that he will present a few more times. Shu Han can't lose. Family Elder Lu said that with the profound sword Qi coming out, this battle would no longer be tense. The family head didn't even expect that Qi here seemed so powerful. After releasing it, the sky and earth seemed to change color. If used correctly, Lin Tianzhu would be able to kill a foundation stage cultivator even if he was at the core foundation stage. Shu Han realized that the core of this large squid-like demon had come just in time. One must use it now. Therefore, he took it out and began to gradually release energy. Tianzhu never thought that to fight a cultivator like this guy would require the use of profound sword Qi. Still, this was a real shame for him. The protagonist noted that this old man in general would die of shame now. The enemy didn't understand. Did he really think that under the power of the Qi of the profound sword, his antics would even work? I wonder how he would like such an attack. Maybe this man's technique had fused with the squid-like demon's squid core. After which, a powerful explosion occurred, dispelling the enemy's technique. Tianzhu was horrified. He didn't realize what had happened. The other man was attacked by something and thrown back a few meters. As a consequence, the man's body hit and fell to the ground. He was quite heavy and was expectorating blood. When he recovered a little, he noted that ordinary bombs could not have harmed him. I wonder what this guy was using now. Shu Han explained that, unfortunately for him, he had used a bomb that was not quite ordinary. This bomb was created from the core of a middle-core formation stage demon. Let him not agonize and close his eyes, for he would no longer live. Lastly, Tienlu turned to the former head of the Lu family and asked for revenge. Immediately afterward, he fell dead to the ground. The people present were horrified. Did Master Lin really die just like that? The elder was horrified. Things hadn't turned out the way he had thought before. The disciples of the Lin Dao clan were brought here by the Lu family and died in their territory. Although it was certainly not their fault, he would not be able to justify himself to Mount Shu. The interlocutor asked, "Did the master really want to say the same thing?" The elder noted that they had previously ordered the Lu family's disciples to cordon off the place. How the matter is progressing is interesting. Second brother said that all the capable disciples of the Lu family have been here for a long time. The entire site is tightly sealed off, so the elder can be sure that no one will be able to enter or leave this place now. The old man rejoiced and headed towards the protagonist. His intentions are evil because of him. Lin Tianzhu and his disciples died. His family should give an explanation, grief Shu that let him surrender now. The protagonist pointed out to the old man that he had personally stated earlier that a fair duel regardless of life and death would happen right in front of them. In that case, why is it that when they die, he can just retract his words? Lu Jaoong explained that Shu Han had used a sneaky way using the demonic inner core, and by doing so, he had killed Lin Tianzhu. And in the eyes of his family, this seemed like an injustice. The guy pointed out that the battle was not a life-and-death battle after all. After all, this old man had humiliated himself so much to gain Mount Shu's favor. With such a head family like him, the Lu clan would be doomed. With these words, he made the man become enraged. The indignant man shouted out, "How dare he say that?" At that moment, he used his power and directed it towards the protagonist. The guy had to defend himself from the fosterback as well. He landed beside his comrades, who asked if he was all right. Shu Han was well aware that a refinement stage cultivator could not be underestimated. The old man was incomparable to those pseudo-refinement stage cultivators from Jingshi Cave. The patriarch laughed to him. Life would not defeat him. One's strength suppresses 10 encounters. Even though he was able to kill Lin Tianzhu, using sneaky means for him, he is still a nobody. Any of his methods would just be child's play for him. Lian Shu asked if his comrade was all right. He didn't even expect that Chief Lu would turn out to be so brazen. Therefore, he suggests that they team up against this old jerk. The two of them will definitely defeat him. The protagonist asked him not to interfere. This old man's character has always been questionable, so there's no surprise here. When he was treating the wounds of the man in question, he told him something at the very end. Although his wounds were mostly flooded, he needed to finish the medicine and recover. I wonder if he remembered this. Lu Jaoong warily asked, what was he getting at? Let Shu Han stop this circus already. His old wounds have already completely healed. His level of development even surpasses that of before, and even if he were to beg or belittle, he is not going to spare him. The protagonist pointed out that in such a case he was attacking him. Today, his family will be issued from Nanadao Island. Lu Jaoong immediately attacked. He agreed with what the guy was saying. Shu Han utilized his alchemy skills. He summoned a supreme Alexin Sutre. The skill he applied was meridian reversal. It was a compass, a technique that spurted out with a swift beam and headed towards the old man, who had no way of dodging it, and because of that he received a blow. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even expect how it could be. His body immediately fell to the ground like an empty sack. Frightened, the family members rushed to the head. The men lifted the old man up, and he was spitting out blood. Lu Jaoong did not understand what Shu Han had done to him, what was happening to his body. And the main character had told him earlier that his wounds were not fully ignited, and he needed to stop. In his past life, Lu Jaoong's character was already a questionable guy. In the middle of the spiritual energy revitalization stage, he chased after someone else's treasure. Because of this, relatives and friends died because of his fault, which led to the downfall of the entire family. Therefore, when the protagonist was treating the wounds of the old man in question, he used the Supreme Elixir Sutra to leave a loophole of his old wounds. And so, when this loophole opened, the river seemed to burst out of its banks. In just a moment, Lu Jaoong's entire body would experience a relapse of his old injuries, and he would die instantly. The old man shouted for the others to attack. They must kill this guy, and he needed to heal his wounds. The second brother ordered all the Lu family disciples to listen to his order carefully. It is necessary to kill this scumbag. They immediately rushed forward to kill him. This young brat with no background or support dares to defy their family. But with those who attacked, the protagonist coped very easily, even though there were a lot of them. Of course, Lianshu also came to his aid. He noted that he had never seen a worse clan than this one. But nothing today would be the end of it. Xiaoyun asked Kier, what should they do? The girl replied that Shu Han, their savior, needs to act, and they can't just stand by. Uncle Yanzi rushed into action. Today the boy would pay for what he had done. Soon their weapons converged on each other as well. The man was confident of his victory, so he attacked swiftly. The hero skillfully dodged his swift attacks. The second brother soon said that he was sorry that the boy was an orphan. Otherwise, he would have destroyed his entire clan. While he was saying that, and the heroes immediately destroyed his weapons, and also inflicted a serious wound on the man's body. As a consequence, the man immediately fell to the ground. His brother was worried about him. He thought that he was finished. Therefore, he resented the man for killing him. Shu Han turned to the lord of the Lu family. As the current patriarch of the family, he has a chance to stop all this. The reason why he is saying these words and advising him again lies in Senior Lu's face. Either way, their family will be destroyed today. His interlocutor didn't listen to him. He said that he will fight till his last breath and rush to attack. But he was dealt with by the protagonist even more easily than the others. The man's body immediately fell to the ground. The others rushed to him and wanted to save the lava family. And while he wasn't heading there, the hero took advantage of the 3 times heavenly thunder. As a consequence, the disciples in question were destroyed. As this was happening, the old man continued to regenerate his strength and wounds. Soon, he was ready for you to continue the battle. Therefore, he rushed towards the brat and told him that he was on the verge of death. Now that his wounds had completely healed, he would kill him. Shu Han was very tired of this man. He clearly didn't realize who he was messing with. That was fine. He decided to deal with him already. To do so, he used the meridian-destroying alchemical sutra above. He asked it to break apart for him and directed the entire technique towards the old man. Lu Jaoong was confused. He didn't understand what was happening to his body. Something was happening to his legs, as if small explosions were happening, and further this technique and generally spread throughout his body. Then the man realized that it was over. He could die. After a few more moments, this is what happened. His body was simply being torn apart. The protagonist said he showed him mercy, but he never realized it. Truly, the most powerful alchemy technique in all worlds is the Supreme Alchemy Sutra. The girls were terrified the soul nucleation stage cultivator died just like that. The current head of the family couldn't believe that his master was dead. He fell to the ground in horror, cursing Shu Han for killing him. It turns out that he had destroyed their centuries-old family legacy as well. Soon, the man gathered his thoughts and announced to all the family members to listen carefully. Shu Han must be killed now. This pathetic brat, even at the cost of their family, they must kill him. He must be killed for ruining their family's path to glory. When everyone decided to attack, once again, the hero called them lowly ants. After which, using an axe, he struck the ground. Through the power of this devastating attack, many who were attacking him were destroyed. The current patriarch realized that the situation is critical. This person is too strong, but he cannot do anything to him. Therefore, he, as the current head of the family, began to contact the patriarch of the Lu family. Only in the life and death survey, he dares to bother the Divine Master. He pleads for the Divine Master to take action and kill the person in question. Immediately after, thunder rumbled and black clouds appeared in the sky. The roof of the building where all the people were in immediately collapsed to the ground. The Divine Master appeared. He asked why it was necessary to summon him early. Did he really get a 9-profile mystic tree? The man, on the other hand, asked the Divine Grandmaster to save their clan. In order to do so, this guy must be killed. But the Divine Grandmaster immediately attacked the head of the family instead of the guy. This seemed just outrageous to him. They are wasting their time dealing with a mere brat. He was wasting his divine presence here, the man noted, though his clan had yet to receive. The exact information about the mystic tree has appeared in recent days, and it has something to do with this fellow Shu Han. If the Divine Masters eliminated him and interrogated his soul, they would definitely be able to obtain information about the mystic tree itself as a result. The interlocutor was so interested that he asked for details. The protagonist, on the other hand, thought about this Divine Master. There was a conflict between the 13 demon lords of Eternal Night City and the 12 divine lords of the Emperor. Furthermore, this person was secretly supporting the Lu clan, by ferreting out information about the 9 profound mystic tree. It seems that in his past life, after the Lu clan's clan head had acquired the 9 profound mystic tree and his unexplained disappearance, it was most likely because this divine master had seized the opportunity. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Yanzi who turned out to be the one affected. Her biological father had ended up causing the girl's death. The divine master became indignant. He would ask him a question, so let his interlocutor answer immediately. Along with that, he increased his onslaught, and people simply couldn't stand on their feet anymore. Xiaoyun wondered how strong he was. Az noted that she didn't know that, but she could say that only cultivators above the nascent soul stage could achieve such pressure, and it caused uncontrollable trembling within them. Lianshu girl said that his brother had better leave. Even though he had just killed a nascent soul stage cultivator, which was truly an awe-inspiring sight, she couldn't help but feel that this person could easily crush them. The guy remarked that he had faith in his brother anyway. At this time, the protagonist used the celestial body transcendence technique. Naturally, the enemy force was enormous towards him, but the guy remained unwavering. He knew he could handle this force. Such a strong pressure that he was experiencing clearly shouldn't go to waste. Therefore, he used the heavenly body transcendence technique, destroying the body. In the end, Shu Han felt something interesting. After such a long time of struggling to live death under the immense pressure of this deity, the transcending technique had finally advanced. It had reached its peak of the supreme heavenly body, corresponding to the longevity of the heavens themselves. This path of development was incredibly difficult. Not only was it necessary to internalize the essence of the various heavenly and earthly beasts, but it was also necessary to go through thousands of trials. Every step forward compared the trial of her life as well as death. In the celestial body transcendence technique, there are 2 main realms, the small celestial realm as well as the great celestial realm. The small celestial realm consists of 72 levels, and the large celestial realm consists of 36 levels. This can be called a realm, a level of calamity, an almost unattainable, incomparable, divine art. And after all, in the recent past, the guy's cultivation of the celestial body transcendence technique had only reached the 5th level of the small celestial realm. And in his opinion, this is a weighty as well as distant path. The divine master said, in order to withstand his pressure, one must possess a certain amount of skill. But the ants still can't turn the tide, and this guy is still overestimating his capabilities. At that moment, he tried to attack him. Shu Han didn't expect that there would be a deity behind the Lu family. Even if this deity was only showing traces of his divine presence at this moment, it was beyond what the guy's current cultivation stage could handle. The difference between their strengths was too great, so he didn't even resist, and the divine master tried to grab him and pull him out. Lian Shu was greatly worried about his comrade. Suddenly, an army of dragon guards appeared from nowhere, at the head of which was the lazy Lin Fei Wei. The man asked who dared to make a mess. Xiaoyun remarked that everything was fine. The army of dragon guards had finally taken a break. Ke'er told who it was. It was Big Brother Wei. He is just 1 step away from entering the foundation formation stage. She hopes that he will save Shu Han. These people attacked the divine master who was trying to steal the guy. But when facing him, they were defeated as he was very strong. Because of this, the commander of the arriving squad immediately fell to the ground. The girls ran up to him. They were worried if he was okay. The man noted that he was fine, but he didn't understand what was going on. Ke'er told him that their friend was carried away by that giant hand. She wondered if he could save him. Lin Fei noted that this giant hand is incredibly strong. It's actually stronger of all the crowns before that he's met. So it was simply beyond his grasp. He had never faced such a formidable creature. They're suddenly likely to die. The girl didn't understand what they should do in such a case. Should they just watch it die? The man then said that his army of dragon guardians had only recently been established, and this situation is beyond their capabilities. He suggests that they contact the Dream Clan immediately and report everything to the higher-ups in the imperial capital. Let them deal with it themselves. Ke'er didn't feel like doing that, but she was going to call her grandfather after all. And while they weren't chatting, the head of the Lu family was laughing. Finally, Shu Han would die. Because of him, their family's entire heritage was destroyed in an instant. So he hates him. Lian Shu stood up for his comrade. He curses him, so now they will all die. At that moment, he attacked the family guards and killed them with 1 blow. The man turned his attention to him, and saw the one already beside him and attacking him. The Divine Master kept telling the protagonist to quickly tell the mystery of the mystic tree. The information would be valuable enough, then he would be able to forgive him for his actions. and once again be able to give him a chance at redemption. In doing so, he might even consider taking him on as a disciple. Shu Han smiled. What is he saying? Is he even worthy of becoming his master? The interlocutor was indignant. He seems to know no boundaries at all. He is personally probing his soul for answers. The protagonist suggests that he needs a mystical tree. In that case, he is going to show it to him. The courageous master knew that the aura of the divine tree cannot be mistaken, so this is indeed it. Very well, right in front of him is the last sprout of enlightenment. The guy is very reasonable since he agreed and showed him this divine tree. Only the creature was about to take it as the guy grabbed this tree and rushed forward. He informed that it was only a pity that each leaf of the mystical holy was incredibly difficult to grow. Truly, today, he had no choice but to use this one leaf. The divine master became indignant. Let him give the divine tree to him, otherwise he would regret it right now. When the divine master tried to attack the guy used the chaotic heavenly scroll and the manifestation of the great Tao. Heaven and earth changed places, defying the gods. Due to the skill used, a protective barrier was formed that destroyed everything that touched it. As a consequence of this action, the divine master's hand was destroyed. Deity didn't understand what was happening. After all, he is a divine master, an unchanging heavenly master, and an ant like him dares to defy him. When his divine presence comes, he will regret it day and night. And so after these words, the divine master was destroyed, or rather his presence was destroyed. Shu Han noted that the mystic tree was infinitely marvelous, its secrets boundless. Chaotic heavenly scrolls, an unfathomable mystery. Each leaf of the mystic tree is a great virtue, a concentration of immense energy that grows as well as evolves. So naturally, the power of each leaf cannot be underestimated. And the chaotic heavenly scroll encompasses all things, recording the unique methods of utilizing the leaves of the mystic tree. However, using these precious leaves in true torment. Because it is very easy to use one leaf, but to grow another leaf, one will get it who knows when. At this time, the battle below Lian Shu was advancing towards the current patriarch of the family. He informed him that his death was getting closer and closer, and he would now fulfill it. The interlocutor smiled. Shu Han's death was not regrettable because of him. Most of his clan members were killed or injured. He wished he could personally tear him to pieces piece by piece. But he had been dead for a long time. Suddenly the main character showed up. He's going to keep them informed that he's all right. A comrade immediately ran up to him. He was glad that he had survived. The fellow asked him not to worry about him. Lin Fei was surprised. And to survive under the hand of such a strong cultivator like this, and not look injured, it was simply incredible. Xiao Yun was no longer surprised, though. Kia rejoiced. She thanked the gods that he was all right. Only the current patriarch of the Lu family wasn't happy. He didn't understand how Shu Han was able to survive and not die. This could no longer be the case. Most of his clan members had been wiped out, and even the head had died and he was still alive. The man wanted the man to finally die already. As the man attacked, the main character was not left out. He rushed into the attack and delivered a crushing blow. This caused the patriarch of the Lu family to fall to the ground. Soon, Shu Han said that he had advised him to stop earlier. Otherwise, his clan would be in danger of extinction today. But he didn't listen to him. Suddenly, Lu Yanzi appeared from nowhere. The girl was horrified to see her father in a very bad state. Also, scattered everywhere were the bodies of the slain family comrades. She didn't understand what had happened here. Walking up, the man said that she was just in time. He pointed his hand at the main character and asked if she could see. All of this happened because of him. The man realizes that she has feelings for him. But the blood debt for killing their family members must be avenged. At that moment, he grabbed his blade and plunged it straight into her heart. Yanzi didn't realize what he was doing. Lastly, her father noted that as the current head of the family, he was ashamed of their ancestors and would pay for his sins with his life. He assigns her the task of revenge. The girl will have to kill Shu Han and avenge every member of the clan. Those words were his last, and his body fell dead to the floor. The daughter was horrified. She didn't want her father to die. The Bull King and Silver Wings of War also arrived here. The boy inquired what had happened. Yanzi didn't answer. She asked Shu Han in horror. Why did he do all this? Why did he kill her father and everyone else? For this she would kill him now? But rushing to attack, she stopped a few centimeters of hair before him. Afterwards she asked, why isn't he moving? Doesn't he consider her as an opponent? The protagonist informed that the energy was a mess right now, and she was unable to fight. Silver Wings God of War also asked that he should not harm her. The guy turned around and said that she was no match for him. What happened today was her family's fault. After that, the girl was horrified and fell to the ground screaming that she hated him. She cried bitterly and had not yet realized the loss of her family. A month passed after that event. To the gathered students, Li Kaishan told them that as beneficiaries of the revitalization of spiritual energy in the past 6 months, they were the beneficiaries of this era. They have fallen into the wave of the Great Era, and are the favorites of the Great Era. And today, they are already graduating. In this year's martial arts examinations, the high school of Nadal Island High School showed outstanding results. As a consequence, 17 students have gone to the measure of the best prestigious academies. Among them, 6 students were admitted to top universities such as Qingbei and Tianjin. Among the thousands of high schools in the country, they come out in the top 10. All thanks to the opportunities these students got in Jingshi Cave. The students said that a really amazing battle happened there. It helped them all become stronger. They should thank Shu Han as well as Mrs. Lu. If they hadn't led them in the cave, they might have died there. One of the girls pointed out that they were indeed their saviors, but for some reason they hadn't seen these people for a long time. At this time, the main character was in the school villa. The demonic cat was resting as usual, and Shu Han summoned an old man from his artifact. To him, the guy told him that he knew he would come to find him. The old man pointed out to his young friend, although the Jingshi Cave is now sealed, the 13th Demon Lord is still elusive. Now he can only integrate a part of Jingshi Heaven into this token lying in front of him. He is only a remnant of his soul, and is unable to take it away, so hopefully the guy can still hold it in his hands. Shu Han had 2 questions. Firstly, why is the 13th Demon Lord eager to get his hands on the Jingshi Cave? Or had become special in this small cave world? Secondly, why would the old man trust him with the Kangshan token for safekeeping as well? To the first question, the interlocutor didn't know the answer because he is only the 3rd master of the cave, Jingshi. However, being the first heavenly realm to have experienced a revival of spiritual energy, Jingshi Cave must possess some secrets to attract the notorious 13th Demon Lord. There must be some significant secrets behind it. As for the second question, it's very simple. The reason why he entrusted him with the Kanshan token is because this cat chose him. Although this cat seems silly now, but his origin is clearly unusual. In all these years, he had never seen him get so close to anyone other than himself. It would be more correct to say that this is the cat's choice, not his choice. It was now clear to the protagonist that this cat had a truly exceptional background. In a past life, even the Emperor himself had been knocked down in a single blow by a calculated cat during his heyday. I wonder how he could be ordinary. In the end, the guy agreed to keep this token for himself. But there is one condition. He wants to gain control of Jingshi Cave. The old man told his young friend that due to the recent upheaval, most places in the cave have been blocked off. Because of this, living beings can't come and go, so even if he gives him control, it won't be of any use. Shu Han assured him that he didn't have to worry about that. The guy can treat it as a huge storage facility. As he knows, the bigger the storage artifact, the harder it is to create. Even a venerable expert can create a storage artifact with a space of 10 meters on each side. The old man was surprised that he was considering the entire heaven realm as a storage artifact. Still, it showed that the guy had outstanding abilities. He will hand over control to him as he has some things to do. If he doesn't return from this trip, the hero can entrust the future of Jingshi Cave to this silly cat. At this, the interlocutor said goodbye to the lad. And 2 weeks later, the hero went by train, and somewhere. But he was not alone, so he asked the girl how long she would still follow him. Perhaps she would stop doing it after all. Rui replied that the appearance of an enemy should be engraved in her heart. She used to think that he had a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva. After all, in the Jingshi Cave, he had put himself in danger many times to save others. Now it seemed to her that he had a ruthless heart. He knew that he liked Yanzi so much, but without hesitation, he killed her entire family. Shu Han explained that some people need to die. It was destined for them back in their past lives. But some people don't need to die, such as Yanzi. In fact, he makes a choice. If the whole Lu family dies, she shouldn't die. And he actually saved her. The girl thought it was pretty hypocritical to call saving a murder. Next, the hero stated that he was going to study at Qingbei University. Is the companion really going to that academy as well? It's a martial arts school and not everyone can go there. Rui didn't understand. Doesn't he know that there are students among them who entered by their own abilities? It only makes up a small portion in the academy. A larger number of students are recommended by various sects as well as cultivator families. Rather like her Mount Shu and like the Long clan, these are the rules set before the revival of spiritual energy. The guy didn't understand. Did she really mean to say that she had gotten a spot through her Mount Shu's recommendation? The girl confirmed that this was the case. Qingbei, as one of the two major martial examination schools in the world, had gathered the resources of nations for cultivation, and its wealth surpasses imagination. Even more than the cool sect also clans. Entering this school, she will study and train hard for 3 months, surpassing this guy's cultivation level. Let her be confident in that. In response, the hero only wished her good luck. After a while, they arrived at the martial arts academy. The man said that their academy was a national treasure. Parents were not allowed to enter, and let the students study on their own. Lastly, Rui repeated to make the boy remember the date in 3 months. Xu Han, on the other hand, was glad to have arrived here. Luoyi was already waiting for him. To enter the martial arts academy, the students intercepted across the bridge. Wei Shu informed the new students not to line up here for dormitory places. The protagonist was also standing in such a line. Suddenly, someone turned to him. This guy greeted him because he thought he was also a new student, and also offered to eat chips. Xu Han declined it. Then the new acquaintances introduced himself. His name is Kyuya. I wonder what this guy's name is. The hero was a bit confused by this strange name, but gave his own. Kyuya was glad to meet time to already distribute to the dormitories, so he suggested going to line up in a row. But the guy along with him did not get in line. He went to just die. The new acquaintance asked why he goes ahead. After all, they should all line up in a row. The hero replied that you are fine. He has no need to put in line. He simply walked over to the table and pushed the guy who was in front, after which he touched the balloon in order to test himself. The teacher was surprised to see the results, because the guy already had a 9th grade foundation. Wishu swept up that he was talented. Such cultivation was impressive. But the guy who was supposed to come up resented and told the teacher that it was his turn now, and this person was ahead in line. The professor asked, "What do you mean a queue like that doesn't exist? Let the students remember that the main rule of their clear north is stronger. Will be first." Boy, indignant, he disagrees. This man looks skinny, words very ordinary. How can he be stronger than him? He is at the 8th stage of foundation formation, at the early stage of core formation. The woman wondered, with this level of talent and cultivation, does he still dare to doubt? Honestly speaking, in an ordinary martial arts academy, a person like him was considered a genius among geniuses. But here in the clear north, it's not enough, even at the intermediate level, although her tool can only recognize up to the 9th stage of foundation formation. This disciple is at the same early level of core formation, but if she is not mistaken about his talent, that he should have surpassed the 9th stage of foundation formation and reached the Earth-level core formation level. Earth-level core formation among the new students of this semester. It had to be said, there weren't many of them. The guy wondered what Earth-level core formation meant. Does it really exist? Isn't it a legendary talent? Then someone was surprised to note that Clear North and Heavenly Capital. Those are indeed the two major prestigious schools of this world. Locations are gathering genius among her. It seems like the rumors are true. In the future, it is better to keep a low profile so as not to provoke some monster and end up with no tears. Wei Shu informed Xu Han that his dormitory place was in Area A so he could go and rest. The boy thanked her. Although he did not study in the Clear North in his past life, he still has some idea of the style of this school. It is a martial arts academy known for its strict and brutal approach, and it does have an unprecedented respect for the strong. In the Clear North, the stronger enjoy many privileges. Thus, the hero found himself in the residential area of the student dormitories. Who would have thought that the student dormitories in Zone A are actually separate mansions? So it would be much more convenient to study after all. Suddenly, the guy saw someone he knew. It was Eotian, who also saw him. The hero wondered if he had also been assigned to Zone A. Although it wasn't surprising with his dragon god bloodline abilities, it would be strange if he wasn't in Zone A. Eotian thanked him for the dragon blood regeneration herb he had obtained for him in the Jingshi Cave. Otherwise, with so much genius in the Clear North Academy, he wouldn't be able to enter the A-Zone. Speaking of which, he wondered though the guy stopped. The hero replied that he was in the 107th. This was indeed an interesting coincidence, since Eotian is in the 106th. Who would have thought that they would be neighbors with him? Xu Han asked if members of the Long family were not accepted into the Tianjing Academy. Wondering why he was in the Clear North, he heard that Long Wu was also here. The interlocutor asked to be called Long Xian Sheng. He had gotten so used to his own, calling him by that name, that he had almost forgotten his real name. As for the reason he came to Clear North, it can't be said that he doesn't want to talk about it. It's just that it's a somewhat personal matter, and they're not that close yet. So he'll let him know when they get to know each other better. Hiro realized that, to put it bluntly, the Long family was the leading cultivation ion family in Huaxia. Although the hero had reached the rank of Heavenly Lord in his past life, he still couldn't understand the inner essence of the Long family. As for Long Aotian, the true pride of the Long family, there seems to be more behind him than meets the eye. After this conversation, the hero finally arrived at his house. Inside, he immediately took out an artifact, from which a demonic cat appeared. The hero noted that this wasn't a small place like South Island. There are many high-level cultivators here. Therefore, he asked this creature not to turn aimlessly. Otherwise, if it made a ruckus, he wouldn't be able to clean up after it. The demonic cat, on the other hand, pointed out that these grilled chickens are very tasty. If he gives him 10 pieces of them every day, he promises not to give him any trouble. Shu Han is already starting to regret bringing him here. I wonder what he can do other than eat. While they were chatting at the door, someone knocked. Q entered the room, and upon greeting him, he is a neighbor. He was surprised to see Shu Han. He didn't expect to see him here. The hero himself did not expect such a meeting. Does he really live next door to him? The interlocutor confirmed that he lives in house 108. What a coincidence. He didn't expect them to be neighbors. Shu Han pointed out that this is indeed an interesting coincidence. There is indeed a hidden talent in the clear north. This chubby-looking guy is not as simple as he looks at first glance. He asked the demon cat not if it wanted chips. The creature looked at him with admiration. So the guy offered him some to eat. They were his favorite chips, and he took a lot of them with him. Enjoying the taste of these iconic ones, the demonic cat said that he was a good person. Q was happy that finally someone appreciated his chips. Someone likes his chips, and that's great. The cat informed him that from now on, they are not friends. Let them remember to bring him more snacks. The guy said he will do it finally. He has found a friend in him. After all these years, he has finally found someone who is willing to eat chips with him. So he is practically his best friend. The main character was silently and skeptically watching what was happening. He was surprised that even a talking cat didn't surprise this chubby guy. On the contrary, he happily took to his chips. Either he is unusually malleable, or he has already had to face talking creatures. That's why he's not intimidated by such oddities. Suddenly, Aotian entered the house and announced that it was time for them to leave and they should pack. Shu Han, not understanding anything, asked what they should pack for. The interlocutor was surprised that he didn't know. After being assigned to the dormitories, the new students have to gather at the sports ground, although it is called a gathering in essence. It serves as a means of establishing authority over the newcomers while assessing the potential talents of the group. Subsequently, this one helps mentors focus on future mentoring. The boy asked if he could elaborate on this. At that time, Chu informed him that he was already aware of all this. It is the assertion of dominance over the freshmen. Normally, a few experienced senior students would go to demonstrate their skills, to teach them a lesson to the newcomers. But these demonstrations are usually low-key, and are only meant to remind them of the disparity between them and the older students, without really hurting them. After all, those who can enter Qingbei are the top geniuses, each with their own share of pride. If the fierce spirit of the new students is weakened, they will be easier to deal with in the future. Aotian noted that this was indeed the case. As for testing the new students, it's just a matter of gathering them all together and offering a tempting reward to make them jealous. Thus, a grand brawl ensues, with the mentors watched by the tribunes, identifying the distinguished disciples. After that, time has passed, and many people have already gathered on the sports ground, as far as it was clear to the protagonist. Individuals such as Lian Shu, Silverwing God of War, and the mighty Bull King had come to this academy. As for Yanzi, she had entered the Tianjing Academy. But it's strange that Lian Shu still hasn't come looking for him. This is not in line with his usual behavior. Suddenly, he heard talk of Qin Yi being responsible for addressing them. She is a goddess after all. Someone has already heard of her. She is the elder sister, the former headmaster's personal disciple. Not only is she beautiful in appearance, but she also possesses a terrifying cultivation far surpassing her peers. When the upperclassmen scandalize them later, they'll be sure to give them a good show. It's great that they will be able to show off in front of Big Sister. Q wondered if the hero had heard of Qin Yi. Even before entering here, he had heard that girl's name. His grandmother had told him that the former headmaster had taken in an unusual student. With her talent, if she were to lead on the battlefield in the future, she could easily command an entire army of cultivators. The protagonist was very pleased that the girl was as outstanding as ever. And with the capabilities of the Treasure Seed Pavilion on Mount Funyu, she was even more outstanding. At this time, A conversation took place outside the sports ground. Long Wu asked Qingya how everything went. The fellow replied that they had taken care of everything. The guy said that it was good among this year's rookies. He was at least in the top 5. When they compete for honors, let him find Shu Han and destroy him for him. The interlocutor pointed out to make sure he would tear him apart. Suddenly, someone shouted out that they were already here. It was the elders. The protagonist immediately turned his attention to Qin Luoye. The students wondered if she was the one. Her reputation is well-deserved. She really deserved to be a personal disciple invited by President Hua himself. Admiring her, some were simply delighted. We should stop making noise because she is about to speak. Shu Han was very happy to meet her again in this life, even though he is a stranger to her, but she is his, and no one can take her away from him. And so the girl greeted everyone on behalf of President Hua at Qingbei Academy. The guys admired such a beautiful voice. It fascinated them. I wonder if the senior will follow the initiation of new students by old students. If she is, they both prepare to kneel at her feet. Let them allow at least a few words to be said to her. Long Wu resented. Let these brats be quieter. Qingbei Academy respects strength. Only after passing the tests would they be worthy to speak to Senior Qin. The boys were indignant. Who was he to interfere? And what did it have to do with them praising the elder? Let these old men not be too arrogant and approach them. Long Wu then told his sister that he was going to teach these ignorant brats a lesson. The girl asked not to go too far. They had yet to experience the baptism of the battlefield. The interlocutor noted that they do reflect the growth of a revitalized spiritual energy. They are even more defiant than he was when he first entered the school, so he is not going to go easy on them. These students are little brats. These 4 characters were written by President Hua before he left, so he directed one of these characters at the newcomers. Let them feel all the frightening aura of the former president. A strong onslaught was immediately directed at some people. It turned out that the mere appearance of the president's authority through words was so strong that some couldn't contain themselves. The pressure became simply insurmountable for them. Some tried to hold on. There was no way he would kneel. Long Wu informed them that this was just the beginning, and they were a bunch of weaklings. After that, the guy intensified his onslaught, looking for several times. Many people had already given up because the pressure was too much. I wonder what the strength of the real president is. No wonder he's the pillar of their nation. At this time, the main character and the others stood quietly. Very said. It seems that if one engages all 4 characters to sacrifice themselves for righteousness, there is hardly anyone in the entire field. Indeed, the demonstration of authority by the old students, this is not just a mere show-off. Q remarked that it was definitely so impressive, but his potato chips were crushed because of this strength. As some stood, Long Wu reported that they were tough guys, even if they were dragons on the outside. Once they entered this academy, they stopped being like that and turned into mere insects. In front of them old students, they are just newbies and should just lie down obediently. Guys better clean the soles of their shoes with their tongues, or they will make them lie down until tomorrow. Immediately after these words, he intensified his onslaught several times more. Many who were holding on immediately fell to the ground and added to it. The students were indignant. They just dared to insult them. It's really infuriating, but they are weak. Otherwise they would have beaten this guy up long ago. They have already gone too far. Who will help to deal with these guys? Someone even wanted to award a spirit stone. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a familiar voice. He immediately turned his attention to it. It was the Bull King along with the silver wings of the god of war. Finally, he met Shu Han. The hero asked where his comrade Lian Shu was. The man replied that they hadn't seen him, so they thought he was already with him. Long Wu was surprised that many people are still standing. This is very unexpected. Well, do they really think that it ended just like that? If so, they are too naive. Next, he decided to apply the last word. Let this bunch of scum become the forefront of the accumulation. Those present realized that it was terrible to be insulted like this. They swore that they would pay for this humiliation tenfold. Are these seniors really that great? They look down on them that they can't even deal with it. The Bull King reported that he couldn't handle it anymore. Qiu revealed that the strength of the last character he received from the headmaster was the greatest. He better not take any snacks with him. They will all just be crushed, and that makes him sad. Aodian asked, did Shu Han need to prepare in advance to withstand the pressure of the last character? Throwing himself forward, the guy said that of course he didn't need to prepare. The fatty wondered how it was that he took off. It was already too heavy. Someone asked Chinya how can he still stand? The interlocutor pointed out that no one would be able to resist the principal's last character. The guys didn't understand what this person was doing. How is he standing in such a situation? Is he definitely an ordinary person? Qingye realized. It turns out this is the same guy he was asked to deal with, the dragon of the 5 elders. After overestimating himself, the headmaster showed his strongest character. He rushed forward, and so at the very least his bones would be shattered. Long Wu informed his sister to look here some upstart. The girl saw that it was the same guy who didn't know his place in the Jingshi Heavenly Cave. She was glad that he had gotten in here, and he was just as he was heading towards them. It seemed to the dragon that it was a foolish act not to back down from the last character. He wondered if he was looking for trouble himself. The girl explained that one couldn't be sure if he could actually make it to the top. The interlocutor didn't understand what she was saying it was impossible to get up here. If he manages to climb up, he'll be like the 5th dragon jumping headlong from here. The protagonist knew that such a weak pressure was much weaker than the staircase of transcendence, weaker than the Jingshi Heavenly Cave. Therefore, he used the celestial body's transcendence art to make it manifest in him. As a consequence of this technique, he destroyed the strongest last character of the principle. The students were astonished. What kind of strength is that? One could simply go insane. The guy's turn just went upstairs. Long Wu was indignant. Who let him come up here in the first place? Let him come down immediately. The main character just ignored him. Luo Yi was glad that he had come. Shu Han walked up to her and reported that he had indeed arrived. Long Wu resented that the Sikh was humbled to provoke Qin Shimei when he had just arrived in Qingbei. He was still about to say something, but the guy punched him. As a consequence, the man simply flew down. As he fell, he was clearly indignant because he hadn't finished speaking yet. But the hero noted that he himself had told him before that if he came there, he would jump upside down. Now he was just helping him fulfill what he had said. After a few moments, Long Wu did not land softly on the ground at all. The people present were surprised that he had actually fallen, although he got what he deserved. Qingye immediately ran up to the elder and asked how he was feeling. Long Wu shouted out that he was fine, but this guy didn't ambush him. He's gonna beat him up hard and wants him to be unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. At this time, the main character was carefully watching Loey. Upstairs, they were alone together. The girl pointed out that he was the first to challenge the elders at the opening ceremony. From now on, all the elders would hold a grudge against him, and he would have a hard time in the academy. Shu Han replied that everything would be fine. She had nothing to worry about. Luo just remained silent in response to that. The guy then asked what was wrong. She said that in Qingbei, if someone had spoken to her like he did, and even called her by that name, she probably would have punched him out a long time ago. The protagonist almost forgot. Although the girl seems calm and wise, elegant and intelligent, past life she was known as the goddess of war, a fiery and explosive deity on the battlefield. When Laoi appeared, her battle armor would activate, creating a grand spectacle that horrified everyone. But the guy speaks to her in such a tone, and surprisingly, it doesn't make her uncomfortable. Shu Han explained he had already said that he was her destiny after all. A friend behind his back, something exploded. From that explosion, several people jumped out. The 5 head teachers were greeted by those present. Luo Yi said that the 5 head teachers of their academy are world famous. Usually they rarely personally mentor students, but they are the first batch of students after the spiritual energy revival. All 5 teachers want to select promising students to join their ranks. This is a rare opportunity to see this year's rookie students are not bad at all. The revival of spiritual energy has produced many geniuses and treasures. Although the distribution of treasures is up to fate, most of them are claimed by various organizations affiliated with the government. So the girl hopes that they won't be able to grab anything worthwhile in the future. Here the teachers came down to their platform. The girl greeted them. Emperor Pufei Tixin heard that thanks to the revitalization of spiritual energy, this year's talent and students were impressive. They simply couldn't help but come and see it. Lo noted that they were all quite impressive, and some were simply outstanding. The man reported that this is good. This is the kind of thing he likes. Shu Han saw that Li Kaishan was also here. However, his abilities go far beyond what he is displaying now. Besides, he is also the younger brother of the old headmaster. No wonder he is one of the 5 great mentors. Luo Yi Gai said that he was leaving first, after which he actually went downstairs. Hugh immediately approached him, inquiring how the conversation went. Elder Qin is a goddess among goddesses after all. His grandmother always said that eldest's future was limitless. If he could marry her, his grandmother would be happy even in his dreams. But he knows that someone like him will never be able to attract Senior Qin's attention. The protagonist praised him. He knows his limit. Suddenly, she turned her attention to the others. He didn't understand why this. They were all looking at him so viciously. Q explained it was because he was shining too brightly. Even also had a friendly chat with Senior Qin. People are naturally curious to look at him. That guy asked to wait here is clearly something wrong, and the thing is that everyone is looking at him. They were approached by Aotian, who said that it was very simple. He did not look at him with unconcealed envy. The guy had won Long Wu's attention, but what he was wrong about was being so close to Senior Qin. Many of those newcomers who had considered the elder as their main target were very upset about this. Q informed them that if that was the case, then the guy needed to be careful. During the subsequent reward session, suddenly, Loey informed the dear students that their academy had prepared solid awards for everyone this year. She currently has 2 cards in her hand. The first card was an energy chamber cultivation card. With this card, they would be able to train in the energy chamber for 12 hours for free. The energy chamber of their academy is the most famous among all the major martial universities. One heard that this entire room is built from high-grade spirit stones, which in turn compresses spiritual energy to the limit, making it incredibly dense and almost liquefied. Thus, just an hour of cultivation inside could be equivalent to 3 to 5 days outside. The hero realized that if he could obtain this card, he wouldn't need to search outside for spiritual stones, which would help his cultivation and speed up his progress. Next, the girl informed him that the second card was called the Flower Realm card. As the name implied, this one was a pass to a realm known as the Flower Realm. There one can find various rare spiritual fruits. Their encounter with relatively lesser dangers. If one obtains this card, one would be able to enter the Flower Realm and find new opportunities there. Shuhan realized that he was extremely lucky to receive this reward, but some people didn't understand what it was. Perfect fruition is more difficult than creating a perfect foundation, which requires an extremely rare and spiritual fleet called the Tiandao fruit. It only ripens once every 500 years and only grows in the flower world. If the guy is not mistaken, this is the very last one, and the fruit of the heavenly Tao will ripen in the middle of the Reiki restoration. Therefore, he must go to the secret realm of the Flower Realm. He must obtain this Flower Realm card or else he will have to wait another 500 years. Also, Loey announced that the third reward is the Scarlet Sky sword. It's an unusual one to have, and she thinks that many of them have already heard of it. A guy shouted out that he knows about the Sword of Scarlet Sky. Legend has it that this sword was used to kill the peak stage monsters of the nascent soul. The Scarlet Sky sword is incredibly sharp and is an unrivaled weapon. Possessing it would increase one's combat power by at least 30%, so some people didn't have anything anymore. All they needed was this sword. And whoever you militia fight for it will all be killed. Lo threw all 3 artifacts down and announced that the battle for these prizes had begun. The first to rush in was the health red top not going to him. Then these prizes would belong to him, and immediately he headed for the blade. These prizes would only belong to him. Just as he was about to grab that blade, he saw a weapon flying at him. There was another challenger who reported in. He didn't move. He wasn't the one these artifacts were made for. A guy who looked like the Hulk easily stopped the sword data. The challenger reported that the red sword had transferred from his Shushan sect, and it should belong to his Shushan disciples. The enemy easily repelled his weapon. The guy was surprised how he was able to do it so easily. And then the big guy decided to grab the red sword after all, but he was immediately stopped by someone. He saw that this Chinya, did he really want to stop him? The interlocutor confirmed it, after which he easily threw the first guy away to get the hell out of here. Despite his enormous size, this person was neutralized. The people present noticed that this Chinya is a big shot from Zone A. In terms of strength, he is definitely one of the top 5 in this year's academy. It is said that he has many connections in this academy, so one must be careful with him in the future. Qingbei is where dragons and tigers hide. Even if he is strong, he wouldn't dare to take all 3 prizes for himself. However, the red sword that everyone wants the most will definitely go to him. Qingya informed not to look at him, so he is certainly much stronger, but he doesn't dare to take everything for himself. Once he solves one problem, he will give 2 of them away. He immediately inquired who Shuhan was. Everyone wanted the guy to come out. How could he come across on the first day of his studies? Did he really decide to kill himself? Qingya said if he didn't come out, he would find him himself. So he asked his subordinates to bring someone here. They did his bidding, and it was the bound Lian Shu. The big man took the gag out of his mouth and said that he was his best friend, so let him call him. Lian Shu was indignant. What did he need him for? This person is just trash to him. Let him go, and he will make him pay for it. Qingya got angry. He tried to hit the guy because he's brave. But suddenly the main character appeared. For his enemy, he was just in time. The thug immediately rushed towards him to attack. And so, in midair, they clashed with each other. Thanks to the might of their powers, they threw each other away. And while all of this was happening, the silver wings of the god of war managed to steal Lian Shu's silver wings. After that, he took it to a safe zone. The guy was indignant because he had just started learning. He had already been caught by these guys. How embarrassing was it after all? The people present saw that this was the same guy who was chatting with Qin Luoyi on the flying machine. His name was Shu Han, if they remembered correctly. Instructor Huangfu Tieshan. Upon seeing what was going on, remarked that it wasn't bad. Both of these guys have incredible physical strength. If he chooses them as his disciples in the future and refines his body with them, his future achievement would clearly not be underestimated. Long Yuetian swept his eyes over the fact that this winged disciple was also very good. With an excellent future, he will become a good commander on the battlefield. Xu Wei felt that they had found quite a few good talents today. At this time, Qingya approached the main character. He was the first one who dared to confront him in terms of physical strength. The hero asked his comrade if they would do it. The companion immediately replied positively. After that, Shu Han attacked and offered to go along with him. Lian Shu did not stand aside. He would curse the Qingya ancestors today. He wouldn't give up so easily. The opponent said that he overestimated himself so much that he ordered his men to kill the protagonist. Xu Wei pointed out that unless she was mistaken, the Qingya the other disciples feared was Yuetian's nephew. The man confirmed this information. To be precise, he is the son of his nemesis. This very guy has possessed an extraordinary talent since his early years. When the spiritual energy was revived, he even ate the fruit of the holy body. And since then, he has been on the path of cultivating his body and has become incredibly strong. He could say this, among this year's rookies, no one can match Qingya in terms of physical strength. Huangfu asked, "Is the disciple who came up and called out to Shu Han in danger this time?" But after all, they had touched equals recently. Is there a snag? Yuetian stated that it was true. The one they are talking about didn't even use his full strength. Qin had created a golden body. If he revealed his body, this kid called Shu Han wouldn't be able to withstand any of his movements. Xu Wei felt very sorry for him. She had already arranged accommodation with him. This kid has a foundation and not bad ability. Next, the teacher asked Li Kaishan what he thought about it. The man replied that it was obvious to him that Shu Han would win. The people present were surprised to hear this. I wonder why on earth he thought that. Li Kaishan informed that they would see soon. Right now, he realized that they didn't know who Shu Han really was. He was actually a miracle worker. At this time, the guys once again bumped into each other, and threw each other a considerable distance away. Qingya liked battles for a long time, had not enjoyed such a battle for a long time. The protagonist also confirmed he liked it too. This was how one could perfect the technique of a heavenly body saint, while facing opponents of similar strength. And while they were fighting, Lian Shu was also not standing by the side. He had quite skillfully slashed down a few guys, after which the others pounced on him. The guy realized that he couldn't dodge the attack. That's when the Bull King came to his aid in time. Lian Shu realized that they had arrived just in time. The old man reported that there was a fight going on. It was a sin not to join it. Q was confused. He had never fought before, and asked what he should do. Then Lian Shu encouraged him. Together they will defeat them. The hero at this time once again clashed fist to fist. Once again, the scenario was exactly the same. The opponents scattered to different sides. It could be seen that they were having a hard enough time, but they were enjoying this fight. Here, Long Wu approached Qingya and said that Yu the One did not forget his task. It was clear that this man had not fully realized all the interesting things he had planned. And when will this kid be finished already? The big guy himself realized everything. He said that he wanted to put up a good fight today, but it looks like it won't happen since someone wants to straighten him out. Shu Han wondered what the Dragon 5 had offered him to go after him like that. The interlocutor noted that it was not his mind. He had decided to use the red belly sword. Let the others get it right. He had no interest in that sword. And while he was picking up the weapon, the hero took up the map of the Colored Kingdom and rejoiced that he had finally gotten it. The others couldn't believe that these two were sharing 3 pieces of the prize between them. It was one thing for Qingya to receive the Red Sky Sword. But why should Shu Han also receive a prize, and 2 more? It's true. And he dares to approach their goddess. They can't tolerate that. Xingya felt that his opponent had earned the wrath of many. So even if he doesn't fit in, he won't be able to leave this arena. Long Wu added fuel to the fire, telling these guys that the 2 cards Shu Han has are very valuable. He would want to take them for himself. How could they tolerate it then? Also, this guy dared to talk to Qin Luoyi, and right in front of her it's a blatant slap. So what are they waiting for then? Let them walk around here, unite and attack him. The teachers were watching what was going on. Zhu Wei noticed that events were unfolding unexpectedly. Shu Han had stirred up a hornet's nest, and now everyone had become his enemies. Yetian asked, did the man really think he would perform a miracle again now? Li Kaishan explained that it would certainly be difficult, but not impossible. While they were chatting, the students grouped together. They decided to teach Shu Han a lesson. Loi belongs to all of them. If he dares to talk to her again, they should just destroy him. Aodian arrived to help the protagonist. He didn't understand how it was that the left guy wasn't made, attracting only enemies. Did he really have some kind of special aura? Shu Han speculated that he was like a firefly to them, in the dark night, only too dazzling. The interlocutor couldn't find the words after that. And while they were talking, the rest of the companions came up as well. Lian was reminded of the time in Jingshi Dongtian's cave. He felt so strong now and even stronger than back then. The Bull King confirmed it. It was only a pity that Captain Lu wasn't here. Q was confused. What should he do? He, as before, says that he has never been in a fight. The enemies decided to act. It should be agreed who would hit Shu Han first, and he would get 2 prizes. Some people were quickly motivated by this, so they attacked. But the main character did not stand still, and quickly found himself behind the backs of enemies, and attacked them successfully, killed them in one blow. The others were also fun. They began to fight. An opponent was also found for Chiuya. He thought that he and this fatty were together, so let him get one too. The guy himself asked to stay back because he couldn't fight, but the enemy still touched him. And then the guy's strong spiritual energy was released outwards. The people present did not realize what it was. They can't believe their eyes. That fatty is very strong. Lian Shu praised him for it. Even the main characters became interested in what was happening. Martial spirits are extremely rare, and they can only form naturally. When they grow up, it's like having an extra body. Aside from their own, it's incredibly powerful. The guy didn't expect it to be even more hidden than he had imagined. While he was thinking about it, the battle spirit attacked the enemies. Lian Shu was inspired by this and thought that they would take over this school today. But after a while it turned out to be the opposite. 3 guys were lying on the ground. The Bull King was outraged that he dared to say that they were going to take over the entire academy. Now everyone was beating them up. The opponents remarked that they were strange for daring to stand up to all the new students. They were going to keep on fighting. But then Ocean came to the aid of his comrades. With his immense strength, it was not difficult to deal with the enemies. Huang Fu realized that this was the manifestation of a true dragon. This dragon family member is not bad. He has outstanding strength, and that is very good. Zhu Wei thought that this chubby guy who can use his martial spirit is also quite impressive. When the fighting spirit grows, it's like having an extra helper. On the battlefield, the situation was very tense. This was exactly what Aoshin had said. The guys didn't know what to do. They were now trapped. Therefore, Aoshin turned to the main character of the people, too many people. If this continues, it's not easy to run out of steam. The hero dealt with his enemy, after which he stated that all the students of this academy are elite and their development levels they are too far apart. So it's impossible to defeat everyone. Besides, the competition venue and limited, and they won't even be able to hide. Lian Shu wondered what they should do. They just can't retreat because he didn't end it, Qingya. The protagonist said that after all, most people are here to get the 2 prizes. And those 2 cards are in his possession, and he's not going to give them to anyone. So they have no choice but to fight to the end. On the other hand, they have nothing to do with this matter. Lian Shu told the others that there was no need for them to burden him. Let them leave now. The Bull King objected. They have helped him a lot, and he is very grateful to him. Then how can he just retreat? Yodian, on the other hand, said that he would simply never retreat in battle. While the others were confident, Qiu continued to be confused. He soon said that although he was scared, his grandmother had told him that young boys should be more courageous. Today, he would go forward, and only forward. Silver Wing's god of war said to Shu Han not to talk about leaving. Let him try to procrastinate as long as possible. As far as he knows, the fight for the prize for new disciples will not last indefinitely. The critical moment, the mentors will stop everything. The hero informed that in that case it's great, he has a plan. The comrade inquired what he had in mind. He knew he had some up his sleeve here. Shu Han informed that it was about formation. Aodian was surprised, but then realized that it was indeed a good plan. At that moment, the hero took advantage of the array of 5 elemental stars. Each of his comrades would form the base of the array permanently with one of the 5 stars. He, in turn, would stand in the center as the core of this information. Those present immediately took their places on the stars. The enemies attacked. He pretends to make it work, but they just need to start with Shu Han. The protagonist simply manipulated an array of 5 elemental stars. They and all the guys became one, and the hero attacked with the help of Lian Shu, due to which the guy's selves increased several times, and he was able to destroy several enemies. The 5 elemental star array is different from those formations, the one that the guy used in Jingshi Cave. The information that utilized star herbs and other spiritual plants. They used up the energy of the plants, and were solely for capturing enemies. The 5 elemental star array, on the other hand, was designed specifically for killing. More importantly, the 5 elemental star array was a living formation. So the guy ordered the formation to activate. As a consequence, it attacked many enemies who were trying to attack. Seeing what happened, Huang Fu said that this year's rookies were incredible. He didn't even expect a formation master to be here. Xu Wei pointed out to Professor Li Kaishan that he was right after all. It turns out that this Shu Han is indeed skilled in creating wonders. Yuetian didn't understand what kind of miracles they were talking about. It was too early for the mentors to talk about it. And the chief among the newcomers informed everyone that the power of a formation was not something that one person could fight with. They needed each other's help. To begin with, they just need to destroy the formation, and then take the prizes. Thus, they all channeled their power, and it was directed at one central person, who subsequently felt an incredible spiritual energy. He decided that one blow would now be enough for him to break this formation. But the protagonist did not hold such an opinion. He channeled the power of information into one person, and that was the Bull King. The man also felt a huge influx of battle energy, so confronted the power that many opponents had gathered. In the end, the enemy's body flew off into a wall somewhere, and the winner was the Bull King. Zhu Han knew that the 5 elements starlight formation, despite its simplicity, was a reliable emperor-level information. Its distinctive feature of flexibility, it was suitable for activation by a small group, concentrating the power and facilitating the amplifying effect. Therefore, the guy stated that they would continue to smash everything on the battlefield. Thus, their enemies were being destroyed little by little, and no one could resist this power. The guys didn't understand why this formation was so powerful. 5 or 6 people taking on half of all the newcomers. So some were already about to wonder. Hearing this talk, Lian Shu told Qingya to train more newbies for them. Long Wu was indignant, this bunch of scum, unable to even fight Shu Han. Huang Fu pointed out that this formation was unbelievable. If it is ever used on the battlefield in the future, it will be a formidable weapon. Xu Wei asked what the second professor thought about it. Yuetian confirmed that there was power here. Qingya was attacking the enemy formation at this time. It seemed that with his immense strength, he would be able to break through it. But in the end, he didn't succeed and only bounced back in the distance. After landing, the guy realized that one shouldn't mess around with such a thing. Their strength was incredible. Lian Shu asked his comrade to crush this guy with their formation. The hero explained that the formation wasn't omnipotent. The price of a strong attack is also high. By this point, the guy's internal energy should be almost exhausted. Silver Wings of the God of War noted that this formation is indeed very strong. But it uses up energy at a terrifying rate. While they were chatting, Qingya didn't stop and decided to attack again. The people present didn't understand what happened to this guy. He was emitting golden light. Had he really become a Buddha on the spot? Someone reported that this evil body technique. Qingya's physical fitness is unrivaled. He has reached the golden body level, which is incredibly formidable. With a powerful physique like his, cultivation level doesn't even become that important. Qingya himself said that if his subscriber could withstand his strike, he would admit defeat. Iotian felt that this person possessed incredible power. Zhu Han knew what to do. He decided to disperse the formation. Thus, the 5 pillars became no longer relevant, and they all went behind the protagonist's back. Long Wu noted that after much hesitation, he had finally used his most powerful technique after all. Now they would see if Shu Han could handle such power. The protagonist applied a heavenly body art. It was called Fist Intent. Thanks to this, he strengthened his body and was able to collide with the enemy. The explosive wave from their techniques instantly spread throughout the surrounding area, and those students who were at a low level couldn't endure it and began to fall. The battlefield was covered in dust after that, and only the silhouettes of the opponents stood out. And when that dust began to settle a bit, everyone saw the extent of this skirmish. I wondered if they were definitely ordinary disciples. One could go crazy from such strength. Qingya's strength was certainly expected, but this Shu Han turns out to be very strong as well. Lian Shu praised his comrade. Now that Shu Han had blocked Qingya's punch, the latter must kneel down and admit his defeat. The protagonist was completely unharmed. He had happened to advance 2 levels of reaching the small heaven realm, the 7th level heavenly body solution. He was very happy about this advancement, so he invited his opponent to continue. The students were surprised that Shu Han was actively attacking. Did he really think that he would be able to resist Qingya? It would be necessary to teach him a lesson for this insolence. The opponent was not averse to fighting further. He applied the riotous golden body. This guy's strength had increased by several times, and the instructors noted it. Zhu Wei said that if she wasn't mistaken, Shu Han had just demonstrated fist intent with that punch. Huang Fu confirmed this. It was clearly fist intent. Normally, it could only be used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. The man didn't expect that this guy could use such powerful fist intent at the Foundation formation stage. Still, it was simply astonishing. Long Yuetian, on the other hand, noted the raging golden body. Shu Han's ability to make Qingya put out his best effort was undeniable. I must admit that he had underestimated him recently. However, it is possible that this is the end. Li Kai-shan had stunned everyone. If only they knew what was about to happen. Qingya once again attacked. He thought that this attack for the guy was presumptuous. Together, they came together in a multiple fist fight that a normal person clearly wouldn't have been able to withstand. The protagonist absolutely calmly took his enemy's blows and attacked while doing so. Soon, he used the 9th level Little Heavenly Realm and threw back his opponent. While doing so, he offered to continue his duel. Qingya was a bit surprised, but decided to continue. As a consequence, the guys started a fist fight again. And now, Shu Han had once again used a small heaven realm, only already at the 10th level. Thanks to his strength, he dropped the enemy as before. Sergei. It seemed that Shu Han was now gaining the upper hand over Qingya. Long Yuetian confirmed that it was true this time. Huang Fu didn't understand why he was so straightforward this time. Maybe Qingya has some other ultimate technique up his sleeve. The interlocutor explained that it was getting late. Didn't they see that with each punch, Shu Han's strength increases from the previous one? His fists are filled with intent, and each punch increases his fighting power by several times. So the current him, unless he is suppressed by someone with absolute cultivation, is almost invincible. Huang Fu realized that this was indeed the case, each strike enhancing him. In that case, perhaps Shu Han had entered the legendary state of Tianren He, when practitioners achieve oneness with the heavens, as well as humans. Yuetian, this confirmed the state of cultivation that cultivators dream of, but which may not come in a few lifetimes. Those who have reached this state completely immerse themselves in the profound cultivation arts. As a consequence, their combat power and cultivation skyrocket. This is a very rare and coveted state. The man told instructor Li Kai-shan that his insight was truly exceptional. He would gladly admit his defeat in front of him. While they were talking, the hero had already used a 10th stage small celestial sphere. As a consequence, his opponent only saw the blow in front of his face and did not have time to react. Therefore, he received a rather powerful blow. He flew a few meters to the side. After landing him, his condition was heavy, and his golden body began to gradually disappear. When he stepped back a little, he noted that although he had lost, it was very exciting. Shu Han, in turn, advanced 3 realms in a row. This state of Tianren He, this unity of man and heaven, he had only experienced once, and it happened in his past life. He encountered it by chance. When one enters it, all the bottlenecks of cultivation and become as smooth as walking on flat ground, and the progress instantly jumped up. These sensations were simply not transferable. The people present realized that Qingya had lost, but this was simply unbelievable. Is Shu Han really the most formidable genius of this generation? Although it's not necessary. Let's not forget that some cultivators from ancient sects and immortal clans didn't show up for registration at the beginning of the school year for various reasons. That's why when they returned, a real dragon and tiger competition might heat up. While the others were discussing all this, and Shu Wei came over and said that the battle was over this time, Yuetian announced that the newcomers now had the chance to choose their mentor. The people present began to whisper over who they would choose. Someone reported that he wanted the beautiful mentor, Shu Wei, the only woman among the 5 mentors. She speaks so softly that following her is unequivocally the right thing to do, and the choice. Although mentor Huang Fu is very skillful body training. Some people, on the other hand, thought that Long Yuetian's mentor is also not bad. He is a member of the ancient Long clan and has knowledge that can't be found in other schools. And why not choose Li Kai-shan as the mentor? Some people had heard that he is a disciple of the former headmaster and has a lot of experience. So those present were confused and didn't know who to choose. Someone pointed out that Li Kai-shan is really very strong. It's just that his teaching methods are too radical, and the guys better be prepared for it before choosing him. The interlocutor was confused. He didn't understand what those radical methods were. He was informed that he might not know. But Li Kai-shan had not been a mentor at Qingbei Academy for many years now. This was because of an incident where he took the students away on a mission. All 18 students under his guidance died, and none of them survived. As a result, he was stripped of his mentorship for 9 years and was only brought back this year. This is the style of teacher Li Kai-shan. He goes where it is constantly dangerous. And while this leads to rapid improvement and a significant increase in strength, it also leads to a higher mortality rate. Then the guy who wanted to go to him heard this. He informed him that he would probably give it up. After a little while, the students began to be assigned to new mentors. No one was going to Li Kai-shan. From their new mentors, the students received a mentoring card. Lian Shu asked his comrade who he was going to choose for himself. Shu Han mentioned that he would choose Li Kai-shan, and they could choose someone else. The companion didn't understand why he was saying that. The guy noted that it's all because of the huge danger. His future mentor is a tragic figure in his own right. He is selfless and fights for the survival of mankind. Therefore, he is very strict with his students and often sends them on missions to the most dangerous places. Just recently, he even sent a group of high school students from South Island School to train in a dangerous cave. But it can be said of him that all the students he trains are outstanding individuals. Lian Shu announced that he is not afraid of dangers. When his comrade chooses, so will he. Aotian announced that he will choose Long Yuetian. After all, he is from his dragon family and he must follow his orders. Kuya in turn said that he would choose Master Huang Fu, because it was his grandmother's request. Lian Shu wondered what the others thought about it. The Bull King didn't appear to have any strong preferences. Hearing this, the guy suggested that everyone should choose Master Li together with Shu Han. So soon they all headed towards him together. Some were surprised that someone had already even chosen Master Li. This is Shu Han. This guy really thinks he is invincible and dared to choose a death instructor. It's a pity, but with Shu Han's talent, he definitely won't be able to endure under the master's guidance for the rest of his graduation. The protagonist informed the master that the 4 of them all choose him as the instructor. The man inquired if he was confident in his choice. He advises him to think it over carefully, though he would gladly accept students like them. The boy confirmed his choice, which they made after careful consideration. About a dozen years ago, during that mission, Li Kai-shan took students to explore a secret place. 18 students died, and the incident greatly affected the man himself. And so among that many students who died was his own daughter. The main reason why the protagonist chose this man as his master is because he is entrusted with an important mission, the investigation of the truth behind the revival of spiritual energy. Li Kai-shan goes to very dangerous places to do this. And uncovering the truth behind the revival of the Earth's spiritual energy is what the guy himself has been striving for. It was because of this that he decided to become his disciple. Lastly, the master asked if they were all disciples. Suddenly a girl appeared and asked to be accepted as well. It was Kwang Rui, and she too wanted to become Master Li's disciple. Lian Shu wondered, why would she want to do that? The girl noted that she had said earlier that she wanted to kill Shu Han with her own hands, so was following him. But the guy didn't understand then why she didn't intervene when there was a fight recently. In response, he heard that revenge was the girl's personal business, and she didn't need anyone's help. Lian Shu informed him that they would have the same mentor. Isn't she afraid that by spending time together, she will develop feelings instead of revenge? Rui was a little confused, but still said she wasn't afraid of that. Li Kai-shan said that he originally didn't intend to take disciples. However, he had encountered them 5 fearless individuals. The man hopes that they will remember one truth. It consists of the fact that being alive is more important than anything else. A day later, the protagonist headed to the energy room. There were a few guys sitting around a table. One of them asked if this was a new student. Shu Han said that he wanted to pass the energy room to cultivate there. The interlocutor asked him not to be stunned by the new students just entered, where he would get merit points for it. Let him leave this place and only come back when he earns merit points. The hero said that he had no merit points, but he had the cultivation card of this energy room. The older student wondered where he got the cultivation card of the culmination energy room from. So, if he understood it correctly, he is Shu Han who challenged the new students. The guy confirmed it was him exactly, wondering if he could enter. The interlocutor informed that he could do so. The energy room has 5 levels of energy activation. What level of energy does he need? The companion informed that since he was new, that meant level 1. But the hero dumbfounded that he needed the 5th level of energy. The guys wondered, not understanding why such a high level. Perhaps he doesn't know what the 5th level energy of this energy room is. It is the highest level of energy. It is very powerful and concentrated at that. Even most instructors would not be able to handle it. Usually when 5 masters come, they would choose the 4th level. Whether or not he's confident in his own abilities is accurate. The protagonist reported that he was absolutely confident. The guy reported that he's out of his mind. It could be deadly for him. It didn't matter to Shu Han. He was responsible for his own actions. So just let him in there. The companion called him reckless, even too reckless. But the comrade said that youths won't learn without some hardship. Let them open the door for him. If this fellow cannot endure, he will retreat on his own. The older student said that he can open the level 5 energy for him, though he doubts he will last even a minute. When he feels the strategy becoming too much, have him quickly make a hand gesture. Then he will immediately stop the energy supply. The hero gave thanks for this. Soon, the older students went to open the energy room. The guy repeated to the hero that if it came out hard, let him give a signal, otherwise he could just die. That was how Shu Han ended up in the level 5 energy room. He was impressed that it was one of the best martial arts academies in Qingbei, and one of the best in China. It is truly luxurious. The walls here are lined with high-quality spirit stones. On the street you can hardly find a single one of these stones, but here they fill the entire room. Before entering the Flower Kingdom, the hero must reach Jidan Peak, even if he can't advance to the Foundation Formation stage. After all, the dangers of the Flower Realm are incomparable to the caves of the Western Jing. If the hero guessed correctly, all 18 of Li Kaishan's disciples had died in the Flower Realm. Streams of energy at this time were gradually channeled towards him, and he began cultivating. The older students sat waiting to see what would happen. They were wondering how long he would be able to last. The guy with red hair informed them that he wanted to put up a bag of spicy snacks, that he wouldn't last more than a minute. When the minute had passed, his interlocutor reported that he had lost. The guy replied that it was because he was lucky. He was probably a cultivator perfecting his body. Even so, in this case, he wouldn't go beyond 5 minutes. Following those words, the 5 minutes passed. The red-haired guy couldn't believe this guy would soon die then give up. But he shouldn't worry. Even if Shu Han persisted, he wouldn't exceed an hour. It was remembered that in the Price Bay Academy, the record for new students in the level 5 energy room was 1 hour. Another interval of time flew by quickly, and it took more than an hour. The comrade asked his partner to wake up. The latter woke up and asked what was wrong. Probably Shu Han had already left and could just go on duty. His partners contradicted him. It's been 2.5 hours, and he's still practicing. The guy with red hair couldn't believe it. Is it accurate that he is an ordinary person? But this was not the limit of the protagonist. Another 10 hours had passed. From the early Foundation Establishment stage to the middle Foundation Establishment stage, the energy expenditure was even more than Shu Han had imagined. There were less than 2 hours left on the cultivation map. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to break through to the middle Foundation stage. The guy thought that he could use one technique, but wasn't it too unethical to use it? But the other party informed him that Qingbei was rich and powerful. Shu Han leaned towards the second side and began to gradually absorb the crystals around him using the whale absorption technique. Soon the guys saw some kind of error appear on the screen. They didn't understand what was happening. The astonishing energy suddenly increased more than 100 times what it was before. It is necessary to stop the spiritual energy supply quickly. But the setting button didn't work. I can't stop it. And the spiritual stones inside the energy room continue to emit energy. Things are bad. They are finished with such intense energy Shu Han inside might be torn to pieces. Suddenly, a comrade shouted out that it's not like this. Let him take a look. It looked like he was continuing to embody the overflowing energy. The comrade couldn't believe it. It was simply impossible. The whale absorption technique is a unique skill. In a past life, the protagonist watched an emperor-level whale in the endless sea absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens, and comprehended this technique there. The disadvantage is that it absorbs spiritual energy very strongly, and no structure can sustain it for a long time. Otherwise, it would cause damage to one's own body. Another half an hour passed after the large flow of energy began to be absorbed. All the spirit stones in the energy room had been completely absorbed, so it was time for the guy's spiritual energy to increase. He felt the formation of the middle base. As a consequence, some sort of creature appeared around him. It was more like a bird with 2 eyes. The protagonist knew this creature very well. It was Remen. It was an ancient creature from the Honghuang era. In his past life, by fate, it had become his divine beast, accompanying him throughout his life like siblings. In the final battle with the Emperor, he died trying to help the guy. A possible reason for his rebirth with the Chaos Celestial Scripture has to do with Remen sacrificing himself to protect him. Remen, also known as the Bird of Time and Space, is said to be a bird of time and space. She's able to exist in time and space between the ancient and modern eras as she grows up. Perhaps that is why the boy can see her again. He once thought that he would never see Remen from his past life again. But there was no way he expected her to appear again. As long as Shu Han has even a small glimmer of hope, he will do everything in his power to resurrect this bird. On the senior student's screen, it appeared that there was no more energy in the room. Had all the spiritual stones in it been exhausted? There were enough spirit stones in the energy room to last several months for the entire academy. How they could have been used up was unclear. Upon returning, the protagonist reported that he found it cozy inside. But the spirit stones were a bit lacking, so he advised that next time he would add more spirit stones. He, in turn, will come back when he has another energy card. The guys are confused. What do you mean he'll still come back? What could they do other than inform the others? The partner pointed out that they did. The energy room was run by the Hongya Corporation, closely related to the school. This incident with Shu Han had caused significant losses. After a while, the steel-armored protagonist found himself at his master's place. Lian Shu remarked to the professor that he had been silent for a long time. After all, he didn't call them here just to observe, probably. The mentor informed that the reason why he was hesitant to tell them everything. It was because this case was not directly related to the school. It was undoubtedly dangerous. He had no other now, so he came to them. The Bull King informed them that he was now their teacher, so let him feel free to tell them everything directly. Then Li Kai-shan told about the Truth Investigation Bureau, about the revitalization of the Earth's spiritual energy. I wondered if the people present had heard of this bureau before. No one answered anything to that. The professor informed that it was absolutely normal. It is a newly established department that investigates the truth behind the spirit energy revival, and he is one of its employees. Lian Shu asked if he was suggesting that they join the bureau to investigate the truth behind the spirit energy revival. The man objected. They don't have the qualifications to join there yet. Currently, the Spirit Energy Revitalization Truth Investigation Bureau, or simply the Bureau, only has 5 members. It reports directly to the top leadership of the Hua country, and is a very powerful investigative organization, possessing wide powers in various departments of the Hua country. Its members are pillars of the nation. Accordingly, the Bureau's danger level is much higher than ordinary departments. Silverwing's God of War asked Professor Rasberu possesses such power and influence. What can they do as ordinary students? No matter which way you look at it, it doesn't seem like they can get involved. Li Kai-shan confirmed it really isn't something they can participate in. However, there is a possibility. They are his students after all. He would like to inform them about it. Whether or not to participate or not, it is up to them to decide, and he would personally take steps to capture the evidence and obtain it at any cost. The boy inquired as to what they should do. The protagonist knew that the Bureau was a very mysterious and little-known department. Even in his past life, he didn't know much about it. Only 3 of the 5 members of the Bureau were known to the public and the others were in hiding. The teacher told him that their tasks were quite simple. They would monitor the state of the Golden World River. If anything unusual happens or they notice suspicious people, have them report it immediately. The enemy can masquerade as various people, so their job is to identify them and report any anomalies. Lian Shu also asked if there was a reward for completing the task. It turned out that there was, and this reward was quite generous, mostly in the form of resources, cultivation. It should be enough to advance in cultivation by a small step. Since the rewards of this guy were so big, he reported that he was signing up for it. As for supervision, he had been doing it since he was 8 years old. Li Kai-shan explained that he told them about this mission, firstly because of the generous rewards, and secondly, because of the low danger level. But they should also know that the Bureau mission is full of variables. Even if a mission seems safe at one glance, it can end up being very dangerous. So that's the reason why he hesitates. He doesn't want anything to happen to his students. But at the same time, he hopes that his students can become much stronger. The first to raise her hand was Kwang Rui. She was in agreement. If she could become stronger, she was willing to risk everything. Shu Han asked if others would participate in the mission. As far as he knows, this bureau does not put all the eggs in one basket. For the same mission, multiple teams are often combined to ensure success. Master Li confirmed this. The students who performed outstandingly in the freshman headgear capture competition yesterday will be approached separately. If those agree, they will participate in tomorrow's task. The protagonist said that in that case he would participate. The Bull King and the Silver Wings of the God of War also signed up. The next day, a group was formed. It was not located on the bank of the Jinan River. Among the many students, there were the protagonists with their comrade. Lianshu asked his brother if he noticed any suspicious individuals. The latter replied that he looked the most suspicious. Let him behave more naturally and be careful not to give himself away. Suddenly, the interlocutor asked if it was Chinya standing in front. This rascal disguises himself well, pretending to sell ordinary sweets. Seeing the details of the sweets, the kid wanted to buy them. The guy tried to smile sweetly and inquired how many pieces does the kid want. Then the child, seeing his face, got scared. It was a very scary uncle, so the girl didn't want anything else. Lianshu informed this guy that things were not going well for him. He also asked if he could have one sweet. Chinya looked at them skeptically, after which he informed that these sweets were not for sale. But the guy was persistent. They are also customers after all, so why wouldn't he want to sell it to them? Do they continue to be upset because his buddy Shu beat him up? Chinya only brushed it off. Let him leave and don't interfere with his work. Lianshu pointed out that with his fierce appearance, scaring people into tears was already an achievement. I wonder who would dare to approach him. Suddenly, the protagonist ordered him to stop talking because someone was coming. It turned out that an elderly couple approached them. The woman asked the young man to bring them 2 skewers of hawthorn berries. Shinya kindly presented what the old woman asked for. She further remarked to the young man that he looked very unusual, like a man with some sort of ability. I wonder why he is here selling snacks. The boy noted that he does have powers, but they are very weak. His power can only heat water. He doesn't have any special cultivation abilities, so he came here to sell these sweets. The interlocutor all realized she was sorry. Selling hawthorn berries isn't bad. At least he has a steady income. Their conversation was translated by an old man. He asked the woman to go with him. He knows that she likes to chat with people, but let her not forget that they have other things to do. Thus, the elderly couple in question left them. Chinya asked Lianshu, didn't he sell the sweets? He can't help but talk back. The guy reported that it was because these 2 old men are kind-hearted people. They saw how unattractive he was and took pity on him. Did he really think it was that simple? Suddenly, the protagonist asked if they noticed anything strange about these 2. The comrade was a little unsure of what he meant. Chinya said as he checked them out carefully. The 2 old men looked like ordinary people, and he didn't sense anything unusual. But it seemed to Shu Han that there was definitely something wrong with them. His intuition couldn't be wrong. The only thing left was to find out what was wrong. Lianshu wondered if he needed to inform Professor Li. Chinya didn't think that they needed to report it. Although he admits that they are a bit better than him, but he has a keen eye for people. These 2 old men are ordinary people and there is nothing wrong with them. The word about ordinary old men made the protagonist think. He suggested, what if they are not human at all? The guy was surprised at such thoughts, and the comrade wondered what he meant by that. Shu Han did not know, but the most likely possibility was that they might be from the demon race. Therefore, he asked to inform Professor Li and offered to follow them to see what was really going on. Suddenly, someone approached the guy. It was a rather familiar voice, so the guys immediately turned around his direction. The girl didn't expect to see him here. It became clear that it was Meng Ke along with his subordinate. The girl noted that it was indeed her. The protagonist wondered what we had here. A person like her isn't typical to walk around the city for nothing. Xiao Yun reported that it was all because of the Black Dragon King. Last time he sent people to chase after Kaer, but luckily they came to her rescue. They were informed that the Black Dragon King would appear nearby, so they decided to take revenge. Shu Han was interested in the fact that he might appear here. The fact that members of the demon race had appeared ahead of time was already strange, and now they were here by coincidence. There was clearly something wrong here. Suddenly, the guy's musings were interrupted by Chinya. Is this really the same Meng Ke? Lianshu confirmed that it was her. Their celebrity life was saved by Shu Han. The guy's sweets immediately fell to the ground. He ran up to the girl with admiration. He finally met her. He is her devoted fan. Meng Ke is his idol. He finally met her in person and is ready to fall on his knees. The girl didn't expect to meet such a devoted fan. She was even confused. Yes, and the guys thought it was quite strange. Lianshu is just amazed by what happened. Is this really the Chinya he knows? He looks happy like a child who got a couple hundred candies. Soon, all of them traveled forward together. The main character asked the girl to tell more about the situation with the Black Dragon King. The girl asked to just call him Kaer. After the last time the Black Dragon King sent people to capture her father, sent investigators to look for clues about the Black Dragon King. Originally, the Black Dragon King lived in remote areas, far away from human settlements, deep in mountains, rivers, and lakes, so it was difficult to track him down. But 2 days ago, they suddenly learned that the Black Dragon King would appear at the Jinan River to trade. So they stationed their men nearby, and with Xiaoyun also coming to check things out. The boy asked if they had learned anything. It was hard to say about that. It became clear that investigating the truth of the spiritual energy revival was definitely the #1 task in Huazhou. Is the Dream family unexpectedly involved in this matter, or is there some ulterior motive behind it? Care pointed out to Shu Han that her father invites him to visit their home. He's grateful that he saved her. The boy noted that he will definitely come to their house when he has free time to do so. Qinya also said that he would come there as well. And while they were chatting, a skirmish happened. In this altercation, Kuang Rui was involved. But besides her, there was an unfamiliar girl wearing a mask. Lian Shu wondered why she was fighting with someone. The battle was in full swing, and the opponents did not back down from each other. But soon after exchanging a few blows, they did retreat. The comrades ran up to Rui and asked her what was going on and why she was fighting. It seemed to the girl that this person was very suspicious, and that was why she was fighting her. Hearing this information, Lian Shu noted that Professor Li had said to report any suspicious persons immediately. They were not to use physical force. Rui wondered if there was a rule prohibiting the use of force such she didn't remember. The boy realized he had nothing to say about that. The protagonist joined the conversation since they had already warned that they could immobilize them. The girl realized what he was getting at and immediately rushed to attack. But this time the opponent jumped up, not intending to fight. Suddenly she felt a guy at her back. It was Shu Han. He informed her not to resist since they just want to check her identity. But the girl resented him and just kicked him. She didn't get a kick though. The hero just grabbed her leg and said that it would be better for her if she did not test him. The stranger managed to kick the guy and told him to let her go. He in turn jumped up afterward to dodge the blow. But he didn't dodge and counterattacked her with his own punch. Thanks to his superior power, he won the fight. As a consequence, he and his new opponent landed on the ground, where he grabbed the girl by the throat and told her that he had won. She, in turn, stopped resisting, although she was angry. Suddenly, his comrades ran up and asked him not to use force, as it was a misunderstanding. The hero inquired if they really knew her. The Bull King informed that he knows her too, because this stranger is Lu Yanzi. Shu Han couldn't believe it. Therefore, he immediately removed the mask from the girl's face and saw her angry face. He realized that this was indeed the one they were talking about. But what on earth was she doing here? Yanzi only indignantly ordered her to let herself go. The girl rose about the silver wings of the god of war, informed that she was from the Academy Bride of the capital, and is also participating in this mission. This time, everyone rushed towards the Dragon King's temple like a tidal wave. It was clear to Shu Han that the elite members of the top 2 martial arts academies were participating in this mission. It looked like this mission was not as easy as Professor Li had described. There was some sort of alert on the guy's phone. It turned out that information about the mission had been received. Professor Li Kaishan had already started to take action. Lian Shu suggested going to the outskirts and rounding up the fish that had escaped from the net. There was some commotion near the bridge. The hero and his companions arrived the place. Silver Wings of the God of War noted that their assignment was to help the dragon guards evacuate people from the area. But he didn't see any dragon guards here. Suddenly, people descended from the helicopter. It turned out that they were dragon guards who were on a mission. All the misplaced people needed to leave this place. This place is under martial law. We need to leave it and not interfere with the dragon guards' tasks. The captain asked if these were the students helping the dragon guardians in this mission. The dragon guardians don't need their help. Let them stay aside for now and don't cause any trouble. Lian Shu resented. Does this dragon guardian really look down on them? Meng Keir came over here. She greeted Brother Wei. They had not seen each other for a long time. The man was surprised to see the girls, wondering what they were doing here. He realizes their family must have gotten the information beforehand. Let them be sure that when the Black Dragon King shows up later, he will definitely not let him go. The girl suggested to her elder brother, "Don't talk about it for now. I wonder if he doesn't find these students familiar to himself." The interlocutor wondered about those words. Suddenly he turned his attention to the main character. This is the same person who saved Kier in Nanado City, Shu Han. This really is a case of not stirring up trouble, and he thought that they were sent to help their dragon guards. These are the guys who don't have much real combat ability. They are only here to gain merit points. But Shu Han had really convinced him with his battle in Nanadao. With his presence, this mission was easily achievable. The protagonist informed the captain that he is too kind to his dragon guards, the backbone of the country. When they are around, the mission can be accomplished almost certainly. The dragon guards are one of the 3 main iron-blooded forces of Huaxia. Although they were created after the revival of spiritual energy, the missions they perform are often the most dangerous. Members of the Dragon Guard are often known for their bravery and unwillingness to risk their lives, earning them the admiration of many people. The boy's musings were interrupted by some noise. It was two old men he had recently met. They did not understand why they were stopped. They came to see their grandson. The captain asked his subordinate what was going on. He replied that the two old men refused to leave. Qingye just told Shu Han that it was those two elderly people. He still continues to think that they are not a problem, but the protagonist said that, to be honest, he can't determine the true position of those two. His intuition tells him that they are and yet suspicious. He wondered, could they be hiding so deep? Either they have perfected a technique that allows them to hide their aura, or their cultivation level is far above their level, making them undetectable. Captain Wei asked the old men not to disturb them because they were on a mission. The woman noted that even if he is not on a mission, it is to be prudent. They just want to cross the bridge, and her grandson is on the other side of the bridge. If something happens to him, how will they be able to move on with their lives? While they were chatting, something happened from under the water. Someone jumped out. There were some strange monsters and a human. The man was Master Li Kai-shan, and behind him were some strange monsters from the water. There were quite a large number of them, and they landed on the bridge. The first to encounter them were the Dragon Guards. Captain, you immediately ordered everyone to get ready to fight. The monsters were also ready to fight. The man informed Shu Han that their Dragon Guards would be ahead. Their Clear North Academy will be behind them. They need to help them kill those fish that escaped from the net. These monsters are a bit tricky, so they need to try to get together and fight the whole group. On the other hand, some backup has appeared. They came from Tianjing Academy to support them. Such an event couldn't pass without them. The guy who spoke to the captain turned out to be the third dragon from the family. Next, he turned to Yanzi and suggested that they act together to take care of each other. Captain Wei stated that since the talents from the two prestigious academies were gathered here, he suggested we start. Thus, the guards encountered the fishes. These monsters had a lot of trouble. They were not much of a threat and were defeated. Lianshu was also not left out and started a fight. He claimed that the contribution reward depended on the number of demons killed on the mission. Therefore, it was necessary to hurry up and earn contribution points. He heard that they could be exchanged for all sorts of treasures in the academy. At this time, Master Li Kai-shan fought with strong monsters, and the protagonist watched him. It became clear that the situation was not simple, but it was unclear what exactly was wrong. The master prepared to use a strong attack, thanks to which quite easily hit and killed the monster. Comrade asked the protagonist to hurry up, because it is necessary to act. Then the hero asked Care if there was any news about the king of black dragons. The girl replied that there was nothing at the moment. Her family is never wrong about information. In future battles between myriad races, the Hmong family thrives on specializing in selling information about myriad races. They are known for their accurate and timely information. The information about the Black Dragon King concerns Hmong. That is why her family will not make a mistake. So one wonders, where is the king himself, the Black Dragon King? The master had finally dealt with most of the creatures that fought him. He did it easily enough. Suddenly the old woman started yelling for her grandson. It turned out that she was looking towards the monsters, and behind them was a boy. He stood crying pitifully at the other end of the bridge. Silver Wings of the God of War wondered what they should do. The protagonist told them not to worry. The third dragon called them a bunch of cowards. He is going to save this boy. Johan told him to stop. The boy was indignant. Is he really ordering him? The protagonist simply asked him to take his time because there was clearly something wrong here. The interlocutor mocked him. People from his academy don't dare to go, and he's from another academy. So does he really think he's a coward too? Let him just open his eyes and watch carefully as he Sanye will save everyone. After saying that, the third dragon rushed to attack and destroyed several monsters, thanks to which he soon found himself next to a boy, who was crying and asked his uncle to save him. Sanye took him in his arms and told him not to worry. He would get him out of here. After that, together with the boy, he went back to the others. The old man decided to sneak to his grandson. The protagonist immediately took notice of this, and attacked this old man, hit him with his knee. The man did not expect such an attack, so he immediately fell to the ground. The guy after that once again approached him and kicked his foot against his head. The third dragon didn't understand what Shu Han was doing. The others were indignant. How could he treat an old man like that? He's trash. Are all Qinbei's disciples really like this? Let them let the old man go, otherwise you have to blame yourself for what you did. Qinya also said that it's too much to treat someone you just suspect like this. And Captain Wei said that you guys stopped doing that. The protagonist immediately turned around to them, after which he asked if they still didn't believe him. Lianshu said that he believed him. The rest of the comrades also supported him. An old woman ran up to her husband, worried about his condition. She begged him not to die, whereupon it was pumped to those present that this guy had killed her husband. Would they all just ignore the murder like that and there is no law? The captain asked her to calm down first. Let him check her husband's wounds. And while he went over to check the old man's condition, a subordinate reported that the minor demons had been cleared. The captain asked everyone to stay put. In the meantime, Master Li continued to fight. The man realized that this monster was too weak, so there was something wrong here. The opponents he faced this time were much weaker than they were before. Captain Wei continued to watch the man's condition. The boy was crying and wondering from his uncle what happened to his grandfather. Did he really die? Sanye called it a senseless murder and told the captain to quickly arrest Shu Han. Wei came up and said that there were no signs of life from the man. He was dead. He also checked and the old man turned out to be fine, so this time the guy was really wrong. The hero explained that the absence of trouble doesn't mean there is no danger. Perhaps their motives are not as simple as they seem at first glance. The third dragon became indignant. He thinks Shu Han is insane since he killed an unarmed old man. Today he must restore justice. At this time, the hero approached the old woman and asked, what was her purpose? The woman pretended to be frightened and asked what he was going to do. Killed her husband. So are they going to kill more of her? Just then, the rest of the bullying old men came up. It's too need to deal with him. These guys distracted the protagonist's attention, and suddenly he felt something. Could it be that the target of these demons were these students? The old woman started laughing after saying that, after which she reincarnated and showed her true or demon, informing that the guy was right. Also, the recently deceased old man came back to life and began to transform. It turned out that their goal was indeed to kill these genius newbies. The attendees were confused. What is this and what's going on? Before they realized what had happened, the monster spat out something strange. It was a protective barrier that risked the people inside around the perimeter. The student broke needed to get out of here to stay out of trouble. But once the guy tried to get out, it didn't work. It's strange what kind of network it is and why it can't be destroyed. Also, the monster applied the skill Boundless Sea of Blood. This skill is meant to destroy the entire world. It began to gradually penetrate the cage with the students. The monsters rejoiced that this plan was too perfect. Killed these talented people, the future humanity would lose a lot. The students inside felt pain. It was as if the blood inside them was boiling, as if it wanted to get out. They need to hurry up to come up with some plan, because these two monsters are using magic. Weapons are divided into magical jewels, true treasures, and divine treasures. If we say that magic jewels and jewels still belong to common weapons, then true treasure is already a rarity. True treasure are not only powerful, but also have many special properties. This item called Boundless Blood Sea can ignite blood fire, affecting the blood circulation in a person and causing mass murder. The guys didn't understand what this true treasure was. Some knew that true treasures were extremely rare. Even in the best academies, no one had ever heard of such things. And it was unclear what to do now. While those present were panicking towards the cage, Li Kai-shan ran up. As he approached, he felt the breath of a true treasure. The dragon guards asked the professor to quickly rescue the students inside. The man said that he understood. These demons are using them to confuse these students. He used his power and attacked the barrier, but it could not be broken through, and the students inside began to fall down from exhaustion. The professor reported that he couldn't destroy much. Otherwise, before the true treasure would unfold, the students inside would be killed by the reflected power. Sanye was indignant that these monsters had tricked him. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him, saying that he was afraid because something had happened to his grandparents. The boy was confused. He didn't know what to do with him. So he asked who would take care of him instead. Let him deal with this demon. At this time, the monster penetrated through the cage with its tentacles and grabbed one of the students. It was also able to enter the cage itself unhindered as well. Inside the true treasure of the bottomless sea of blood, they are the masters. And humans are a degrading race, and only suitable as their food. Captain Wei did not stand aside. He attacked the demonic monsters. The demon once again used the endless sea of blood skill, and that village headed straight towards the man. As a consequence, he was unable to deal with it, and was disconsolately surrounded. When the captain recovered a bit, he became indignant. Zhen Bao has an almost revived human blood suppression. He can't use 100% of his normal strength. At this time, the situation under the dome was getting more and more complicated. The third dragon was resentful. He had been cheated, and he would never forgive these monsters. The demons at their turn continued to devour the humans, and the victims became more and more. To them, ordinary humans were tasty with a pleasant cultivation inside. Li and Shu wondered if this was how they were going to watch everyone get eaten. Shu Han explained that this was a true treasure, specially designed for human bloodlines. Ordinary humans can't resist it. Next, he turned to the silver wings of the god of war and the mighty bull. They are both supernatural beings, after all. In other words, they don't just have pure human blood in their bodies. They need to try to stimulate the supernatural bloodlines within them. Silver Wings of the God of War reported that they haven't tried this. But in the end, you do not continue to be human. Here they are severely suppressed and cannot stimulate their bloodlines. Then the protagonist channeled his energy to help them. He gives them a secret mantra and it will help them in this. Silver Wings God of War immediately felt an influx of energy. As a consequence, he activated his body's supernatural abilities. The Bull King also felt a surge of military power and was ready to attack. The demons didn't understand what was happening. Why weren't they suppressed like the others? And while they were confused, the Bull King attacked. The Silver Wings of the God of War at this time attacked another monster, which we had gotten a lot of trouble from this person. Sanya found this interesting. It turns out it is possible to stimulate non-human bloodlines. He has such a lineage too. His Lan family is well versed in it. But first, he asked Kier to watch this child. He in turn will go and deal with these two monsters. The demons adapted a bit and started to counterattack, so the guys had to retreat. Silver Wings God of War said that although they were no longer affected by the endless sea of blood, the strength of these two demonic monsters was not weak. Killing them wouldn't be easy. The guy knew that Shu Han must have a way, so he asked him to help them. The hero turned his attention to the boy after this request, after which he said that he couldn't use this long to deal with these two monsters, and he has other things that need to be looked after. Sanya used the reverse transformation into a dragon after handing over the boy. Soon, his body completely reincarnated. He became the third dragon, who promised the demons that he would deal with them in a matter of seconds. Li and Shu wondered if this guy could really turn into a dragon. Even Aoshin couldn't do that. Are all the members of the Long family really monsters? This family's conditional bloodline strength surpasses the imaginations of ordinary people. That's why they are confidently ranked first in China in terms of cultivation. Students from the same academy as Sanye were praising the guy. What kind of power he has. Not only was this person not affected by the endless sea of blood after the transformation, but his strength had increased significantly. The third dragon himself attacked one of the demons. He slew the creature quite easily and pulled out a golden core from its body. The students inside rejoiced that the demon race was dead, and they were therefore saved. Long is powerful, and Tianjing Academy is powerful. In critical moments, it was their academy's students who still continued to act. This year, Qingbei Academy is not very good. They look good, but just useless. Qingya resented. Who isn't being talked about? He just hasn't had a chance to show his strength yet. The third dragon sent the demonic pill to Yanzi. It is meant for her. Although she can't take it directly, but it can nourish her body, and this is very useful for her future development. Li and Shu pointed out that this Long is out to get squad leader Lu. Doesn't the guy care about that either? The hero informed him not to think about it, but to get ready for battle. The guy wondered what he was saying. Both octopuses are already dead. So why and who to fight? Suddenly something started to happen to the bodies of the trapped people. They didn't understand what happened. How could the chi and the blood in their bodies fly away by itself? It's terrifying because of the blood chi left their body. They are weakened by a third. But what happened? That energy interacted with the demonic creatures' bodies and they started to regenerate. And soon they returned to their original state. People could not believe how this could happen. The demons simply came to life. The creature called them stupid people. The true treasure is stronger than they think. Demons are immortals in an endless sea of blood, even if they kill them once. If they do that, the endless sea of blood will automatically drain the blood from their body and revive them. Even if they stand there and let them kill them, they will be the ones who die in the end. So let them stop fighting and better become good food. That's the best choice for them. Thus the bridges started attacking and kidnapping again. The Silver Wings of the God of War had to fight again, and the Bull King also protected the students who were confused. Sanya realized that he would have to fight once more and used his skill, thanks to which he rushed towards the demon to destroy it. It turns out that they still have the courage to do such actions. The demon called him a petty brat. Even if that one catches him, so what? If he has the opportunity, let him kill him, but it will be difficult to do so. The interlocutor resented him. He would tear him apart over this. Suddenly someone asked him to wait because they can't kill anymore. After all, in the event that they continue to keep killing these demons, Their blood would simply run out and they would all die immediately. Some people arrived at the scene. It seemed to be the head of the Dream Huang family. He inquired, "Teacher Li, what was the situation?" The man replied that it was much more complicated this time. He didn't expect that their true goal was to kill the talented students of this generation. Now Miss Dream, as well as the talented students of Tianjing and Qingbei, are trapped in an endless sea of blood. Marie is located a true treasure. Huanu was indignant. Are they really willing to spend money on this? He also asked about the Black Dragon King. Did he show any signs? The professor objected, and this time they had calculated everything. The interlocutor inquired, "What do you mean calculated?" Gathering information is what their dream family is best at. Their family's information is absolutely correct, and the Black Dragon King should have come here. Li Kai-shan inquired, did he really mean to say that the Black Dragon King was hiding among these people? At this time, the battle with the demons continued. Silver Wing's god of war stated to Shu Han that now these monsters could not be let go, and they could not be killed either. But what should they do? Where he kept shouting for them to kill him. They are stupid and cowardly people. The third dragon was angered by such words and immediately tore the creature apart. The students shouted at him that he could no longer kill. After Sanyi did that, chi of blood once again began to be sucked out of their bodies. The non-human dominant blood of the boys gradually disappeared. Silver Wing's god of war noted that it was bad even the blood of those with abilities in his body was being suppressed. After only a moment, the demon regenerated and attacked again. These guys were becoming nothing more than tasty food for him, not a threat. Inside the Zhenbao Yao clan, they are invincible, so they just need to die. Just as the demon was about to eat the silver wings of the god of war attacked the protagonist. He realized that these two Yao clan members were not very strong. They were barely approaching the late Jidan stage. It was only with Zheng Bao's help that they made everyone powerless. Which means their strength in this operation is not much. The annihilated demon laughed. What kind of stupid thing is he doing? Even if the guy will kill him dozens of times, what's the point of it? They will only perish, and eventually deplete his life essence. But after regenerating, the monster saw that something was wrong with his body. He was confused and didn't realize what he had done to it. It was as if energy began to gradually spill out of the creature's body. The students felt that this time the monster's death did not consume their essence. The monsters didn't resurrect, and it looked like it had actually killed them this time. The reason why the two monsters could resurrect was because before, the students had only killed their bodies but did not destroy the primordial spirits. The true treasure could endlessly regenerate their bodies, keeping them immortal. And Hongmen's battle axe could destroy the likes of primordial spirits and their bodies. A true treasure, no matter how powerful, cannot resurrect beings whose primordial spirits are already dead. Its battle axe can evolve indefinitely. And the fastest way to evolve is to fuse different types of divine weapons and artifacts. If the battle axe absorbs this true treasure, it will be able to evolve once. Lian said that his comrade was mighty. She also addressed the brats from Tianjing Academy. Who was it that was mocking him? How about that the monsters they couldn't kill were easily destroyed by his comrade with 2 axes? At this time, the old man turned to Care. The girl didn't understand why her father was here. He asked her to be careful. The king of the Black Dragons is hiding among them. The people present were confused. They immediately backed away from the boy the girl was holding. He was left all alone with everyone staring at him. The crying boy turned to these uncles and aunts. He didn't understand why they were all looking at him like this. The boys were yelling for him to stop pretending. The Black Dragon King had to be this boy. This boy and those 2 monsters together. That surely confirms that it is the Black Dragon King. It is necessary to kill him first, better act decisively. The boys said to Shu Han to kill him quickly and not give him a chance to resurrect. The protagonist wondered, is it really the Black Dragon King behind their actions this time? The baby kept crying, not understanding what his brother wanted to do with him. Someone reported that he was too unconvincing. Let Shu Han kill him and make the Black Dragon King show his true form. The protagonist immediately swung, but suddenly turned his head in the other direction. His weapon flew right above the boy's head and headed towards Captain Wei. Since the man didn't expect it, he received a serious critical hit. The people present were confused. No one expected such a thing. Kier asked what he was doing. Why did he kill Brother Wei? The dragon army didn't understand how he dared to kill their Dragon Guard commander. He must explain himself to them now. The protagonist turned to the one he had killed. He told him to stop pretending. Can't he be resurrected? He called him the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King Great Demon Hunmen's battle axe can completely kill small demons. But in True Treasure, it is impossible to kill the Black Dragon King in one go. Someone asked, "What does it mean that he is a Black Dragon King? Does Shu Han really mean that Commander Wei is disguised as a king? How could it be possible that the commander went on a mission with them?" The third dragon informed everyone to calm down immediately. After the demon dies, his body will reveal its true form. Let everyone look at his body. Some time passed, but nothing happened to the man's body. Therefore, the guards decided that the commander was indeed killed by Shu Han for no reason. They don't realize that the guy could tell them about it. The protagonists noted that he had said recently that the Black Dragon King could resurrect. The body would naturally not show its true form. Sanye laughed from the way the guy said it. Doesn't that mean the commander died in vain? In any case, there is no way to verify if he is the Black Dragon King. Therefore, the guards decided to kill Shu Han recently dare to resist, then oppose the dragon guards of the entire world. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice ordering him to stop. The guys turned their attention to him and saw that it was another Wei commander. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Maybe the dead one was a fake. Li Kaishan was also interested in the matter. The commander reported that he was detained by the Black Dragon King halfway through. The one inside is an imposter. And so the Black Dragon King began to laugh, and his body gradually transformed into his true form. It became clear that it was indeed the body of that creature. The demon laughed. This kid was right, but it was perfectly crafted and right. I wonder how he knew it was him. Shu Han informed him that it was easy and simple. First, when the demons appeared, he locked them all inside the true treasure, forcing them to gather and fight together. But originally, the demons were supposed to scatter and fight them separately, making it easier to destroy them. That didn't fit with the leader's conventional solution of killing. Therefore, the guy suspected that he was the Black Dragon King. The interlocutor asked if that was the only reason. The hero revealed that secondly, during the battle with the two black demons, before the battle even started, he pretended to be struck by the boundless sea of blood and immediately lost his combat power. The game of hawk taunting the fledgling turned out to be the fledgling revealing itself. The Black Dragon King laughed. This was unexpected. But in this game, although he had seen Commander Wei's combat power, he was too weak. Oh well, the hell with it. No matter how smart the chick was, he couldn't avoid the hawk's claws. The man used a mighty overwhelming force, and the guy's life force was gradually depleted. Next, he turned to Madame Meng. This time, besides killing these talented disciples, he as a role wants to take her as his wife. If she agrees to follow him, he will immediately fulfill her dream, and as an engagement gift, he will give her a true treasure. I wonder what she will say about that. The girl was indignant and was about to say something, but suddenly her father shouted how dare he offer her daughter such a thing. Their family would destroy his Black Dragon clan. The demon informed him that he was not afraid of the rose. When he could break through his true treasure, then let them talk. He sent his demonic power straight to the girl. It was supposed to grab her and drag her to him, but the main character volunteered to help. He pulled the girl away. Kaer was glad he helped her. The Black Dragon King turned his attention to the other girl and noted that there was a beautiful woman staying here. He wondered what her name was. Her sense of smell is as good as Kaer's charm. So he wants to give her a chance. She could be his second wife. Yanzi resented it. Let her dream about it. The demon informed that humans are always ignorant. That's why their clan was targeted. After saying that, he immediately attacked the girl. She realized that things were bad. Suppressed by the endless sea of blood, her cultivation could not be used now. The third dragon stood up to defend the girl, dare her to insult him, and who showed interest in the woman should be dead. Let him see how he is the true dragon of the Long family. Destroy him. The Black Dragon King laughed. He is overestimating his capabilities. After which, with his dark limbs, he attacked the dragon. This tiny dragon dares to call itself a true dragon, but it's not. Let it just get the hell out of here and stay out of his way. The Bull King arrived to defend Yanzi, as well as the silver wings of the god of war. The demon was outraged. These aren't purebred mongrels. They had time to make a move. He wants to kill them, so he immediately pushed them away with his demonic hands. After which, he headed towards the girl he had his eye on, and she would not escape his attention. Yanzi thought she was finished, but suddenly she saw that the creature's limb had been severed. And to her defense, Shu Han had arrived. The girl was indignant. Let him move away immediately. After all, he didn't need her help. While he wasn't chatting, Sanya got hit, hitting him really hard, and he couldn't resist. The Black Dragon King reported that within the true treasure, he was a god. A mere foundation-level cultivator overestimated his abilities. He directed his true power at the boy. He needs to act quickly to defend himself. The protagonist had to face this power. He was being printed into a wall. After Wang saw what happened, he informed Mentor Li that something had to be worked out. The professor reported that the Black Dragon King's cultivation level was definitely above the foundation stage. And with the amplification obtained from the true treasure, it had become even more powerful. If they can't smash the true treasure now, everyone inside will be banned. He is also trying to think of something. In order not to shake everyone to death, they can't forcefully open the true treasure. At this moment, they are powerless. The old man said that he doesn't care, he's in charge of the matter at the Spiritual Investigation Bureau. And if something happens to his daughter, he will not forgive him. Li Kaishan reported that he made a mistake by pursuing this case. Even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will save those inside. After the attack, the main character stood up. The Black Dragon King is the first king-level demon to appear after the revival of spiritual energy. He possesses a high cultivation. Since he dared to go to the capital of the Hua Kingdom alone, then most likely things are not as easy as they seem. The Black Dragon King asked, "Is he really still alive?" He had survived his one attack, that's already worthy of praise. But now they would see if he could handle it. The boy smiled, wondering if that was all he could do. In that case, he advised him to give it his best. If he can't see a cultivator like him on the second try, it means his Demon King strength is too weak. His opponent was indignant. Does he really dare to look down on him? Shu Han asked. What if that's the case? If he has the courage, then let him go and kill him. Lian Shu asked him to be careful. This Black Dragon King really wants to kill him. Although it's possible that he has some kind of plan. Comrade asked to provoke him. The guy didn't quite like it, but he informed him that he would try it. He called the demon the king of the trash dragons and offered to kill them if he could. If he couldn't do that, kill them with one blow. Then he was only the grandson of a turtle. And they will be his grandfathers, for he is just a big louse. The Black Dragon King was furious. This bunch of ants also dares to shout at him. Since it's like this, not only his wish is fulfilled, but everyone else's as well. They can all die for him. Along with those words, the demon used a demonic-level blood art. The energy immediately swiftly sucked all the blood out of the students. It was so hard on them that they all fell to the ground with no strength. The Black Dragon King also attacked Meng Keir. He grabbed her, and along with her, he grabbed Yanzi. These ladies would now be by his side. As for the others, let them prepare to die. Wang was greatly worried about his daughter. Li Kaishan inquired, did the Black Dragon King really think he couldn't handle him? Where he apologized. But that is exactly what he thinks. If he has the courage, then let him come in and kill him. The man informed him that it was fine, he would do just that. So immediately he took off from his seat and headed to the top of the dome. There he used Lord Yuan's gathering tree technique, heavenly essence projection. Huang was confused, he didn't understand what Professor Li was doing. Shu Han realized that this was not good. This person intends to die along with the Black Dragon King. Therefore, he immediately turned to his comrades and asked if they could help him activate the 5 elements array. The fellows lined up in their places without hesitation. Silverwings pointed out that they wouldn't have enough 2 people for a large array. That was when Rui arrived to help. Lian Shu asked Qingya to come and form an array with them sooner. The guy informed that he could form an array, but he was here to save all of humanity, not to do his bidding. To the Black Dragon King, this situation seemed ridiculous. Li Kaishan wants to escape with his soul, using his soul power to smash his real treasure. And that you won't harm those people inside? Even if he succeeds, he will die from the damage caused by the soul power. I wonder if it's worth it. The professor, without hesitation, used a small sword with his soul power. The enormous power immediately went towards the center of the dome, and thanks to its power, it began to gradually destroy it. But the recoil in the professor's body was incredible, and he expectorated blood. The Black Dragon King called him an idiot. The bloody energy spread even more strongly to the students' affairs. Some of them were already losing their last vitality. At this time, the protagonist used a large array of 5-element starlight. It was a whale absorption technique. Huang wondered what he was doing. By absorbing so much spiritual energy, he wasn't afraid of exploding? The current grade of Hongmen's battle axe was much lower than this true treasure. To absorb a true treasure, one must rely on powerful external forces. Utilizing the power of the Black Dragon King is the most suitable option for this. After recovering from his wounds, Li Kaishan made a second strike. It was no less powerful than the previous one. It was even stronger than the enemy's defense dome. But the recoil once again was simply enormous. The Black Dragon King reported that after the third strike, this man's soul power would undoubtedly be severely damaged, resulting in death. But the professor stood up and reported that for the sake of humanity, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. Shu Han couldn't just watch this man die. Therefore, he rushed with his battle axe to attack. This skill was called Open Mount. The demon was indignant. Did he really dare to mock him like a little ant with his glorious fight at the end? People are always so stubborn. They know they will die, but in vain. Resist. The heroes didn't listen to him and attacked the protective dome. It was evident that his strength was good against that dome. It wasn't long before he managed to break through it after all. The Black Dragon King couldn't believe that the true treasure had been broken. Shu Han asked the professor to stop. He did so and turned his attention to the guy. The hero asked him to just go inside and save people. Li Kaishan agreed to that, and immediately rushed inside the dome. Wang informed him that he was going too. He is going to crush the Black Dragon King into 10,000 pieces. Shu Han was pleased with this turn of events. Taking this opportunity, he would simply devour this true treasure. The essence that the battle axe devours is the spirit of the true treasure. Every high-level weapon has its own spirit, which is the most valuable thing for every high-level weapon. And the true treasure material itself helps a fellow cultivator cultivate the heavenly saint body technique. Both men wanted to kill the cowardly Black Dragon King, so together they attacked that demon. Who resented him was furious. Did they really think he was afraid of them? Without hesitating for a second, the demon used its power. It was a portal of 8 devastation. It became clear to the men that the Black Dragon King was going to flood the entire city. The professor asked Huan to go her to stop it and he would deal with the creature. While they were chatting downstairs, the hero gradually absorbed the treasure data. The spirit treasure could be completely absorbed by Hongman's battle axe in a few more minutes. The energy was increasing more and more with each passing second. It simply absorbed the true treasure material coming from underground. This meant that the true treasure was already buried underground. It seems like the Black Dragon King started planning this attack very early. Maybe, invalid. Just want to kill these talented students. Huang ordered his men to follow him need to build a high wall. This is to protect the whole city. Thus, the earthen wall gradually began to rise, and it became so big that it stopped easily. All the people in the true treasure were ordered to immediately retreat. They would not be able to take part in the battles here. The students obeyed him and immediately rushed to clean up. Sanya helped the boy escape this time. Chengyi was indignant. Why is Shihan contributing so much to this battle? He's just posing in front of the formation, feeling completely uninvolved. The boys turned their attention to him. The Bull King reported that when he fights next to the Sneeze, he feels involved in what is going on. He's thinking too much. Lian Shu confirmed that they were used to it, and he would get used to it too. The interlocutor didn't even know what to answer him. A moment later, Li Kaishan punched the Black Dragon King, so hard that it swiftly flew away somewhere to the side. The professor said that this imperial capital is a dragon city. If he dared to behave recklessly here, he would not leave here alive. It became clear to the demon that it was impossible to procrastinate. If one were to bring in these experts of the level of the House of Power, it would be problematic. While he was reasoning, the protagonists completed the absorption. It was better not to advance the battle axe here to avoid unnecessary problems. The true treasure was also completely absorbed. Therefore, he used the technique of the heavenly saint body small heaven realm 11th layer. And there were more and more layers like this. The technique increased, until even at all, the guy's skill had reached the 15th layer. He rejoiced indeed it was a true treasure after absorbing the small heaven realm increased by 5 layers at once. The guys didn't understand what he was doing. Was he really taking some poses or practicing? Lian Shu called them a bunch of ignorant people. His brother's world would not share their opinion. The professor continued to fight alongside the Dark Dragon King. After their enormous forces collided, there was an explosion, and both of them ended up in the air. The demon informed Li Kaishan not to jump above his head. He couldn't kill him. After saying that, he used a true treasure, which literally began to appear from the ground. No one realized that there was such a commotion going on, as if the true treasure was about to appear. And soon it did indeed appear. It became clear to the professor that this was the true treasure. It looked like today was going to be a deadly battle. The demon informed him that with the true treasure in his hands, his enemy would die very quickly. He prepared himself to attack once again. Today would be the day that this Li Kaishan would die. The teacher realized that things were bad, because it would be difficult for him to fight. But still, he faced this true treasure. Despite its small strength, he destroyed it. He was confused, not realizing what had happened. Yes, and the man himself couldn't believe it. Was he really so strong that he could even smash the true treasure? Soon, the Black Dragon King realized that there was something wrong with his true treasure. It's most likely this kid of the state who did this to him. But he didn't realize exactly what it was. Li Kaishan reported. Since the true treasure is useless now, it's his turn to attack. The enemy has retreated. Today, he admits his defeat. The true treasure is destroyed. Sooner or later, he will make them pay. At this time, Huan appeared behind his back, asking where he was going. The demon has reincarnated. He is like a black dragon king. He wants to leave and no one can stop him. The professor informed him that if he wanted to leave, he would have to pay the price. He attacked the limb of the creature's tail. The demon was in a lot of pain as the tail was cut off. But it didn't stop the Black Dragon King from moving, although he cursed Li Kaishan to the last. And in the end, he still managed to escape, and the severed tail limb fell to the ground. The hero had also completed his cultivation and absorption. Saving so many people had brought him certain fruits. The 9-profile mystic tree grew another leaf. Soon, the professor revealed that this mission was originally to find the keys and revitalize spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, they fell into the Black Dragon King's trap. Fortunately, everyone survived and the Black Dragon King was badly injured. Wang noted that it was a very difficult moment, and it was all thanks to Shu Han. If he hadn't broken through the true treasure barrier at the critical moment, the consequences would have been simply irreversible. Professor Li reported that it was certainly true. He had once again made a significant contribution. Aside from the usual school awards, I wonder if he wants anything else. The boy reported that if the professor wanted to reward him, how about a severed tail of the Black Dragon King? The man didn't understand why he wanted it.
Shu Han reported that he wanted to send it to the barbecue. It should be delicious.
The men didn't know what to say to him. In the end, the professor agreed down to the demonic beasts, really nutritious. However, its essence is difficult for humans to digest, but since they want it, they will give it to him. Sanya inquired, what should they do with this boy? Li Kaishan immediately approached him and wanted to test him. The boy was scared of him and just cried. The professor found out that everything was fine, so he informed so no one should worry, this boy is human. Everyone can already disperse further. The dragon guards will take care of it. The hero wondered, is this really the end of this case? Something's not right here. So he asked to wait for a second. The master asked, what happened? Shu Han explained that the essence of this mission was to investigate the truth behind the origin of the Earth's spiritual energy. The man reported that this was true, only they didn't expect it to be a trap set by the Black Dragon King. The hero wondered if he had details on what the next quest would be. The professor stated that he did. Since the assignment was fake, he can tell the guys everything. This assignment is to intercept something very important. This item was brought by a master from the battlefield, but after being stored in the capital, it was stolen because of a traitor among the humans. After that, the dragon's secret guards cordoned off the entire capital. Later, they received information that this item would be traded with the demon race, so the task was given. It became curious as to what such an item was. Master Li couldn't say it was the highest level of secrecy. He asked what Shu Han thought of it. The latter suggested that it was the capital of Guoguo. Even if the Black Dragon King has a true treasure, the result here would only be a defeat for him. Even if the big shots are stirring, he will still die. Is it worth taking such a risk? Setting a trap here to ambush a few talented disciples? Wang joined the conversation. Since he spoke in this, it seems there really are a lot of inconsistencies here. The third dragon shouted for him to spill everything he was thinking. The main character turned his attention to a small boy and said what they were looking for was most likely him. The people present were confused. No one had expected such a thing. Everyone stared at the boy, and this made him afraid. He didn't understand why the uncles and aunts were looking at him so intently again. Sanya didn't understand what Shu Han was trying to say. This boy was clearly a human, not some kind of creature. Master Li confirmed this as well. He doesn't see anything unusual about him. This boy is definitely not a demon. The hero explained that unlike those two demons who pretended to be human, this boy is indeed human. It's just that he feels that the thing Professor Li is looking for could be inside him. This was something that Li Kaishan couldn't even imagine. He turned to Huang and asked him to help investigate again. The old man agreed to it. Together, the men channeled a stream of energy that enveloped the boy, not realizing what was happening. Pretty soon, something showed through his body. Someone noticed that there was something in his stomach. It was some kind of cube with sides of hieroglyphics on it. The professor was outraged that these demons had hidden something in a little boy. He immediately headed towards him, lastly informing him that this was a serious matter and he was still investigating, and together with the boy fled in an unknown direction. At this time, the protagonists met the eyes of Old Man Huan. The latter noted that Shu Han had already saved his daughter twice in a row. So how about coming to him today as a guest? He wants to thank him properly. Qingya shouted out that he would also come to see them. This kind of guest was not appreciated by anyone. The protagonist thanked for the offer. Today had been quite a busy day and he would visit them another time. He realized that he needed to visit their place as well. He would need something from Dream's home after he crossed over to the Flower Kingdom. Now just wasn't a good time for that. Shortly after the events, the hero found himself at the school in the villa. There, he pondered the truth of the revival of the spiritual energy of the earth. As a former supreme being, he knows very little about it, what exactly is hiding inside the boy. He's curious about it too, but unfortunately it's top secret information. The professor doesn't want to reveal it to outsiders. Suddenly the door to the villa opened, and then Lianshu walked in. The hero inquired what had happened. The comrade that he held in his hands and glowered, saying that these are contribution points. This card is Zhuhan's contribution card. He can check his contribution points inside it. Soon the boys were inside the school office building. Trangshu guessed that they could definitely get at least 500 contribution points this time. After all, he had 300 of them. The hero stuck his contribution card in, and the balance turned out to be more than 5,000 contribution points. The comrade did not expect such numbers. It is a lot. How did it happen? His brother becomes very rich. The main characters knew that the reward system for contribution points in the school is quite fair. After all, this time he saved a lot of people, and even the 9-profile mystic tree grew with new vigor. While the guy wasn't pondering, Lianshu was informed that the dragon tail had arrived. The guy talked about how they already had the severed black dragon tail interestingly as they sat it down. Shuhan explained that he was not a supernatural being, so eating it wouldn't have much effect on him. But he could eat some soup. He asked to summon the silver wings of the god of war and the mighty bull king. The guy will give them another opportunity. After a small amount of time, everyone gathered near the tail of the black dragon. The demonic cat was excited about the dragon meat. Even though it was unclean, it was very flavorful. Therefore, it immediately rushed towards it, but was set upon by the main character. Should not be in a hurry, most of this dragon tail is prepared for him. The silver wings of the god of war and the mighty bull king will also eat the meat. The cats will just need to consider the essence, and let Lianshu eat the soup. The cat was indignant, for it wanted to eat meat, and the guy also wanted to eat meat. The hero resented. Meat would not benefit this creature, it was a waste of time. They need to start acting already. After a moment, the window began to gradually absorb energy. The guys were eating the dragon meat, and it seemed like something for them. Lianshu felt that his spiritual power was exploding, and he was full of energy. After another 2 hours, the black dragon tail essence was completely absorbed by the cat. His energy power immediately awakened. Therefore, it even grew several times its size. The hero realized that the big cat had an unusual origin, but it was now in its most word state. The essence of that dragon tail could stimulate some of its abilities. When they transport him to the flower realm, he would have an extra layer of defense. The mighty bull king also felt a strong surge of energy. His senses were just great. He could feel that the bloodline of his supernatural abilities had become much stronger. The increase in power touched the war god's silver wings, of course. His silver wings turned into golden wings. He felt that in time they could grow to the level of a true treasure. In his past life, Shuhan cultivated alone without friends, so the emperor dared to attack him. And in this life, he has a Luoyi 9 profound mystic tree and his friends. According to this guy, is destined not to fight alone anymore. Used to not understand why everyone else got stronger. His need to drink more soup to strengthen himself, so he flipped the pot over and started eating. As for the main character, he uses the remaining parts of the dragon bone to practice the heavenly holy body art. Walking over to the remains of the tail, the guy began to devour it. His small heavenly realm began to gradually increase. With the help of a larger piece of dragon tail, he only gained 2 levels. Looks like the Black Dragon King is still far away from becoming a true dragon. The next day, the guys were going somewhere. Lianshu said that after the revival of spiritual energy, thousands of martial arts schools had sprung up all over the world. In their side, martial arts school competitions would soon begin. The hero asked, when would this happen? In his past life, he left the martial arts school and trained alone. He doesn't know much about martial arts schools. Comrade informed that it should happen within 3 months. The higher-ups have already begun preparations for it, mainly because there are now hundreds of martial arts schools in the Huacha country. Only Qingbei and Tianjing had received the most resources, because of which many other martial arts schools were left dissatisfied, especially the 7 top-ranked martial arts schools. All of them want to oust their Qingbei Academy and replace it. Shuhan pointed out that these academies were martial arts schools that existed before the spiritual energy revival. It was just that they were not known to the general public. So would the other schools have the strength to challenge them? Lianshu explained that it was hard to tell. The main thing was that after the revival of spiritual energy, a whole bunch of talents and geniuses had appeared in many places. Who knows? Maybe other schools have similar prodigies as well. In addition, there has never been such a competition before. Therefore, many schools are looking forward to this competition and will start preparing for it in advance. Shu Han reflected that the matter had come to an end. The next step is to upgrade the battle axe. The battle axe was the only weapon the hero had seen and knew that could grow indefinitely. And what it will become in the end, even the guy himself does not know. The creator spent countless efforts to make it evolve and grow, and it ended up cutting immortal treasures like vegetables. Now that the guy has a real battle axe, he's full of anticipation. So he decided to start modernizing it. This battle axe has absorbed all the essence of a true treasure. Moreover, the authentic treasure of the Black Dragon King is one of the strongest among the authentic treasures. So now, the villager's battle axe was now filled with furious power. It gradually began to burst out, and particles slid off the battle axe, revealing its true form. Due to this process, a large amount of energy was released. The hero simply watched as his weapon intensified. As one would expect, unusual things attract heavenly tribulations. The reverberations and growing stronger came from the neighborhood. Several students who were walking down the street noted this. A comrade asked what more thunder on a clear day, surely there was no mistaking it. But soon they both saw an even bigger roll of thunder. How come there was a lightning strike on a sunny day? What kind of karma do they have? Soon everything was ready, and Shu Han took his battle axe in his hands. His comrades came over to him, asking if he was all right. He hadn't heard any thunder from his side. The hero immediately swung his new weapon. The comrades didn't realize what he was doing. Q was using a gorilla's battle soul, and Aochin was using a dragon's soul. But even so, they were thrown a great distance away. The guy asked, "Has he gone crazy or fallen demonic cultivation?" They don't understand why he is attacking them. The hero apologized. He was just testing the power of his new weapon. It turns out to be even more formidable than he even anticipated. It adds an extra chance of victory when entering the Flower Kingdom. Soon the hero found himself at school. There he met up with his comrades, who asked if he was not going to class today. Shu Han noted that he had other things to do. Although the teaching quality of the martial arts faculties in this university to perform acceptable to him, it was useless. Instead of wasting his time there, he would rather go to the cultivation energy room. That was where the real treasures would be. Thus, he soon reached the energy room. The recent acquaintance asked the comrade to wake up. Let him just see who's here. It was him again. Shu Han greeted the guys. They met again. He is on his way to the energy cultivation room. The interlocutor asked if he had obtained another energy room cultivation card. Last time, after getting a free cultivation card, he cultivated for 10 hours and let it empty the entire energy room. The guy hoped that he wasn't going to gift this one again. The hero pointed out that he didn't have any card this time. He was using cultivation points. The employees were happy that it was about points. In that case, they could be calm. Shu Han should know that the points needed to cultivate an energy room are very high. Most beginners can't afford it. Even for a senior who has been in school for a few years, it is considered a good tone if he can't afford to cultivate once every 6 months. The hero noted that he knew this perfectly well. With enough battle points, he might not have to worry. The employee reported that he continues to understand nothing about how expensive the energy room is. He knows that 1 minute of cultivation in the analysis room costs 8 contribution points. Let him listen carefully that it's not for an hour, but just 1 minute of cultivation. Shu Han reported that he understood everything. Let him start with 10 for him. The guys were confused. They didn't even know what to say to that. One of them asked to be allowed to check his card balance first. Even though he is outstanding, he continues to be a new student. The cost per minute in the energy room is 8 points and 480 points per hour. This is something that most new students cannot accumulate in 1 or even 2 years of study. He said it's necessary to open the analysis room to 10, so the guy doesn't even know where he got such confidence from. Suddenly, he turned pale, seeing a balance of over 5,000 points. He must be imagining it. That's right, it's really more than 5,000 points. He had never seen a new student with such a number of points. Even among the old students, there are few who have such wealth like him. One of the guys asked, why does Shu Han have so many contribution points? How did he manage to accumulate them? The hero replied that his mentor is Li Kaishan. Everything began to fall into place. Following this person had a high mortality rate. But at the same time, the people for him are very great, and he is indeed brave. The guy inquired if he could still come in. He was politely asked to wait. And last time, he had emptied the energy room, which affected its operation. So Hongya's group had specifically instructed them to let them know in advance if the guy would come again. After a while, A man entered the room and asked who Shu Han was. Seeing him, the hero wondered why this man looked so much like Fatty Hong from his past life. After that, it is definitely bad, isn't it, the slightly younger and slimmer Hong Fatty. The employee informed the hero that this person, the head of the Hunya group, is known as a fatty. But he is the great benefactor of their Qingbei Institute. Many extravaganza projects of the Institute are supported and carried out by this group. The fatty asked if he had emptied the energy room this last time. He probably doesn't know how much this energy room is worth, so he is waiting for compensation. The protagonist was indignant. Does Hong Fatty dare to ask him for money? Past the vital battlefield of different heavens, this person was a successful businessman who could cater to all races. Unlike the Dream family who specialized in selling information, this fatty didn't make any distinction and sold anything as long as it didn't threaten the human race. He gained trust. Its members of different races, whether enemy or ally. Everyone felt at ease doing business with him. On the battlefield, there is a saying in the clash of two armies, Don T kill Hong Fatty. The man pointed out that the Mulvey friend dared to call him a fatty. He seems to be from a cultivation-rich family. The guy asked the man to spare him the pleasantries. Although the energy room is in the introduction of their group, it continues to be the property of the academy. As long as he doesn't break any rules, he can train as he wishes. Hong asked his young friend to take his time. He wasn't saying that he couldn't practice. It's just that every time he practiced in the energy room, it would shut down for half a month. In the future, when he came to practice, he would create an elite team specifically to serve him. That way, they won't have a problem shutting down the energy room. Now asked what he should give in return, Hong noticed that the young friend was really sharp and perceptive. He could see right through everything at once. The 5-star radiant array he used in the last freshman competition was excellent. At a later time when the Yao clan is rampant, he wants to use it on his opponent. The hero agreed to it. The 5-element starlight array is a basic array, although it is very effective. But the hero has over 100 similar arrays here. Giving him one array is nothing for him. Besides, although this fatty wants to make money from this array, ultimately he has to deal with the Yao clan. In the end they agreed. The man appreciates young friends like him. He pondered that this Shu Han definitely comes from an ancient cultivation family. Otherwise, he wouldn't just give away such a powerful array. He should know that arrays in the cultivation world are considered high-end products. They are something that an ordinary person can possess. Daring Shu Han's nascent soul cultivation. Practicing here for 10 hours. Even if a guy can't rise to the late nascent soul stage, the difference wouldn't be too significant. According to the time from his previous life, the middle of the spiritual energy rebirth period was approaching, and the real calamity for the entire human race is about to come. It would be better if the guy moved to the refinement stage sooner. Only then would he be able to truly utilize the various divine techniques. Hong indignantly waited while this guy cultivated. He noted that the room of energy was being consumed too quickly. An ordinary disciple absorbing spiritual energy at this rate would have exploded long ago. But this guy was just a monster. However, at this rate, the energy room will definitely empty a second time. I wonder if this deal will be a losing or winning one for him. 10 passed, and the main character came out. He had almost reached the late stage of soul nucleation, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough contribution points. The head of the group asked him to wait for a second. The guy asked him what was wrong. The man wondered if he wanted to make another business deal. Shu Han was only interested in whether he could earn a contribution point from it. Hong informed him that of course he could do it. Most people don't know that the Academy's contribution point shaft system was originally created by Hongya's group. Thus, left knowledge given out by the group could be paid for with contribution points. The hero said that in such a case, he was all ears. So far, the man couldn't tell him anything, but he would give him all the details in 3 days. Let him not worry, the reward for the task will be very generous. And thus some time passed. While walking down the street, the protagonist felt someone attacking him. It was a planned attack. The strangers tried to attack him, and there was an explosion. Shu Han was not hurt. He was glad that the Xuanwu creatures had finally appeared. The strangers suggested Shu Han to go along with them. The hero said that this academy was not afraid of whether he was openly present here and risk being killed. Or maybe they came here as cannon fodder sent by Xuanwu's creatures. The interlocutor told him that the energy of Xuanwu's creatures exceeded his imagination. Even the Hunya consortium is far inferior to the Xuanwu beings. Wise people adapt to circumstances. If he just informs them of the location of the 9 profound wonders tree and cooperates with them, who benefits from the Xuanwu creatures will surpass his imagination. Shu Han asked if Jiang Yuanying had sent them. Let him tell that bald donkey that those who take different paths should not collude. There will be retribution for what he does sooner or later. Judging by the timing, one of Xuanwu's top officials, Zhang Yuanying, is not now experimenting with ancient behemoths. This would eventually lead to the destruction of several cities. If humanity has the opportunity, one should definitely destroy these creatures. By doing so, preventing a tragic event for mankind would also be a great feat. The stranger called the guy a small nascent soul ignorant of the situation. Let them not be accused of being ruthless. They immediately attacked again in order to capture him. These guys used some kind of strange trap to do so, but the hero dodged it. After that, he used his battle axe to test it. Let them test his new weapon on their own skin. The strangers did not expect their net to be cut very easily. The protagonist in turn attacked. Now it was his turn. Thanks to his weapon, he severed the limb of one of the men. The stranger informed the similar President Jiang, though he was prepared. But he still didn't know how strong the man was. Since he couldn't take him alive, who would at least take his corpse? Taking advantage of his missile, he used an atomic attack. I heard it's very powerful, but it's enough to level the entire university as well. One hoped that he would not disappoint him and become ashes after what happened. Shu Han simply smiled and used an artifact to protect himself, which also absorbed the atomic missile that flew at the guy. Jinxi space is very large, and there aren't that many creatures in it. The explosion of this attack wouldn't have much of an impact there. The enemy didn't realize where his missile had disappeared to or what it was. While he was confused, the hero said it was his turn to attack, and immediately destroyed his enemy by chopping him in half. Xuanwu's research on the creatures is becoming more and more radical. This time was lucky now these two people were almost mechanical creatures of human skin. After the fight, he was about to leave when he suddenly heard something. A hologram appeared from his enemy's body, and it was Zhang Yuanying. The man noted that this must be their first meeting. He also introduced himself. Shu Han informed him that if he wanted to kill him or kidnap him, he shouldn't have sent two weaklings here. What did he want to accomplish with this? The interlocutor countered that it wasn't like that at all. He really wanted to kidnap him. But he just didn't expect him to grow up so fast. And if he sent people who were too strong, it would alarm Qingbei's high-ranking leaders. So it's not that simple. Hero didn't understand why he was having this long-distance conversation with him. He understood that if this person didn't harm people, then he could be considered an outstanding individual, especially a powerful weapon developed in the late stages of Xuanwu's creature research. He had once caught and killed an immortal. Zhang reported that he needed information about the mysterious tree. The hero became interested. The researcher kept saying that he was interested in this legendary artifact, but he didn't necessarily need to obtain it. The one who wants to obtain it is another high-level member of the Xuanwu creatures. Shu Han assumed that he was aiming for the Flower Realm. The old man called him smart. He knows that he has a Flower Realm card that gives him access to the Flower Realm. He needs the man to send him the coordinates of the entrance to the Flower Kingdom. The hero wondered what he would give him in return for this. Zhang Yuanying from his past life had entered the Flower Realm when it was opened. In other words, even if the guy rejected him, he would still find another way to get in. So it was better to seize this opportunity and get some benefit. Zhang revealed that firstly, he would persuade the Xuanwu creatures to stop harassing him for 6 months. Secondly, he could offer him a first-rate magic weapon, as well as a pill of divine transcendence, which will help the plan move to the perfection stage. I wonder what he would say about that. The guy said that the first condition was acceptable, but he didn't need either the magic weapon or the divine transcendence pill. He would trade them for something else. The man suggested that he probably didn't know how much a top-tier magic weapon, as well as a divine transcendence pill cost. A top-tier magic weapon was second only to a true treasure. In their time, true treasures are extremely rare, so top-grade magic weapons are the most powerful weapons in terms of combat effectiveness. 90% of cultivations don't overcome it, or have an accident and die. The divine transcendence pill could provide a smooth transition to the refinement stage, which is a dream for many cultivators. The protagonist once again reiterated that he didn't need it, not to mention a top-level magical weapon. Even a true treasure wouldn't compare to Hunyan's battle axe, even by a billionth. As for the divine transcendent pill, that it is indeed very valuable, because breaking through to the refinement stage could cause a qualitative change in the primordial spirit. If one is not careful, one can become possessed by demons, and the failure rate will be very high. But as in the case of perfect foundation formation, the guy's goal, perfecting the core formation before entering the perfection stage. Therefore, The divine transcendence pill is completely useless to him. Jiang found it interesting that the guy knows the value of these two things, but continues to refuse so resolutely. The only explanation for this was either he lacks them or he doesn't see the value in them. In that case, what is it that he wants? The character says he wants a Gen 1. The interlocutor was wary at first and then said that he didn't know what he meant. Shu Han informed him that he knows everything, he just pretends not to know. Let him give him a sample of Gene 1 and he would give him the coordinates of the Flower Kingdom. The old man inquired how he knew about Gene 1. The hero informs him that it is none of his business, but asks if they have an agreement. Gene 1, as it is known, is the genetic materials inserted into the strongest biological human, which was created as a result of Xuanwu biology researchers. In Xuanwu biology's past life, they were able to kill the immortal emperor thanks to his human who had Gene 1 injected. This caused a furor throughout the kingdoms as everyone wanted to get their hands on Gene 1. However, it was a top-secret biology at the time. Later, to prevent Gene 1 from being stolen, they even created a self-destruct program. Because of this, during one of the attacks, and Grenadine activated the self-destruct program, and all the researchers' results and data were lost. Now the Grenadine has just been researched by Xuanwu biology and is in the experimental stage, not realizing its importance. In addition, Jiang Yuanying could be pressured. Otherwise, he would not trade such a large weapon under any circumstances. The old man repeated that he didn't expect the guy to know about their secret. As far as he knows, the Gene 1 is in the experimental stage. I wonder why he would need it. The hero said he doesn't have much time, so asks if the guy agrees to the deal. Jiang agrees. He will send him the sample and Gene 1 in 3 days. He hopes the man will keep his promise. After the old man left the guy pondered that now he needs to go to Jiang's family in Kyoto. He will take a look at this family, for it is comparable to the dragon family. Need to ask for information about his parents and the orphanage. The possible death of the old dean has something to do with them? The boy's musings were interrupted by a student appearing beside him. They were led by Lowy, who inquired if the boy was all right. He replied that he was fine. Qingbei's students were brazenly attacked in front of everyone. Therefore, the girl is going to report it to the principal immediately. He won't let it go unpunished. The hero inquired about what cultivation level she was currently at. He addressed her simply by her first name, so the others were surprised. The girl was confused herself, so she asked that the others carry the body back and examine it thoroughly. The guys immediately did so. Lowy asked Shu Han not to call her that in front of the others. The hero agreed. He would call her that when they were alone together. The girl just looked at him in embarrassment, but she never answered the guy's question. Lowy said that her cultivation level was the same as his. According to the common cultivation system, he is lent to be at the spirit refinement level. But without the heavenly Dao pill he gave her in Jingshi Cave, her progress would be nowhere near as fast. The boy asked what she meant. She informed him that there was talk just then she was following a different cultivation system. Shu Han didn't expect this. How was that possible? Why was she practicing a different system? The girl was a bit confused and asked what he wanted from her. The hero grabbed her hand and asked her to follow along with him. Along the way, the girl persistently asked what he was doing. She wondered where this one wasn't flying to. The students saw that it was Lowy who was wondering who was holding her hand. Yes, it is Shu Han who has made a big breakthrough in the battle for a new life. The cool guy immediately leads the girl to the dormitory and is not afraid that the upperclassmen will see and go crazy. Near the entrance of the dormitory, Lian Shu was chatting with Rui. He told the girl that his brother wasn't there, but he was also looking for him. Suddenly, he along with the girl appeared near them. Rui immediately said that today, she wants to challenge him to avenge her father, but the hero just walked past her and said that everything will be later. Comrade pointed out that your brother in April, he is a terrific touch #1 in the academy already, right in his dormitory. Lo noted that she knows very well that Shu Han has good feelings for her, although she also has some inexplicable familiarity for him, but it's all too quick. The hero simply informed her to take a seat. He headed over to her. The girl was confused. She thought he was going to do something weird with her, but the guy just walked up to her and used his power. Let her not move. Everything would be quick and fine. After a little while, the girl could exhale a sigh of relief. Shu Han reported that all of this was not normal. He didn't understand who would do this. Also, what he was accomplishing with all this. Lowy asked what happened to him. Guy inquired if she knew what she was practicing now. She reported that she didn't know exactly. She only already knew that she was practicing the Xianfa system. The teacher said that this system was practiced several levels higher than the current practice system. And this was her chance. The hero understood that this was true. But this so-called practice system is the practice system of immortal clans and immortals from the myriad clans of ancient times. It was different from the common basic cultivation system used by the myriad clans at present. It is characterized by the absence of separate realms and leads directly to the Great Tao. In the basic cultivation system, there are core realms such as the end of the crowd and spirit refinement. If one does not have enough talent, he might not make any progress in this life. Whereas the immortal clans practice is a continuous progression, without any obstacles, up to the divine spirit stage. The basic cultivation method is only an intermediate realm. It already leads to 99% death to a cultivator. This system of practice leading straight to the divine spirit stage is the envy of cultivators of myriad clans. This is the root cause of the immortal clans prospering in the average myriad clans of ancient times. According to her past life, Loie had always practiced the basic practice system. Why did she now suddenly switch to the immortal clan's practice system? Was it because of his rebirth, or was someone behind it all? Suddenly, the girl said that Shuhan never answered her. Why did he send her to Qibao Temple in the Fenyu Mountains back then? And why did he know that there would be battle armor there? The hero informs her that you will tell her about it later. He asks to be allowed to investigate the immortal clan's practice system in her body once more, to make sure she was all right. After saying that, the hero used his power again. The girl kept saying what he thought he could tell her everything now, because of the immortal inheritance that she received at the Seven Treasures Temple on the mountain, along with the battle armor. The protagonist asked, what did she mean by that? He was confused. Loie wanted to say something to him, but Shuhan asked to let him think for a while. He is sure that in the early period of recovering spiritual energy in the past life, in the Qibao Temple in the Fenyu Mountains, only an artifact that violates the laws of nature appeared, and its battle armor, and there was no so-called Sanfa transmission. It should be known that people from the immortal clan are extremely proud of their few, and they cannot transmit the Tao to other races. Most importantly, the immortal clan immortal practice system places extreme perverse demands on talent. Inasmuch as all immortals are immortal spirits, those who can obtain immortal inheritance usually possess exceptional physiques. I wonder if it could be a mere coincidence. Soon the guy realized that it was no coincidence at all. Therefore, he grabbed Luoyi and proposed to go to the Qingbao Temple on Mount Fenyu together.